0 when I'm just here to buy salad dressing. Don't mind me. They travel through time, charming and eternal. Their immortal nature fills them with both desire and pain. They are tormented by love, endless pursuit, affection, hurt, and the struggle between cruelty and suffering. Even when their lives are no longer shrouded in darkness, their hearts still hover on the edge of despair. If you were given the chance to live forever, would you accept such a dangerous gift? The air was thick with tension. On a large European-style bed draped with heavy curtains, shadows moved faintly behind the fabric. The flames in the twin fireplaces danced wildly, casting flickering light across the room. Everything seemed alive, mysterious, alluring, and filled with strange energy. The mix of warmth and cold, motion and stillness, made the scene both beautiful and unsettling. A red-haired woman and a man were locked in a passionate embrace, their movements full of intensity. Around them, a few others joined in the strange ritual, their actions blending into the dim light. Seriously? I muttered under my breath. They sure knew how to enjoy themselves. Meanwhile, I was hanging from a thin steel wire high above, suspended from the cathedral-like ceiling, forced to watch this bizarre scene unfold. It wasn't the first time I'd seen something wild, but the sound effects this time were a bit too realistic. If I didn't move soon, I might lose my composure completely. Taking a few deep breaths, I descended slowly, gliding down like a silent shadow, landing softly on the floor. Vampires have incredibly sharp senses. I could use an invisibility charm to hide myself and another to mask my scent and breathing, but even the slightest noise could give me away.
Master, please.
You're amazing. A blonde woman cried out dramatically. Was that really necessary? I knew vampires were powerful, but did they have to be so loud about it? I scratched my head in frustration and carefully activated the gem sensor on my sunglasses, scanning the area despite the heavy interference. I silently cursed the person who sent me on this mission. Sure, the ancient vampire lord might be distracted right now, but what about me? The room was large but empty. I looked around for a long time, even stared at the fire for a while, but found nothing. With no other choice, I quietly walked to the bed and forced myself to look closely at the scene that would normally make me want to look away. I had to admire my self-control. I was close enough to smell the faint scent of the people there, yet I only felt my heart race a little. No nosebleed, no drooling, and definitely no desire to join in. Wow, impressive.
No wonder.
I scanned, and scanned again. Nothing. I adjusted the settings on my special glasses and focused on the man's satisfied face. A few seconds later, a line of text appeared before my eyes. Local Lord, William the 16th. Apparent age, 43. Actual age, over 1,000. Ranked 10th among the world's most charming vampires. Severe warning, do not attempt to attack. That last line didn't come from a system. It was my partner outside sending a reminder. Not that I needed it. I've always believed in safety first, mission second, and my sense of duty. Well, that can wait. My rule is simple. If no one bothers me, I don't bother them. If someone does, then I disappear. Wow, what a scene. No wonder he's in the top 10. He really does look amazing. Seeing the group tangled together in a rather dramatic way, I decided to leave quickly. The target item wasn't here anyway, which meant another failed mission. But just then, a glimmer of light caught my eye. Beneath a crumpled feather pillow lay a gem the size of an egg, glowing softly like a night pearl. It was half hidden, and if I hadn't been so sharp-eyed, I would have missed it. That's it. With that gem, my life would finally get easier. Luck really does wait around the corner. Or, in this case, in the middle of chaos. I almost laughed out loud from excitement, but quickly turned away, trying to calm myself. Just then, my partner's voice came through the earpiece, shouting, "Go, go, go." I panicked. At this distance, even a whisper could be heard. Luckily, I reacted fast and tore out the communication line.
But then,
why was it suddenly so quiet? I slowly turned my head and saw the man and 4 women had all stopped their lively activity and were staring straight at me. As expected from such extraordinary beings, They could stop instantly, and by the look of it, they could start again just as easily. I stayed completely still, convinced that the noise had come from my teammates and startled the people on the bed. Useless bunch, always ruining things. Now I could only hold my breath and wait. Once those pale vampires stopped being suspicious and went back to their important business, I could slip away quietly. I didn't move or breathe. I was a statue. I was air. I was invisible. Wait, I was almost out of breath.
Why were they still staring at me? You
Can see me? I asked carefully. The 5 of them didn't answer, but the sudden flash of 5 pairs of sharp fangs said enough. I just came to buy some salad dressing. Please carry on. Pretend I'm not here. My whole body tensed as I took a small step back. But in a flash of white light, William the 16th was already standing in front of me. Well then, allow me to praise you, sir. You're truly powerful, a man among men. So, if there's nothing else, I'll just be on my way. I glanced down, trying to step around him, but he blocked me. I mean it, I said sincerely. You're incredibly impressive. Trust me, those who believe in me will live long and prosper. Then why don't you test my strength yourself? William the 16th smiled, his voice full of teasing amusement. I wouldn't dare trouble you. No need to waste your energy on me. I jumped back several steps. He didn't chase me, probably realizing I couldn't escape anyway. Just my luck, my communicator was broken, and my teammates couldn't come to help. I rarely meet such a charming woman from Asia, he said with another smile. Seriously? I was wearing a black tight suit, my face covered, and high-tech black goggles. How could he tell what I looked like? Come on, William. Let's be reasonable, I said seriously. I just came here by accident. There's no need to make things difficult. Peace between our two kinds is important, right? Sir, how do you know she's from Asia? The red-haired woman asked. Her gaze was bold and curious. Look at her slender, graceful build. That's not something you see in Western women, William said, circling me as if studying a rare find. He even leaned closer as though trying to catch my scent. His cold, predatory eyes sent a chill down my spine, and I had to fight hard not to shiver. Sir, what's so special about that Asian woman? The blonde woman asked, trying to win his favor. Look at me. I have the perfect figure and beauty that never fades. How can she compare to me? I couldn't help but roll my eyes at her vanity. I should have stayed quiet, but I couldn't stand being compared. So I replied, I also have the right curves in the right places, and a heart full of passion. How am I any worse than you? Oh no. The moment I said that, I knew I was in trouble. After that intense fight, everyone must be hungry. In the world of vampires, it's said that the blood of a pure-hearted person is like a rare and powerful tonic. Since such people are almost impossible to find these days, someone like me, with strong energy, must be quite a treat. Sure enough, the 5 vampires, all unclothed, looked at me with eyes full of greed and hunger. If I didn't run now, I'd be a fool. I gathered all my strength and leapt up, but before I could escape, I was caught midair by Wei and pinned down. The 4 women moved gracefully, surrounding me so that I felt like a piece of food on a plate. Something cold pressed against my stomach. My dear, let me taste you, Wei said excitedly. I struggled. This isn't fair. Isn't it bad enough you want to hurt me? Now you want to eat me too? Let me go. He laughed loudly. You're amusing. Even now, you can still joke. Fine, behave yourself, and maybe I'll let you live as my little pet. The 4 women grumbled in protest. Clearly, I wasn't enough to share among 5 people, but that didn't stop all 10 of their hands from reaching toward me. You wish. I thought angrily. I'll make you my pet bat someday. I closed my eyes and waited, not for rescue because that was impossible, but for the screams I knew were coming. Sure enough, my careful preparations paid off. The moment their hands touched me, the sound and smell of burning filled the air. The 5 vampires jumped back, clutching their hands and shouting. The scene was quite spectacular. I took the chance to leap several times in a row, grabbing onto a hanging steel wire above. Did you really think I'd walk into a ghost's lair without any preparation? I said proudly. My clothes are made of pure silver thread and nanofiber. They're flexible, light, and sweat-absorbent, perfect for movement. The silver threads were soaked in holy water by the Archbishop himself. Ordinary silverware couldn't harm someone of your level, but I never underestimate my opponent. But I overestimated Spider-Man's gear. My plan was to rise into the air while saying those lines, and by the time I finished, I'd already be escaping through the dome. It would have looked so cool. Even if Brother Wei realized what was happening, he could easily chase me with his speed, but the open space outside would give me room to use my tricks, and I had backup waiting.
But,
oh no, oh no, oh no. The more high-tech something is, the more likely it is to fail. While I was talking, I pressed the button for the electronic web launcher again and again, but nothing happened. I was left hanging there, clutching a steel wire like a fool, completely exposed. In a flash, the vampire's incredible healing ability kicked in. Feeling insulted, William XVI gave a wicked grin and lunged at me, grabbing my neck and shaking me roughly. His cold, smooth body pressed against mine, making me both disgusted and amused. 0-2 love at first sight? Brother Wei, I truly believe that if you had a bamboo pole, you could lift the earth and charm the world, I said with a laugh, my hands too weak to push open the heavy door. She's over there. 4 women screamed at once. Sorry, but I'm from the East. Illusion tricks are my specialty. While they were distracted, I had already slipped to the door. The Brother Wei they were watching so fiercely, the one they thought they were attacking, was actually just a clothes rack. Unfortunately for him, the rack had plenty of sharp edges. Sorry, Brother Wei, but I think your pride might have taken some serious damage.
He didn't waste time.
With a beast-like roar that carried all his fury, he leapt into the air, his body twisting as if revealing his true form. His fangs and claws gleamed with a chilling blue light as he lunged toward me. But the wind only fueled the fire. Before every mission, I always plan my escape routes carefully and practice them countless times. So my movements weren't just reactions, they were pure instinct. Before Brother Wei and the 4 female vampires could act, I had already thrown several talismans. Flaming Bird Inferno. As I spoke, a wall of fire rose between me and William and his companion. The sudden heat made them scream in shock. I took the chance to run out the door. But instead of fleeing right away, I pulled a small sphere from the pouch tied to my waist and threw it far away. Then I pressed an invisibility charm onto myself and crouched quietly in a dark corner, holding my breath. Shrill cries came from within the flames. I already knew William XVI would sound the alarm, so I used a diversion to draw his people away. The small sphere rolled off, making clicking sounds like footsteps, luring the pursuers in the wrong direction. Once they left the area, I could calmly find the best escape route and slip away. William XVI was a vampire who had lived for over 1,000 years, the ruler of this region, basically a local lord, or to put it bluntly, a powerful gang leader. His strength and abilities were far beyond mine, a young Taoist woman from the East who had trained for only a decade or so. But I had one advantage, cunning. He underestimated me, and with my sudden attacks and strange tricks, I was confident I had a 90% chance of escaping. Otherwise, I would never have accepted this mission. Still, something felt strange. The fire burned longer than expected, and none of William's group came out. Maybe they had gone after me from another direction. Since that seemed likely, I moved my stiff body, switched my smart glasses to GPS auto-navigation, and followed the flashing red arrows. Carefully avoiding the patrolling vampires searching for intruders, I crept forward, heart pounding. The path grew wider, the pursuers fewer, the light ahead brighter. And then I saw him. I swear, this time I didn't freeze on purpose. My invisibility charm had fallen off at the worst possible moment. I cursed the supplier in English, though my vocabulary was limited, mostly calling him a fool and worse. I had told him to make the charm sticky on one side, but he didn't listen. Now, after a bit of movement, the charm had come loose. What a mess. I stood still, completely stunned because of him. Only because of him. Was it raining outside? His hair was damp, black with a bluish sheen, and his pale vampire face made his eyes shine like faint stars in the dark night. The collar of his leather jacket stood up in a messy way, his hands in his pockets. He looked relaxed, yet it felt like he had been waiting for me for a long time. His expression and his looks seemed strangely opposite, and the charm hidden in that contrast was hard to describe. His eyes were captivating, his lonely look was captivating, and even his broken smile was captivating. But somehow, he also made it clear that compared to his unique charm, appearance alone meant very little. His expression was proud yet fragile, like a beautiful, untamed young creature. My heart felt as if scratched by a cat's paw, burning suddenly, though I couldn't tell if it was from pain or from a strange heat born of cold. "Miss, you shouldn't take this path," he said softly, almost like a sigh. "I thought you wouldn't, so I waited here." "You don't want to hurt anyone?" I asked, pushing down the strange feeling in my chest and adjusting the channel on my black communicator. Red letters appeared before my eyes. Lewis, looks about 27, actual age between 150 and 200. Under William XVI's rule, ranked third among the 10 most irresistible vampires in the world. Goodness, even the 10th one would already be charming enough. But third? No wonder I felt dizzy. "My thoughts don't matter," he said quietly. "But you ran into me, and the cry of Lord William XVI means a command that cannot be disobeyed." He moved suddenly, slowly coming closer. I didn't move. Then I realized I didn't even want to run. Was he controlling my mind? Impossible. I had taken the cleansing charm water before coming here. Yet, when his hand pressed against my neck, I still didn't move. I was wrapped in a black suit, my neck covered, but even through the fabric I could feel my pulse under his fingers. My heartbeat seemed to draw his attention. He parted his lips slightly, exhaling softly, but his sharp teeth stayed hidden. "Why can't you choose?" I suddenly asked. He froze, the shadow in his eyes deepening. I explained you could choose to let me go. "I haven't harmed your kind. In my country, we say that revenge never ends. Why not stop the cycle?" "You came to steal something," he said slowly. "Anyone who tries to touch that treasure cannot live." Strange. Could one cry from William XVI really carry so much meaning? Does that handsome guy, Lewis, know some secret? Should I kidnap him and question him? I've handled vampires with 1,000 years of experience before, so one that's only 100 or so shouldn't be a problem. Also, how important is the treasure the president asked me to steal? He never told me anything about it. "You're distracted," he said, a curious light flashing in his eyes. "No one loses focus when facing death." "That's the problem with you vampires," I sighed. "You've lived too long and rely too much on experience. When you meet someone different, you immediately make mistakes. Who says you can't be distracted in the face of death?" "Maybe I'm just too scared to think straight." "You're not afraid of death," he said coldly. I laughed. "You hate me because you think I'll beg you to turn me into one of you? Am I crazy? Or do other women often ask you that?" "Don't worry, I'm terrified of dying, but I'm sure you can't kill me." He raised an eyebrow but said nothing, so I continued, keeping the conversation calm and polite. "My clothes are mixed with silver threads, so you can't hurt me. You don't have a knife or a gun, so your only option is to drink my blood. But I should warn you, my blood is poisonous to you." He raised his eyebrows again, smiling mockingly, and moved faster than lightning. "Don't grab my head." I warned, but it was too late. Speed didn't help him much. He cried out in pain and pulled his hand back. I had several cute cartoon hairpins in my hair. They looked harmless, but they were made of pure silver and had been blessed with holy water. I was fully armed and ready for trouble. Still, even when he was in pain, that handsome face of his looked charming.
"See?
I told you." Before I could finish, he suddenly pulled me close and bit my neck. It was the first time I had ever felt sharp fangs pierce my skin and sink into my flesh. My blood seemed to rush backward. The feeling was strange, painful yet oddly numbing, as if something in his bite dulled the pain. His lips were warm, his breath close, and soon everything became hazy. Maybe vampires release something that makes people lose focus when they bite. Whatever it was, the fear faded quickly, and I forgot to fight back.
Poisoned.
After a moment, his voice came from the hollow of my neck, cold in tone, yet strangely warm. Then he pushed me down, his body stiff and unmoving. I struggled, turned over, and pinned him beneath me. I warned you, my blood is poisonous. I straddled him, drew a silver dagger, and aimed it at his heart. I didn't get the treasure, but taking down a vampire of his level should still count as a success, right? I weighed the gain and loss, staring into his eyes. He looked indifferent to death, yet there was despair and confusion in his gaze. Because of that look, I hesitated. After living more than 20 years, I finally realized this kind of man is my weakness. I've decided not to kill you. I withdrew the dagger.
See?
I can make my own choices. If you ask why, think of it as an investment. If I'm ever in danger, you'll let me go. You're silent, so I'll take that as a yes. He couldn't move or speak, but that puzzled expression suited him so well it made my heart race. Oh no. Could I really be falling for a vampire during a mission? Before I could answer myself, I leaned down and gently touched his lips through the thin veil. The silver threads in the fabric burned him slightly. Just like the book said, his strong chest had no heartbeat, and his skin carried no warmth. Yet I was sure he was alive, just in a different way. A vampire is still a form of life. You vampires always think you're superior, so when humans trick you, you get furious. But you must understand, before humans ruled the world, there were many fierce creatures. Intelligence is what truly matters. Luckily, you didn't drink much of my blood. Rest for a couple of weeks, and you'll recover. Here, I'll move you somewhere the sunlight can't reach. Let me see your face, he murmured with effort. I turned and walked away.
Handsome, right?
Note, the first embrace is a term used among vampires. It refers to the strict ritual of creating a new member. Once a vampire turns someone, they become responsible for that person's actions. This process is a blood bond, eternal and unbreakable. 66 divider line. The new book is finally out, but it only has 6,000 or 7,000 words so far, so it will take another 2 or 3 days before it can enter the PK stage. After all, a PK entry needs 30,000 words. If you like this book, please save your small gifts for me. When you're ready to give rewards, please wait a few days and use them to vote in the PK instead. You'll spend the same amount of coins, but I'll receive the same reward and also gain PK points. It's a great deal. Thank you, everyone. Also, as usual, please give me recommendation votes and add the book to your favorites. 03 Hearing Ma Xiao, how many times have you failed your missions now? My mentor, Vic, asked helplessly. I don't know. Too many to count, so I just stopped keeping track. I shrugged carelessly, looking at Vic's handsome, almost androgynous face.
Poor guy.
Having a student like me must make it hard for him to hold his head up among the other mentors. This was only a D-level mission, he said, sounding defeated. Only D-level? Are you kidding me? I was up against a 1,000-year-old vampire king. That's at least B-level. I jumped up. I protest. The association is biased against exchange students from the East. Did you even read the mission briefing? His blue eyes were full of frustration. Please take things seriously. Before every mission, you only study escape routes and survival tricks, but never the mission itself. This time, even though you might have encountered someone as strong as William XVI, the task was just to steal a gem from him. If the plan had been precise, it wouldn't have caused such trouble.
Really?
Scenes from that night flashed before my eyes. The chaos, the close calls, and finally, Lewis's confused, hopeless gaze. My heart gave a small, uneasy flutter. I hope he's okay. After the mission failed, I slept for 2 whole days. When I got up today, I planned to make some nourishing soup for myself. I touched my neck, where a silk scarf cleverly covered 2 small marks left by my classmate, Lewis. I couldn't help wondering, are vampires somehow related to puppies? They both have such sharp teeth. Imagine if they had rows of teeth like sharks. Better not think about it. What kind of gem was it, anyway, that we had to go through all that trouble to steal? I asked casually. It can't be a financial issue. The association has plenty of generous sponsors. Vic drew a cross over his chest reverently. Lord, please forgive Ma Xiao's wicked thoughts. Then he turned his head and scolded me. Even if the association's finances are poor, that's no excuse for stealing. I shrugged. What's the big deal? It's not like we're robbing banks or ordinary people. We're vampire hunters. Taking what we need from our enemies is part of the fight. In China, we call that acting on behalf of justice. You really don't care about anything, do you? It makes me doubt your sex teachings, Vic said seriously. Seeing that he was about to start another long lecture, I quickly changed the topic. So, what kind of stone is it exactly? The mission file only had a photo of the gem. If it's that important, I'd at least try harder to get it. Be serious. Vic tapped my head. What do you mean try harder? You need to take the mission seriously. That gem is an energy stone. It increases vampires' sensitivity to blood and helps them do evil. It must be destroyed. I didn't really believe him. After all, an energy stone is just a kind of mineral, nothing special like how jade is said to be good for the skin. Even if that one was bigger, it didn't seem worth sending hunters after it. And if it really needed to be destroyed, we could just blow it up on the spot. Destruction was something I enjoyed, but I didn't ask more. Vic was only my mentor. He didn't have access to the real secrets. Even if he was part of the higher ranks, his gentle and peaceful nature probably made him an outsider, just like me. I'm Ma Xiao, 25 years old, from distant China, a disciple of the 25th generation of the Xiao sect. As times changed and communication became global, religious sects around the world began to connect with each other. So, as one of the representatives of the Eastern sects, I came to the Western world as an exchange student and joined the church's Vampire Hunters Association. Not as a full member, just a registered trainee. To become an official member or finish my exchange and return home, I had to complete 10 missions, at least 3 of which had to be B-level. But after 2 years, every mission I took ended in failure, even 2 of the lowest F-level ones. Ma Xiao, you can't keep wasting your time like this, Vic said earnestly. Don't you want to go home?
No.
There's no one waiting for me there. Then don't you want to earn some money? He tried to tempt me. You should know that completing a mission comes with a reward. The higher the mission level, the bigger the bonus. I heard that some skilled vampire hunters have already become millionaires. I don't really care much about material things. Besides, the association provides food, lodging, and everything else. I hardly need money except when I go out for a walk, and I still get a basic salary as pocket money. Being a low-level member is kind of lame, Vic said. It's better to stay low-key. Let others take the risks. The girl from the East who joined after you has already become a top vampire hunter, he said, trying to provoke me. I'm happy for her. Because of you, I can't get promoted as a mentor, Vic said helplessly.
I feel guilty about that.
I hope I can make it up to you someday. I patted his shoulder, offering a half-hearted comfort. Vic glared at me, his chest rising and falling, but he couldn't find the words to respond. Just as he gathered the courage to continue lecturing me, the phone rang. After answering, he looked at me in surprise. The president said you should get ready. There will be a hearing this afternoon about your mission failure. A hearing? I was shocked. Usually, when a mission fails, the worst that happens is a scolding from the president and some teasing from colleagues, though Vic usually takes the blame for me. There has never been an official hearing before. Why so serious this time? Could it be that the mission was far more important than I thought? Was that gemstone truly something of great value? If so, why send someone like me, a poor performer and an outsider, to handle it? They said. The bishop has also sent investigators.
What?
I scratched my head.
And?
I'm not allowed to go with you. It's a confidential meeting. Even though I usually act carefree, I started to feel nervous. It sounded more like a trial than a hearing. What on earth was going on? Confused, I forced myself to attend the hearing that afternoon. Inside, I saw 5 or 6 elderly men, some familiar, some not, sitting sternly behind a long table, their expressions serious, suspicious, and unfriendly. Sit down, said Father Tagore, the head of the Vampire Hunters Association and my direct superior. He pointed to a small chair in front of me. His tone was calm, almost kind. I bowed, sat down, and immediately admired the clever design of the chair. The moment I sat, I felt my confidence drop, as if I were already guilty of something. "Please repeat the details of your mission," said Dean Tagore. "Be thorough, and don't skip any steps." He seemed to be the main examiner, though the Inquisitor sat in the central seat. So I began my report, starting with the battle between William XVI and the four women. I had barely begun when the elders all started coughing at once. The Inquisitor's face turned red, and he glared at me. Strange. They were the ones who told me to describe every detail, yet now they look at me with such righteous disgust. Trying to shame me with their sense of morality?
Impossible.
My moral standards are quite flexible. Skip that part. Continue, Dean Tagore said, taking control again. I spread my hands. That's basically it. My job was mostly to observe from the side. The gemstone was also on the bed.
What?
They actually put the gemstone. The Inquisitor almost jumped up. I raised an eyebrow and gave him a knowing smile. Well, he clearly has some imagination, but it wasn't what he thought. The gemstone wasn't used for anything strange. It was just placed under the pillow. Otherwise, that would be far too odd. And the gemstone? He quickly changed the subject. I didn't get it, I answered honestly. My invisibility charm failed, and I was discovered. So I escaped. Why are they all looking at me like that? Do I really seem that untrustworthy? Why did you cut off communication? Vampires have very sharp senses. That night, I was standing right beside William XVI's bed. I was afraid the sound of the communicator would alert him. After escaping, why didn't you contact the support team immediately? I left through the back door. William XVI's castle is huge. By the time I circled around to the front, they were already gone. So, for about an hour, you were completely alone, with no one to confirm what you did? After being questioned one after another by the elders, I suddenly began to understand, and was completely shocked.
They
think I took the gem and hid it for myself.
Why?
Why would they suspect that? If I can't explain this clearly, I'll be in serious trouble. The Vampire Hunters Association has very strict rules. Even as an exchange student, I'm not exempt. If they decide I took something for personal gain, it will be seen as betrayal, and the punishment will be extremely harsh. The gem is missing? I asked after calming myself. The investigator hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Not only that, he continued, his voice carrying a hint of threat. William XVI and his 4 companions were killed that night. Now the entire vampire world is searching for the assassin, meaning you. I advise you to cooperate with the association, said an elderly official, pressing me. If you do, we might consider sending you back to China. Otherwise, without our protection, you'll become the enemy of all vampires, no matter where you go. It wasn't me. I protested desperately. With my strength, how could I possibly harm someone like William XVI, a 1,000-year-old vampire? Not to mention, he had 4 bodyguards with him. And I didn't take the gem either. It's used to enhance vampire powers. Why would I even want something like that? Vic, a certain well-known lady writer, agreed to make a cameo. No names mentioned, but you know who. Dean Tagore, played by Spring, comes to the river on the 9th floor. Since they didn't have an English name, I made one up. Also, please note, some guest characters might turn out to be villains, and some might meet unfortunate fates. If you don't mind, feel free to sign up. Please support with recommendations, bookmarks, and votes. Thank you. But at that time, you were the only one who entered William XVI's bedroom. He and his 4 companions were all killed by Eastern magic, another official said. Flaming bird fire? I asked in disbelief. Our Xiao sect is known for lightning techniques, but over time we've learned from other schools too, including fire magic. My own skills aren't very advanced. My fire talismans can only block attacks, not cause serious damage. They might burn a bedsheet or 2, but only if it's not pure cotton. To say I could burn people to death is just ridiculous. Yet the answer I received was a firm yes. That night after I left, Lord William XVI of this province and his 4 companions were found burned to ashes in their bedroom. Because of the vampires' special bodies, They turned into 5 piles of gray dust, completely mixed together. But aside from them, nothing else in the room caught fire, and there were no signs of struggle. It was clearly caused by magical flames. More importantly, according to the deputy lord, a precious orb kept by William the 16th disappeared in the fire. You must understand, someone said, that although people in the Western world know vampires exist, few have actually faced them. Our association, after centuries of bloody conflict with them, has reached a delicate balance. The vampires we hunt are those who harm humans, the so-called dark faction. As for those who live quietly and avoid trouble, the hidden faction, we leave them alone. Although William the 16th was cruel and indulgent, his rule had begun to lean toward the hidden faction. The province was slowly moving toward peace. But with his death, everything changed overnight. All our years of effort were wasted. You know how much power a lord holds over the vampires in his land. To them, William XVI's death looks like an insult and a challenge from our association. Many violent ones now have an excuse to attack ordinary people. The key issue is that missing gem. If you hand it over, the association will take care of the rest. The elders spoke all at once, their words sharp and heated, making my anger rise again and again. Still, I kept a calm and obedient face. When the investigator was about to give his closing remarks, I stood up, walked to the front, bowed deeply, and said sincerely, "I request the harshest punishment." "What?" Dean Tagore was the first to widen his eyes in surprise. "Since I've already been judged guilty, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for peace between humans and vampires," I said, pretending to be noble and selfless. "You haven't been found guilty," the investigator said coldly. "This is a hearing, a routine investigation." "Really? Then why does it feel like a trial?" I wiped away imaginary tears. Anyone can see that someone like me, who's never even completed a simple F-level mission, couldn't possibly have killed a 1,000-year-old vampire lord. Considering my life since I came here, where could I possibly hide the gem? It's exactly because you've never completed a single mission that no one knows your true strength. After all, a disciple of the powerful Eastern Order couldn't be that useless. And besides, a lot can happen in one missing hour.
Huh.
Did I overact? I widened my eyes and blinked once before speaking, trying to look innocent. So, since I can't explain myself, why not save time and just blame me directly? What are you saying? Do you think the association would wrong you? Of course not. Such a fair and honest organization would never accuse an innocent person, I said with clear dissatisfaction. I just don't understand. Why would anyone think I'd hide such an ordinary energy stone?
Who said it was ordinary?
An impatient old man almost let something slip, but stopped just in time. Too late. I was now certain that stone wasn't ordinary at all. They had chosen me for this mission as a risky move, relying on my invisibility and breath-concealing skills to get close to vampires. And because I was the one sent, no one would suspect anything. But even with such secrecy, something still went wrong. There must be a traitor inside the association. That much was obvious, yet instead of investigating that, these old men rushed to question me. It only showed how much they desired and valued the gem. They couldn't afford to think carefully and had to crush every possible threat immediately. What exactly was that gem? And who had the power to use my mission as cover to silently kill William the 16th and his 4 companions? Was the goal really just theft? "Do you have anything else to say in your defense?" the investigator asked, as stern as ever. I shook my head. "I have no proof to defend myself, so there's nothing more to say. Unless you'd like to hear the details again?" I blinked, this time not pretending to be innocent. The investigator understood. He coughed awkwardly, his expression uneasy. He probably hadn't expected that someone of his age and high position would be teased by a low-ranking vampire hunter from the East, and in a public hearing, no less. Then I added another sentence to show how cooperative I was. "Please punish me instead. Let me be the one to sacrifice for the happiness of many." I only asked to be allowed to write a letter to the Grand Leader of the Eastern Order, to explain that everything I did was voluntary, and that the association never forced or wronged me. I emphasized the last 6 words. I wouldn't lose my temper or argue loudly. That would be useless. It's better to make them uncomfortable while keeping a calm and righteous appearance, so no one can find fault with me. After all, anger ages people quickly. In our Eastern Taoist tradition, we may not be the best at everything, but we do know a lot about health and balance. If they want to bully a loan exchange student like me, fine, let them try. But if they offend the entire Eastern Order, that only proves their weakness. They need a scapegoat to take the blame, and in doing so, they insult the whole Eastern spiritual community. They should remember, I'm part of an organized group. Don't be unreasonable, said Dean Tagore, who was always good at smoothing things over. At the hearing, just answer the questions. The association will make the final decision. I'm only showing my loyalty, I said, holding back a laugh as my eyes filled with fake tears. You are a qualified vampire hunter. Your loyalty is beyond doubt, the dean said with a look of both sorrow and admiration. It was impressive. Combining those two expressions isn't easy. But cooperating with the investigation is also a member's duty. How should I cooperate? I tilted my head and asked. For now, stay at the association's base and don't go out, said the investigator, clearly meaning I was under soft confinement, though he made it sound polite. The vampires are searching for you everywhere. If you show yourself, it will be very dangerous. Really? I blinked innocently. That day, I did my best to protect my face, so my identity is still secret. Even if the vampires blame the association for their leader's death, they don't know who did it. And even if they guess I'm from the East, there are at least a dozen female hunters here with Eastern heritage. How could they be sure it's me, unless there's a traitor? We must be careful just in case, the dean advised. Then wouldn't it be safer if I went out and hid among the crowd? The world is so connected now, there are many Eastern women everywhere. Would the vampires really attack them all? A clear crystal is harder to find when it's placed in water, isn't it? Phew, a complete victory. That group of sly, worldly old folks was left speechless by my questions. In the end, they could only say that keeping me at the association base was just so they could find me easily for investigations, which was why my freedom was only partly restricted. I agreed, knowing well that it was time to step back gracefully. Pushing too hard wouldn't help. Timing is everything. Honestly, why would I even want to leave the base? There's food, drinks, fun, and a comfortable bed here. Those old men must be overthinking. Still, I'm really upset with the person who set me up. They caused me a lot of trouble. I'll have to prove my innocence myself, or things will be difficult later. I wandered back to my dorm, ignoring all the curious, gossipy, or mocking looks around me. I planned to lie down and think carefully about what had happened that day, to see if I'd missed any strange details. But as soon as my head touched the pillow, I actually fell asleep. I was finally woken up by the sound of my phone ringing. When I looked at the caller ID, it was an unknown number. There will be 2 updates today. The second one will be around 8 in the evening as promised. Because of the story's pacing, this morning's part is under 3,000 words, but the next one will make up for it. Also, I've pinned the detailed reviews that really discuss the story. Other long and thoughtful comments will slowly be added to the public version of the book. They're precious to me. Lastly, please keep recommending and saving the story. The 10th's PK round is coming. I'm counting on your support. Thank you. 05 Night Walk. After hesitating for a moment, I pressed the answer button. It turned out to be the police. Listening to the officer's formal tone, I sighed helplessly, got dressed, and went out. I wasn't in a good mood, but I still tried to be polite to my colleagues. For example, the beautiful woman living next door, Chi-Chi, she pretended to be reading in the hallway, but it was obvious she was ordered to keep an eye on me. So when I suddenly appeared in front of her, she got nervous, gripping the pen in her hand, which was actually a communicator, as she considered whether to report to the director right away. I didn't give her the chance. I raised my right hand and drew something in the air with my finger. What's that? She blinked her pretty eyes. So cute. Didn't see it clearly? Then I'll draw it again, I said with an innocent smile. Then she yawned and softly collapsed to the ground. I have a kind heart, so I was worried she might catch a cold. I used all my strength to drag her back into the house before leaving again. Poor girl. She knew I was a Taoist skilled in charms, yet she didn't guard against my sleep spell. On the way, I ran into several patrol watchers. I used the same trick and smoothly made it out of the base. I even reflected on how weak the association's defenses were. If a large group of vampires really attacked, the hunters would be in serious trouble. I decided to write a report about it later. After much effort, I finally reached the police station. I spoke with the officer in charge and was taken to the back, where I saw Xiao locked alone in a cell. He sat casually behind the bars, striking a confident pose, while a few girls in the nearby cells expressed their admiration for him with words and gestures. Somehow, my anger faded. I could sense the nervousness and unease hidden beneath his cool act, like a child who had done something wrong, just like when he was little. Second senior sister, I knocked over Master's 7 treasure tree. What should I do? He'll expel me for sure. Second senior sister, I overfed senior brother's spirit pet, and it didn't make it. Please help me. He'll be furious. Second senior sister, I shouldn't have peeked at third senior sister while she was bathing, but she called me a little kid first. Second senior sister, I think you're the kindest and most beautiful person in the world. Could you forgive me? I was the one who put the snake in your cabinet.
Second senior sister, don't be sad.
When I grow up, I'll marry you. Second senior sister, I'm going to find senior brother. Don't worry, I'll bring him back. I slowly walked toward him, as if crossing more than 10 years of time, watching that innocent, round-faced 5-year-old boy turn into the handsome young man before me. Time truly is the most merciful and the most cruel, the highest of all powers. Ma Xiao, you've really outdone yourself this time, I said in Chinese, taking on the tone of a strict elder. 7 charges in total. A new record. Illegal racing, underground fighting, dining without paying, robbing a supermarket, group fighting, drug possession.
And assault?
She agreed to it, he said carelessly. Say that again, I warned, my voice low and threatening. Xiao scratched his head. All right, before we went to bed, she took something and got a bit too excited. I crooked my finger, and Xiao, his hair dyed in all colors and his body covered with rings and studs, immediately shuffled to the iron bars like the most obedient child in the world. Senior sister, I was wrong. You were wrong. You were wrong. But you'll still do it again, won't you? My hand moved fast as lightning, twisting his ear with the skill I'd practiced since childhood. It's bad enough you sneaked down the mountain, but now you've learned all these bad habits. If the police hadn't called, I wouldn't have found you anywhere. Maybe I should just teach you a real lesson myself, so I won't have to hear one day that something terrible happened to you. It hurts. It hurts. Senior sister, I won't dare again. Xiao held his face, but didn't dare touch my hand until the officer came over to stop me. I stopped, fuming, but my eyes kept scolding him. Only in front of him would I show all my emotions. But why had this kid changed so much? He used to be mischievous but pure and innocent. Is the Western world really such a big melting pot? No matter how pure someone was, do they all come out mixed and confused?
Did you?
I didn't take drugs, he interrupted, curling his lip in disdain. With our training, how could we let something like that taint us? I quietly let out a breath of relief. Then, senior sister, you came to bail me out, right? He blinked his dark, gem-like eyes. With a bruise on his face from a fight, he looked pitiful, like an abandoned puppy. I wanted to pat his head like before, but I forced myself to step back and said sternly, no. You need to learn your lesson. Stay here tonight, and think about what you've done. I'll come get you tomorrow. Please don't. Xiao pulled a face, whining, and reached out to grab me. Acting cute won't work.
Y stayed firm.
Unless you promise to change your ways. I'll find a way to get you into the association, live with me, and train properly, no more fooling around. Senior sister, I turned 18 in February. I can live on my own, he said with a cheeky grin. Or maybe, you could marry me instead. I knew he wouldn't agree easily, and forcing him would only make things worse. I just don't understand why he fell so quickly into being a troublemaker. Now he seems to be doing all kinds of bad things. Even though they're small, it still gives me a headache. Then you should reflect on yourself, I said, turning to leave. Don't use magic to escape. Because you've hurt people before, they've put you in a single cell. Don't make things worse for yourself. Senior sister. I had only taken a few steps when he called out again, are you really not going to look for our senior brother? A sharp pain twisted in my heart, cutting deep. Strangely, it didn't hurt. Maybe it's been too long, too painful, that I've gone numb. People really can adjust to anything. Living on, no matter how hard, is still better than giving up. He's already made his choice, I said, walking away quickly. I was afraid that if my mind wasn't calm enough, I'd do something foolish. As I stepped into the night, I took a deep breath. The flashing neon lights, the bright city glow, the lively world, they all felt distant from me. Home is where the people you love are, but the ones I love are nowhere to be found. Only Xiao is still waiting behind those iron bars. And once I free him, he'll probably disappear again.
Ha, stop it.
Melancholy and poetic sadness belong to graceful people reciting verses in misty southern rain, not to someone like me. I'm just an ordinary person. Better focus on making money. This time, Xiao's trouble was serious, and the bail was high. Unfortunately, I'm completely broke. That's why I told him to stay one more night in jail. I needed time to gather the money. It wasn't really to punish him. Since coming to the Western world, he's changed for the worse. But for some reason, I just can't bring myself to hate him. Maybe he touches the softest part of my heart. Or maybe he's just a lost and stubborn child whose world has fallen apart and needs time to rebuild. Suddenly, Louis's eyes appeared in my mind. He's the same kind of lost soul. I never know how to deal with men like that, especially when their confusion hides a quiet despair that hurts to see. No, I can't get involved with him again. What if I fall in love with him? Standing in the night, I calmed myself for a long time, then finally gathered the courage to make a call. It's me, I said with difficulty. I need money.
Can you lend me some?
I remember saying I never wanted to see you again, or hear your voice. He said, knowing that you're still alive already makes me miserable. Why do you keep reminding me that you exist? It's about Xiao. I couldn't help it. I stammered, feeling short of breath. What's wrong with Xiao? He asked, still showing a bit of concern. I explained Xiao's situation. He angrily scolded me. You just keep indulging him. Back when we were with our teacher, whenever he made mistakes, you always protected him and covered for him. You may only be his senior, but that saying about overprotective parents ruining their children fits you perfectly. I'm only 7 years older than him, okay? I tried to ease the growing tension. So what? If this continues, he'll end up ruined because of you. I was speechless, completely speechless. How much? After a long silence, he finally spoke. I told him the amount and gave him my bank account number, then said almost pleadingly, starting tomorrow, I'll work hard, save some money, and make sure I won't bother you again. So you can earn more money to clean up Xiao's messes until one day he's beyond saving? That's not what I meant. He hung up abruptly. It seemed he really hated me, but that was fine as long as the money came through. I laughed carelessly into the air, earning strange looks from passers-by. I winked at them self-mockingly and went to check my bank account. To my relief, the money had already arrived. That meant I could get Xiao out of the police station first thing in the morning, then find a good lawyer to help him. At the very least, I had to try to get him a lighter punishment, like community service.
Still, I really needed to talk to that kid.
A precious gem covered in dust should at least be cleaned, right? As I walked and thought, a tall shadow suddenly appeared in front of me. My nerves, trained through years of practice, tightened instantly. I almost stopped walking or even turned to leave. A vampire. Less than 2 meters ahead of me stood a vampire. Luckily, I kept my composure. If I had turned and run, I would have exposed that I wasn't an ordinary person. I kept walking, hoping this one was a member of the secret order, the kind that didn't attack humans. Unfortunately, hope was one thing, reality another. As I passed by, the vampire suddenly grabbed my arm. I looked up in surprise, and then truly was surprised. Cast lists the beautiful vampire hunter who lives next door, Chi-Chi, played by Cece from the 10th floor, who only wants to dream. Note: there are many people signing up, so don't worry. Extra roles will appear later. Another note: please send more recommendation votes and add to your favorites. 06 Folk Performing Arts Award Lewis. No, not him. To be exact, I can't let him know who I am. Even if he recognizes me, I must pretend not to know him. So, I quickly changed my surprised look into one of nervous admiration. A man this handsome would make any woman a little flustered. Otherwise, he wouldn't deserve to be called one of the top 10 most irresistible vampires in the world. He seemed used to such looks. He moved closer, stared into my eyes, and whispered, "Don't make a sound." As he spoke, he gently brushed my forehead. Strange. Vampires don't have heartbeats, but do they breathe? Why did his breath feel so close to me? But my most important task now was to cooperate. So I stopped overthinking, let my body go limp gracefully, and allowed him to carry me into a darker corner. Just when I thought he was about to do something inappropriate and was wondering whether to resist, he suddenly threw me into a large truck. Oh my goodness, why are there so many women here? Inside the truck, more than a dozen East Asian women were sitting or lying around, all about my size. What's going on? My body stayed stiff, but my mind was racing, trying to figure out Lewis's purpose. Why did it feel like he was looking for the Eastern woman who once poisoned and teased him? And how did he recover so fast from my poison? Thinking of this, I suddenly felt warmth on the left side of my neck, where his bite marks still remained. I bit my nail nervously. What should I do? Running now would be suicide. He'd find out immediately that I was the troublemaker. Unlucky. But I had to find a way to escape, because Xiao was still waiting for me to rescue him. More importantly, I had to save myself first. While I was worrying, the truck started moving. Soon, it stopped at an old, isolated house deep in the woods, beside a small lake. Under the moonlight, the lake looked dark and still, a perfect place for something terrible to happen. The house was decorated in a luxurious and elegant way. When I was tossed onto the sofa like a fabric doll, I suddenly felt an uneasy sense of being unwanted. Could it be that this Lewis wasn't just a handsome man, but actually a dangerous person? Maybe he had been hurt by an Eastern woman who was his vampire lover, and now he was taking revenge by capturing several women who looked like her? My thoughts were spinning as I watched the handsome Lewis line up the women he had brought here. Well, beauty really is the best distraction. None of them seemed too frightened. No wonder he was ranked among the world's top 10. Luckily, I was the last one, which gave me a bit of time to think of a plan. You've never seen me before. Lewis pulled open a woman's collar slightly, saw that her neck was unmarked, and then used some kind of mind control spell to make her forget everything that had happened. Even if she had a strong will, she would think she had simply met a charming stranger by chance.
Poor thing.
I really hate people who mess with others' thoughts and memories. That's why I trained hard to resist such control, but no one knows I can do that.
Ha.
As Lewis moved closer, checking one woman after another, I quickly put on a dreamy, dazed look. Maybe I overdid it because he actually shivered a little, stopped what he was doing, and looked at me. I stared at him, pretending to be lost in emotion. He hesitated, quickly finished checking the last two women, and then came toward me, pulling at my scarf. Hey, careful. That's handmade silk embroidery. It's really expensive. Then his eyes fixed on the two small marks on my neck. It's you? His eyes flashed coldly. I tried to speak but stopped, showing that I was still under a speech restriction. You can talk now, he said, touching his forehead lightly. What kind of spell was that? Or should I say, magic? It didn't work on me, but it clearly did on the others. Still, this wasn't the time to think about that. I had to keep acting. Honestly, if the Oscars gave awards for everyday acting, I'd have won long ago.
Why did you abandon me?
I said in a trembling voice, trying to confuse him right away. He narrowed his eyes, clearly puzzled. I continued my act, sounding hurt. You said you would make me one of your kind, but after you bit me, you disappeared. Did I do something wrong? Or did you never really care about me? If that's the case, why don't you just kill me? It would be better than missing you every day. I hate you. I hate you. I began to cry. He wasn't foolish. Of course he wouldn't believe me so easily. But no matter how old a man is, he always finds it annoying when a woman cries and makes a scene. So as long as he showed a bit of impatience, I might have a chance to fight back. However, he just stood there quietly. You're not him. Why aren't you him? Not him. Not him. I shouted, my voice full of emotion. My body struggled, but I couldn't move at all. He leaned down, almost pressing me to the ground. My heart raced wildly. Honestly, I didn't know what he was going to do. I just kept talking nonsense, acting exactly like a madwoman. Until his cool lips touched the scar on my neck. I swear it wasn't on purpose, it was just instinct that made me gasp softly. A tingling feeling spread through my body, like a spark of electricity. If I hadn't had strong self-control, I might have jumped up and revealed that I could actually move freely. Come on, bite me. It'll hurt for a moment, but then you'll be the one in trouble. I prayed silently, hoping he would be foolish enough to test whether I was the dangerous one. But he was cunning. Instead of biting, he carefully breathed against the mark, his nose brushing it lightly, and sometimes he touched it gently with his tongue. I endured it with great effort, pretending to react emotionally while not pushing him away. What was our relationship now? Enemies. One of us had to lose. And with so many people watching, I wasn't about to have any thoughts that would make this scene inappropriate. Finally, he stopped and looked straight into my eyes. His eyes were green. A deep, vivid green. There's no trace of my mark, but no one else's either, he said. You're clever, hiding it well. But that's exactly what makes it suspicious. This wound is less than 3 days old. How could there be no trace left? Couldn't it have been a dog bite? I stared back at him without backing down. All right, he lowered his gaze, his eyes drifting to my lips and staying there. I have another way to prove it. Prove what? That you're the vampire hunter who once kissed me. My head spun for a moment. He was looking for the woman who kissed him, the hunter who poisoned him, or the enemy rumored to have killed the lord of this province. These 3 identities defined his 3 possible states, and the 3 different levels of danger I might face. Before I could figure it out, his lips were already on mine. He wasn't rough. That was my first impression. His movements were gentle, almost tempting. I realized he was tracing the shape of my lips, as if recalling the touch from that day, even though back then we were separated by a veil and silver. For a moment, I lost myself, as if I had returned to 3 years ago, to that nameless mountain in China, watching someone turn and walk away. The sky had been full of stars, and I had fallen into the deep blue of the night, afraid to wake up for a whole year. Because waking up would hurt, and I've always been afraid of pain. It's you, Lewis said with a hint of surprise. So, what if you remember? I smiled playfully. Are you going to kill me or fall in love with me? I don't know, he said suddenly, his eyes clouded with confusion again, making my heart beat faster. Then stop thinking, I said, and suddenly wrapped my arms around his neck, kissing him deeply. He froze for a second, then responded. When he drew closer, I bit my tongue. A vampire's thirst for blood is instinctive, irresistible. The moment he tasted it, he forgot that my blood was poisoned and drank eagerly. He realized too late what had happened. The blood wasn't enough to harm him, but it was enough to weaken him. Soon, our positions changed. Lewis sank onto the sofa, while I stepped back, keeping my distance. He could still move, but every motion was slow, almost dreamlike, no longer a real threat. This is the second time you've tricked me, he said, not angry, a faint, self-mocking smile on his lips. His mind was still clear enough to count, and I could tell his interest in me was only growing. If I wanna, I can trick you as many times as I like, I said, lifting my chin defiantly. Trick me? I'm 176 years old, he said with a short laugh. Age doesn't matter, I replied. What matters is intelligence. I insulted him and lightly kicked the woman next to me. Your way of finding me was clumsy, but it worked. But what are you going to do with these women? If you hadn't knocked me out, I was planning to send them all to the Yellow Tulip. He was talking about the biggest nightclub in this small city. Not far from its back door was a drive-in theater, hidden enough, and once the hostages woke up, they could easily find their way home. Lewis had some strange ideas, but he wasn't a bad person. "You'll recover soon," I said quietly.
Ouch.
Biting my tongue really hurt. I suddenly admired those who could end their lives that way. But before that happens, I'll be gone. I tilted my head at him. "Now, what should I do with you?" "Fine. I'll let you go again, but you must promise never to reveal anything about me."
Why?
He smiled carelessly. "Do you think I'd protect you?" "Because I'm the vampire hunter who once kissed you," I said slowly. "And besides, I didn't kill William the 16th. I barely had time to escape. I didn't take that so-called stone either. If your intelligence matches your age, you should have realized that. So what? You're still my prey. Looks like you're the prey now, don't you think?" I walked toward him but kept a single sofa between us. "Well, prey, do you agree to my request? Promise not to reveal who I really am, and I won't hurt you. Otherwise." I gave a sly smile. "Don't blame me for what happens next." He looked at me with confusion, a faint green shadow flickering in his eyes, strangely captivating. Then I said sharply, "If you refuse, I'll embarrass you publicly. I'll make sure everyone sees the mighty vampire no one can resist." He shrugged, pretending not to care. Right, I'd forgotten how shameless foreigners could be. Some even post their own videos online. My little threat probably meant nothing. He might even become famous for it. "Well then, if you agree to pretend you don't know me, and once I find the real killer of William the 16th to clear my name, I might tell you why my blood is poisonous." His eyes lit up, and I knew the offer had caught his interest. The secret of my poisonous blood. No one knew it except my master. Of course, I won't tell anyone about this. Even if my life depended on it, I'd keep it secret. But I didn't lie to him either, because I said I would consider telling him. When the result of that consideration turns out to be no, what can I do, right? Then it's settled. "I'm leaving now." I waved my hand and walked toward the door. "How do you know I'll keep my promise?" His voice stopped me. I spread my hands. "Life is like a gamble. Let's take a chance today. Aren't you afraid I might harm those women?" He raised an eyebrow. "TSK, handsome people really do have a special charm in everything they do. But is there anything more important than life itself? Especially my own. Not my problem." I opened the door and left. Behind me, I heard him grit his teeth and say, "As long as I live, you'll always be my target." What did he mean by that? Was that his way of promising to keep the secret? Either way, his kiss still lingered in my mind. I touched my lips and looked up at the sky thoughtfully. The stars were shining brightly. This chapter is almost 4,000 words long. Pretty good, right? Show some support. Everyone, votes and bookmarks, please. At least 2 more updates tomorrow. Thank you. 07. The senior brother appears? Early the next morning, I found a lawyer and got Xiao Ding released. As I expected, he disappeared right away, but at least he left his phone number for me and the lawyer, since there would still be a court hearing later. I comforted myself by thinking that this was some kind of progress. Then I set out from the city center. Around 11 o'clock, just before noon, I arrived at William XVI's castle. At that moment, the sunlight was at its strongest. The headquarters of the Vampire Hunters Association is in the Vatican, with branches all over the world. The western branches are larger and more powerful, since vampires tend to appear more often in that part of the world. The branch I'm affiliated with is quite small, located in a coastal city surrounded by mountains, called Thorntown. It has a long history, simple customs, and many old buildings. According to Chinese geomancy, this is a land where hidden talents thrive. Many Chinese people have settled here, making up about 13% of the population. Strangely, though, there are no thorn bushes around Thorntown. Instead, there are many swamp oaks. No one really knows how the town got its name. The economy of Thorntown was doing well, and the city center was quite lively, no less dazzling than the most glamorous places in the world. But the farther one went toward the outskirts, the more desolate it became. At the city's edge, There were only vast oak forests and farms. The oaks there stood over 20 meters tall, their shadows partly hiding Southern-style mansions and European castles. Driving from one to another could take more than 10 minutes. During the day, the scenery was pleasant and full of greenery, but at night, the place felt eerie and lonely. Without bright moonlight, the road was completely dark, surrounded by fields and trees. The association's base was set up in a large church in the city center, quietly hidden among the busy streets. The place where Lewis had kidnapped a group of women was in the suburbs, while William XVI's castle was even farther out on the city's edge. So I had to leave the city center more than 2 hours early. I knew how to move swiftly and use escape spells, but they consumed too much energy and magic. It was easier to just take a car, though not mine, since I had neither money nor a vehicle, and I didn't even know how to drive. Still, being a charming Asian girl made hitching a ride quite easy. At this hour, the vampires were all asleep. As long as I moved carefully, avoiding the ordinary humans under mind control and the fierce guard dogs, I should be fine. I had to take this risk because to prove my innocence, the first thing I needed to do was visit the scene myself. It seemed that I was the only one truly eager to clear my name. Others didn't care much. As an old Chinese saying goes, if it's your problem, you must handle it yourself. Everything went smoothly. I quietly reached the room where William XVI had been killed. Perhaps no one expected anyone to dare enter again, so the door wasn't locked. But as soon as I approached, I could feel a strong sense of death in the air. Sometimes, silence itself can be terrifying. Vampires were not lowly creatures. On the contrary, they were usually more intelligent and capable than humans. Since their lord had died, they must have examined the crime scene many times already, leaving no obvious clues. I came only with a small hope, to see if any tiny trace had been overlooked. I did this not because I had any special investigation skills, but because I had no clue about the trap set against me. After thinking it over, this was the only desperate move I could try. The room was spotless, perhaps even cleaner than when William XVI was alive. It had clearly been searched many times. Only a dark, scorched mark on the floor remained untouched, looking quite shocking. I stared at the black mark, feeling uneasy. This didn't look like someone who had struggled. It seemed as if he had been frozen in place and burned instantly. I suddenly felt a bit of pity for William XVI. He was only fond of pleasure, not truly evil, yet he died in such a cruel way. What kind of terror must he have felt in his final moments? But the most important question was, what kind of power could make a vampire lord of his level completely helpless? I had been hiding by the door at the time, and when I thought back, I realized I hadn't heard a single sound. The flames had burned for a long time. I even wondered if William XVI had left through a secret door to chase me. Could it be that while I was secretly watching his private entertainment and planning to steal the gem, someone else had already been hiding in the room, watching me the whole time? Yet this room had no secret doors or hidden passages, nor any place suitable for concealment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to sneak in from the skylight like a thief. Who could it be? Someone who escaped the senses of both me and William XVI. I could approach this ancient vampire only because of the invisibility and breath-concealing charms from the East. What did the real killer rely on?
Could it be
that person also came from the East? A chill ran through me. I lay down and examined the scorched mark closely, my heart tightening more and more. The urgent pursuit seal. Those black, curved symbols. Only someone deeply trained in Taoist talismans could recognize them. To others, they would look like natural burn marks. Even most disciples outside the Xiao sect wouldn't notice the difference. That meant the urgent pursuit seal was one of the Xiao sect's signature thunderfire techniques. As far as I knew, although the various Taoist sects in China had become more open and shared many techniques, the true core secrets of each sect were still not meant for outsiders. Our Xiao sect was destroyed during the Ming Dynasty, but its teachings have secretly survived until now. However, the sect has become small and weak. By the 25th generation, my master had only taken in 4 disciples. There is me, my third senior sister Ma Xiaobing, my fourth junior brother Ma Xiaoding, and our senior brother Ma Xiaojia, who's been missing for over 3 years. More than 3 years ago, our senior brother left. Soon after, the 15-year-old Xiaoding secretly left the mountain, claiming he was going to find him. He ended up crossing the ocean and coming here. 2 years ago, our master closed the sect for a long time. I was assigned by the Eastern Cult's General Council to be an exchange student, along with my senior sister Xiaobing and some other disciples from different sects. Xiaoding is lively and mischievous. He has always been careless in practicing magic, so his skills are not very refined. In front of the 1,000-year-old vampire king, he might not even have time to perform a spell before being defeated. Xiaobing is stronger than me, but she is a top vampire hunter registered with an association in another state, so she wouldn't do such things. So, there are only 2 possibilities. Either someone from another sect has secretly learned our skills, or our missing senior brother Ma Xiaojia has appeared. My heart felt like it was hit hard. I would rather believe the first possibility. In my confusion, I couldn't even remember how I left the castle or how I managed to walk back to the association base on my own. It was like that year's feelings, uncertain and heavy, hanging over me like a sword. Ma Xiaoi, why did you disobey the elder's orders and leave the base without permission? A voice questioned me as I was dazed. I looked up and saw myself standing at the dormitory door. The chairman of the association discipline committee, nicknamed Baron, was personally blocking my way. I never promised not to go out. I shrugged, pretending to be indifferent, and reached for the door. Baron stopped me. Now go to the meeting room. The elders have been waiting for you all day. Huh? When did I become so important? I smiled. Are you saying I have no right to refuse? Exactly, Baron nodded. Does that mean I have to go? I'm starving, I said helplessly. So I followed him. Wow. So impressive. Chairman of the discipline committee personally leading the way, attracting curious glances all around. Upon entering the meeting room, I realized it was a large gathering, twice the size of the last hearing. With the elders and Director Tagore present, there were 11 people in total. The vampire side lost a regional lord, and all the elders from my entire region gathered in the small town of Thistle. Plus, the investigation by the bishop from the last hearing shows that many important figures are involved this time. Here is Ma Xiaoyi, the exchange student appointed by the Eastern sect, the Baron introduced. He hasn't completed a single task in 2 years. Really, the second part was unnecessary, no need to mention it explicitly. All eyes, about a dozen people, focused on me with a commanding and strong presence. Their intimidating gaze made the petty criminals nervous, sweat coldly, and eventually submit to the power of morality and justice. I politely bowed to everyone and then sat steadily in my chair, remaining silent. Silence is golden. Everyone was dressed in fine clothes, and I felt at ease. Why would I lower my value by speaking? It's better to see who can hold out and who's tense. The meeting room was large but so quiet that only breathing could be heard. The tension grew like a rolling snowball. After about 2 minutes, Director Tagore cleared his throat, and the atmosphere finally eased. That's right, practical people are wise. A group of elders trying to intimidate me was simply losing their dignity and nobility. Ma Xiaoyi, explain your actions today, said a female elder. She was Sister Fisher, the director of the local monastery, known for her strictness and sharp mind. Would you like to hear my entire schedule? I asked politely and obediently. I was just wandering around casually. You probably wouldn't be interested. Sister Fisher snorted. Casually wandering? How did you end up at the police station and then at William XVI's castle? Oh, so someone was following me. I really was careless. They probably found out about shouting too. They really treat me like a thief. Do they not trust me? Are their suspicions about me that intense? The association needs to check my room, right? If I go out for a day, it's more convenient for everyone, I said with a smile. Just now, when I touched the door handle, I sensed something was wrong. At this point, I couldn't explain my situation directly. Instead, I decided to turn the tables and fight fire with fire. Cass lists the chairman of the discipline committee is played by the student on the sofa on the first floor. However, his English name sounds like a Chinese pinyin, so I changed it based on his name in the group chat. Sorry for the inconvenience. Note: there will definitely be a second update today, before midnight. 08 phone call after 3 hours, I finally left the meeting room. I was smiling on the outside, but inside I was exhausted. Usually I wouldn't act like this. When trouble comes, there's always someone bigger to handle it. I like to relax when I can, but today my defenses broke. I couldn't stay completely unaffected. Senior brother, is it you? I kept asking myself this question, so I wasn't paying full attention when the elders asked me questions. But these public interrogations don't usually reveal much. They're mostly formal and serious looking, but the association isn't united. Everyone has their own plans, and they keep each other in check. It's better to handle problems privately than to cause trouble openly. This meeting also warned me, I can't keep living like this, just waiting and doing nothing. I know there are factions within the association, like vampires have secret groups, but I never cared before. Now, I realize I need to study the situation to protect myself. Otherwise, I might get caught up in some conspiracy. Or worse, be sent back home. But I can't go back. This meeting was led by Mother Fisher. She kept asking why I infiltrated William XVI's castle. I told her I was there to clear my name and find clues. Then she kept asking what useful information I found. I hesitated for a split second and didn't reveal my suspicion about senior brother Ma Xiaojia. I will never hurt him. Even if he leaves quietly, even if he commits terrible deeds, even if he's a demon, I don't care. I absolutely, definitely don't want to hurt him. Mother Fisher is a powerful figure. My hesitation was so brief I didn't even notice, but she saw through me and kept asking. Luckily, I was strong-willed and clever enough to keep my cover for 2 hours without a flaw. In the end, I was searched, because someone suspected I stole the jewel on the day William XVI died and hid it nearby. Today, I went to retrieve the dirt. I looked down on the skeptic's intelligence and admired his imagination, then added, should I get an X-ray? Maybe I have a stone inside. Stop being so rude. Stop being so rude. For this silly remark, I was taken to the well-equipped medical room inside the association for a long checkup. This place was originally meant for hunters injured fighting vampires. At this point, even with my thick skin and indifference, I felt angry and humiliated. But I held back, knowing that in this place full of cold stares, only Vic and Chi-Chi might show some sympathy. Who else would believe my innocence? There's no point in doing things that don't matter, it's just tiring. However, there was one thing I hesitated over, but finally did. I called Xiao, the one I called last night. I knew very well that, even in my dorm, I was being watched. Most likely, there were listening devices in my room. But I have a deep knowledge of Chinese magic, including a simple thing called a shielding barrier, so I confidently snuggled under my blanket, protected by the barrier, and did whatever I wanted. The phone rang for a long time, but she hung up, showing how much she disliked my contact. But today, I was determined to talk to her, so I kept calling until she angrily shouted at me. How shameless are you? Xiaobing asked loudly from the other end. I already said I don't want to know you exist in this world. No matter if you want to know or not. I'm still alive, I said more firmly this time. Xiaobing seemed stunned for a moment, then asked stiffly, how much do you want this time? As if I was her poor relative begging for money every few days. Actually, in the past 2 years, I only called her 3 times. The first was when she was injured during her first A-level mission. I was worried and asked about her condition. The second was yesterday, about Xiao Yi's bail money. The third was today. Haha, I am so great. I haven't once called for myself. I don't want money, I said almost humbly. Who made me wrong her before? Who made me a bad woman? See, this is the fate of a bad person. Even speaking is less confident. Honestly, maybe it's merciful that heaven didn't strike me down with lightning. Apart from material things, I have no other connection with you. Little Bing coldly said, actually, I thought you were already dead. I'm talking to you now only because of Little Ding's face. Thank you for thinking of Little Ding. Little Ding is also my junior. although he and
We're also deceived by you.
Humph, how did you get my phone number? Looks like I need to change it. You don't have to. I promise this will be the last time I bother you. I didn't tell Little Bing that I found the number through the Vampire Hunter Guild, because each hunter has to register one for internal communication. That number isn't public, so I can't change it often. As for how I looked up the number, I won't say. It's too mean. Better set up a blocking barrier. What I need to say is very important. I warned her. Although I rarely contact her, I can't be sure the elders aren't listening in. There was a pause, then Little Bing's impatient voice came through. All right, just say what you need. Don't you know I feel uncomfortable talking to you? Do you know where the senior brother is? I asked through clenched teeth. Little Bing was silent. Suddenly, she stopped speaking, even her angry huffing ceased. Clearly, this question shocked her too. We both fell silent, as if a dark curtain blocked the past from the present, making it hard to breathe. My heart hurts so much. I didn't feel it before because the pain was so intense, like cold turning into heat. Actually, the wound in my heart has always been there, never healed. After a long while, she finally broke the silence, her voice slow and filled with deep hatred, sounding very eerie. He's gone now. Why don't you let him go? You're probably aware of the vampire lord in our state being killed, I said through gritted teeth, trembling with cold but still determined to finish. Little Bing must know about it, and she would also know that I was the one who carried out that mission. She's doing 100 times better than me now. She's the top vampire hunter in the neighboring state, and I heard she can even sit in on elder meetings, which means she has access to core secrets. Sure enough, she laughed and said, "You're quite capable, killing even the 1,000-year-old vampire king. I bet if the master comes out of seclusion, he'll be proud of you. Today, I went to investigate the scene and found traces of urgent pursuit marks. I ignored her sarcastic remarks and decided to be direct since I had already spoken." What? Xiao Bing exclaimed in surprise. It wasn't her doing.
It wasn't me.
Xiao Ding didn't have that strength. After ruling out the small chance that others had learned from him secretly, the answer was clear. Due to the plot, this chapter is only over 2,000 words. Tomorrow's chapter will be longer. Thank you all. 09 Vampire Attack. Are you saying that senior brother killed William the 16th? Xiao Bing finally asked after calming down for a while. Because that person, senior brother, Ma Xiaojia, is someone who cannot be touched by me or her, a past that cannot be revealed. I didn't say anything, I said vaguely. I just saw some things, and by the way, I want to ask you, have you seen senior brother in the past 2 years? No, she finally calmed down. If I had, I wouldn't tell you. I used to think he wasn't here at all, otherwise Xiao wouldn't have searched for so long without any news. Or maybe you saw him wrong. Absolutely not. I was very sure. She seemed to want to say more, but I hung up the phone. Strange, Xiao Bing didn't mention the gemstone. Could it be that the news is an A-level secret, only known to the upper levels? Oh no, after asking Xiao Bing. My mind was still a mess. I might as well sleep. Instead of sitting here worrying, I should lie down immediately. Oh no, what's wrong with my eyes? I even got the pillow wet. Alright, I'll turn over and continue sleeping. I need to save my energy, or how can I face the storm coming in the next few days? I curled up under the blanket and took deep breaths. This felt good. My chest didn't hurt anymore. As I expected, the next few days were extremely busy. I wasn't questioned publicly, but had to deal with several groups of people visiting privately. First was Grandma Fisher. She didn't show up directly, but sent people to watch me day and night, thinking I didn't know. Haha, praise my Chinese culture. Disappearing acts like this still trouble the Western world. Then I used counter-surveillance techniques and rummaged through her room. To my surprise, I found detailed information about me, even my daily movements and habits. It looked like she had been watching me for a long time, not just recently starting.
Why?
Why is she interested in me, a useless and merely registered vampire hunter? It seems she wants to investigate me thoroughly. Next is Father Gray, the vice president of the Elder Council. He is very gentle, like me, and looks harmless. Since Bishop Lord personally appointed President House, who is strict and serious, Gray appears warm and friendly, like sunshine. This attracts several elders, middle-level officials within the association, and high-ranking vampire hunters who are close to him. He shows kindness to me, firmly believes I am innocent and framed, and never mentions the gemstone issue. His attitude is especially valuable given my current troubles. But I am suspicious and distrustful, so I don't believe him completely, though I pretend to be grateful. Finally, there is Director Tagore's attitude. He is a direct descendant of the Elder Council leader. His attitude is similar to President House's. They are mysterious, sometimes warm like friends, sometimes cold like enemies. They probe and test me, which makes me most uneasy. So, 2 or 3 days pass peacefully. One night, as I plan how to sneak out to investigate something I'm interested in, and I believe Lewis hasn't leaked my secret, I hear an unusual sound outside the door. It's a siren, sounding like a train whistle at first. I immediately jump out of bed, grab my bag, and rush out of the room, hiding in my usual best hiding spot. Because the siren means vampires are attacking in large numbers. In the beautifully trimmed garden, under the bright moonlight, it should be a perfect place for lovers to meet. But now, it's filled with people, and both sides are facing off, tense and ready to fight. The vampires have glowing red eyes, and the hunters' swords and bows shine with silver. Even the water-dark night seems to carry a deadly aura, and the breeze feels sharp enough to cut. No one moves. What do you all mean? Our association and the secret society have already reached an understanding. Are you trying to break the peace agreement? Director Tagore's voice comes from behind, calm and steady, even when questioning, preventing the situation from exploding instantly. Well, if they can talk, they can sit down. And sitting means no fighting. Seems like it's you who started the war. A pleasant voice echoes from the darkness on the other side. Who is speaking? Director Tagore stepped forward, dressed in a monk's robe, with a hemp rope around his waist and a small pistol at his side. He looked odd, even a bit funny, but no one dared to underestimate him. Mr. P, the person also stepped out, standing in the moonlight. My eyes sparkled. Handsome. Extremely handsome. It was Mr. P. Truly, seeing him is better than just hearing about him. His real name has long been forgotten. Only this code name remains, but he is very famous. He ranks second among the most irresistible vampires in the world, so his reputation is loud. He is tall and slim, with clear, handsome features. He wears a well-made white long coat, with black hair flowing down to his knees, casually draped behind his head. The night wind and his aura make his hair dance gently, like a character from a comic. What is this? This is the legendary charm. Lewis's charisma shows that looks are not everything, and Mr. P is the same. No wonder he ranks so high. When he appeared, I even heard elegant music like flowing mountain streams. Compared to him, Director Tagore looks quite creepy. Sigh, why are villains always so good-looking? If I had known, I would have become a vampire exchange student. So, it's the famous Mr. P. I wonder what important matter brings you here, since the vice leader personally sent you, Director Tagore said calmly, relaxed and confident. Good. I don't mind that my appearance here is so different from his. It's also a sign of confidence. I didn't want to come either, and I definitely didn't want conflict, Mr. P sighed, with a handsome frown. But our leader was killed by a hunter named Xiao from your side. This act insulted the dignity of all vampires in this region, and we cannot ignore it. His words caused shock throughout the hall. Of course, I was the most surprised. The association's hunters are not supposed to be publicly identified when carrying out missions. Recently, I've been under a lot of scrutiny, and many colleagues think I was investigated because I did something wrong. William XVI's death was a big deal, but only high-level officials and some top hunters knew I had accidentally killed him. But now, why is the vampire side explicitly saying I committed this terrible crime? It's even linked to our collective dignity. Could it be that Lewis still betrayed me? That scoundrel. I will get my revenge. People who break their promises are the most shameful. No matter how handsome he is, it can't make up for his moral flaws. Isn't that right, men? I was angry, and felt unfair, while others were very surprised. Yes, who would have thought that the leader of the useless faction could kill a 1,000-year-old vampire king? Regarding the death of Lord William XVI, I am very sorry. But do you have proof of what you're saying? Dean Tagore remained calm. Impressive. Lying without changing his face and appearing innocent and dignified, it's clear that not everyone who becomes a dean is an ordinary person. Mr. P is a vampire who has lived for over 500 years. Although he looks only 21 or 22 younger than me, he is not someone to be easily fooled. So he was not anxious but instead deflected lightly, saying, "Hand over Ma Xiao, and we will ask her. Then everything will be clear." His face showed a faint smile, seeming polite but strangely revealing a cruel, bloody feeling. The message was clear. Hand over Ma Xiao, or we will wipe out the Hunter Association. In terms of numbers, both sides are fairly matched. But they are supernatural beings, and hunters usually fight with the advantage of numbers. It's similar to ancient hunters hunting large beasts. Our side needs 5 times their number to have a chance of winning. Currently, the association is at a clear disadvantage, and with insufficient preparation, a sense of fear is spreading in the air. It's my fault. I should have reported to the elders earlier, explaining that the base's defenses were almost non-existent. If I had paid more attention, the vampires wouldn't have been able to break in so easily and catch us off guard. But I won't run out to sacrifice myself. Since I am an exchange student from the East and registered with the association, they have a duty to protect me, right? Besides, I suspect Dean Tagore will try to delay by making excuses. Sure enough, Dean Tagore said angrily, "Mr. P, please don't spread false accusations. Our association has never carried out any missions against Lord William XVI. How could we send vampire hunters? Your information might not be accurate. As the dean, I cannot just hand someone over to you. Is the association also responsible for Miss Ma Xiao's personal actions?" Mr. P shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look, which was quite adorable. His words, however, were sharper than mine. You can't guarantee she hasn't done anything secretly, right? For the peace of both sides, I think we should call this young lady out and cooperate with our investigation. Darn you, old man from your family. Mr. P is so mean, clearly giving the way out to Director Tagore, making him take the easy path, sacrificing me for the happiness of countless families. On one side, my life as someone unwanted. On the other, the safety of many hunters in the association. I knew very well how Director Tagore would choose. But I couldn't just wait passively, even though I might be hunted by both sides later. One seeking revenge, the other trying to silence me. I had to come up with a quick plan immediately. Sorry for the late update last night, half an hour later than usual. I especially apologized to a friend who waited until 12:30. To show my sincerity, I added a small chapter before 5 p.m. today. Thank you. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Director Tagore was pondering, but I knew he was just pretending to be deep in thought. If he agreed too quickly, it would seem suspicious. To make it look sincere and painful, he had to show a sense of difficulty, sacrifice, and a grand feeling of giving up for the greater good. That way, it would be easier to explain if the Eastern religious groups questioned him later. If it were my master, he would rather see the sect destroyed than let his disciple bear the burden, even if I caused trouble on my own. Family is family. Only family would never abandon you. But the Vampire Hunter Association was different. I was just an outsider, and their own interests always came first. So even if my task was assigned, they wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice me without a second thought, even if it was shameful. So the outcome was certain. Only the variables depended on me. And I didn't need to be too polite about what I wanted to do. I looked around and saw the chairman of the discipline committee, Baron, standing not far from me. He noticed me and seemed ready to expose my hiding spot. It's you. I'll make you regret provoking me, making me unwanted.
Shadow clone technique.
I smiled at him, and while he was confused, I struck secretly. He had no idea. That's right. I stepped out of my hiding place. Director, you don't need to feel awkward. I appeared as a heroine. Just pretend. Everyone is pretending. Let's see who can pretend better. Ma Xiao. Dean Tagore's sad expression looks like I am his only daughter, or maybe a long-lost one he just reunited with yesterday. I wave my hand, full of justice and righteousness, putting away my usual careless attitude. You don't need to say more. We Chinese have an old saying, one person does the work, one person takes responsibility. I will never drag the association or my colleagues into this. But I must clarify, I did not kill the local lord. Whether you believe it or not, that's the truth. Wow, I didn't expect such a cute girl, Mr. P interrupts, being quite cheeky. He's 500 years old, yet he still says such inappropriate things in a formal setting. Are all vampires like this? When Lewis caught me, he was only looking for the hunter who kissed him, not trying to hurt his enemies. Stop. Why am I thinking about him now? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be acting like this today. Will you let me go because I'm cute? I raise an eyebrow. I know vampires are immortal, but there's no need to waste time on such boring talk. That's true. Mr. P scratches his head, looking a bit shy. If I weren't trying to escape, I'd want to pinch his face. Come with me, he says gracefully, extending his hand with a friendly smile. It looks like he's inviting someone to dance at a noble ball, but really, he's just leading a little lamb to the slaughterhouse, or an old man taking a little girl to see the fish. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. I need to be careful in the future. For now, I'll excuse myself. I burst out laughing loudly, never having been so bold before. Although I'm being forced by evil forces, do you think I'll give in easily? You can kill me, but you can't humiliate my dignity. Today's events have nothing to do with others. If you're brave enough, come at me alone. The ones afraid of death are not Chinese. I ramble, looking for the best way to escape. Oh, my mouth is too wide when I laugh and my cheeks hurt. Plus, all that thunderous talk makes my skin crawl. Mr. P waves his finger, and several young vampires sneer as they approach. Some righteous hunters show angry expressions, ready to fight desperately. Dean Tagore trembles all over, seeming to struggle internally, but trying to prioritize the bigger picture. The Baron looks gleeful, eager to eliminate this Eastern virus and feel satisfied. The things that are truly destructive and unforgivable, I will use this chaos as a lesson for you now. Goodbye, everyone. I suddenly jumped up and ran toward Director Tagore's direction. The vampires immediately swarmed around me, attacking fiercely without mercy. They showed no pity at all. Next time someone claims European men respect women, I will punch them. Screams and cries of pain rang out, then turned into mournful wails. As I ran, I scolded myself. Ma Xiao, you are too cruel. Do you treat your colleagues like this? Even if he often bullies you, God said to repay evil with kindness. If someone hits you on the left cheek, you should turn the other cheek. What did you do? You used illusion magic to make others mistake you for the Baron. You enjoyed it and ran away. But what if the Baron who took your place was badly beaten? TSK, I can't bear to watch. It's deserved that God punishes you. It's funny. Next time, I hope you meet the best man in the world, who won't let you do anything, feeds you well, and loves you so much he's willing to die for you. I held back my laughter, feeling a stomach ache, when I heard that unlucky person behind me scream painfully, "It's not me. It's not me. I'm not Ma Xiao." Oh, judging by that pronunciation, half of his teeth might have been knocked out, and his head probably turned into a bloody mess.
Poor guy.
Where is he? Quickly, chase him. Follow the scent. Mr. P's voice was a bit unsteady, and his handsome face probably turned pale too. Unfortunately, I had a sealing charm. Not to mention vampires. Even a super hound wouldn't be able to catch me. But wait, where did all these vampires come from? Why are they surrounding me? I suddenly stopped, then strongly scolded myself. I underestimated Mr. P. He brought some people into the association and even left interceptors outside. Such a cautious person, usually very careful in his actions. Hey, handsome and beautiful people, why are you so aggressive? Killing me would offend not just the Vampire Hunter Association, but the entire Eastern sect, I loudly boasted, trying to suppress my fear while thinking quickly. My mind was racing so fast it almost smoked. Only then did I realize I couldn't escape or use any tricks. There was only, "She smells so sweet," a red-haired female ghost said, tilting her head and inhaling deeply, looking enchanted. "One breath each. She probably won't die from just that," a yellow-haired male ghost echoed in agreement. I showed a look of fear, which helps to excite them and increase their desire to kill, making them more eager to drink my blood. Honestly, I wasn't pretending this time. I was truly afraid of pain. But time was running out. Mr. P might come after me soon, and I couldn't run away. The only way was to let them bite me so I could escape. I took a step back and fell to the ground, looking up at the endless night sky, watching countless shining fangs grow larger before my eyes. For some reason, suddenly images flooded my mind. On the mountain, Little Ding was the most mischievous, and I was the second. Once, I was punished by my master with a willow switch for making a mistake. My senior brother used a magic illusion to take the punishment for me. I asked him why. He rarely spoke, but he said, "I'm afraid you'll get hurt." He was afraid I'd get hurt. Now, who will protect me? Even my magic isn't perfect, or I wouldn't have been discovered so quickly, and I couldn't run far. Senior brother, without you, I finally understand what pain really is. But I wasn't hurt. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight appeared in the dark night above my head. Today's 2 updates are finished. Because I can participate in a PK match later today, I ask for everyone's support with votes and PK tickets. Of course, recommendation votes are also very important. So, tomorrow I will post 2 updates again. One at 10 a.m. with 2,000 words, and another at 8 p.m. with 3,000 words. Thank you. All trouble caused by a strong kiss. In the screams, the vampires who had planned to share my blood just a moment ago disappeared like broken shadows in the night. I knew they were all injured because the light was so intense, and I smelled something burnt. Vampires aren't afraid of fire or moonlight, but sunlight is their deadly enemy. If they didn't have this weakness, with their strong powers and immortality, they would dominate the world. Humans would become their slaves and food. That's why Chinese philosophy is advanced, believing that all things have their natural enemies. Only then can creation be fair. Daytime belongs to humans and nighttime to vampires or ghosts. Both sides fear each other, maintaining a balance, and only then can they coexist peacefully. The so-called art of balance. Who is better at playing with the heavens? But now, it is late at night. Where does the sunlight come from? Ordinary light charms can only illuminate, but only the 33 Heavens Great Golden Crow charm can produce a strong ultraviolet effect. Such charms cannot be driven without powerful Taoist magic. My senior brother, Ma Xiaojia, showed extraordinary talent when he was young. He was praised for a long time by Liu Sandao, the president of the Eastern Sex Council, who called him a once-in-a-century genius and almost recruited him into a sect. "Senior brother, is that you? Senior brother, is that you?" I shouted loudly, but only in my mind. I don't know what might be lurking in the darkness. I can't reveal his whereabouts, nor can I drag him into this. But senior brother, is it really you? Where are you? The charm emitted a bright glow, like a cloud covering my head. As I frantically darted around, trying to find someone I wasn't sure had ever appeared, my deep longing overwhelmed me. The calm and peace I had maintained for 2 years suddenly shattered. He must have come to save me because he was worried I would get hurt, right? So, I didn't think about escaping. I stubbornly searched among the shadows nearby. "Run quickly." A deep voice suddenly entered my mind, cold and icy, yet strangely gentle in my heart. My eyes filled with tears. "Senior brother, don't you even want to see me?" With a loud pop, the charm burst into the strongest sparks before fading out. Not far away, the wind howled fiercely, as if Mr. P and his people were chasing after me. I was stubborn. I refused to leave. Suddenly, a black shadow darted out of the darkness. Its speed was so fast that before I could blink, it had already carried me onto its sturdy shoulder and quickly ran away, blending into the night. "Let me go." I struggled, but it was useless. I knew he wasn't my senior brother. His speed, strength, and manner clearly belonged to a vampire. Among the vampires I knew, only Lewis liked to carry me around. Let go. I need to find someone. I tried to leave again when he set me on the car seat. He held my shoulder with one hand, his confused eyes showing a stubborn streak. If you move again, I'll tie you to the seat. I don't need your help. This is kidnapping, not help. In a blink, Lewis was already in the driver's seat, locking the car doors. Look, if it weren't for clever tricks and magic, how could ordinary humans fight against them? The person you're looking for has already left, he said as he started the car. I tried to hide my true feelings and asked, "Did you see him?" Just a shadow. He looked at me with deep green eyes filled with strange emotions. Who is he? Nobody special, just an old acquaintance. I shrugged, suppressing deep disappointment and loneliness. I shifted back to my tough girl attitude. Drive carefully, he didn't speak, and the silence in the car was almost unbearable. So, I teased him. Aren't vampires supposed to be fast? Can powerful masters even teleport? You're so weak, using human inventions like cars. Teleporting quickly takes a lot of energy, he replied briefly. As a vampire hunter, you should understand that. See? Another lazy vampire who doesn't want to exert effort. No wonder the world's energy is strained. You have skills, yet you dare to kidnap a hunter. I continued to provoke. Now, you are my prey. Do you think I can't fight you? Please, your skills are less than 200 years old. Don't be so full of yourself. I may not be very strong, but I can hold my own against you. If you're not afraid of calling Mr. P, go ahead and make your move. I pouted, speechless. Let you win this round for now. In silence, we arrived again at that lakeside cabin. Is this where you live? As the person who was kidnapped, I showed no sign of being a hostage and wandered into the house on my own. Do you like it? I really despise low-level vampires like you. Big hidden in the court, medium hidden in the city, small hidden in the wild. You being a small hidden can only live in such a remote place. Shopping must be inconvenient. By the way, what is your position? He shook his head sadly. I was surprised. He ranked third among the top 10 in the world. Although that ranking was based only on appearance and aura, not status, he wasn't even a servant. Isn't that strange? The vampire world really shares many similarities with the world of small dogs, sharp teeth and strict, unchangeable hierarchy inside. In the past, elders were usually chosen from the heads of ancient families. After thousands of years of feudal rule, family power has mostly collapsed. Vampires no longer live and gather based on their families, but choose their own homes freely. Because of blood banks, hunting is very different from ancient times. So, elders are now elected by local lords, making the system quite political. Lords and vice-lords are naturally the second highest class. They generally hold the title of prince. Next are knights, who are the noble vampires. Then come servants, recognized as high-ranking vampires by the prince. If someone isn't a servant, they are just ordinary vampires. To the proud high-ranking vampires, ordinary vampires and humans are pretty much the same. Don't worry, I won't look down on you, I said, patting his shoulder. Because I am also a low-level hunter, not even registered, just on a list.
So?
He raised an eyebrow. I liked seeing him raise his eyebrows because it made his deep, water-like eyes seem even more mysterious, as if they could draw you in. So, I am not the one who killed William the 16th, I said seriously. Of course, I didn't get that gem either. He looked at me and suddenly smiled, then gently touched my face. I wasn't prepared, and he was so quick that I just blinked stupidly without resisting. I know it wasn't you, he said with a deadly smile.
His palm was cool but soft.
Then why did you catch me? I jumped back from his grip, trying to calm my racing heart. I told you. I'm looking for the female hunter who will kiss me, he shrugged. Right now, I've kidnapped a woman I'm interested in. Otherwise, why would I take you away from Mr. P? Maybe you want to take the credit? I guessed spitefully. His expression suddenly showed a hint of contempt and hatred. It's none of my business. So, what are you really trying to do? I became alert because his gaze shifted, looking somewhat malicious. Despite being incredibly handsome, it made me naturally cautious. I want to understand why you attract me so strongly, he said. I looked up at the sky. Oh, dear, the cake seller, please save me. It's all because of that forced kiss. Today's first update is here, with the second coming tonight at 8 p.m. The book is now ready for public voting. Please cast your votes if you've left me a small token of support. Honestly, I don't care about rankings in the 66 PK competition. I just want to be on the leaderboard so more people can see this book. Let's aim for the top 15.
Keep pushing.
12. The Troublemaker. When Lewis started drinking blood from a beautiful crystal cup, I began drinking from a bottle. I don't understand you. You only need blood, so why do you have so much wine at home? Do you have some kind of prophecy, knowing I'll drink it all someday? I felt hot all over, especially in my head. I was clearly getting drunk and heading toward the highest point of intoxication. I couldn't stop, and Lewis didn't try to stop me, almost watching me indulge. My senior brother would never do this because he gets a headache when drunk. He's afraid I'll hurt myself, so he would stop me early. Looking back, it seems he never let me do anything that might cause me harm. Sometimes, I mix wine into blood to make it taste better, Lewis said slowly, sipping the crimson liquid with elegance. Oh, I see. You want to get me drunk so you won't have to mix drinks anymore, and then drink my blood, right? I laughed happily. But you forgot, my blood is poisonous. Even if I get drunk, it won't dilute the poison. I don't want to drink your blood, he replied. That's your instinct, I don't blame you. Just think about it, no need to deny it. His gaze fell on my neck, and his voice was a little hoarse. I've thought about it a lot. You know, your blood has a special scent, like fine wine aged for years. Experts can't get enough of it. But I've practiced for over 100 years and know how to control my desire. Why do you need to control it? I hate my fate, he said. Want to change it? I took a few more big sips of wine, threw away the empty bottle, and grabbed a new one. To change fate, you first need to understand what fate really is. His face suddenly changed. You sound just like him when you say that.
Who?
Is he? Lewis turned his face away and answered vaguely. You just drank a bottle of 18th century wine. Do you know how much that costs? You're reluctant, aren't you? I chuckled softly, wanting to walk over, but I tripped and fell. My wine glass hit the coffee table and shattered into pieces, one large shard landing near my hand. I picked it up and cut my wrist. Bright red blood immediately flowed out. I'll buy you a drink too, so we're even, I said with a smile. Even though alcohol numbed my nerves, I still felt a sharp pain. Brother, you don't want me to hurt, but today I want to understand what pain feels like, so I might as well go all the way. Lewis rushed over. I clearly saw how tempting my blood was to him. His eyes almost couldn't move, his body trembled, his lips parted slightly, and he took a few quick breaths. His fangs suddenly extended. He held my wrist close, almost intoxicated by the smell, his restraint in his eyes making me feel sad. I suddenly felt cruel because I was hurt inside, so I wanted to hurt others too. Since we met, he hadn't truly hurt me. Feeling guilty, I wanted to pull my hand back, but he held it tightly and then bit down. However, he didn't bite me. Instead, he bit his own finger. Vampire blood is very precious. It can heal the dead, flesh, and bones. The deep cut on my wrist was already healing. I won't let you get hurt, he said, trying to lick the remaining blood on my wrist. I quickly stopped him. It's toxic, I warned. And don't make promises to women easily. We're foolish and believe too much. He took me to the bathroom and gently washed the blood from my hand. You said you'd tell me why you're toxic. You're so kind to me just for that. You're very suspicious. But you didn't keep your promise. Why should I tell you? He frowned. Are you insulting me? You're framing me, I shot back. If you hadn't leaked my secret, why would Mr. P bring people to catch me? If I leaked the secret, why would I save you? You kidnapped me, not saved me. You even said so yourself, I said sharply. And maybe you're just playing hard to get. Maybe you planned a hero saving the damsel scene. Who knows what bad things are hiding? I won't give myself to you. He smiled indifferently and suddenly picked me up horizontally. This kind of intimate behavior, if done by an ordinary man, might not have much effect. The key is that Louis is very handsome, with a charming look that can easily attract people. He is very lovely, and I was a bit tipsy, so I felt some attraction toward him. I looked at his lips, which I had kissed twice before, and leaned in to give him a quick kiss on the lips. He stiffened and asked, "Are you trying to charm me?" I joked, "You're accusing me again." I was a little drunk and acting wild. "It's just a friendly kiss," he said. "That's a half-hearted kiss." "One day, I will show you what a real kiss is," I replied. "It's better to seize the day than wait for it. Our ancestors taught us. Today's work should be done today." I spoke carelessly, but when he laid me down on the sofa, I felt a little scared. I could feel his nose brush against my forehead. "You are a strange girl," he said, touching my hair and looking at my face. No vampire hunter would kiss their opponent, let alone stay so calm in the same room. "Shouldn't we dislike each other?" "But you're so good-looking, it's hard to dislike you," I said. He smiled, looking very handsome. Humans are strange animals. They instinctively reject beings different from themselves and often attack the weak. "Boss, you're not weak, are you? Ordinary people in your hands are just prey to be hunted. Are you trying to force yourself on me now? If I want a woman, I don't need to force her," he said proudly. Well, with his looks, women would flock to him. It reminded me of a monster from the classic of mountains and seas, which lures prey to come to it, making them its food. God is amazing, a true blue hero. "I won't touch you," I said. "Why?" I was angry. It's one thing not to want to do something with him, but another if he refuses me. A woman's pride can't stand being invaded, especially by a vampire. He grabbed a strand of my hair and played with it. His eyelashes cast a shadow under his eyes, making him look shy. "When we're making love, we often bite each other. Or, do you want to poison me?" "That's unlikely." He pressed his nose against my neck. "I can tell you still have the scent of a pure one. You think pure ones don't mess around? Or maybe I didn't have a chance before," I said, hugging his neck and looking at him with wide eyes, trying to overshadow a stubborn shadow in my heart with his shadow. "Is it right to let go? Women should learn to be cruel and cold. Keep what should stay, let go of what should be released. But I can't do it. Maybe giving up easily is simpler. You have someone in your heart. No. Yes. No. Is it the person who just saved you? Who is he? No one. What happened between you two? It's nothing. Why can't you be together? You're so nosy. Actually, you're the most curious vampire I've ever met. I gave up trying to hide my annoyance. Why do you want to know about me? Because I want to be with you." I was stunned.
Why?
Love at first sight? Does that even exist anymore? With my suspicious nature and a head full of schemes, hearing this, many plots immediately popped into my mind. But when I saw his pale, handsome face, with eyes full of confusion and despair, I inexplicably believed what he said. Maybe it's instinct? A woman's instinct, I guess. After all, my mind was still working, not lost in infatuation. Wow, crossing species for love. That's so taboo. I joked with a playful smile, trying to shift my uneasy feelings. Flirting with a handsome guy and joking around is one thing, but seeing Louis so serious is another. He didn't say he loved me, only that he wanted to be with me. Maybe it was just physical attraction? Understand this. A taboo is something you must never touch, no matter what. If you do, you'll pay the worst price, no matter who it is. I warned him. His face changed again, and he frowned. "If I didn't know him, I might think you're his messenger." "Why do you say everything exactly like him, who's so wise?" I boasted shamelessly. "First, tell me who saved you today." I smiled because I couldn't cry. The mountain inside me, the starry night, blocked all my chances to let go. But my drunkenness surged, blurring everything, making me speak even though I felt it wasn't really me. Still, I said it. "I'm a bad girl, you know? I deserve to be tortured." I smiled again. "Actually, I'm a little mistress." A little mistress? He didn't quite understand. Although Mandarin is the official language in this world, overly technical or overly simple language can be hard for foreigners to understand. "I stole my sister's boyfriend." "You have a sister?" Junior sister, I almost used a self-deprecating tone to recall the past. My senior brother and junior sister were a couple, but one day I realized I also loved my senior brother, so I took him away. And him. He hates me.
So.
He left. I gagged a few times and tried to squeeze my eyes shut, but I still couldn't cry. Tears, but no flow. That sour, sad feeling in my heart. Who would understand? Louis reached out and hugged me. It's okay, I'm here. Forget him. Just remember me from now on. What's the use of your coming? What's the use of forgetting? Does remembering mean it will never disappear? Don't think a few sweet words can fool me. I cut myself inside, letting the pain make me withdraw. Then I pushed him away. I didn't think this closeness was too much. Foreigners often hug and hold each other. When they meet a scared girl on the street, strange men might even hug her to comfort her. I just wanted to speak smoothly. You just now mentioned him. The person as smart as me. Who is he? He showed a look of disgust. He's the vice lord of the state, my creator, Prince Leon. Here's the second update for today. Please support with PK votes and recommendation votes. Tomorrow is Monday and recommendation votes are very important. On the PK leaderboard, I'm about 100 points away from the top 15. If you have small fans, please vote. Update tomorrow morning after 10 a.m.
Thank you.
13. Let's date. Wow. I didn't expect Louis to have such a distinguished background. Strange that his creator is a prince, yet he doesn't even have a servant. Vampires usually have strict rules for recruiting new members. As a prince, he should have a lot of pride and wouldn't just let his child be left unmanaged. Thinking about Louis mentioning Prince Leon's expression, do they have a bad relationship? God, you really don't take care of me. I finally got close to, but he's just a useless crown prince. I want to find out some gossip about their relationship. Maybe I can use this connection someday. But once the alcohol took hold, I couldn't stop it. The wave-like rush overwhelmed my consciousness. I fell asleep. When I woke up, I found myself lying on the bed. My clothes were neat. Only my coat and shoes had been taken off. My face seemed washed, and my hair was combed. I looked around and found the room very comfortable. I felt no hangover discomfort. When I saw the small table in front of the bed with a simple English breakfast, I suddenly felt a little warm and cozy. This Louis is a very thoughtful man. I got up, washed up, and had breakfast. Then I went to the basement and found a coffin, which must be Louis's bedroom. I didn't disturb him but ran to the living room to make a phone call. Strange thing is, why do I feel such trust in Louis? I actually slept peacefully in a vampire's lair, and he didn't hide his sleep under the watch of a hunter. The bloodstains on the carpet had been cleaned. I raised my wrist and laughed at myself. I'm so weak. No matter how sad I am, I shouldn't drown my sorrows in alcohol or self-harm. If my senior and junior brothers and sisters found out, they would look down on me. Next time I won't drink so much. Now I need to calm down and think if there's any clue in this tangled mess. First, Louis said he didn't reveal my secret. So, why did the vampire specifically demand I pay William the 16th debt? I used to suspect there was a traitor in the association, and now I feel it even more strongly. But who is this traitor? What are they trying to do? Their goal explains why William the 16th died, why the gemstone was lost, and why I was framed. Finding this person is the most important thing, but unfortunately, I have no clues right now. Maybe I should seek help? Of course, I have no friends in the association. Vic and Chi-Chi are barely considered friends, but they don't have enough power. However, through 2 investigations into me, I saw some underlying issues. The association is full of internal conflicts, at least 3 factions. One faction is led by Madame Fisher. She seems to want to kill me or send me back to China. She is currently my absolute enemy. Another faction is led by Father Gray. For some unknown reason, they seem eager to win me over, which shows I have some value. The third faction is led by Dean Tagore and the Hall of House behind him. Their attitude is ambiguous. They seem to care about me but also reject me. Until I understand their true intentions, I must not express my opinions. After thinking carefully, I realize there is definitely a conflict of interest among these three groups, and they are all planning something. Considering the situation, Father Gray can temporarily form an alliance with me, and given his influence, reaching out to him should be relatively safe. Next, why did my senior brother appear just in time? Did he know I would be attacked? If he accidentally arrived there and accidentally saved me, that would be too much of a coincidence. So, does everything that happened have something to do with him? What role does he play? Why did he leave China and come here in the first place? What has he been doing these past 3 years? Or does he seem to have left me on the surface but has been watching me all along and only appeared at my most dangerous moment? These thoughts warm my heart. So many feelings I had been ignoring, like a withered garden, suddenly bloom with flowers. It feels like some seeds are about to revive, take root, and grow again. But now, I face what kind of situation? I must understand it clearly beforehand and not act rashly. After a moment of hesitation, I called Father Gray. I didn't have his phone number before, but he gave it to me during our last private talk and said I could contact him if needed. Did he already foresee that I would need help someday? Little E, do you finally need my help? Father Gray's gentle voice came from the phone, sounding a bit like a divine messenger. But why did he say, finally? Father Gray, I want to know what's going on outside, I said directly. Since I've sought an alliance, I shouldn't pretend to be naive now. If I don't show some cleverness, others might think I have no value. Little E, he didn't call me by my full name, which made him seem very friendly, as if I had always been his person. I know you're innocent, but before the truth comes out, my trust in you and your self-defense won't help. It's better to lay low for now. Did the association abandon me? I could hear the implied meaning in his words and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Very well, very good. As expected, those who are not of the same kind have different hearts. When faced with insurmountable problems, they isolate me and wash their hands of it. Foreigners really don't understand the word loyalty, even if I pass the professional level 8 in Chinese. Moreover, they have even lost the oldest sense of loyalty and pride. Father Gray sighed. That's not my intention. It's actually Miss Fisher, who thinks she can involve the entire association just because of you. She believes you committed such a crime on your own initiative. Not only is it not worth saving you, but you also need to be held accountable. I tried to intervene multiple times, but Dean Tagore and President House had no position to speak for you, as all the evidence points to you. I remained calm. As an exchange student from the East studying Taoism, I still have some pride. Thank you, Father Gray. I know you have always cared about me, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to work with you to eliminate evil. Just tell me plainly, what is really going on? Vampires have issued a kill order against you in the martial world, Father Gray said angrily and sadly. The association has put a global bounty on you. I was stunned for about 3 seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. Father Gray looked at me anxiously. Xiao, don't worry too much. Just hide well. I will do my best to clear your name. If necessary, I can arrange for you to return home. Where are you now? Thank you, Father Gray. I will prove my innocence, I replied before hanging up. All right, Xiao, being hunted by 2 worlds, it's as if there's no place left for me in this vast world. As a hero at the end of my journey, I am experiencing what that feels like. Strangely, I wasn't afraid, nor did I feel anger or injustice. I accepted the reality calmly. Our ancestors in China said well, when water is too clear, there are no fish. William XVI's death, on the surface, seems suspicious with many doubts, yet there are no clues or loopholes. It shows how well the mastermind planned everything, even choosing a scapegoat. As someone falsely accused and used as a pawn, I should be happy to see the waters muddy, because only then can I fish in the murky water. Otherwise, should I try to stir things up a bit? Thanks to Lewis, I am temporarily safe hiding with him. After all, vampires wouldn't suspect their own to harbor a criminal, and the Hunters Association wouldn't think I am with vampires. But when my senior brother learns about my danger, will he come back again? Would he really be willing to leave me? If he never shows up, I won't expect anything. But he did come, risking a lot. It's been 3 years. and he has had no news. Why is he helping me now? I can't hide forever. While that might be temporarily safe, it also gives those behind the scenes more time to plan and settle everything calmly. But how can I stir up the water? I sat on the sofa, lost in deep thought, then fell into a deeper sleep without any sense of danger. I even felt ashamed of myself. After eating, I got sleepy. I really am like a pig. Recently, I've been very stressed, using up a lot of energy. I slept until sunset, and the moon rose. When I opened my eyes, I saw Louis leaning over me, smiling. "I'm hungry," he said, glancing over my body. "Are you going to eat me?" I teased, raising an eyebrow. "Am I afraid of poison?" He sat up straight.
You really torment me.
"You're right there, but I can't drink your blood. Still, you're so sweet I can't resist. Let's say I'm a test from God to see your will," I said, moving a little away from him. I didn't want to lose blood, or for him to faint. Right now, I needed him. Actually, I needed all the help I could get. "God is just a false image created by fear and despair," he said casually. "Besides, my kind is still abandoned. It's okay. There are people worse off than you," I said casually. "While you were sleeping, I found out I'm being chased by both vampires and hunters. Isn't that crazy? It's just little me causing two big groups to agree for once." He was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up and pulled me to follow him. "Where are we going?" I asked. "Somewhere else," he said, stopping in a narrow corridor. His closeness made me feel trapped in his arms. "I'll take you away from this annoying place." I looked at him and suddenly felt a jolt of electricity run through me. Is this the legendary feeling of being shocked? I once felt this when I fell in love with my senior. Why do I feel something different with Louis? No, it's a bit different because this current seems to come from his palm. Why do I? I was surprised and confused. My heart is very small, only enough to hold one man. So, naturally, I was attracted to Louis. He's someone all women find irresistible. But I wouldn't fall for someone so quickly because the person in my heart left a deep mark on me. But now, what's going on? Do I have feelings for him? He smiled innocently, so pure that it turned into a kind of charm. "Yesterday, you drank so much that I was worried you wouldn't feel well the next day, so I gave you water mixed with my blood. That's why you can feel my feelings."
What?
That's a strange way to put it. "Let's go on a date." He kissed my forehead. I finally made it onto the PK list. Thanks to my friends who supported me with votes. But my ranking is still a bit risky, so please continue to help. If you already gave me votes, you don't need to spend more money. I feel ashamed and grateful. By the way, friends who send tips, could you please exchange your tips for votes? It's the same kind of support. Also, today I will post 1 chapter, and tomorrow I will post 2. Thank you. And please give me some recommendation votes too. 14. The secret room. Later, I learned that when humans drink vampire blood, they can sense the feelings of the blood donor, mainly love. If he loves you, no, don't say that word lightly. If he just likes you and his heart moves, yours will follow. It's terrifying. It's clearly an aphrodisiac. Any vampire wanting you doesn't need to try hard. Just give you a drop or 2 of their blood, and if you think of them, you'll surrender willingly. Fortunately, I have a pure heart cultivated through practice, so even though I can sense Louis's interest, I just treat it as curiosity. But vampire blood is very precious, especially Louis, who was personally developed by a prince as a descendant. Normally, they wouldn't let humans drink their blood, even if they were willing to die. But Louis let me drink his. Does this mean he genuinely likes me? We only met 3 times. So, is this what they call love at first sight? Indeed, such sudden feelings are often inexplicable. But the truth is, the more unreasonable something is, the more sincere it often is. Thoughts can create illusions in the human mind. However, to cause chaos and gain benefits, you need to think carefully. Soon after, a major rumor spread in the dark, mysterious second world, an unseen realm only vampires and vampire hunters know about. The gemstone that William XVI protected with his life appeared on the black market. Then, the The vampires and the Hunter Association took turns fighting over the truly questionable gemstone. Person B, smirked secretly while hiding in the shadows, observing everything. Of course, I was the one who spread the news about the gemstone. The luminous pearl was quite cheap, especially the artificial kind. With a simple modification, it could easily fool people if they didn't look carefully. As for how the news spread, I used my puppet technique. Under Lewis's protection, I manipulated a small wooden puppet that looked like a real person, which nervously spread the message before disappearing without a trace. So, although both the vampire clan and the association tried to investigate by following clues, they found nothing and only ended up suspecting each other. Lewis helped me a lot. I understand that he was actually quite happy to see me cause trouble. Whenever I came up with a new trick, a mischievous sparkle appeared in his confused eyes. Poor man, he hated his identity, but felt helpless about it. Maybe that's why he acted like this. When he showed such expressions, his charming, innocent appearance was truly captivating. A few days passed, and I started to notice some clues and understand a few things. Both the vampires and the hunters were trying to kill me, not to silence me, because I knew nothing about this matter. Their real reason was to find a scapegoat and confuse others to hide their true goal. In other words, both sides wanted the gemstone and fought over it. But things got out of control, leading to many possible outcomes. First, neither side got the gemstone. Second, one side got it but pretended they didn't, acting angry to deceive the other. Third, the mysterious person hiding in the shadows, after burning William XVI, obtained the gemstone but kept it for themselves or was robbed by someone even deeper in the shadows. Could that person in the shadows, or the one even further back, be my senior brother? Maybe William XVI's death wasn't accidental but one of the original goals, and now they're trying to frame someone else. There are signs that my senior brother was involved at the scene. If he's part of the Hunter Association, why hide his identity? If he's involved with vampires, what's his purpose? Does it relate to his departure from China years ago? Where is he now? Also, who could have hired the mysterious person to kill and steal the gemstone? The association? The vampires? If it's the vampires, that would be a serious problem. Remember, the first rule among vampires is not to kill their own kind. Even if a member of the Blood Clan commits a terrible crime, only the Elder Council can decide their punishment and life or death. If a Blood Clan member hires someone to kill William XVI, regardless of their reason, they must eliminate all witnesses because only the dead can truly keep secrets. If the assassin is my senior brother, he would be in great danger. I once asked Lewis about the gemstone. He said he only knew that William XVI valued the gem very much and planned to present it at the Blood Clan Elder meeting. But, given his rank, he couldn't understand the true importance of the gem. The Lord was very happy when he got this gem and said it concerns our Blood Clan's survival, he said. He also claimed that, with the Elder Council's approval, anyone trying to take the gem would face the death penalty. That's why I stopped you that day. Luckily, I did. He looked at me with a dreamy gaze and gently kissed my hand. Otherwise, we might have missed our chance. This was dangerous. Someone who had lived over 100 years from Europe, with noble manners and a gentleman's grace, was so elegant and charming. Plus, the blood flowing in my veins unknowingly made my heart race again. I knew I had to use my energy to force the poison out, or something bad would happen. But I didn't know how to force out the poison.
Sigh.
Shouldn't the gemstone be kept secret? I struggled to pull my hand away from his warm lips and asked. Lewis shrugged. I heard it from him. Him? I hesitated for a moment before realizing. You mean Prince Lion, the deputy lord of this region? Are you close? No. I hope I never see him, Lewis said with a dark look. My heart tightened as I thought of little Bing. She once told me she wished I would disappear from this world and never appear in front of her again. That kind of absolute rejection and deep hatred hurt me deeply, like thorns planted in my heart. Does it hurt? Not necessarily, but it's a permanent sting. Every time I think of it, I feel a sharp pain, as if it will never go away. What did the prince do? I took a deep breath and asked. He turned me into this monster. What else does he need to do? Louis looked at me with a heartbreaking sadness, and I instinctively embraced him. Actually, I understand how you feel. The fear of death, the pain of living, sometimes we can't choose. He hugged me back and sighed. Who gave you those feelings? The shadow of someone you love. My senior's face flashed in my mind. Suddenly, I shifted from a warm feeling to a sneaky, annoyed mood. I pushed him away and stood up. That's why I hate you foreigners. Talking about the piano to a cow, that's how I feel right now. I owe you. Why do you care about my life or death? Where are you going? He immediately blocked my way. None of your business. Humph. I went around him and put on an invisibility charm. Your figure is really good, he teased. You're most beautiful in this tight black suit. Of course. I'm not tall or short, just right. The parts that need to be big are big, and the small parts are small. I have a slender figure, a small bone structure typical of Chinese women, and fox-like eyes with a slant that foreign women don't have. The late William XVI once called me a beautiful Asian girl. Can I be any different? But now I've hidden my body, so he can't see me. He's just guessing my direction by smell. And is this really a tight suit? Isn't it more like a night traveler's outfit? Doesn't he have any experience? There's no doubt there's a spy inside the association. But I can't figure out who it is. The first group of suspects includes the members who carried out the last mission. Besides me, there are 3 others outside. The female hunter Cherry, and the male hunters Giant and Drink. Cherry is a new official vampire hunter. She's simple and enthusiastic. Although appearances can be deceiving, I was the first to rule her out as a suspect. Just a feeling. Giant and Drink are more experienced. I asked Louis to help me track them for a long time, but nothing unusual happened. Then, my suspicion expanded to Dean Tagore and Messenger Angle. Dean Tagore is the one who gave the mission. Could he be secretly stealing? He's a hard person to read and shows clear signs of being a villain. Messenger Angle is the one delivering orders. No one has seen him, or her, before, which makes him, or her, suspicious. Now I have stirred the water until it is muddy. The Vampire Clan and the Hunter Association are both focused on dealing with each other, and they are also chasing after a mysterious person holding a gem who doesn't really exist. Their defenses are weak, which is a good chance for me to act. So, I confidently head straight to the association's base. Although my association is small and not very powerful, there is a secret room beneath the base. It is said to hold information about everyone from the bishop to every vampire hunter, as well as details of their missions over the years. The founders of the association clearly understand that the less obvious a place is, the safer it is. This secret room was rarely known about, but when I first arrived 2 years ago, I used my invisibility skills to explore the base. By chance, I discovered this place, and because I was following Director Tago, I accidentally saw the password and heard the music needed to disable the voice control rays. I remembered it well. It's not that I did it on purpose, but sigh, I am too clever, and I just can't forget it. Why is there no one guarding such an important place? Louis, who has been following me these days, asked while sniffing my scent. There are no surveillance cameras either. I rolled my eyes at him, though he couldn't see it. That's called a trap to catch the enemy, or a strategy of an empty city. Please review your Chinese lessons. If they sent heavy guards here, everyone would know something was wrong. If they used cameras, they'd need people to watch in shifts. That wouldn't be a top-secret room. First update of the day. The second update will come in about half an hour, as I am checking. Thank you. Unexpected person. Is there voice control rays here? He asked. Smart, I praised, then asked suspiciously. How do you know? Do vampires' eyes not need special equipment to see the rays? That's too advanced. I can only say, these guys are not vampires. They're X-Men. He shrugged, his gaze fixed on my location and the emptiness in his eyes. You've been practicing singing all kinds of songs at home these days in different styles, and you want to hit all the notes perfectly. Wasn't I helping you tune your voice? You just sang again, so it's easy to guess. Oh, right. To clear my name, he's helped me a lot. Now, my daily routine is exactly the same as his. I sleep during the day and stay alert at night. I even threw my phone far away into the mountains, completely disappearing from the digital world. Your hidden meaning is that I don't have all 5 senses, I said, pressing the secret code lock hidden under the doormat. Lewis, remember this. He came from behind and hugged my waist. Oh dear, his invisibility charm has worn off again. Even in this day and age, using such old-fashioned methods to manage secret files is strange, he sighed, blowing a cool breath on the back of my neck. I looked up and also felt the association was quite traditional. The room seemed to be well protected from fire and dust, with stable temperature and humidity, but there was no supercomputer or main brain I imagined. Instead, there were rows of metal cabinets filled with paper files. You've lived so long. You must have been a secretary or something, right? I stared at the vast number of filing cabinets, almost crying. He scoffed disdainfully, clearly thinking I looked down on manual labor, just like Confucius. I forgot to ask about Lewis's background. I'll find a chance to gossip about it later. Not hard at all, he said, noticing my worried expression. This time he was proud. He quickly figured out the pattern of the countless metal cabinets and taught me how to find what I needed using alphabetical and index searches. After much effort, I finally checked the mission files and was shocked. My mission was officially classified as Level D, but the secrecy level was beyond Level A. The person who issued the mission was President House of the Elder Council. His power and status are second only to the Pope. I heard his family was once a main initiator of the final judgment against the Blood Clan.
Wow.
It seems that the gemstone really relates to life and death, not just for the Blood Clan, but also for humans. The association's internal trader is probably a high-ranking member, not necessarily Director Tagore. Then I looked at my own files. The few pages were stamped with countless red seals. The high status of the reviewers and the large number of them surprised me. I am just an exchange student from the East, with no special mission besides personal matters. Why am I given such importance? On the last page, it clearly states, invisibility, sealing silence. These are my 2 strongest skills, perfect for working as a spy, scout, or lookout. I am like clear crystal placed in plain water, completely unnoticed. This was the reason the association assigned me this task, but now it has become their reason to doubt me. What do we do now? Lewis sat on a nearby cabinet, swinging his legs, showing no sign of being a thief. Give me your phone, I said, extending my hand.
Why?
I want to take pictures. He jumped down lightly, moving silently without needing any special skills. I showed him some interesting files. Watching him excitedly take pictures made me feel jealous. Why does a vampire need such a fancy phone? It's a limited edition with diamonds, only 125 made worldwide. But from another perspective, he's quite rich. Some members of the secret organization work with humans, usually at night, but many are just idle and lazy. Where does their money come from? Do they rob banks for a living? Who is this? He threw a piece of paper with a handsome man's photo on it. This is our association's top hunter, Sheep, nicknamed the Lamb. I've been wanting to see his file for a long time, to find out where he lives and if he's married. Little E. He shook his head and sighed, smiling as if he didn't believe me, showing a bit of affection. Don't call me so affectionately. Are we friends? Hurry up and work, I said, frowning. Actually, I felt a bit embarrassed, but I usually hide it with a tough attitude. He just smiled silently and finished the task smoothly. Just as I was about to leave, he grabbed my arm and made a shoo gesture. I immediately understood that trouble was coming. Just as we were about to escape, someone outside entered, trapping us in this secret room. What should I do? Is there a tunnel? I was so anxious I almost scratched the wall. Although all current conclusions are based on my reasoning and analysis, with no real clues, I feel like this is the darkest moment before dawn. The tangled threads of this mess are right in my hand, and I believe I will see and catch them soon. I must not make any more mistakes. When it concerns oneself, people tend to panic. At this moment, I couldn't even show a little bit of bad intentions. Instead, Lewis calmly pointed at the top of the cabinet and at the invisibility charm I had thrown on the ground, which had lost its stickiness. I understood and quickly picked up the charm. He then carried me, and we flew up to the top of the cabinet. We stayed very close, with the invisibility charm barely hanging over our heads and shoulders. The moment our figures disappeared, the door to the secret room opened, and two people entered. The first person, as expected, had the look of a master from the academy, kind and just. It was Dean Tagore. Behind him was a tall, slim Eurasian girl with skin as white as a lily, with beautiful features that made people forget the ordinary. That face is one of the memories I can't touch. Xiao, my junior sister Ma Xiao. I shivered slightly, and the invisibility charm almost fell off. Luckily, Louis also trembled at the same time, and because of that, we didn't reveal ourselves. Dean Tagore, where are the records of the missions I completed? Xiao asked. Don't be in such a hurry, Miss Ma, Dean Tagore said with a warm smile, but there was a sneaky, mocking tone behind it. I promised to do what I said. Unfortunately, you haven't kept your promise. William the 16th is dead, Xiao said coldly. But I felt like I had fallen into an icy sea. Even Louis behind me kept trembling. I always thought it was my senior brother who did it. Although Xiao could also use the 33 Heavens Great Golden Crow talisman, she was a top vampire hunter and belonged to another state's jurisdiction. I never suspected her, and she acted as if she knew nothing. I never expected it was her. Why did she do this? Why did she hide it from me? The key is, she knew I would be framed, yet she still did it and didn't mention it at all. Does she hate me so much that she is willing to kill me? Suddenly, I felt a sour feeling rise in my heart. I couldn't tell if it was sadness, anger, or injustice. But the gemstone is missing, Dean Tagore said calmly. That's because your backup work was poor and someone robbed me halfway, Xiao said sharply, not holding back. How can this be my fault? You must understand, William the 16th is a 1,000-year-old vampire. Even if I used our secret techniques, it would take all my strength to kill him. If it weren't for Ma Xiao acting as a sacrificial pawn in front, I fear I would have died there. I wouldn't have the strength to fight against the ambushers. Listen to her, calling me a sacrificial pawn. My heart aches, my throat feels sweet, and I almost spit out blood. Many illusions appear before my eyes. Two young girls holding hands, running and laughing in the mountains, being scolded by the master to stand on bamboo poles, eating at a table, sleeping in the same bed, cold at night, hugging each other for warmth, getting lost on the mountain, comforting each other in the dark, falling ill, bitten by a snake, planting trees together, calling it sisters, and saying we will be closer than real sisters for a lifetime, until we all fell in love with the same. But even so, was everything before just a lie? How could Xiao be so ruthless? Anyway, you've completed half of your task, Director Tagore said indifferently. So, your reward is only half. You're breaking your promise. Xiao was so angry her face turned cold, looking like she wanted to kill someone. But Director Tagore was not afraid at all. He folded his hands and said, If I broke my promise, I wouldn't have brought you here today. You helped me with something, and the price is to destroy your old mission files. Since you've only finished half the task, naturally, you only get half the reward. And I will let you destroy half of the files here yourself. Xiao took a step forward, but Director Tagore didn't move. I advise you not to think about fighting, he said calmly, still harmless looking, because that would mean losing even half of your reward. Wouldn't it be better to help me complete the other half of the task? That way, both sides win. The gemstone is lost, and no one knows where it is. How am I supposed to do that? Xiao shouted angrily. She was like this before, always losing her temper after failing at something.
No wonder.
She and her senior brother are both considered geniuses. Though not as powerful as her senior brother, she is outstanding among her peers in the Eastern Taoist world. She is also very beautiful, a dream girl for many fellow Taoists, and it's impossible for her not to be proud. Follow Ma Xiao, Director Tagore said coolly. She is a clever girl. The situation is so chaotic now, it must be her doing. So she's probably hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. There's a Chinese saying, praying mantis catches the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Master, Xiao said gloomily, you are so powerful. You should know that although we are fellow disciples, we hardly keep in touch. How am I supposed to find her? Miss, you are a top vampire hunter. I believe that with your intelligence and action skills, you will find a way. Second chapter is here. Please continue to support with collections, recommendation votes, and PK votes, especially for Little Pink.
Thank you.
Below is the cast list. Lu Shui Ling Huanyue plays Vampire Hunter Cherry. 8 floors Qin Zhuan plays Vampire Hunter Giant. 16 floors Little Drink plays Drink. 12 floors Qing Kong Woody plays Messenger Angel. 2nd floors Fong Kuai plays Handsome Archivist Sheep. There is no need to blame yourself. I watched almost exhausted as Xiao Bing destroyed half of her mission files. She was very careful and meticulous, even cleaning up the ashes from burned paper. It seemed she planned to discard them later into the river or the wind, so these records would completely disappear. This made me feel puzzled and regretful that I hadn't looked at Xiao Bing's files earlier. What special missions had she carried out? Why did she need to destroy the records? After becoming a top vampire hunter, she was quite the topic among hunters. And since the title of top hunter existed, the fastest record to earn it was 5 years, and that was because someone had made a great contribution under special circumstances. But Xiao Bing only took 2 years. Because of this, her youthful beauty was used as a weapon to attack and slander her. I secretly punished a few loudmouths who vented their anger. Darn, people's hearts are so dirty. Is there even hidden rules in this dangerous industry that involves risking lives and secretly helping others? But right now, everything I see makes me doubt. Is Xiao Bing really just a regular vampire hunter? What exactly has she done? And why did my senior suddenly appear in our lives? This account, I won't just let it go. Director Tiger, Xiao Bing said coldly as she tidied up the paper scraps. I will try to complete the other half of the mission. Even if I can't finish it, I must destroy those files. Don't think you can threaten me again. Director Tiger shrugged. Why speak so harshly? We're colleagues after all. Xiao Bing snorted and turned to leave. Director Tiger quietly followed behind. The gate made a clicking sound as it finally closed, and Lu Yixi and I were temporarily safe. However, I felt unable to move because the impact of this result was too great for me. Xiao Bing had stepped into this muddy water, and I didn't know what to do. If I kept exposing the truth, Xiao Bing might get into big trouble, and I wasn't sure how deep she was involved. Besides, my senior brother's situation was unclear, and I worried that my actions to clear his name might hurt him. No, I had to stop everything. I'd rather take the blame, face danger, and be sent back to China than hurt my senior brother and Xiao Bing. Anyway, I didn't care about my reputation. As for danger, once I returned to China, it would be my territory, and I could handle it. Lu let's go quickly, I said as I jumped down from the cabinet. Lu hummed, but he fell straight down. Luckily, I reacted quickly and caught him with my hand, so he didn't hit the ground. I was startled and hurriedly helped him up. What's wrong? The next moment I saw it myself. Besides his chest, he was covered with countless wounds, like burns. They weren't bleeding but looked terrifying, with muscles exposed. Oh my God, it's the big cross on Director Tae's chest. After thinking for a moment, I understood everything. That big cross was a holy silver artifact blessed by the 3rd-generation bishop. Even if it didn't touch the vampire directly, it could harm vampires under 1,000 years old because of its powerful aura. No wonder I was trembling earlier, and Lu Yixi was trembling too. He was holding me so tightly that it must have hurt him terribly. He endured such pain without moving or crying out, which was remarkable. That kept us from being discovered. Luckily, the holy artifact only caused harm and didn't have any sensing ability. Let's go to the infirmary, I said, supporting Lu Yixi. I watched his cold sweat drip onto my forehead. Even if vampires had super healing abilities, they still needed time to recover from injuries caused by silver. The infirmary had special medicine for silver wounds, prepared for interrogating captured vampires. Sometimes, the association would interrogate captured vampire members, and if their injuries were serious, they needed treatment first. It might hurt a little, I warned as I gently applied the medicine to his wounds on his limbs and head. He nodded weakly and hid on the treatment bed. Suddenly, as I trembled and the excess medicine surged out, it caused him such pain that he stiffened almost in spasms. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I kept apologizing. He smiled. Why don't you tell me a story? Maybe I won't feel so much pain. What do you want to hear? Tell me about the girl just now, about you, and about the shadow you love. He closed his eyes slightly, with a bitter smile on his lips. How do you know we are connected? I asked, feeling a deep pain inside. She said you were classmates, and when she mentioned you, her eyes showed more jealousy than hatred.
And you?
When she entered, you trembled uncontrollably. Don't you remember? You were in my arms then. I hesitated. For the first time, my resolve to keep my feelings inside wavered. I had wanted to keep silent, but my heart was about to burst with feelings. People really do need to talk about what they feel. Just consider this my way of thanking you for helping me, he said softly, with a gentle tone that was hard to refuse.
So I gave in.
She is my junior sister, Ma Xiaobing. Oh, so you stole her boyfriend. Louis turned to look at me, wrapping his arm around my waist and pulling me closer. A few days ago, when you were drunk, you told me. But I'm curious. How did you do it? I want to know why you attracted him so strongly, just like I was. You must have magic, very special magic. I don't have magic. I shook my head, feeling guilty. I just fell in love with my senior brother at the same time as my junior sister did. When you fell in love with your senior brother, were they already a couple? He seemed a little jealous. I shook my head, feeling a bit lost, but quickly added, they're a couple. I mean, without me, they would definitely be together. He chuckled, coughing. So, what's so special about stealing a boyfriend? I thought you were pretty bad, secretly hoping for it. My junior sister loved my senior brother first, and she told me her feelings. I explained because he didn't understand. For me, that was like betrayal. Someone who was like a sister to me liked a man, and secretly told me. And me? I chose the wrong way to hide my feelings. If I had simply told Xiaobing that I also liked the senior brother, and we all competed fairly, maybe there wouldn't have been misunderstandings later. Ha, you liked him first? I've liked many things, but they never belonged to me. Your junior sister is so bossy. She even got angry at you over this and wanted to ruin you. Why does she think the world should revolve around her? Xiaobing is smart and pretty. Since she was young, she could get whatever she wanted. I've never fought with her. She trusts me completely. If that day hadn't happened, maybe the senior brother would have accepted Xiaobing. I always feel inferior in front of her. The reason sounds weak. Maybe you handled things badly, but there's no need to blame yourself or take all the responsibility. Can feelings really be controlled? Louis closed his eyes again, almost like talking in his sleep. After all, your senior brother isn't just a toy for you and your sister. Doesn't he have his own choices? He has choices. He left. But Louis's words made me feel a different kind of hope. Am I angry at myself because the senior brother left, or because Xiaobing hates me? All right, I don't feel as much pain anymore. Seeing that I didn't speak for a while, Louis slowly sat up. In some ways, you're very smart, but in others, you're very emotionally naive. But for me, that's not friendly. Let's leave quickly. By the way, I'm actually very happy now because I think I can win you. Suddenly, he leaned down and kissed my lips. Because you're so silly. Who do you think is silly? I felt guilty, so I acted tough. Did he kiss you? He whispered softly, often answering questions that weren't asked, rubbing his thumb on my lips. None of your business. You gossip. I was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered that night's stars. I chose to curse and walk away, ignoring his injured, limping follow. Right now, I feel like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff. If I go forward, I might fall and die or hit someone very important to me. But if I step back, it's endless danger. In this life and death moment, who has the energy to worry about love and hate? Besides, that's in the past. The mistakes I made can't be undone. Can feelings really be explained or understood? People often argue about who is right. I keep feeling guilty. Xiaobing hates me, my senior brother left without explanation, and Xiaoding stubbornly searches on. All four of us are caught in a tangled mess. Who is right? Who is wrong? It seems that doesn't matter anymore. We should just plan for the future. Just like when we entered the association easily, we smoothly returned to Lewis's house. But as soon as we entered, I suddenly sensed something unusual and became alert. Lewis was injured and less perceptive, but I noticed it first. We looked at each other and saw worry and tension in each other's eyes. Lewis's home is usually the safest place. Has someone found out? Which side is it? A few seconds later, we looked at each other again and nodded. It's good that trouble comes, not that trouble is avoidable. I try to make the situation chaotic, hoping various hidden forces will act. So what are we afraid of now? Bring on the challenges. We will face them. We followed each other closely, staying alert as we entered the room. The lights turned on. There was no hostility, only a handsome man in his late 20s, leaning casually on the sofa, looking a bit lazy. Pablo, Lewis exclaimed in surprise, relaxing as if he knew him. What are you doing here? Pablo waved his hand as a greeting but didn't stand up, showing no sign of hostility. At least, not direct hostility. The prince asked me to deliver a message. He pointed at me but spoke to Lewis. Your junior brother is in our hands. If you want him to stay alive, you must go to the underground city immediately. Today is the first update. I will try to update every other day. Thanks to everyone for your support with votes and recommendations. The cast list is as follows. The husband of Pilar on the 27th floor, playing the messenger from the vampire clan, Pablo. 17. The underground city. I was shocked.
Why?
Why does this matter involve Xiao? If there is anyone I least want to hurt in this world, it's Xiao. What did you do to Xiao? I impulsively stepped forward, but Lewis held me back. What is he trying to do? Lewis frowned and asked, with a tone that sounded disrespectful. Pablo lowered his face and said, Lewis, even if you are the child of Prince Lion, please show him the necessary respect. As for the prince's arrangements, that's none of your business. The prince only told this woman to go. Whether you return or not is entirely up to you. After speaking, a shadow flickered before my eyes, and he disappeared into the darkness. My heart felt like it was being poured with boiling oil, hot and painful. Xiao is naive and often causes trouble. If caught, he definitely wouldn't cooperate, and I don't know how much suffering he will endure. Where is the underground city? I grabbed Lewis's hand. I've been in Thorntown for 2 years, but I've never heard of an underground city. Literally, it seems like beneath this town's surface, there is another world. I have a strong feeling that if I don't go, Xiao will be in great danger. But if I go and learn about this secret place, will the Blood Clan allow me to live? But Xiao comes first. Our group of 4 brothers, with the eldest mysteriously disappearing and his background and whereabouts unknown, and the second brother and I at odds because of misunderstandings. In my heart, they're all my family, but now I only have Xiao. That prince has seized my greatest strength and most vulnerable life force. I don't know how he found out about Xiao, but I can't think about that now. Are you going? Lewis asked me. As long as he doesn't smile, the confusion in his eyes makes his emerald-like gaze hazy like fog, softening people's hearts and making it hard to refuse what he dislikes. Moreover, he seems a little sad right now. But Xiao's life is in danger. Even if it means facing a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, I will rush forward without hesitation. So I nodded very seriously. He didn't speak but came over and gently stroked my face. His sudden tenderness made me a bit confused, but before I could understand what was happening, he applied more force, and I immediately fell into endless darkness. In the haze, I felt a sense of walking and slight soft waves. Because of my strong desire to save Xiao, after what felt like a long time, I suddenly woke up sharply and opened my eyes. After a brief moment of confusion, I found myself lying on a bed. Lewis was sitting in a nearby chair, elbows resting on his knees, watching me intently without blinking. Where is this? I rubbed my sore neck and looked around. I am sure this is a luxurious cabin. Although the walls are very soundproof, I can't hear the waves outside. The porthole is covered with a thick, black velvet curtain, blocking all light. Could I be on a ship? Did he drug me and bring me onto the boat? Is it for my safety? Oh no, he didn't take me out to sea. What about little Ding? Does it hurt? He asked gently, sitting up straight. Answer my question. Where are we? I was a bit anxious and jumped out of bed. We are on our way to the underground city, he said with a strange hint of regret. People who don't know might think the underground city is a dark castle beneath the ground, but actually, it's on Hattis Island. I stared in shock. Thorntown is a city with mountains behind and the sea in front. It has a huge, calm harbor and beautiful scenery. If you look far out from the bay, you can faintly see a deserted island, giving a misty, unreal feeling. Long ago, it was a notorious prison known for its harshness. After being abandoned, many strange and frightening events happened there. Eventually, a mysterious billionaire bought it and turned it into a famous place for entertainment and relaxation. Hades is the god of death, so the island's original name was Underworld King Island. But the nightclub there is called Moonlight Lover, which sounds quite romantic. It's said that only the wealthy or powerful come here. Rich people from far away even hold parties here. Since the prison was transformed into a luxurious and dark place, it has a unique style. Wealthy people love that. The entertainment facilities are top-notch, including the best-looking men and women working in the entertainment industry. To get to Hades Island, you need a luxury ferry. Wealthy people are not allowed to bring their own boats, as the surrounding waters belong to the mysterious billionaire. Ordinary people find it very hard to visit Moonlight Lover for fun. Who would have thought that such a place is actually the territory of a prince from the Blood Clan? Could he be that mysterious billionaire? To ordinary people, Moonlight Lover is a paradise of luxury and unreachable wealth. But in the eyes of the church, it is seen as a wicked den of vice and temptation, a place to avoid. Alternatively, the Vampire Hunter Association also secretly investigated Hudson Island. First, because William XVI was present in the area and the local authorities used him as a shield. Second, because His Highness the Prince is very capable. He has been here for many years without any vampire-related murders or serious accidents. This greatly reduces suspicion, right? Also, considering Pablo's respect for the prince, it shows he is very skilled at managing his subordinates. Probably, only Louis has ever been rebellious among his followers. The key is, Louis doesn't seem afraid of the prince, and their relationship looks complicated. Why did you wake up? Louis sighed while I was lost in thought. I immediately understood. He knocked me out earlier to protect me. If he had taken me to a plain, unremarkable room inside the Moonlight Lover while I was unconscious, I could have escaped after rescuing Xiao because I wouldn't recognize the building. But now I know where this secret base is. Could Prince Leon let me survive? After all, only dead people can keep secrets. Basically, Prince Leon took Xiao away to exchange for my life. If Xiao also knew the exact location of the underground city, he wouldn't be able to escape either. Yet even knowing this, I still have to go. He is really ruthless. Prince Leon is definitely a tough character, calm and deadly, leaving no choice. I'm not awake. I have sleepwalking problems, I quickly said, raising my arms, closing my eyes, and lying back on the bed, pretending to snore. He sighed and shook his head. We're on the ferry. When you wake up, the watchers will know. Also, Xiao, you should know about this place because I need to protect my kind too, even though I hate my identity. I won't say anything, I said as I sat up again. I swear I won't tell anyone. If you want to protect your kind, do you think I would hurt you? I'm not a fighter and don't want bloodshed. The underground city has been peaceful with humans for many years. Why would I destroy that? Due to the story structure, this chapter is about 2,000 words. The second chapter will be posted at 10 p.m. tonight, with additional content. Thank you all for your pink votes, PK votes, and recommendation votes.
Bowing.
He is my enemy. I looked into his eyes, hoping he would believe me. He sat quietly for a moment, and then shook his head sadly, saying, "You are a vampire hunter." I stayed silent, feeling cold inside, but I didn't blame him. Yes, we are naturally enemies. Even though we have been kind to each other for a few days, when life is at risk, we can't fully trust each other. Isn't that how I feel about him too? Trust between people is hard. And morally, we are born to be enemies. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. But I want you to remember my words, because one day they will come true. I won't hurt you if you don't hurt my loved ones. He lowered his head painfully, his long, pale fingers deep in his thick black hair, clearly troubled and conflicted. I knew he wanted to protect me, but as a vampire, he also had a duty not to endanger his own kind. Even a small danger could become huge because of the powerful Vampire Hunter Association, and it could threaten the survival of our race. "Do you have any food?" I asked, changing the subject and reaching out my hand. He looked up at me, his eyes full of pain and confusion. I waved my hand. Problems that can't be solved now can be postponed. Let me tell you, procrastination is often the best solution. We Chinese say, when the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way, and the boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Can you help me get some food? You survive on blood, but I need to eat real food. He hesitated and apologized. There probably isn't any here, sorry. I smiled. Louis is a kind-hearted man, and Prince Lion is like his father. It's said that creators have a duty to guide and teach new vampires. But why are they so different? I can tell Louis hates Prince Lion. Why is that? Thinking about this, I became curious about the prince. After about 10 minutes, the boat stopped. Louis pulled me to go outside, but I quickly stopped him. What's the time now? I asked. Yesterday, Louis and I stayed up most of the night at the association. When we set out for the underground city, it was almost 4 in the morning. He looked at his watch. 5:30, then it's already daytime. I held him tightly. It's summer now, and the sun rises especially early, especially over the sea. Are you worried about getting sunburned? He tilted his head to look at me, a hint of joy in his eyes. Now I believe it. You at least don't have bad intentions toward me. Nonsense, I have no bad intentions toward anyone. I glared at him. What are you laughing at? Just come and see for yourself. He forcibly pulled me out of the cabin. I was dragged along involuntarily. When I reached the deck, I saw that the ferry had entered a very large cave. The cave was so deep that the water surface was dark and black. From afar, I could see a faint glow. It's the bright sunlight at the entrance. Hide deep enough, and you'll stay away from the light, a voice said. I looked toward the sound and saw a tall, thin young man wearing a long coat and a hat, standing neatly dressed a short distance away. It was too dark around him. If he weren't holding a torch that reflected strange shimmering light on the water, I wouldn't even be sure if he was standing or floating. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw a stone path hugging the rock wall, wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. The man was standing at the end of the path, near where passengers disembark from the ferry. "Welcome to the underground city," he said gracefully, with a noble but slightly sinister air, not something an ordinary person could imitate easily. "I am Gate Caesar, your guide. Allow me to say, you smell very sweet and pleasant." His old master's words were unnecessary. Was it a threat, a warning, or something else? But his perfect manners carried a cold, evil chill that made me shiver. This person was definitely a sinister type. "Don't be afraid," Louis said, wrapping his arms around me from behind. He should be cold, but right now I felt so warm that I couldn't help but lean closer. I was like a little lamb entering a wolf's den. Louis was my only reliable protector, my handsome wolf. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward and finally set foot on this vampire base. No matter how much I prepared myself mentally, I couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. But now that I was here, I had no choice but to keep going, toughening myself up and moving forward. Gate Caesar led the way ahead, walking at a steady pace. His footsteps echoed rhythmically on the stone path, calm and composed. The silence and the rippling water carried the sound far away.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
If I panic, what will happen to little Ding? I keep reminding myself desperately, but the chaotic footsteps reveal my inner anxiety. It turns out that I am so weak in the face of great pressure. I don't know how long this walkway is. I even lost my sense of time. I only feel like I am going deeper into hell. not knowing which level I am on. Just when I thought I would sink forever, my eyes were burned by a bright, dazzling light, causing me to squint. When I looked carefully again, it was as if a magic trick had appeared before me, a very luxurious corridor. This feeling was so unique, it made me feel as if I had instantly moved from a dark, cold place like a dungeon into a rich, glamorous social party. On one side were cold black and white, and on the other side were the most vivid colors in the world. The sensory and emotional stimulation was so strong it could shatter all reason and morality. No wonder this place has such a strong attraction for ordinary people. I was vaguely led into a room. Mr. Caesar bowed to me, whispered a few words to Louis, then looked at me with ill intent and closed the door. It was completely silent, with only Louis staying with me. What kind of game is this? Am I here just to wait for an audience? I steadied myself and asked. Louis didn't speak. Instead, he suddenly opened a huge wardrobe on the wall. I was surprised to see rows of evening dresses and designer shoes inside. I felt a little dizzy, but I forgave myself because I had never seen a woman who wouldn't feel dizzy when seeing beautiful clothes and shoes. Choose one and change, Louis said. Why? At first glance, I wanted to move the wardrobe away because I was curious, but I still had some remaining reason, so I felt confused. Because he asked for it, Louis said, his gaze wandering as if he was struggling inside. But I was too nervous to notice, and I challenged him, asking, "What if I don't change?" I felt very unhappy. What kind of attitude is this? This person is really annoying, clearly discriminating against women. We women are not born to entertain men. Even if we want to please, we should do it only when we are happy. He kidnapped my little brother and forced me to come here, and now he expects me to like him? Unless you don't want to see your younger brother, Louis said helplessly. Here, he is like a god. No matter what perverted request he makes, you have to do it. I didn't hesitate and immediately went to pick out clothes. The situation is more important than my stubbornness. I am not a stubborn person. My conscience is flexible. As long as I can save Little Ding, I am willing to do anything bad. Don't forget, I am just showing off in front of men. I chose a red evening gown, straight cut, floor length, with thin shoulder straps. The simple and elegant style was paired with white gloves and gold high heels. It highlighted the delicate and soft figure of an Eastern girl without being too revealing. Then I casually applied some makeup, styled my hair, and looked at myself from all angles. I have to say, I looked pretty good. You are really beautiful, Louis's bright green eyes showed surprise. I didn't expect you to be so obedient. If you mean the makeup, it's because I won't let any outfit steal my shine. I turned around. You'll be mesmerized. He smiled, holding my face with one hand. Little E, will you hurt me? Not unless there's a reason, I thought for a moment and answered seriously. He sighed. Then let's go. I mean Prince Lion not sleeping? I asked, trying to be understanding. Actually, I was a little nervous about meeting that terrifying vampire prince and was subconsciously avoiding it. There are also vampires who like to stay up late. But our night is the daytime for humans, Louis said as we walked. After that, he didn't say another word or look back at me. It seemed he had made up his mind and was afraid of hesitation, so he wanted to move forward without stopping. The Moonlight Lover's large area pulled me along passively. Louis was considerate, making sure I was comfortable in my 3-inch heels, walking slowly. No matter the distance or the slow pace, we would eventually reach our destination. When that moment arrived, I only had time to see 2 ornate doors carved with intricate flowers, inlaid with gold and jewels, slowly opening. Suddenly, I entered a very luxurious hall, filled with lively voices and music. There were many people, real humans and quite a few vampires, still partying even though it was dawn. Some faces looked familiar. I had seen them in newspapers and magazines, including film and sports stars and many tycoons. It was truly a den of vice. Even though everyone looked tired, their eyes still sparkled with excitement. My eyes blurred, and I saw various faces flashing past me, crowded and blurry. Despite that, I still noticed one person in the busy crowd, and I noticed him instantly.
Some people are like that.
Even if they sit in the corner, stay silent, and are not surrounded by others, or even if they just quietly watch from the darkness, they still can't be ignored. You see him immediately and know he is at the top of the food chain, like a god here. Prince Lion, dressed casually, sitting relaxed on the other side of the hall, his calmness standing out against the chaotic crowd. His quiet strength feels like a powerful force. If he were to act, he could destroy everything. He is my enemy. Sorry, this chapter is 3,000 words and not finished yet. I am exhausted. I will add the remaining 1,000 words tomorrow. Also, I have a busy work schedule tomorrow, so I will update at 2 p.m. Cast. Kate Caesar, played by Kat. Caesar from the third floor. 19. Evil hand, but why do I feel like I've seen him before? I stopped and quickly thought, digging through my memories. After half a minute, I remembered. Lion, titled prince, looks about 35 years old, actually around 800 years old, a member of the oldest vampire family, a globally irresistible vampire, ranked 7th. Oh, no wonder. I've studied the top 10 vampires recently and left a deep impression. Except for the mysterious 5th place, I can recognize them all. I never expected that this prince is not only a ruthless vampire with leadership skills, a vice lord and a billionaire, but also a very handsome man. He has the tall build typical of Scandinavians, blonde hair, blue eyes, and looks. Well, how to say? If Hitler were alive, he would try everything to get him, then make him a noble Aryan specimen to display around the world. So, this is the legendary Prince Lion. And as I looked at him, his gaze also shifted to me. Red-pink skull. I scoffed disdainfully, applying Buddhist spirit in my own way. Being handsome is impressive, huh? If you have the ability, go sunbathe.
Ha!
I won't be tempted. If that's how it is, so be it. However, at this moment he moved. He stood up from his chair and walked toward me. He didn't use any special powers. Instead of suddenly appearing in front of me, he walked slowly. I immediately understood what royal elegance, commanding presence, and unity of strength meant. He seemed harmless, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, but in reality, he looked like a fierce beast patrolling its prey, as if saying, "This little lamb has finally grown fat. Should I roast it or stew it?" No matter what, the little lamb was doomed. Everyone made way for him. Even Louis seemed overwhelmed by his invisible aura and said nothing. Then, amid enchanting music, the prince stepped in front of me and extended his hand. "Miss, may I have the honor of a dance?" For a moment, I felt a little flattered. His voice was so pleasant that it gave me goosebumps. But then I realized he was trying to control my mind with his gaze. I immediately recited some calming words and invoked urgent protective spells, trying to suppress his charm with ugliness and wildness to overpower his nobility. "I don't know how to dance," I said, standing still and deliberately trying to embarrass him. He just shrugged, showing no awkwardness when he withdrew his hand. "Miss Ma, it seems you're not afraid. I'm terrified, I beg you. Please let me go, Your Highness," I pleaded, but I also tried to hold my head high to look proud. Our eyes met several times, sparks flying. I then placed my hands on his arms and pinched them twice. At this moment, I was representing the Eastern faith, representing China. I absolutely couldn't lose face. I couldn't let anyone beat me to death or scare me to death. No, I wouldn't die. I wanted to escape with Xiao Ding. Why the hell am I so tall? Don't they know I have a bad neck? And I was wearing only 3-inch heels. My arm muscles are pretty good. He didn't shake me off, showing enough gentlemanly manners. "Let me think," he said, looking up as if seriously considering the question. His forehead and mouth creased into a handsome frown, then his gaze fixed on my face, and he said with a half-smile, "Yes, I won't let you go. But only fear can make a person truly brave. You are a brave girl. Thank you for the compliment," I said with a bow. Then I got straight to the point. "But may I ask, what did you do to my junior brother? He is fine. Let me see him. Then we can discuss the conditions." "Conditions? What conditions?" He stood straight. Darn, he was quite tall. "Hurry up, Your Highness." "Who would play along without conditions?" I challenged. "Are you bored?" He raised an eyebrow but didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at me with interest and said slowly, "I don't discuss conditions. I only give orders." "All right then, please give your order," I replied obediently, not arguing. "What's there to fight about if I don't?" Clearly, my answer surprised him again. He paused for a few seconds, his gaze fixed on my face, then suddenly took my hand and led me toward his usual seat, waving his other hand. I didn't hear any sound, but suddenly the music in the hall stopped. Some staff members politely asked the guests to leave, though I didn't see where they came from. Strangely, those who normally wouldn't be tolerated in the human world didn't resist, and left quietly. Soon, the once lively place was empty, leaving only a sense of desolation that made me feel strangely empty and powerless. As time passes, love and hate seem to fade away, right? That's the feeling, I guess. Lion's palm was warm, like a gentle heat in the coldest winter. I tried to break free but couldn't. I was being pulled up onto a high platform, toward that big chair. It was Lion's seat, but he was standing beside it, one hand on the back of the chair, the other in his pocket. The chair was oddly crafted. Sitting on it made me feel uncomfortable, like I might fall at any moment. I wanted to jump up, but I didn't want to panic like someone unsure of themselves, even though I was. So I held tightly to the armrest and watched to see what Lion would do next. Accept what comes. As the Buddha said, when surrounded by thorns, stay still to avoid injury. Let her go. Louis was unhappy. After all, I came with him, and Lion took me away without telling him. "Have you arrived?" Lion asked knowingly, frowning slightly from my perspective. She was brought by me. Louis stepped forward a few steps, firm but with a hint of pleading. "Please don't hurt her. Give me a reason. Because she is the one I love." Louis hesitated, his voice softening. I feel a bit moved because Louis's expression shows a hint of pleading. I remember how much he disliked his creator, Prince Leon, but now, for my sake, he lowers his proud head. Leon chuckled. "The person you love?" "Louis, today I saw another level of your foolishness." His smile has a mischievous charm, tempting and attractive, but also mixed with cruelty. "Go bring me little Ding," he said to his attendant, Keith Caesar, who had been standing nearby. My heart clenched, and I tried to stay calm. My vivid imagination conjured many frightening scenarios involving little Ding. "You're nervous." Leon suddenly leaned down, pressing 2 fingers against my neck artery. His cool fingertips gently stroked my warm, smooth skin. "You hide it well, but unfortunately, you can't control your heartbeat." His hand, with a devilish aura, slowly moved down my chest, stopping on my left side and pressing tightly. I trembled, unsure if I was stunned or something else, but I didn't resist immediately. No one, not anyone before, had ever treated me so directly. But when I finally realized my body was being invaded, his devilish hand left, and his head leaned into the hollow of my neck. His lips brushed over the wound Louis had bitten, because I was wearing an evening gown, and my neck was uncovered. "Did Louis bite you?" he asked, his gaze and attitude fully explaining the true meaning of evil. "Let her go." Louis shouted angrily, trying to rush forward, but a few attendants blocked him. Leon ignored him and continued to torment me, whispering as if in a dream, "Ah, the fragrance of a pure one. Do you want to try?" I clenched my fists tightly, controlling my trembling, trying not to run out of Leon's embrace immediately. I also deliberately moved my other side of the neck closer to Leon's lips, tempting him. Not very smart, he seemed momentarily distracted, then suddenly smiled again and let me go. "Before I meet your younger brother, if I had died from poisoning after drinking your blood, my men wouldn't let you leave alive," he said contemptuously. "Do you think I didn't know your blood is poisonous?" How could he know? "That's my secret. Only my master and I, and later Louis, who accidentally bit me, know this secret. No one else should know." Could it be that Louis biting me was seen by someone else, and they reported him? I was very surprised, but I knew that when dealing with someone like Lion, I absolutely couldn't show any weakness or hesitation. So I forced myself to smile, a charming smile, and said, "Aren't I clever? If I didn't tempt you to bite me, How could you possibly let go? His ocean blue eyes flashed with a cold light, but he didn't say anything more. Just then, shouting was brought in. I jumped up from my chair and ran a few steps toward shouting. However, several vampires immediately blocked my way, preventing us from getting too close. Shouting, how are you? I asked urgently. Senior sister, I'm sorry. He lowered his head, feeling ashamed. This time, it's not your fault. It's because I dragged you into this. I shook my head, desperately trying not to let tears fall, took a few deep breaths, then glared at Lion. You bit him. How could you let your subordinates bite him? Shouting was shirtless, with about 7 or 8 bite marks on his body. Seeing this, I felt heartbroken. Just wait. I will find out who bit him and take revenge. 10 times over. I swear. He doesn't eat food, so he has to be fed on by others. Isn't that how the world works? Lion said casually. I was furious and laughed. Anyone can pretend to be tough, but it's pointless. Since your life rule is so straightforward, let's be honest. You kidnapped my junior brother and brought me here. What do you really want? You know very well, don't you? He sat down calmly in the chair, seeming completely at ease, almost as if he belonged there, ruling everything. I didn't take that stone. I know, he said calmly, making me feel like I was just a pawn in his game. But I want you to find that gemstone for me. Hearing this, I panicked. Where could I find it? I didn't even know what it was. Do you know? We vampires aren't bloodthirsty, especially today when secret societies are everywhere. He suddenly changed the subject. We prefer lively food. Whenever we like the taste of someone, we take a little of their blood, then let them go. When we want to eat again, we find that person. Humans can produce blood naturally, such a wonderful ability. Only newborns and wild creatures would kill their victims. What do you mean? I asked coldly. Meaning, I ask you to help us, the Blood Clan, retrieve that gem and clear our shame in this land, he snorted. But I won't set a deadline for you. Whether you find it quickly or slowly is up to you. Just so you know, your junior brother is staying here as food. If you find it a day late, he will be drained of blood for a day. Until he's completely drained. I didn't expect this. I never thought he would use such a trick. He is cruel and knows how to cut with a dull knife. I used to think only Chinese people were so mean. But why does he think I will find the gem? Clearly, he believes I haven't taken it. Does he know about Xiaobing? Did Xiaobing really steal, or is there some other secret? Why doesn't he just go after Xiaobing directly? Senior sister, don't listen to him. I would rather die than let you be in danger. What a useless gem. I've never even heard of it. Why should I let my senior sister risk her life for you? People like you always want evil things. Senior sister, don't worry about me. You should find a way to leave quickly. Don't do this for that evil man, Xiaoding stammered, sometimes pleading with me, sometimes insulting Lion. I stayed calm and spoke softly to Xiaoding. Xiaoding, stop arguing. Adults are talking. Kids shouldn't interfere. Remember to eat more, or how will you run when your senior sister rescues you? Senior sister. Xiaoding almost cried. I turned to Lion. Aren't you afraid that I might reveal this secret hideout if I leave? Lion smiled, a cold glint in his blue eyes. Everyone has weaknesses. The fewer weaknesses a person has, the more deadly they are once found. Do you understand? With Xiaoding in my hands, I'm not afraid of anything you do. And then I stepped closer but didn't step onto the platform where the chair was. I stood on the stairs. Xiaoding and I now know the true secret of the Moonlight Lover. Even if we find the gem, you won't let us go. So, why should I work for nothing? I know you've done detailed research on me before acting, or you wouldn't have used Xiaoding against me. You also wouldn't know that my blood is a threat to you. But you forgot one thing. We Chinese are very good at calculations. See, your good intentions are wasted. Eastern people are indeed the most untrustworthy, Lion said, not answering me but mocking Lewis. You say she's the woman you love, and you've made a big decision, right? But she doesn't appreciate it. I was stunned. I see. So, Lewis's struggles and hesitation all along were because he was trying to protect me. I didn't notice at all. I'm such a bad woman. It seems that the vampire clan has secret rules. but Louis found it very difficult and painful to make this decision. Sure enough, Louis angrily said, "I hope you haven't forgotten that members of the vampire clan can't just kill someone they love." "Oh, so that's the rule." Leon nodded and said, "I won't break the rules, but don't forget one thing. The condition for not killing her is, you have to turn her into a member of the vampire clan." Phew, finally paid off my debt. Now, about the updates for the next 2 days. Following the pattern of double updates every other day, tomorrow, Saturday, we'll have 2 updates, and Sunday we'll have 1. However, recently I've been very busy with work, so I'll switch the double update day. Tomorrow will be a single update, and Sunday will have the double update. All updates will be in the evening, from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., because I'm too busy during the day. Please forgive me. If I don't update at 8 p.m., I will definitely do so by 10 p.m. I hope this work situation will settle soon, and my update schedule will become more stable. Sorry and thank you again. By the way, please support me with your votes, fan votes, PK votes, and recommendation votes. Bowing deeply. I will never become a member of the vampire clan, even if I die, I shouted loudly, then quickly explained, "Louis, this isn't against you, it's against him." I pointed at Leon, pretending to shiver with anger to hide the fact that I was drawing symbols in the air with my fingers. "Sometimes, life and death are beyond your control," Leon said from the stairs, looking down at me from above. "Now, you can leave and find the gem to exchange for your junior brother. I hope your math skills are good enough to calculate how many days a person's blood can be drained. Can we negotiate?" I suddenly softened my tone, gradually lowering his suspicion. "If you let me take Little Ding away, I promise to do my best to help you find the gem. Also, our brother and sister will never reveal the true identity of the Moonlight Lover. In fact, we can even go back to China immediately and never set foot here again in our lifetime. What should I do, senior brother? What should I do?" As I said those words, I kept asking myself. But right now, it's an urgent matter. The future can wait. Even if I have to lie or break my promise, I must find a way to get through this first. "Do you think I look like a fool?" Lion raised his right eyebrow, with one high and one low, creating a mischievous and seductive look. "You're mistaken," I said, staring at his arm. "I don't think trusting others is foolish. In fact, relying solely on force and intimidation is the real foolishness." "No way. Look at me, I'm already lowering myself. Trust me just this once and I might be doomed." I got angry. He ignored me, waving his hand as if tired of talking to me. Seeing his men trying to pull Xiao Ding away, I acted. Although my magic wasn't strong enough yet, I couldn't let Xiao Ding disappear in front of me, because that might mean I couldn't save him. I couldn't get the gemstone. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to escape unscathed.
So, now is the time.
16 Jade Girl Seal. I bit my finger, letting the blood drip into the air, and drew a symbol I had just sketched in the void, floating in midair, invisible to others. Our divine sky sect specializes in thunder and fire seals, but nowadays, we no longer need to pray to gods or borrow divine power. Instead, all the power is sealed in symbols or special seals, and we just activate the stored energy when needed. My strength isn't enough, so I rely on my blood. That drop of blood floated in the air for a moment, attracting the vampire's attention. I was probably naturally delicious, and seeing their mesmerized expressions, some even revealed small fangs. My heart felt weak just looking at them. The feeling of being food or prey was terrifying. But the strongest reaction came from Lion. When my blood and my symbol combined, the mark I had just drawn on his arm responded strongly. If I wanted, I could make him hurt wherever I willed, or even control him to commit suicide if I had enough power. I silently focused on his left shoulder. Sure enough, he groaned, pressing his right hand to his left shoulder, and the intense pain made him lean forward involuntarily. I then focused on his stomach. He cried out in pain, bending even more. Next, I thought of his knee. He couldn't help but kneel down on one knee. Kate Caesar was the first to get angry and shouted as he rushed over. I was already prepared with a quick wind charm, which narrowly helped me escape his attack. "If you move again, I will make him die instantly," I pointed with 2 fingers at Lion, who was sweating profusely. God knows I didn't really have that ability, but I had to bluff now to scare them, or there would be no way out. I silently imagined Lion's head, and he indeed clenched his head in pain but stubbornly bit his lip without crying out. However, his body language clearly showed his followers that I, a witch from the East, was fully capable of killing their boss. Although, honestly, I was still far from that level. Don't hurt him. Lewis rushed forward, looking anxious and tense. Strange. Wasn't he angry at Lion? Or maybe, in the vampire world, creators and their children share a deep, unbreakable bond and emotional connection that outsiders can't understand. I won't hurt anyone as long as he doesn't hurt me. I eased my mental control a little. I'm not always kind, so if people don't bother me, I won't bother them. He won't let you and your junior brother go. Lewis looked at me with pain in his eyes. Give up. Let me think of a way. No. I must take Xiao away today, I said, then silently imagined Lion's heart, making him clutch his chest and cry out in pain. Vampires' hearts don't beat, but they can still feel pain. Let go. Quickly let go of Xiao. Lewis shouted. A few vampires holding Xiao released him, and he immediately ran to my side, excitedly shouting, "Senior sister, you're so amazing. I didn't know your 6-ding jade girl seal had reached this level. When did you put the seal on that person? Is this the time to explain all that?" Stupid kid. My calm, composed, confident appearance was all just an act. Right now, I was just a paper tiger, ready to be torn apart. Look, although the vampires were cautious, they were slowly surrounding me. Some reckless ones even tried to sneak up and attack me, forcing me to show my skill with a 6-vein divine sword. Sorry, I even tore your pants. Luckily, it was in a lower position, or I might have seen firsthand whether a vampire, after being castrated, could grow that part back with their incredible healing ability. If it can grow, be very careful not to let the sunflower manual fall into the hands of the Blood Clan. Otherwise, everyone could become like the invincible martial artist, regain their strength, and who could handle that? My promise is still valid. Let us go, and we will return to China immediately, I reaffirmed. Lion suddenly chuckled deeply, his voice still so pleasant it gave people goosebumps, but it sounded like it came from the deepest part of hell. Clever girl. Too bad you can't stay calm. What do you mean? If you weren't at your limit, why bring up conditions again? He slowly stood up. You're so close to winning. I haven't won yet, which proves I still have humanity. I knew he must be in great pain because I kept imagining different parts of his body, using enhanced mental power. At this moment, he must be suffering intensely. Yet he stood straight, with a gentle yet teasing smile. You're holding on stubbornly. So what? You're not feeling great either. At worst, we'll both die together, with no way out. I admitted, knowing that since both sides understood each other's strength, pretending to be confident might bring trouble. But I answered bravely. How much do you think you can win? Darn, he looked down on me. I sneered. Strength is never the most important thing because there will always be someone stronger than you. The key is, I want you to remember one fact. I am not someone to be messed with. From now on, everyone will feel nervous whenever they think of me. That's a good life. Oh my, I'm almost falling in love with you. Lion chuckled softly. Don't talk to my senior sister in such a flippant tone. Lion's teasing voice made shouting angry, and he took a big step forward. He was too fast, so fast I couldn't stop him. In that split second of lightning, I suddenly felt a cold rush up my back. It was the fear of death. I could clearly feel it, but I couldn't stop it because death comes faster than the wind. Even as I desperately used the 6-ding jade maiden seal. I wanted him to suffer. I wanted him to suffer. But still, a sound of bones breaking echoed. Xiao fell down. Even in death, he was defending my dignity as a woman. Suddenly, nothing else mattered. When someone has loved you like a younger brother since childhood, and you have never dared to hurt even a finger, that person was alive just a moment ago. Now, with their neck twisted at a strange angle, they suddenly stop breathing and their heart ceases to beat, dying right in front of you. The overwhelming fear that makes you feel like the entire world is collapsing can erase everything, like wiping out all the background in a painting, leaving only you standing there, trembling in a lonely, empty world. I trembled. Stop. When I shouted, I lost track of how many seconds, or maybe centuries, had passed. I collapsed onto Xiao Ding's body, ignoring the enemy nearby, ignoring revenge. I just wanted time to go back a few seconds to bring Xiao Ding back to life. I held Xiao Ding in my arms, crying loudly, feeling as if my heart and soul had been torn out, bleeding painfully. This child, why doesn't he understand danger? Why can't anyone be a little kind to me? God, please let him live. I am willing to give everything I have in exchange. Little E. Louis came over and tried to pull me away, but I clung tightly to Xiao Ding, afraid that if I let go, he would disappear. Your God has abandoned you, hasn't he? Lion's cold voice sounded. Shouldn't you be praying? Dear God, thank you for forgiving my sins and granting me eternal life. But I told you before, life and death are not up to you. Hatred overwhelmed my reason. I lunged at him, biting like a vampire. But more vampires rushed over, lifting me up as if I were a witch about to be burned at the stake. Let her go, Louis shouted wildly. Or I will never forgive you. I stopped expecting your forgiveness a long time ago, Lion said. I don't think I can call him cold anymore, because he is pure coldness itself. But today, I want you to see the difficult choice I made, he said to Louis, but his eyes were fixed on me. Little E, I can bring your junior brother back to life. But you need to decide, do you want him to live as a vampire or die as a human? My head buzzed. I couldn't choose. Tomorrow, there will be 2 updates. First update at noon. Second update at 8 p.m. And by the way, please also support me with votes, likes, and all kinds of votes.
Haha.
Thank you all for your support. If you have any thoughts, don't just read, leave a comment or review. Please enjoy my work. You only want that gem, so why do you have to torment her? Louis looked at me, holding little Ding and crying, with no other reaction. He was anxiously pacing in place. I gave her a choice. Lion's voice was cold and emotionless. I looked up, feeling a bit clearer because of the pain of losing someone close, but the inner conflict still remained. Should I turn little Ding into a vampire? Then he could still stand in front of me, call me sister, circle around me, and cause me a lot of trouble. But is that really life? If I do this, will little Ding hate me like Louis hates Lion now? If I refuse this evil offer, little Ding will disappear from my life forever, and I will lose him forever. He is only 18, has not experienced many things in life. Should he just leave like this? Maybe I am just selfish, making excuses. I just can't let go because I want him to stay with me. Is it as hard as choosing to cut out my left eye or my right eye to let him accept the demon's first embrace? Or is it more like a mother faced with 2 children, having to choose one to sacrifice to the devil, who can understand her pain? Is there no other way? I suddenly had an idea. Louis, who was nearby, looked at me with concern. Suddenly, as if making a decision, he walked over, snatched little Ding from my arms, and revealed his fangs. Let me choose for you, for him, he said, biting toward little Ding's neck. I instinctively tried to stop him, but he dodged and bit into my wrist instead. Blood spilled out. I heard a soft moan around me. The faint smell of blood made all the vampires present feel intoxicated. Even Lion took a few steps back. I saw him swallow slightly, his eyes wide open, staring at me intensely, clearly trying to resist his desire for my blood. Suddenly, I realized that my temptation was more painful for him than the 6-ding jade girl seal I had placed on him. Instinct is always stronger than reason. I put down little Ding, then released Louis, who had fainted from drinking a small amount of my blood. I stepped closer to Lion. He kept retreating until he reached the high platform and sat back in his chair. He is indeed a very strong person because he tried to stay calm and steady, showing no emotion. But I knew he was suffering, and I felt a satisfying sense of revenge, which was very exciting and charming. I drew a sealing charm and attached it to my injured wrist, so other vampires couldn't smell my scent anymore, only a faint trace that let Lion feel me more clearly. I was pleasantly surprised to find that I was more attractive to him than anyone else. Maybe to other vampires, I was just tastier, but in the eyes of this prince, I was like a deadly drink, an irresistible temptation. Knowing it could kill him instantly, he still couldn't resist. I could sense it. A woman's instinct. The instinct for food. The instinct for enemies. Let them all go down. I want to talk to you alone, I said. Knowing his weakness made me feel calm, but also brought a feeling of victory and excitement. No one can order me, he refused to give in. Then please, Your Highness, I took a step back. War is like a game. There's no need to always rush forward. Knowing how to flank can lead to the greatest victory. He waved his hand, and the vampires who could no longer smell my blood quickly left, reluctant. In the grand, luxurious hall, only 2 unconscious people remained, Louis and Little Ding. And 2 people tense and actually playing a game. Me and Lion. Say what you want to say, he said, still acting superior. But I noticed a tiny crack in his tough, emotional armor.
Why?
Why is my blood such a deadly temptation for him? Why, even before my Jade Girl seal expires, is he already unaffected? I didn't have time to think, only to act. I leaned back on the chair's armrests. Because the chair was wide and I, being smaller, was almost leaning over him, with only an inch or 2 between our bodies. Want to taste my scent? I whispered ambiguously. It's not deadly, just a little blood. For someone like you, it's just a numbness. Want to try? It won't affect anything. Anyway, Lil Ding already had you kill her. No, there's no free lunch, he stubbornly refused. Darn, I've gone this far, and he still stays calm. What does he want me to do next? Should I take a bold step? I hesitated for a moment, then, like a person making a final decision, I lowered my head and kissed him. He kept his lips tight, and the muscles in his cheeks were stiff from holding back. When my warm, wet tongue brushed over his cold lips, he finally couldn't hold back anymore. He slightly parted his mouth, breathing quickly and shallowly, clearly close to losing control. No matter what you
want.
Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he clenched his teeth, his voice was shaky. I won't
Give you.
Our lips were close enough that a bigger movement could make contact. Our breath felt like we were merging in a way that was almost too intense, causing him to naturally react as a man. I knew the moment had come, but I reminded myself not to go too far. So I used my sweetest, most tempting voice and said, I know your kind has a secret technique called walking dead. Promise me you'll use this technique to keep shouting alive until I find the gem for you. He let out a soft moan, neither agreeing nor refusing. I understood this as him softening. Although he hadn't started tasting me yet, he was no longer trying to avoid me, which meant he was starting to give in. You won't lose anything. I only need time, I continued. Promise me. Just give me some time, a little bit of time. I began to truly kiss him, gently swirling my tongue inside his mouth, but I kept my eyes wide open, trying to guess his reaction. It was sad. I, who valued a woman's dignity so much, had to rely on my charm, or perhaps my instinct as food, to achieve my goal at this critical moment. His eyes were a beautiful, icy blue, pure and cold, clearly reflecting the evil image of an Eastern witch with black hair.
This excited me.
I quickly moved to the next step, biting his tongue hard. I didn't know if it was my tongue or his, but blood started to fill our mouths, and the sharp pain almost made me cry. Only then did I realize I had bitten myself, very fiercely. Almost immediately, he responded, sucking and nibbling back. I felt a jolt of electricity explode from the tip of my tongue, spreading quickly through my whole body. That tight feeling in my chest and the numbness all over made me unable to hold myself up. I collapsed onto him. What's happening? I haven't kissed anyone before, nor have I done anything else, so why was my reaction so strong when I kissed Lion? It felt as if he had taken the blood from my heart. I felt him hold my face with both hands, kissing and biting me more and more passionately and with focus. I quickly used all my strength to push him away. I pushed too hard, and his lips seemed to be bitten open by me. I ended up sitting on the ground. We both gasped for breath and stared at each other, as if neither wanted to back down, but we were both a little shocked. "You are truly delicious," he suddenly said with a sly smile. "That's why I agreed to your request." "Thank you," I replied. I could tell he was slightly intoxicated, but not enough to be controlled or defeated by me. I couldn't act recklessly now. I had to choose the safest, most cautious way. Give me time, and Xiao Ding can be saved. He doesn't necessarily have to become a vampire. No matter how you found out about our secret blood magic, even among our kind, not everyone knows it. But my promise is your guarantee. I hope you find the gem quickly and don't give me a reason to regret. I nodded. "By the way, your thigh is nice," he said, glancing downward. I realized that since I was sitting on the ground, the hem of my evening dress had lifted, exposing both my legs to his gaze. I barely covered my underwear, so I wasn't fully exposed. "I'll say this too, your second part is pretty good," I said, glancing at his lower body, where a tent was clearly visible. I refused to show weakness. After saying that, I immediately jumped up, looked at Xiao Ding lying there, and clenched my teeth. I walked out of the hall. "Chad Caesar at your service. I am your guide," said the vampire butler who appeared again, just as I was worried about how to find the exit in this maze-like moonlit lover's world. His sudden appearance startled me. "Thank you, miss. There's no need to be so polite," he said with a cold smile. "I am just following the orders of His Highness the Prince. Everyone here is his knight or servant." "Is that so?" "Yes. By the way, it's not that you are very powerful, but because now it's daytime for humans. Even though the sunlight doesn't reach here, it's also the time when our bloodline is at its weakest. You all seem to like saying 'by the way' a lot." I chuckled softly and said, "Since I'm speaking, I might as well mention that as a servant. You're too talkative. Lead the way ahead, and stop wasting time. Also, pass along a message to your Highness, the Prince. If I return and my junior brother is in trouble, I will sacrifice myself along with that gemstone. If you don't believe me, try it." His face was pale, and now it looked a bit blue. But since everything was already so chaotic, I wasn't afraid anymore. I lost this battle, I admit, because I underestimated the enemy and Lion was too stubborn. However, I still have some chips left, enough to win Xiao Ding back. I followed Carter Caesar back along the same route and boarded a luxurious ferry with a group of important people who were leaving. This time, we all sat on the deck. Probably because everyone was human, and maybe because my face and figure are quite distinctive from the East, a few wealthy men came over to talk. I responded coldly and kept my distance. But when I saw a couple kissing openly nearby, I couldn't help but touch my lips. Lion's scent still seemed to linger there. And inside the moonlit lover's chamber, Lion was still sitting in that chair, gently touching his lips with one hand. "Oh, don't forget, today is a double update day, with the second update at 8 p.m. Tomorrow we'll also have 2 updates, but the first one will be posted after midnight tonight to ask for recommendation votes. After midnight, it will be Monday, and I need to push the new book ranking again." 22. Giving up after reaching an agreement with the prince, the vampires stopped hunting me. At least, I can be safe at night. I returned home, to Lewis's house. He hadn't come back yet, which made me a little worried. I felt Lion might have detained him. Although their relationship was both distant and close, I still worried that Lewis might be involved because of me. I don't hold grudges against any race or faction. I believe there are good and bad people everywhere. I firmly believe Lewis is a good vampire. What happened last night exhausted me almost to the point of collapse, so I slept all day. Unfortunately, I kept having nightmares. In every dream, Xiao Ding appeared, smiling but covered in blood. In the end, he grew sharp teeth and bit down hard on my wrist. When I woke up, I realized it was the old wound from Lewis biting me that had been pressed down, causing intense pain. I turned over and continued to sleep, then I had a vivid dream. They say death is a strong experience. Indeed, it is. My senior brother was so gentle. We were both naked, embracing each other. He gazed at me steadily, knelt between my legs, gently stroked my hair, and said, "Why cut it short? I like your long hair. I wanted to answer him, but couldn't speak. Feeling shy and dazed, I saw his dark eyes slowly turn blue. In the dream, Lion was smirking wickedly as he pressed against me. I felt a dizzying pain, and when I woke up, I found myself on the ground again. I usually sleep peacefully and honestly, but the current situation makes me afraid. Actually, I can't handle it. But what can I do? No one can help me. I have to face it alone. Lion was right. Only fear can make a person truly brave. At dinner, I ate more than half a pizza. Even if I was full, I forced myself to eat because I needed to regain strength to face all the pressure and danger. Then, I sent a message to Xiao. Of course, I didn't call her. I doubted her phone was being monitored. Luckily, we follow the Eastern teaching school. Sometimes, the older things are more effective, making high-tech gadgets seem troublesome and useless. I once heard that during a U.S. military exercise, a small island nation defeated satellites by knocking on metal drums with wooden sticks. I cast a sound transmission spell. If Xiao was still on the mainland, she would hear this message clearly in her mind. Xiao is dead. I know what you did. Come quickly to X location. Such a message would make her drop everything and rush over. Even if she didn't care about Xiao or what she had done, she would feel guilty. If she ignored me, she must be outside the mainland because she couldn't receive the transmission spell from so far away. Then, I would rush to Linzhou overnight. She is a top vampire hunter there. What I don't understand is, she belongs to another branch of the main association. Why would she work for our Jingqi town branch, and even be caught in a trap? I hope you're not just talking nonsense, I thought as Xiao arrived. On the downward branch of Highway 13, both sides are full of cemeteries, and even during the day, few people appear here. At night, with a gentle breeze, it really feels eerie. I looked back and saw Xiao under the moonlight, looking uniquely beautiful. Perhaps because of environment, she seemed to carry a hellish aura. It was like poppies. You know, I hate hearing your voice. No, I should say I hate thinking about growing up with you.
Why did you still want to meet me?
She was tense, like she was ready to fight me. I smiled. Then why did you come? Since you dislike me so much. For Xiao, maybe for yourself, I said with a gentle smile. You should know I never say things without reason. What do you know? What have you done? Ma Xiaoi, I don't have time for riddles. If you won't say it, forget it. I was foolish to trust you again after being fooled before. She looked at me angrily, and then turned to leave. I didn't stop her. I just counted to 3 silently. Sure enough, she turned back. People can't be dishonest with themselves. Otherwise, they just become stubborn. How much do you really know? Where did you find out? She asked without looking at me. Is it that old man? No one betrayed you. I shook my head. Don't think that every failure is someone else's fault. What did you say? She was angry now. For some reason, the usual feelings of inferiority and weakness I had in front of her suddenly disappeared. Xiao's accident made me forget all past sadness. Saving him is now my only goal. Anyone who tries to stop me will face death, even if it means doing terrible things. I mean, you can keep hating me, even though I never truly betrayed you. But I won't accept your accusations anymore, and I don't feel like I owe you anything. It's been 3 years, and I've carried this guilt all that time. Now I've paid it off. So please, don't speak to me like I'm some lower creature. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your secret won't be exposed. I straightened my back. What chilled me most was that after I said this, I saw a hint of murderous intent in Xiao's eyes. When she betrayed me, she didn't hesitate. I can understand that her hatred made her do it. But to kill me personally, is it really necessary? How could she be so cruel, throwing away over 10 years of feelings like trash? I was just too cowardly and weak to tell her I loved that person too. I only listened to her heartfelt words, as if I had secretly read her diary. So despicable. Besides, what else do I owe her? Sorry, Xiao. Even though I'm 3 years late, I still want to say this in my heart. Then, we can part ways without any debts or obligations. Under the moonlight, 2 young women from the east face each other. The night wind is colder, and the sounds of insects and nightingales echo eerily from the graveyard, sounding lonely and sad. I don't know how long it has been, but the killing intent on Xiaobing has faded. Not because her hatred disappeared, but because she is unsure. She has always been stronger than me, and she is the pride of our Xin Xiao sect along with my senior brother. But even though I am weak, I am not useless. She understands this, so she chooses not to act rashly. Actually, if we really fought, I'm not sure I could be ruthless. Why doesn't she understand that? You've never met anyone more shameless than you. Xiaobing sneers. If it weren't for you, I might still be in China, happily in love with my senior brother. Why do I have to fight and kill here? If I did anything wrong, it was indirectly because of you. So, because I fell in love with the same man as her, and because I exist, that man doesn't love her, and I have to take responsibility for her future actions? Why, after being sisters for over 10 years, have I never truly understood her heart? If Louis hadn't scolded me last time, maybe I'd still be wallowing in self-pity. It turns out that in her eyes, hurting her even once, no matter how small, is the same as hurting her for a lifetime. What kind of logic is that? She is the apple of her master's eye, the dream girl of all young disciples in the Eastern sections. She is extremely clever and can get everything she wants. Maybe because she always wins, she can't accept failure. Her setbacks must have a scapegoat. And in her first and so far only failure, I was that scapegoat. But I spent 3 years of sadness to repay her. Now I've decided. I won't do it anymore. I laugh loudly. In such a night, in such an environment, it's definitely a little scary, but I enjoy it. Tell me the whole truth, or I can be even more shameless. Sorry, Xiaobing, I might have made you even more miserable. So, don't try to anger me. You've changed. Her reaction shows she's a bit at a loss. Her stubbornness no longer works in front of me. That makes her afraid. I've long needed to change, I say confidently. But that's not the point. We're not here to talk about the past. Tell me, why are you helping Dean Tagore? I made a big mistake. I should have told her early that I also love my senior brother. I paid the price for this, enduring the same hardships as a child bride, patiently tolerating and forgiving for 3 years like a saint. But today I realized that this was torment for me and only encouraged Xiaobing to keep making the same mistakes. Tell me first, how did you find out about this? Xiaobing asked through clenched teeth. That day, I was there, I said coldly. When you and Director Tagore entered the secret room, I was already there. Stealth charm, she exclaimed, full of regret. Yes, her cultivation level is higher than mine. If I weren't so distracted, how could she not have noticed me? My master once said that the human mind is the strongest power. I used to think he was just talking big to sound impressive. Now I understand that it's the truth. No need to hide anymore, I said. Don't worry, you're my junior sister. Whether you admit it or not, I will always treat you better. Are you saying this won't be leaked? She is a mixed-race beauty. Even though I consider my skin fair, it's nothing compared to her. Her face is now so pale, it's almost blue. In fact, I've always been less capable than her in everything. That's why I'm used to letting her win, and why I often fail. I lost everything to her, except for that man. Shouting, "Hua, you're safe," I said clearly. Are you threatening me? Clever of you to see through that, I said with my usual innocent-looking smile. So, you have no choice but to cooperate. Fine. But if even one word leaks out about this, don't blame me for turning cold. Sister, you've been cold and ruthless for a long time, haven't you? And you still don't understand that I really wouldn't hurt you. At least, I wouldn't intentionally harm you. Even if you don't remember the past, I can't forget the innocence of childhood and the beautiful years we shared. I'm not ruthless enough. I can't go that far. What do you want? She asked. I want Shouting Hua to come back, I said with a blank face. Here's the second update for today. Remember, after midnight, I'll post tomorrow's first chapter. It's all for climbing the rankings with more votes. 23 reasons that hurt self-esteem, Little Ding. Is he really dead? Only now did she show concern for Little Ding, and my heart felt even colder. If her hatred for me had some reason, why could she be so indifferent to Little Ding? Over more than 10 years of being senior and junior students, relying on each other, sharing hardships, are all those years just fleeting moments? I'm asking you a question. Don't just stand there dazed. Her voice grew louder. I should have known not to lend you the bail money. He hasn't even gone to court yet, and even if he survives, he'll face legal punishment. He was choked by a vampire, but the bloodline leader of this state promised me they would keep Little Ding from dying completely. I turned my head, afraid that her cold words would distract me further. Did you negotiate with the vampire? She was surprised, making me think she overreacted a bit. Thanks to you. I snorted coldly, blaming others carelessly to feel better. I can do that too. If it weren't for you teaming up with Director Tagore to set me up, killing William the 16th, and stealing the gem, how could Little Ding and I end up like this? If it was just me, I could have at least sneaked back to China. But what about Little Ding? Remember? When I asked you about this, you pretended to be innocent, making me think it was my senior brother's fault. But you were careless. You even left evidence at the scene. You're the one who involved Little Ding, and now you're blaming me? She retorted. I waved my hand.
Stop. Stop.
This isn't the time to shift blame. First, tell me what exactly you did to give Director Tagore a reason to hold against you. And then he forced you to do his bidding. What I did has nothing to do with Little Ding, she firmly refused to say. I thought for a moment. These premises didn't matter much anymore. Asked about her secret agreement with Director Tagore. She sneered contemptuously. You underestimate me too much, overestimate that old guy. Just because of him, does he think he can control me? I was stunned. Could there be higher officials within the association involved in this conspiracy? Thinking calmly, this possibility seemed quite likely. Little Ding had already become the youngest gold-ranked vampire hunter in history. Although Director Tagore was also a member of the Elders' Council, he was from another state, and within the council, there were divisions of power. Director Tagore was almost a nobody, mainly responsible for chairing meetings, without authority across states. President House. I suddenly remembered this person. At the same time, I imagine his face in my mind, uncertain and changeable, rarely speaking directly to us lower-level hunters. Xiao Bing snorted, as if agreeing. So, Director Tagore was just following orders to contact you because all the Hunter and Association officials' files, along with mission details, are stored in our underground secret room at the base. You're asking that question on purpose. Why did President House find you? I frowned, pretending to ask Xiao Bing, but really questioning myself. I guess he needs someone skilled in Eastern magic. Compared to Western magic, Eastern techniques are easier to hide, and since vampires are less familiar with them, the chances of success are higher. But I don't understand. Why do I have to be the front for this? Xiao Bing looked at me coldly, silent. I don't think this was Xiao Bing's idea. Although she hates me and wouldn't hesitate to kill me, she wouldn't go to extreme lengths to do so. But it's strange. Xiao Bing's abilities are enough to get the gem, escape completely, and no one would notice. There's no need to kill William the 16th and cause trouble, nor to make someone a scapegoat. Unless President House wants to kill William the 16th. But that doesn't make sense either. William the 16th manages his subordinates well and lives peacefully with a hunter association. Our task is mainly to catch rogue members of the magic faction, vampires who can't control their desires and feed outside blood banks, or to go on missions to other states. In short, Thorntown is a quiet place, which is why I chose it initially. I don't think anyone wants to disturb this peace. If William the 16th dies, the situation in the state will become chaotic. If magic faction members, or those with magic ideas, take control, the state will face turmoil. Why would Mr. House, the Elder Council President, do such a thing? Could there be a huge conspiracy behind this? Don't think about it. With your mind, you'll never understand, Xiao Bing said contemptuously, glancing at me. You're always wishful, hoping to find a way to get good results without hurting anyone. That's your biggest problem, because it's impossible. The gem is more important than William the 16th life. If you don't kill him, you can't get the gem. If you do kill him, you'll need a scapegoat, someone from the Eastern sect. Director Tagore nominated you because you are too useless. Even if you're lost, it won't affect the strength of the association. Do you understand? Because you are so useless. Being abandoned is not a loss. Oh, that reason really hurts my pride. But I still feel something is wrong. Yes, it's the person who hijacked Xiao Bing's gemstone. Does Xiao Bing really not recognize that person? It's not easy to defeat Xiao Bing. I'm not saying Western magic is worse than Eastern Taoism, but Xiao Bing is someone who has immersed himself in both worlds. Well, I mean, Western magic is not as profound as Eastern Taoism. Finding a Western wizard to easily defeat Xiao Bing is very difficult, and only those who deeply understand Xiao Bing's abilities know this. Becoming a top vampire hunter, Xiao Bing doesn't need to do his best. In fact, I could do it if I wanted to, especially since Xiao Bing was once called a genius. Tell me about how the gemstone was hijacked, I asked Xiao Bing, paying close attention to her expression as she answered. She performed perfectly, but I didn't believe her. Why is the gemstone so important? Do you know? I asked again. Do you think I would know? I was just carrying out orders, Xiao Bing replied, as if I was very funny. Western factions never trust our Eastern messengers. Some people, even after staying here for decades without returning to the East, can never reach the association's core authority. That's different from us. Our Eastern factions are too tolerant. Is your task to erase your past mistakes in exchange for this mission? I didn't do anything wrong, just didn't follow the rules, Xiao Bing said loudly, a bit too angry. So, it was President House who assigned you. I brought the question back. Director Tagore is just a liaison, right? She snorted. Regarding Xiao Ding's life and your safety, I advise you to think again. Is there something you haven't told me? I pressed her. Don't you even know President House's motives? Killing William the 16th would be too costly for him. You should know that if the secret faction turns into a magic faction, vampire hunters in the same city will face serious consequences. Unless what he gains is much more than what he loses. What could that be? I only care about myself, Xiao Bing said coldly and directly. Now you have to take care of little Ding, or else you yourself will be in trouble, I said bluntly. She was so angry she turned and walked away. This time I didn't stop her. I just called after her, please stay in touch with me at all times or I might do something reckless out of worry. Actually, little Bing was right. I dislike pointless sacrifices and unnecessary harm, so I couldn't understand why I was being used as a pawn. Now I see. Although I still can't act harshly or aggressively, I understand others' thoughts better. I can think of ways to protect myself and those I care about. Little Bing is indeed smart and capable. In less than a day, she handed me the investigation report on President House. I studied it for hours and finally decided to take advantage of the evening banquet where the president would be attending to sneak into his house. President House's home is very ordinary, a standard two-story villa, gray and white, looking low-key. He has no family, no dog, and his electronic security system is easy to bypass, so I got in easily. Since I wasn't doing this for the first time, I was very calm. I carefully checked every room upstairs and downstairs, moving quietly. It took over 3 hours. I only left when little Bing, who was also at the banquet, sent me a signal that the president was about to return home. Did you find anything? She asked when we met later. The old fox is too careful. I couldn't find anything. Maybe one day I should check out his office, I said, feeling disappointed. You can get into his house, but not his office. It's protected by magic, little Bing frowned. Anyway, I need to think of a way. He knows what will happen if he sends you to kill William the 16th, so there must be a special reason, I said, then turned to leave. Actually, I lied. But I didn't feel guilty about it, because I believed little Bing also kept things from me. At President House, I saw his electronic medical records. They were encrypted, but I happened to have the most advanced decoder, a gift from a vampire computer expert I met during a failed D-level mission. It's not available on the market. The record said President House has less than 3 months to live. Is that why he's risking everything? What is his real goal? Could it be that he is just a pervert, wanting to create chaos after his death so that people will remember the peace under the previous leader? Suddenly, I thought of Xiao Ding and had another idea. I then reasoned through a few more possibilities, which made me feel a bit uneasy. I feel like I am caught in someone else's trap. The closer I get to the core, the closer I am to danger, and also the closer I am to Xiao Ding's revival. So, I must pay a high price, but risking my life is just a small part of it. I decided to start following Xiao the next day to see if I could find any news about my senior brother. It's Monday, and here is the first update. Please vote for me with your recommendation tickets. I want to climb the new book charts.
Thank you.
Tonight, I will post another chapter at 8 o'clock. 24 I will be the bait. The mountain life is lonely. Playing hide and seek is the only fun we have among the 4 senior brothers and sisters. Xiao is the easiest to find because he is careless and leaves many traces. What about Xiao? No matter how well he hides, I always manage to find him. At that time, our master joked that I was reincarnated as a golden retriever. Only my senior brother is different. I have never been able to find him once. He is the best at hiding. Once, he hid so well that he even forgot himself, staying in the mountains all night. Our master was so worried, he almost destroyed the mountain. The next morning, he came back as if nothing had happened. My senior brother has such skills. Even though he is very noticeable if he wants to, he can make himself almost invisible. It's like he can blend into the mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, the stars, and even the darkness so deep that light cannot penetrate. He rarely speaks and keeps everything inside. Sometimes I wonder if my senior brother really wanted to leave the world, we would never find him. His heart is as solid as a rock. He doesn't move and no one can get close to him. Only longing and waiting stretch on forever. So I have to find a way to make him come to me. Before that, I need to find out if Xiao is still hiding something from me. Because, whether we like it or not, we must cooperate. Following Xiao is much easier. Although she is very careful, she still cannot shake me off, just like when we were kids. She and her family kept running from casino to casino, and I followed behind her step by step. She carried money and photos, asking around, while I also held money and photos, questioning, was the beautiful woman from before looking for this person? In foreigners' eyes, Asian faces all look similar, but the person in the photo is different. He is so handsome that it's hard to forget him. His dark eyes seem full of secrets, making him mysterious and alluring. That confident look has been with him since he was 15, something hard for others to describe. He is my senior brother, Ma Xiaojia. Because of this, everyone, especially the female dealers and bunny girls, is sure that this handsome man, with his elusive aura and dreamy expression, is someone who has truly been here, someone who seems to be lost in a dream. My nose stings, and I carefully put the photo in my chest pocket, close to my heart. It was taken on my 18th birthday at a ramen shop at the foot of the mountain with everyone there. But now, it feels like I am about to lose everyone. Xiao also keeps the photo, but in her eyes, there is only one person. Is it true that senior brother took that gem? When I found Xiao, I finally calmed down a little. She looked at me in surprise, then angrily said, "You followed me. I really don't know how shameless you've become. For Xiaoding's life, you're lying. I really don't know how selfish you've become." I responded sharply. "What are you afraid of?" "What am I afraid of?" I smiled, suppressing the bitterness in my heart. "You want to find senior brother yourself, not wanting me to meet him, right? Can I be blamed for that? What if some scoundrel takes him away again? Senior brother isn't your or my toy. He has his own choices." I remembered Lewis's words. Lewis's blood runs in my veins, so sometimes I feel different emotions and tremors. I know it's him worrying about me, caring for me, or missing me deeply, with a hint of sadness. But I have more urgent things to do and cannot respond to his call. Saw thee. He didn't choose you either, Xiao sneered at me, her words deeply provoking. I forced a bitter smile. Yes, I know my place. I won't bother him anymore. I only look for him to save Xiao. You should know that senior brother has a secret technique that is said to have been lost for a long time. You mean? Xiao doesn't have to become a vampire to survive. She finally understood. But senior brother hadn't used it before. Let's take a chance, I sighed. Don't worry, after saving Xiao, I will disappear right in front of him and take Xiao back to China. How you choose to handle it is none of my business. So, you should tell me now. Xiaobing's eyes flickered, And then she finally told me the truth. She isn't foolish. I've come this far, so hiding it anymore is pointless. But her guard is even stronger now. Why doesn't she understand? Her enemy isn't me, but the heart of senior brother, who refuses anyone to enter. At first, I wasn't sure if the person who stole the gem was senior brother. She slowly explained, because that day, the person used a disguise and all Western magic, with no sign of Eastern techniques. But he showed mercy to my people several times. You know my strength. I hide most of it here. At that time, I was giving my all. Few could resist and defeat me, but I don't remember any young and talented Western wizard or exorcist like him. After I returned and thought carefully, I felt that his use of Western magic was a bit awkward. Although he tried to hide it, it still looked like he was learning as he went. She laughed at herself when she said this. At that point, I still couldn't imagine that person was senior brother until the day you asked me about it. It turned out her surprise that day wasn't fake. But she wasn't shocked because she knew about it. She was surprised because of my suspicion. I was so foolish. Who else could blend Eastern and Western magic so skillfully besides senior brother? So, you investigated him? I forced myself to stay calm and asked. Yes, she said with a look that said I wouldn't get anything, and neither would you. Before you doubted me, I had already started looking for him everywhere. But you know senior brother's abilities. After so long, I found nothing. Besides knowing he spends money freely at various casinos, I used all my strength but couldn't find any other information about him. I even couldn't tell if he was hiding here or just recently appeared. Maybe we should wait and see. I shook my head and didn't tell Xiaobing that senior brother had appeared when I was in danger. If I said that, Xiaobing would go crazy. Our fragile cooperation would collapse immediately, and I need her. Suppose we are there, do you think senior brother wouldn't notice? Would he show up? I said seriously. I don't know why he's involved in this, but he definitely doesn't want to meet us. Is he after money? Xiaobing frowned. He lost a lot at the casino and often loses, but he doesn't even blink. But he should. Have no money. Let's find him first and ask. I gritted my teeth. Xiaobing, you probably have some friends in the underworld, right? What are you planning? She looked at me suspiciously. Let's put on a show together, I said. You find some friends to attack me. Go all out, hit me hard. Of course, I won't just stand there, so your people need to be strong enough, so I won't get hurt badly. What exactly do you want to do? Draw out senior brother. I took a deep breath. You know how strong his sensing ability is. If the brothers and sisters are in danger, maybe. Senior brother will appear if he's still in this state. Xiaobing was silent for a long time, staring at me, then finally showed a look of disbelief and mockery. That's so funny. You think senior brother will come out for you? Ma Xiaoi, you're so full of yourself. I don't know if he'll come. I'm just trying. Unless you have a better idea. Unless. You don't want to see him. If I face life and death, he might appear, right? The last time he saved me, I can't believe it was just a coincidence. But this time, will he really come again? I wasn't sure. Then I'll be the bait, Xiaobing said. Her volunteering wasn't out of concern for me, but because she hoped that if senior brother appeared, he would feel sorry for her. Actually, I wasn't trying to compete for the role of the distressed beauty. I just lacked connections and couldn't find enough skilled experts to attack me. Ordinary thugs wouldn't attract senior brother because he knew I could handle them alone. But if Xiaobing's people attacked her, she might unconsciously reveal a flaw. So I had to be the bait. And because Xiaobing hated me, she would definitely strike at me. This way, the plan would be more realistic and senior brother would be less likely to see through it. Although I was facing great danger, I was willing to risk everything to see my senior brother one last time and to help Xiaobing survive as a human. It didn't take long to persuade Xiaobing, because she knew which plan was best. If anything happens to you, don't blame me. You said you wanted a completely realistic plan. She even showed a cruel smile. I guess she was thinking that breaking my appearance might be useful. But really, what was there to break? I was never as beautiful as her. Being beautiful has many benefits, but it doesn't always guarantee success in certain situations. There's a saying, looks don't matter as long as you catch the eye of the right man. During the act, Don't appear nearby, I warned her. Of course, or how would senior brother believe me? Xiao snorted. You don't need to think about framing me as the bad guy. I waved my hand, tired of her endless chatter.
It's settled then.
Hurry and prepare. How long do you need? 3 days. No, 1 day. 1 day is too tight. Shouting can't wait. After I said that, I turned and walked away. I knew the secret arts of the Blood Clan, zombies and resurrection magic. I didn't know their full power or time limits, but I tried to move quickly. All these events involved the Blood Clan. I could ask Leon for help, but he might be the mastermind behind everything. I couldn't walk into a trap willingly. Besides, I didn't trust him. Second update delivered. Tomorrow is a single update. Please vote for me. I really need it.
Thank you.
25, you little scoundrel. I'll make you regret it. People are pushed to their limits. Despite the tight schedule and heavy tasks, Xiao completed everything excellently. She truly is a smart and capable person. The next night, as I wandered near the outskirts of the city, past the cemetery area, a large convertible roared past me. 4 men and 1 woman were on it, holding bottles and shouting wildly. The woman even lifted her shirt to show a bit of skin, large, white, but a bit saga. All of them seemed to have the same 3 words written on their foreheads: drunk, looking for trouble, hooligans. Not bad, their acting was quite good. I secretly admired how well the other person was acting, not expecting the gong to sound right at the start. The car screeched loudly, backed up with white smoke, and stopped at my edge. Several high-level thugs clearly intended to pull me into the car to play, but their real plan was to toy with me. One of them even said a line I hate, something William the 16th once said. They haven't even played with a beautiful Asian girl before.
Darn.
They added an extra, men, to the word. I didn't think I was so popular that I could attract both men and women. But I was also suspicious because I felt Xiaobing's plan was too theatrical. Those reckless gamblers and social scum wouldn't have such high skills. It would be easy for my senior brother to see through their tricks if he was paying attention. Did Xiaobing really not realize this? Now, everything was set in motion, and I had to act. I knew this was very risky, and the chances of success were small. But Xiaoding was almost dead, actually dead, so I was willing to do anything crazy and terrifying. I didn't care about the danger. I was all in. I bet that my senior brother couldn't forget me, and my safety was the stake. When the fight really started, I felt cold sweat and chills. These 5 men were very powerful, skilled in martial arts and magic, and I was clearly at a disadvantage. But I had to win, because suddenly I understood something clearly, like being struck by lightning. It turned out Xiaobing intentionally wanted my senior brother to see my flaws. Even if he was secretly protecting me, he would immediately see through this little trick and walk away. At that moment, I realized these 5 men were true experts, real freaks. Losing meant I would become their plaything, subjected to their abuse and humiliation. The more realistic, the better. Everything had to be real. That's what you said. I was just doing what you asked. I could even imagine Xiaobing mocking, despising, and laughing with satisfaction. I'm such a fool, an overly optimistic fool. I always underestimated how much Xiaobing hated me. No matter what I did, deep down I still saw her as one of us, just hurt by our relationship. But because of that failed love, she now saw me as her enemy. If she had the chance, she would bite me without hesitation. So, everything from the past was gone. I had to see the world anew. Oh my, what made her so cruel? She completely erased the happy memories of the past and forced the burden of betrayal on me, just because I listened to her proud heart and still dared to love that man. I was wrong. My hesitation and indecision were not about atoning for a sin that never existed, but about allowing Xiaobing to become more distant, cruel, and stubborn. But now it's too late to regret. If I can't escape completely, I will pay a heavy price for my poor judgment. Getting hurt or disfigured doesn't matter. Only by trampling on my dignity and pride as a woman can they truly hurt me. Suddenly, a bright ball hit my knee, making me stumble and almost fall. Just when I was angry at myself, I realized I had already fought with those 5 people for dozens of rounds. I was in a mess, biting my lip hard to hide my weakness, while they were all injured too. Knowing Xiao Bing's cruel plan, I definitely fought back fiercely. But this also made my opponents more vicious, and their counterattack became even stronger. In no time, we had moved from the road into the cemetery. Little beauty, why struggle like a fish caught in a net? If you have that much strength, why not save it to enjoy with us? The bearded man licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, sneering. Young lady, licking blood and smirking might be lovely on handsome guys, but on a creepy, aging man like you, it's disgusting. Please change to a more honest and kind look, I said, looking around. I saw they had already shrunk their circle, making escape difficult. And my senior brother hadn't appeared. That was the biggest blow to me. Unless he left the state, he wouldn't be unaware that I was in danger. We trained together since childhood, connected by a spell cast by our master. As long as I didn't cut off that connection and kept seeking, I could sense within 400 miles. Although you are not related by blood, I have connected your hearts, our master once said. From now on, you are like brothers and sisters, more close than family. Support each other and help each other, understand? After that incident, Xiao Bing resolutely cut off our spiritual connection. After Xiao Ding went missing, fearing I would find him, he did the same. In the past, I didn't know if senior brother was like Xiao Bing and Xiao Ding because I hadn't sensed him again. Since he made his choice, I wouldn't bother him anymore. Senior brother is that kind of person, once he makes a decision, he doesn't turn back. So, why should I make him dislike me? But last time I was in danger, senior brother happened to save me at a critical moment. How could I not doubt? Maybe he still has a connection to me through our master's spell. Why didn't he cut all ties? Maybe he cares about me more than he lets on. Now I face a situation more terrifying than death. Why isn't he here? Suddenly, I was hit on the back with a loud crack, almost breaking my ribs. The pain made me see stars. You foreign woman, aren't you just jealous because my waist is half a foot smaller than yours? Let me go first. The bearded man cheered excitedly when he saw me fall to the ground. I'll go first. The long-haired man wasn't going to give up easily. But did you ask me what I wanted? Although I was lying on the ground, close to the earth, in an ungraceful position, that didn't mean I would be at their mercy. I immediately used a earth escape spell. Our Eastern Taoist teleportation technique is much more advanced than Japanese ninjas' quick movement. Skilled practitioners can use any element of the 5 elements of heaven and earth to instantly appear thousands of miles away. Of course, I don't have that ability, but I wouldn't just stay still. Right now, I was still lying there. The scoundrels laughed loudly, and I joined in with a cold sneer. Xiao Bing, it seems you really want me to be Ed today. You even used these 5 people to block the 5 elements of this place, knowing that my sister and I are not skilled in magic and have no way to escape. Have you forgotten? Our master strictly forbade us from doing this. He once said that the purpose of teleportation magic, passed down from the heavenly way, is to give others a chance to survive. Even the most wicked people. The Chinese value leaving a way out. Cutting off all escape routes will bring divine punishment. But since I understand your intentions, shouldn't I prepare early and adapt? Don't come any closer. I trembled and retreated, then suddenly flipped over as if I fainted, but quickly raised my hand and threw 5 binding talismans. 5 red lights. Sorry, everyone. Chinese people believe it's polite not to show teeth when smiling, and there's some truth to that. If you open your mouth too wide, a sharp-eyed person might see right down your throat. If you don't swallow the spell, who will? Feeling stuck now? Can't move? Turning into a wax figure? Are you trying to impress me? Did you check the almanac before going out? I crawled a few steps using my hands and feet, leaning against a tombstone by the road. Only then did I catch my breath. Schemes and tricks are very important. I definitely couldn't defeat these 5 people all at once, but intelligence is also a kind of strength. How else would a fox survive in nature? If you can't fight directly, wouldn't you pretend to be weak first? Use tricks to make them fall? Look embarrassed and angry? Or secretly take treasures from my hidden pouch at my waist? Shouting, no, in panic, Doesn't that excite others' evil desires? At this moment, wouldn't they relax and feel proud? This spell is a life-saving tool. Its power is very strong, not weak at all, because I stole it from my master before going abroad. I also modified it a few times, adding some fierce ingredients. If these 5 guys weren't so shameless, I wouldn't want to use it. It's not complicated, just makes the person cursed feel nauseous after they can move, almost vomit, and last for 49 days. It's called turning the river and stirring the sea. It won't let you off easily. Hey, you with the hairy head, your skills are poor. Even when people are beaten, their hair stays neat. Look at your messy hair. You're almost like Sadako. After catching my breath, I struggled to stand up, leaning on the tombstone while cursing and planning to run away. My senior brother didn't come, which made me lose all hope. Xiao Bing clearly didn't want to save Xiao Ding because she was taking revenge and trying to humiliate me as a woman. At this point, shouldn't I leave quickly? Who knows if Xiao Bing has more tricks up her sleeve? Even if I lose my senior brother's help, I still need to save Xiao Ding. Better to rely on myself and think of a plan at home. But just as I moved my foot, I suddenly felt a numbness at the back of my neck. The sensation was so sharp that it almost instantly reached my nerve endings. Tomorrow, double updates at 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. Please remember to vote for me and add to your favorites. Thank you. 26. Sadako has arrived. I was furious and felt like my heart was burning with anger. I understood that Xiao Bing had set up a trap. If I couldn't handle the 5 people, 2 things might happen. First, my senior brother might come to save me, and our goal would be achieved. The danger I faced would then not be on her head. Second, if my senior brother didn't show up, I would be completely humiliated, and she would enjoy her revenge. Just now, in such a dangerous situation, my senior brother still didn't appear, which proved he wouldn't come. At this moment, Xiao Bing's second group of people reappeared. They were the real threat. They first shot me with a tranquilizer gun while I was weak, making me unable to resist. When I woke up, a video of several men abusing me had been uploaded to the international internet, with millions of views. At that moment, should I have committed suicide? Even if I had a thick skin and refused to die, how could I go on living? How could I face my senior brother? How could I face myself? Before I fainted, I bit my tongue. This time, it wasn't to cast spells or perform magic, but just to stay awake and have enough strength to pull out a sharp knife and aim it at my chest. Wow, this girl is really bold, still resisting at this time, someone said. The anesthesia made it hard for me to see his face. Don't worry, brother will make you feel amazing later, another said. Oh, this one spoke good Chinese. I smiled. When I couldn't cry, I always laughed. It's a bad habit I've had since I was a child. Sorry, I won't cooperate anymore. I pressed the knife down hard, the tip just over my fragile heart. If you like, just finish it. Xiao Bing underestimated me. Before being humiliated, I still had the choice to die. Stop, a woman's voice suddenly shouted. At the same time, I felt a pain on the back of my hand. The knife hadn't stabbed deep, but it fell to the ground. I thought to myself, this is bad. Can I not even die? Do I have to face a pain stronger than death? As I sat down on the ground, I saw a woman with long hair in white clothes jump out from behind the tomb. Darn, Sadako is really here. I was so scared that I woke up a little. The second group of attackers was also stunned. One of them was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. The 5 people who had been cursed with a binding spell could only stare blankly, their eyes rolling, wetting their pants, unable to move. Looking back on that day, I still feel chills. In the middle of the night, a woman suddenly jumped out from behind a tombstone in the cemetery, her long hair loose, dressed in white. On a cool night breeze, her flowing hair fluttered, and her face, pale with a bluish tint, was streaked with blood tears. Later, she said that was the coolest makeup style, inspired by vampires crying, emphasizing noble and sad beauty. It was very moving and popular among young Japanese people who liked bold, free, and expressive fashion. But at that moment, I didn't see beauty. Instead, I was very frightened, almost losing my composure. I didn't notice the details then because she wasn't wearing long, flowing white clothes. Instead, she wore a swan costume, not for dancing, but made of feathers. The skirt was very short, and walking with big steps could reveal too much. What kind of ghost would dress like that? Clearly, she was a person, a woman who didn't care much about her body. My name is Xiao Kong. It's wrong for so many of you to bully a girl, she said softly, but in that situation, it just felt strange. Are you a human or a ghost? Finally, a fool asked, pulling out a gun. Xiao Kong didn't hesitate. She threw a series of flying darts that looked like iron spines. The second group of attackers, including those trying to run away, were all knocked down. That was very cool. It showed Xiao Kong was quite skilled, not less than Xiao Bing. But as soon as she acted, everyone realized she was human. No ghost would use hidden weapons like that. I really dislike people who use guns. Not only are they not beautiful, but they also pollute the environment. The woman in white snorted, pouting playfully. Who are you? I asked, confused. I didn't believe I was lucky enough to be saved just when I was in danger. Something new was definitely happening here. I already told you, my name is Xiao Kong, she said. The girl looked very cute, even if her appearance was fake. Her sweet and innocent look made people overlook that. She had the delicate and naive features typical of Japanese women. Maybe she was pretending to be innocent, but it didn't matter. She was the kind of person who would shyly say, "Uncle, you're so annoying," while stabbing a knife into his heart without hesitation. Or she was like a girl from a Japanese manga, innocent even in her killing, loving life and best avoided. But she was truly beautiful, even with that ghostly makeup. Why did you save me? I felt faint and asked. Marusan told me to come, she said, crouching down and poking my chest. Big sister, the older sister pretending to be a younger sister, your underwear is showing, you know? Also, please don't touch me. When women tease, it makes me feel really nervous.
But ma sang?
Is he my senior brother? My mind was getting more and more confused, and I couldn't help but speak. Tell him, my junior brother is about to die. If he doesn't show up soon, my junior brother will definitely die. Who's going to die? What's it to you? Many people die every day in this world. Why is your junior brother so special? Xiao Kong asked innocently. Because I am selfish and only care about my junior brother, not all of humanity. I want him to save Xiao Ding or else. I didn't finish, falling into the deep sleep I should have entered long ago. That world was unaware and unconscious. Ma Sang, I did everything you asked. Why are you still angry? Ma Sang, I am your woman. If you look at others so gently, Xiao Kong will get upset too. Ma Sang, alright, Xiao Kong was a little late, but it was because I was jealous. I can forgive that. Ma Sang, she is hurt. Finally, Ma Sang spoke. His deep, rich voice entered my ears, hitting my heart like a thunderbolt, making me suddenly wake up. Senior brother. My senior brother, Ma Xiao Jia, have you finally decided to show up? My hand was gently held by him, and the warm, dry feeling made me feel so safe and comforted, something I hadn't felt since going abroad. His fingers touched my forehead, but didn't stay. Instead, they gently slid down my cheek, caressing back and forth as if
He was very fond of me.
I didn't want to open my eyes, afraid that this rare closeness with my senior brother would disappear. But this tenderness lasted less than a second, and he released me softly, saying, Xiao Yi, are you pretending to sleep or did you fail? I had to face him. But the moment I saw his face, I wondered if my pupils shrank, because his features were so clear, as if everything else had disappeared. The world seemed to have only him, his deep black eyes, always dreamy and hazy, making me want to stay lost in the dream with him. His thick black hair had grown long, hanging by his cheeks. So beautiful. Senior brother. You left on that starry night, and you haven't appeared for 3 years. Without any explanation. Even when I thought you hated me, you didn't say a word. I have often imagined your face in my dreams, but it seems none of those images are truly you. Do you know that after you disappeared, I always feel cold winds blowing from all directions, making me feel lonely and uneasy? Do you know that poem? So many lights flickering. I really want to walk with you through the quiet snowstorm. Just walking together is enough. even if it means leaving behind the busy world, staying away from crowds, and sinking into darkness. But you ignore me. I don't know what force made me do it, but suddenly I sat up and tightly hugged my senior brother, our hearts pressed close, necks touching. He took a few quick breaths, reached out his arms but didn't hug me back. Instead, he put his arms down again. I could feel a hint of helplessness and restraint. Then someone got upset and shouted dramatically, "Miss Ma, be a little more polite. I saved your life, and now you're flirting with my man?" That's a quick way to repay kindness with hatred. My body stiffened, and I let go of that brief moment of warmth. My face felt hot and wet, and I realized I had been crying a lot without knowing when. My senior brother didn't speak. He just stood up and walked to the window. He's always like this, never wanting to say much, even about his feelings. He keeps himself distant, hiding deep inside, and I never know what he's thinking. And as long as he doesn't want me to know something, no matter what I do, I can't find out. Sunlight softly shines through the floor-to-ceiling glass, casting his shadow hazily. I quickly pulled my little friend, Xiao, who was trying to pull me back. Hearing her scream, I knew I wasn't dreaming. Does he have a woman? This suspicion made my heart feel bitter and heavy. I was a bit doubtful, but everything in front of me clearly pointed to the truth. This is a luxury hotel suite, obviously shared by two people, and their attitude toward each other is very casual, just like close friends or lovers. Close like a married couple. These days, the word married couple isn't as serious or important as it used to be, but at least it shows they are together and have a very close relationship. Senior brother, what happened in the 3 years after you left? Why did you become a gambling addict? Why are you with such a Japanese woman? Why are you involved in the conspiracy to steal treasures? Did you say Xiao Ding is about to die? My senior brother suddenly asked me, but he didn't turn to look at me. I was surprised and scolded myself for only focusing on the excitement of reunion and my little secret thoughts, forgetting what was most important. At this moment, Xiao Ding's life was the most important thing. Actually, I calmed my mind and forced myself to stay calm. Xiao Ding is dead. He was strangled by Lion, the vice lord of the local vampires. How cruel, Xiao exclaimed in shock, then looked at me with wide, curious eyes. Hey? Do vampires really exist in this world? I pushed her face away from mine and coldly said to my senior brother, "Can you let her avoid this?" Second update at 8 p.m.
Please stay tuned.
And I excitedly shout. These days, I finally received some feedback on the content. 27 stars. My senior brother finally turned around. His gaze paused on me for a moment, then shifted to Xiao. She can stay. Did you hear that? I can stay. I might become your future sister-in-law. Come on, let's get along.
Xiao confia d'apili.
My heart sank again. I blocked her attempt to hug me and said, "Since we might be family in the future, please stop pretending."
I don't buy that act.
Also, you keep interrupting, so I can't finish my sentences. Why? What happened over the past 3 years? My senior brother has always been distant, even with our master and us siblings. Even if he liked me, his feelings were so reserved and gentle that it's hard to grasp that feeling. Now, why is it like this? Xiao blinked innocently with her beautiful eyes and gradually calmed down.
See?
Showing her true self, being a gentle, clever woman is much better than pretending to be naive and straightforward, like a perfect girl. It's exaggerated, arrogant, and disgusting. But since my senior brother said Xiao could stay, I had nothing to hide. I told her everything that had happened recently, only omitting details about my interactions with Louis and the fight with Prince Lion. While I was telling my story, my senior brother sat on the sofa opposite me, looking as if he was lost in thought. But I knew that was his serious listening face. "Are you the one who stole that gem?" I asked directly after I finished. My senior brother hadn't spoken yet, and Xiao sighed first, saying, "What should we do? We've been found out." Sure enough, he's my senior brother. I don't know how I feel inside. Everything is a mess. Why did he do this?
Who is he doing it for?
What exactly happened after he disappeared? I have so many questions, but I only asked one. Was it for President House? Suddenly, A quick flash of white shadow, and Xiao Kong attacked me with a sharp move. I wasn't prepared. No time to fight back or even defend myself. Actually, even if I could, I wouldn't. Seeing my senior brother's current state, I suddenly felt hopeless. I wonder if he will care about me, or if his woman will hurt me badly. If he ignores the faint feelings we once had, and the friendship of many years, then just let me die.
Bang!
The sofa flipped over and hit the coffee table. The thick wool carpet muffled the sound. Xiao Kong was on all fours, and my senior brother kneeled beside her, one hand gripping her throat tightly. You hit me for her. Xiao Kong was very angry, tears in her eyes, and I felt sorry for her. For her, I would hit anyone, my senior brother said casually, but he was very serious. My heart tightened instantly. Joy, sweetness, and pride mixed together. I thought, maybe I should just die for him. It might be worth it. But then his next words made me freeze again. She is my junior sister. Xiao Ding is my junior brother. So for Xiao Ding, I don't mind killing someone. Also, if I knew this would involve them, I would never have done it. Let me go first, Xiao Kong begged, coughing twice, showing my senior brother's grip was strong. I'm doing this for us. You should know, the employer's identity must stay secret. If it gets out, the only way is to kill the person who knows. That's the rule in our line of work. Our line of work. You took this job, didn't you investigate everything beforehand? My senior brother asked, his voice suddenly cold as ice. Xiao Kong stuck out her tongue, gripping his arm tightly and begging, please let go. I can't breathe. Seeing that someone might get hurt, I quickly stepped forward and pulled my senior brother away. But I knew he was really angry. He rarely gets angry. His mood is like winter sunshine, bright but always lazy and steady. But this time was different. Suddenly, he became scary, maybe even dangerous, like a threatening aura. He is not like Xiao Bing. He always cares about old friendships, no matter what trouble he is in now. We need money. The price he asked for is high, Xiao Kong said, crying like a flower in rain, as he got up. Senior brother was silent. Was he asking for money to pay off gambling debts? But why was he gambling again? I don't believe he would change so suddenly without reason. It's easy to go astray, but there's a saying that true nature is hard to change. Forget it. Let's talk about Xiao Ding. We can't delay anymore, I said, trying to break the heavy silence. I also wanted to know what senior brother was doing, but I didn't want to embarrass him. When he wanted to speak, he would. When I needed to know, I would find out naturally. After so many years studying the way, I still understand the phrase, not forcing, so I let go of his hand back then. I found out my junior sister was in trouble and asked you to help, but you deliberately delayed, thinking I wouldn't notice. Senior brother ignored me and continued. Sorry, I was jealous. Xiao Kong suddenly knelt down and apologized. Please forgive me. Since we came here, you've been paying attention to her. I love you, so I can't help but react. But I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. While speaking, Xiao Kong suddenly stood up and started to take off his clothes. I was shocked. Was she going to sleep with my senior brother right in front of me, as a way to apologize? I had seen William the 16th wild scenes before, but the man in front of me was someone I had secretly loved for many years. How could I accept this? Before I could react, Xiao Kong had already stripped completely and knelt back on the ground. Turns out, she was doing the legendary nude kneeling plea, an extremely strange method. I stared in surprise at senior brother, who seemed completely unaffected. This made me feel strange. Even in a long marriage, with Xiao Kong's perfect figure and skin, any man would have a reaction. They had only been together for 2 or 3 years, so they should still be passionate, right? But senior brother's reaction. Do they really have a relationship? I doubted it. And from Xiao Kong's attitude, she even seemed a little afraid of senior brother. My senior brother is not someone who usually likes to investigate others. If he gets angry with someone, he will ignore them completely. Asking so many questions is impossible. So he is feeling confused. Because of Xiao Ding, because of me, or maybe because of Xiao Bing, his calm heart, like still water in autumn, has become restless. I want to help him calm down, so I say, Senior brother, The most important thing right now is to get back the gemstone and save Xiao. Don't you remember? Your secret technique. I didn't say it directly since the Japanese woman was still there. My senior brother paused and looked down. I knew he was thinking, so I didn't disturb him. Next to us, Xiao Kong also stayed silent. Annoyingly, she wasn't wearing a shirt. Seeing my confused look, she smiled naturally and proudly. The human body is the most beautiful, especially mine, which is perfect. Are you studying art? I asked. Xiao Kong is elegant in appearance but behaves wildly, so I made that guess. No. Are you a celestial enthusiast? No. Then you. Before I met your senior brother, I was a professional actress, she said seriously. I was quite famous. Big star. Looks like you haven't figured it out yet, so you probably haven't seen my work, she said casually. Unless you've watched adult videos. Oh my senior brother is involved with a star. I felt overwhelmed. That gemstone has already been handed over to President House. My senior brother suddenly interrupted while I was shocked by Xiao Kong's identity. I don't know exactly what the gemstone does, but it hasn't been used yet. President House is keeping it. Maybe he's seeking greater benefits. I checked his house but didn't find it, I said. No, not in his house. It's in his office, my senior brother said confidently. I'm going to steal it, I said, turning to leave. But my senior brother grabbed my arm. Whether intentionally or not, he didn't let go for a moment. You can't get into that place, he said with a frown. His office has a magic circle called a magic house in the West. It was set up by two high-level experts from the East and West hundreds of years ago. If you read the Hunter's Manual, you'll know. Many vampires have tried to attack that place, but none have succeeded. Is it that powerful? Can't we use Easter magic? I feel ashamed because I have never read the Hunter's Manual and don't know where I put it. If Xiao can be safely rescued this time, I will find it and study it carefully. Because of curiosity, I checked last time. I think the two senior members who designed this magic house are very powerful, and I can't break the restrictions they set. My senior brother lowered his head and took a moment before saying, but the restrictions in the magic house seem like layers of doors, one east, one west. The spells that automatically open and close them are said to be lost. Later leaders have to open or close each layer as they come and go, which takes about 2 hours. So, the real office of the leader is somewhere else. The magic house is probably just a symbol of authority and a place to store valuables. Like, that gem, right? I suddenly understood what my senior brother was planning. That gem is so important that President House must be very careful, and will keep it in the magic house. If we spread the news that the gem has been stolen, even if he thinks it's unlikely, his cautious nature will make him open the magic house to check. If we then attack suddenly, it should be easier to succeed. However, such a clever person would surely send many guards before entering the magic house. We are only 2 people. Even if my senior brother is very strong, I am quite useless. Working together, even if we can win, it won't be quick. The longer it takes, the closer we get to failure. Xiao and Xiao Kong are unpredictable factors and can't be counted on. Distract the tiger away from the mountain, I thought, suddenly recalling something from the electronic medical records. Almost at the same time, my senior brother and I said this clever plan. Tomorrow was supposed to be a single update, and the day after tomorrow, a double update. But because I have plans the day after tomorrow, it's Christmas Eve. I have more free time tomorrow, so I will switch the schedule. Tomorrow we'll have 2 updates, at noon and 8 p.m. The day after tomorrow will be a single update. Thank you all for your support and votes. 28. The Dark Eats the Dark. President House has less than 3 months to live. He has the gem in his hands but keeps it secret. He is looking for someone to carry out the mission, me, the scapegoat. When giving me the task, he didn't tell me how important the gem really is. The second person is Xiao, who has leverage over him, though what terrible things Xiao has done remains unknown. The third person is my senior brother, who is strong, calm, and unpredictable. Importantly, he is burdened with gambling debts. As the leader of the Elders' Council, it's easy for him to try to manipulate me and Xiao. But how did he find my senior brother? Is my senior brother just a reckless gambler who is barely alive? Does he have deeper secrets, a more mysterious identity, or a greater mission to fulfill? I feel like fate is an invisible hand, setting up a trap over 3 years. Or maybe it's been building a maze for a long time, waiting for us to walk into it one by one. Now, I can't make sense of anything and can't find a way out. Everyone has secrets. I only now truly understand this. Take President House, for example. I believe he set up a series of schemes not for the public good, but for his own benefit. In the world of vampires and hunters, he is a top figure, capable of controlling everything, except his own life. On the surface, he seems very calm, even showing no signs of illness. But the more composed he appears, the more he craves life, doesn't he? Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent his life being rational and steady, only to take dangerous risks at the end, using very sneaky methods. This challenges his self-image of being just and kind, doesn't it? What makes President House like this? Only life. A strong desire to live. Is that what the gemstone is for? Then why is it just as important to vampires who are immortal? Thinking of this, I feel a guilty seed sprouting in my heart, quietly growing and making me consider a terrifying possibility. If President House truly thinks this way, it's hard to say if he's foolish or clever, only that he is extremely greedy. Based on this, my senior brother and I devised a plan. We spread the news that the vampires obtained the gemstone, carefully adding false details to make President House suspicious. Then, my senior brother would hide and watch outside the Elders' Council office, waiting to see if President House enters the magic house to check if the gemstone is still there. As soon as he confirms, he will notify me immediately. Meanwhile, I am somewhere else, masked with a black cloth, holding a gun to the chief doctor's head, forcing him to read a script aloud. The main idea is that Director House's condition has changed. There was a small mistake in the previous checkup, and if he reaches the hospital in time to get medication, he might still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, delays could be too late, and the situation would be urgent. It's a coincidence and a matter of urgency. This time limit means Director House won't have enough time to set up multiple layers of magical barriers again. He might hesitate or suspect someone is plotting against him, but we bet that his desire to stay alive outweighs everything. This desire makes him risk everything, abandon all responsibilities, and rush to the hospital as quickly as possible. At that moment, the magic house's defenses are at their weakest. Although ordinary people can't break in, with my senior brother's strong magical skills, it's not a problem. The plan is set for daytime, so Director House should feel relatively safe because he believes his enemies are only vampires who come out at night, not realizing they are humans. But how could powerful Blood Clan members appear during the day? We even considered what to do if he carried the gemstone with him. Although he holds a high position, his magic ability isn't very strong, so he wouldn't dare carry such an important gemstone openly, my senior brother said. I think the gemstone can't really save his life. It's just a bargaining chip to exchange for someone else's life. If he survives, the importance of the chip decreases. Exactly. That's why he's willing to leave the magic house and everything inside and rush to the hospital first, I nodded. What about Xiao Kong? Although we're discussing this secretly, we can't prevent her from secretly following and causing trouble. Give her something to do. Have her watch Xiao Bing, my senior brother said without hesitation. Let them tangle with each other, so we can have peace. I smiled faintly. My senior brother has always been like this. He always finds a way to divert attention from things he dislikes. It's a bit cunning, but also quite adorable. Won't the Blood Clan cause trouble? He asked. In my mind, Louis's image appeared, then gradually faded, replaced by Lion's strong figure, which made me feel irritated. No, they won't. Actually, it's Prince Lion who contacted me. Maybe he knows they can't break into the magic house, so they have to use others, I sighed. I understood that Lion had investigated my relationship with Xiao Bing, and my senior brother, and saw a clue in Director House's actions. He used Xiao Ding as a hostage to force me to do all this. Vampires are highly intelligent creatures. Their long lives make them wise, though sometimes they can become more foolish. Generally, their abilities surpass those of humans. Even though they are active at night, it doesn't stop them from being excellent investigators. Still, I will make Lion, that big troublemaker, pay for this someday. My actions caused you trouble, my senior suddenly said. His face was calm, but I could tell he felt very guilty. This made me feel better because, no matter what he did in the past 3 years, or what plans he has now, or whether he carries secrets, he still hasn't cut off the connection between us like Xiao did. He hasn't lost his feelings or his resolve. Thinking about it, I feel quite sad. As long as I have this, I am satisfied. I never wanted more. Just this small thing is enough to keep me alive. No, I caused trouble for Xiao. I shook my head. But at this point, feeling guilty or blaming others doesn't help. The problem is out now, and the best way is to find a solution. That's right, my senior agreed. But I want to warn you. Even though President House probably won't carry the gemstone openly, we still need to watch out for that 1%. Because during the day, that gemstone is invisible to the human eye. I was surprised, and then suddenly understood. No wonder they didn't send me to attack William the 16th during the day. Vampires are sleeping then, and even if awake, they are weak. I had wondered at the time, but now I realize everything was planned around that gemstone. So, what do we do? I asked. My senior handed me a pair of sunglasses. President House gave me these. He was worried that if I moved during daylight, it would be hard to see. What about you? One lens is special, he said, taking out another pair of glasses he had modified himself. I took it apart and remade it. I looked at him, feeling a warm tenderness in my chest. When we were kids, we often played a game where we covered one eye each and pressed our faces close together. I used my right eye, he used his left. It felt like we were truly a pair. Senior. I couldn't help but call him. He looked down at me, his eyes like the calm moonlit night. Though he seemed unaffected, that cold, clear light shone over my body and soul, touching every corner. Little E, you need to learn to let go, he said softly. I think he wanted to kiss me, but he didn't. Instead, he looked deeply into my eyes, just like that night he left, as if he wanted to forever imprint me in his gaze. It made my heart soften and feel too weak to beat.
Xiao.
Don't hate her. But also, don't trust her anymore. She has completely changed, or rather, revealed her true nature. She's dangerous. Stay away from her. Promise me, so I can rest easy, he said in a series of words. I could only nod vaguely. I felt he had a kind of magic power, making me easily lose my own will and completely obey him. Rescue Xiao, and I will take him back to China, I said. He nodded. That's best. Xiao is too innocent. You have many tricks, but your heart is too soft. The world here is unstable. You and Xiao are not suitable for this harsh place. It's better to go back. And you? I don't know, he said, suddenly showing a hint of sadness. That expression shattered my heart. Suddenly, I had the courage to tell him, Senior brother, I like you. Please promise me you'll go back. Things I can't do, I can't promise, he said coldly, but his words were gentle. He couldn't give me false hope. He wanted me to let go of everything, to stop hurting. But how could I do that? Could you maybe call me sometimes, or write me a letter, send an email or something? Sorry, Xiao, he said, patting my head. That was the end of the topic. Next was action. I was very nervous, but surprisingly, everything went smoothly. It seems that good tactics are not as effective as understanding people's character. Exploiting their weaknesses is often the fastest way to succeed. Of course, detailed planning beforehand is also very important. Without good coordination, even the best plan is useless. What should we do next? I looked at the ordinary-looking gem in front of me, like a glow-in-the-dark pearl. Wearing the special glasses my senior brother gave me, when I covered my right eye, the table was empty. When I covered my left eye, I could see clearly that the gem was right there. Wow, this is amazing. What does this gem do? I asked curiously. My senior brother shook his head. Actually, I was talking too much. There's no need to ask. It's obvious that he was hired to do this job, and there's no need to reveal too many secrets. It is understandable that President House would choose me as a scapegoat, but why did he send Little Bang on a mission, and after it was successful, then secretly send Senior Brother as a third party to steal the gemstone? Stealing from oneself, what kind of trick is that? Unless someone else knew about his plan, and he was secretly betraying his own side.
Who could that person be?
Haha, everyone, little Kong has arrived. But I didn't specify anyone in particular. Feel free to imagine. Making jokes is harmless, and speculation is reasonable. Today's second update will be around 8 p.m.
Thank you.
Let's do nothing, senior brother said. We have the gemstone, it's a valuable asset. We're not trying to profit from the gemstone. I said, a bit confused. We just want to save Little Ding. Of course, we want to save Little Ding, but I don't trust Prince Lion. I know you're eager to rescue Little Ding, but stay calm. If we lose the gemstone, many will panic. We need to be clear, saving Little Ding is the only way to ensure success. Senior brother looked at me, making me feel guilty. But why should I feel guilty? I only used some questionable methods to achieve my goal. I had no other choice at the time. However, I understood what senior brother meant. Let Lion and House fight each other. If they get confused, we can escape safely. The next 2 or 3 days felt like years. Although I was secretly happy to see the chaos between vampires and hunters under various pretenses, I couldn't relax because I didn't know if Little Ding was safe. One night, I saw Mr. P on the rooftop outside Senior Brother's hotel room. Since I found Senior Brother, I haven't wanted to leave. I haven't gone to Lewis's house, choosing instead to sleep on the sofa in the suite that he and Little Kong booked. I was always afraid they might make some noise at night, which would embarrass me. I even eavesdropped from the corner. Luckily, I didn't hear anything, which gave me a strange sense of satisfaction. They weren't close, so my secret crush felt a little better. As for Little Kong and Little Bing, these two unstable factors, they strangely behaved themselves. Mr. P sat on the rooftop of the tall building opposite. Since that building was almost level with the floor of the hotel I stayed in, I easily spotted him. Honestly, who could ignore someone like him? He is elegant and handsome, looking like an angel fallen from heaven. His long white coat stands out brightly in the night. I was blinded by that snow-white color, so I ran back to my room to get my telescope and then saw his face clearly. I don't know what vampire eyes are like, but I needed the telescope to see him clearly. Surprisingly, he saw me immediately and happily gestured at me as if greeting an old friend, completely forgetting that he was the main attacker last time. I was so frightened I hid behind the curtains. After a while, I realized that was a foolish move, so I calmly appeared again and continued observing him with the telescope. I thought carefully and delayed, because I didn't know where my senior brother and Xiao Kong had gone. If they attacked, I wouldn't be able to handle it, so planning an escape was the most important. However, Mr. P didn't seem to want to bother me. Instead, he exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide and made gestures, indicating I should watch his mouth. I looked carefully and he said, "Your Highness, please join the Moonlight Lover for a visit." My heart tightened. Has Lion finally taken the initiative? These days, although he was busy dealing with the Hunter's Challenge, he never acted out of control and never retaliated excessively. My senior brother said he was a remarkable person, probably knowing I already got the gem, but was too busy to find me. President House was also a cunning old fox, but as the saying goes, desire makes one strong. He wanted to survive so badly that greed clouded his judgment. When he eagerly sought out his chief doctor and then found out he had been tricked, facing death again and seeing his life's illusions shattered, he lost his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't rashly assume Lion stole the gem or go hunting vampires with flimsy excuses. His actions gave me and the vampire clan 2 messages. First, the secret of the Moonlight Lover has not been exposed. I kept my promise. Second, the victim of betrayal might very well be His Highness. Now that Lion is calling for me, what should I do? I raised my telescope and saw that Mr. P was gone. This means Lion is sure I will go because Xiao Ding is still in his hands. If I don't follow the rules, he won't either. The time is right. Let's go. My senior brother suddenly appeared behind me, startling me. We haven't wasted these days. We've learned some things. When President House was out of options and getting very anxious, the Blood Clan would take action. How about Xiao Kong? I looked behind him. We just met, Xiao Bing. They had a small argument, my senior brother said. So they went somewhere to settle it. They won't be back until tomorrow morning. I lowered my eyes. Whenever my senior brother did something bad or clever, he always acted serious, which made him very cute and fun. He had already guessed we would visit Hades Island tonight, so he just found a way to distract those two unstable factors earlier. 2 hours later, my senior brother and I arrived at the Moonlight Lover. Lien was very thoughtful. He left an invitation at the hotel front desk. I took it and confidently boarded the luxurious ferry. My senior brother stayed hidden close behind me and no one noticed. That's where my senior brother is much smarter than me. If it were me, I could only hide my shape using astrology, spells, or charms, but I couldn't completely hide my presence. At this moment, I suddenly realized that Western factions are very wary of us. That's normal because invisibility can be very dangerous in some situations. The legendary invisibility cloak of the West has never appeared. When one side is clearly stronger, it's natural to be suspicious because humans tend to fear what they don't understand. This skill should be kept secret, at least to show we haven't learned it. But Xiaobing used this spell openly during her fight to become a top hunter in front of many people.
So,
We became a powerful tool for the Western factions against the Blood Clan, and also a target for their suspicion. Xiaobing is too competitive and too obvious. I wonder if she was caught because of this? It makes me think of the faction conflicts. I hope she didn't pass this invisibility magic to foreigners, because the Eastern factions strictly forbid it. If she didn't keep it secret, I can't even imagine her ending. While I was sweating for Xiaobing, I had already moved with the crowd into the hall we visited before. It was just past midnight, and the dance hall was lively and noisy. Lights flashed, music blared, and a group of luxurious men and women danced wildly like demons. I saw you again, Moonlight Lover. I couldn't help but look at that chair, but it was empty. I immediately felt relieved. When I thought about facing him, I was a little nervous and scared. As soon as I entered the hall, I knew he wasn't there because his presence is impossible to ignore. Xiao, I'll look elsewhere. Stay in touch. My senior brother's voice echoed in my mind. I silently nodded. Our plan is simple. I stay in the open, and my senior brother stays hidden. Lion must know about us, both my senior brother and me, and he even considered Xiao Kong and Xiaobing's help. But as long as only I appear on the surface, even if Lion tries to guard against me, it won't be effective. Facing Lion, I had no confidence. He's a vampire who has lived nearly 1,000 years. I can only handle someone with 100 years of experience at most, and he's so cruel and tough. But with my senior brother here, I feel more confident. Also, my senior brother and I are connected by a special bond, a legendary link that allows us to communicate without anyone intercepting our signals. Miss, is this your first time here? A man approached me, probably because I was looking around nervously. He looked wealthy and handsome, but unfortunately my sister is busy today and couldn't flirt with him. No matter how many times I come, I won't pay attention to you, I said bluntly, dismissing this usual smooth talker before he could damage his pride. I left quickly, not wanting to watch the awkward scene. I moved through the crowd, making sure I wasn't being watched. The anger that had been building inside me for days started to burn hotter. Ding, you silly kid. You cut off our connection just because you're afraid I might find you. If that bond was still there, my senior sister could go rescue you right now. But where are you now? Well, I won't blame you, because you're in a semi-dead state. Even if the bond wasn't broken, it can't send signals now. Poor little one, just listen next time. At the most critical moment of rescuing Xiaoding, I became confused and kept walking without knowing where I was going. When I finally realized I was far from the hall, I found myself in a large, empty room. The decor was rough and dark, with some parts deliberately showing damp, dark stones like in an old dungeon, giving a cruel, eerie feeling. I hesitated but decided it was better not to cause trouble. I sent a mental message to my senior brother to tell him where I was while trying to find my way back. Just then, I heard hesitant footsteps. Instinctively, I hid in the corner and peeked out, just in time to see President House sneaking over here and blocking my way back. Why would he come here? Is he really working with Lion? As the leader of the Hunter Association's elders, Why would he cooperate with a vampire? Could it be, as I suspect, just to stay alive? If he's secretly doing bad things, how does he still have the courage to come here? Did he sneak in, or was he invited? If he sneaked in, he probably isn't that capable. If he was invited, why did Lion do that? Calling President House. Does it have anything to do with bringing me here? If President House is involved in shady dealings, with Lion's arrogance and strength, he probably wouldn't forgive him easily. A series of questions made me decide not to leave yet and to investigate first. I quickly took out a stealth charm and a silence charm to make myself disappear. Still, I wasn't completely at ease. Suddenly, I saw a large fireplace in a room. I quickly curled up and slipped inside. Luckily, the fireplace only had some dry wood, nothing else. I could hide inside before President House stepped in. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I will post only one chapter each, around 9 a.m. Please save and recommend this story. Thank you all. 30. This is the truth. President House sat on a high-backed sofa opposite the fireplace. The light made his face look pale blue, and the wrinkles on his face looked like shadows. At this point, he looked sick, no, more like deathly ill, making him seem as if he was sitting on torture devices, which was very frightening. I shivered and felt a numb scalp until Lion suddenly walked in with big steps, which made me feel a little better. Because of this special situation, I actually looked forward to his appearance, even feeling like he might save me. Then, out of instinct, I raised my wrist and pressed the button on a tiny camera. Your Highness, President. They nodded politely to each other, but their expressions showed mutual disdain, very fake. Also, they didn't seem surprised by this meeting. Plus, President House's earlier behavior, seeming to wait for something, proved they had arranged this meeting. President House didn't come here by accident, and Prince Lion wasn't unaware of it either. Please forgive me for my manners. I am about to die, and cannot keep up proper etiquette. I really can't stand anymore. President House explained why he didn't stand up from his seat. His eyes showed a hint of tiredness and despair, which made me suddenly feel a bit sorry for him. If a person can't accept reality, no matter how much power or high position they have, they are still very small and pitiful when facing death. Please do as you wish, Lion said calmly, looking at President House as if he were looking at someone who is already dead. He walked to the wine cabinet, poured 2 glasses of wine, one for himself and one handed to President House. Goster wine. President House sniffed and smiled. It's a pity I won't enjoy such good wine for much longer. You could have. Lion sat down as well. From my angle, I could see his perfect side profile. I suddenly thought, if someone made a silhouette of him, it would look very beautiful. I came here to see if there were any other options, President House said in a calm, authoritative tone, fitting his status, but there was a faint hint of pleading. As soon as he spoke, he seemed to lose his confidence. The sunstone isn't in your hands, Lion said coldly and ruthlessly. You have no chips, sunstone? Is that the name of the gem? What does that name mean?
Could it be?
I have other chips. I'm not interested, Lion interrupted President House. I don't want the Hunter Association's mercy, because we are destined to be enemies. Sooner or later, it's life or death. There's no need to pretend anymore. President House smiled. Is that why you want me to kill William the 16th? Because his ideas are getting closer to the secret society, and you are a follower of the magic faction. As a vice lord, he got in your way, so he must disappear. My head buzzed. I didn't expect William the 16th death to be Lion's idea. Among their bloodline, there are 10 strict rules. The first is to forbid killing fellow clan members. Even if a vampire commits a serious crime, their life or death should be decided by the elders. Besides that, any bloodline member who spills the blood of their kin must pay with their life. Lion is really bold. You killed him, Lion surprisingly said without changing his expression. But it was your idea, President House gasped. Don't forget our deal. My instructions? Do you have proof? Every time we meet, I leave no evidence. So, who do you think the elders will believe, especially given my usual conflicts with the Hunter Association? Lion snorted. Don't try to threaten me. I won't fall for that. But I do respect and keep my promises. William the 16th is dead, but I haven't received the Sunstone. Lion sipped his wine and leaned forward. I lower myself to trade with you, so you must complete those 2 tasks. Doing only 1/2 doesn't count as fulfilling your promise. Besides, you already have the Sunstone, right? But you kept it for yourself, hoping for greater gain. I'm almost dead. What more do I want? Lion laughed loudly. I don't understand you humans. Don't you believe in God? He arranges your life and gives you an eternal, immortal soul. So why are you afraid to meet him in heaven? Is it because you're facing death and suddenly lose faith, making it hard to accept? President House's face turned pale, and he looked distressed. After a long pause, he barely spoke. Life is too short, and I have too much to do. I need more time, so I must become a vampire. Lion's tone was cold and full of mockery, as if looking at a muddy worm. You're the president of the Vampire Hunters Association, seeing vampires as evil. Yet you want to become one of us. Isn't that funny? Be more firm, and I might respect you more. How can you help me become a vampire? President House shouted, veins bulging on his neck and forehead, looking disgusting and creepy. Lion, on the other hand, remained noble and silent, like a marble statue, as if he were a deity. At that moment, I felt sad for humans. We agreed before, Lion said slowly. You help me kill William the 16th and get the Sunstone. I turn you into a vampire, saving you from dying of illness. But you didn't do it, so I won't do anything. Give me a little more time. You keep making excuses and have been fighting with my association for days, just to test if I got the Sunstone. Because you believed I didn't, you came back to negotiate. But how do you know I didn't send someone to get it? Was it you? President House's eyes widened. His face flushed with anger and despair. Yes, it was me. Lion leaned back in his chair, gently swaying his glass of wine, appearing elegant and relaxed. He showed a sense of superiority and disdain towards President House, as if he were the master and House the servant. This world is getting worse and worse. Loyalty and justice are disappearing, he sighed. People forget that breaking promises always comes with a heavy price. Take you, for example. You could have made a smooth deal, but you chose to play tricks. I understand. You could kill William the 16th because he means nothing to you. Even if I turn this state into a territory for the Magic Society, it might be better for you. After all, then the Society and the Blood Clans would fight constantly, and you would get more money and support from secret sponsors. Don't think I don't know you've secretly embezzled funds from the Hunters Association. That's why you're reluctant to die. Having so much money but no chance to spend it, that's truly painful. Believe me, I sympathize with you. Why you? President House pointed at Lion, too shocked to speak.
What?
In your eyes, are we just blood-sucking bats, unworthy of intelligence? Lion said calmly, with a noble air. If he had been angry, he would have lost his grace. The highest form of looking down on others is pretending not to see them. Our bloodline is noble by nature. But because of that mistake during the Great Trial, we lost our territory and the dignity and freedom to walk in sunlight. Humans are lowly, they are just our food. Now, they've climbed onto our heads, he continued with racist and supremacist words. That sunstone can let us walk in the sunlight again. It's a mother stone, and with magic, it can make other gems it shines on also gain the ability to withstand sunlight. You have it, you know its power, so you hide it. First, you don't want us to grow stronger and eliminate our only weakness. Second, you're afraid I might change my mind, so you keep it as a bargaining chip. But I won't break my promise. Yet you've long lost your noble heart. Who? Who helped you? President House shouted. You have no right to know, Lion said, finishing his wine. When you sent your third team to steal that stone, you sealed your own fate. You thought you did everything perfectly, but you underestimated my influence. Humans can be bought with money. Isn't there a saying in China? Money can make ghosts push millstones. There is another saying. If you want people not to know, don't do it yourself. If you can find out and handle things, shouldn't I be able to as well? In fact, this is the truth. Lion hopes that vampires in this state will join the magic party, so he plans to remove William the 16th, a hedonistic secret supporter who is a stumbling block. He also wants to get the Sunstone to restore the Blood Clan's right to walk in sunlight. President House is seriously ill. He doesn't want to die, so he plans to become a vampire to live longer. But he is unwilling to let vampires gain the ability to walk in sunlight, yet he also wants to keep the advantage for himself. So he plays a game of blackmail and betrayal. These two people are using each other, and no one knows who is manipulating whom. They are all tangled up together. Our four brothers and sisters are all pawns in their game. Each of us has different goals, some for money, some for fame, some for love, and some for nothing. In the end, all of us are being used by an old man over 60 and another over 800 like fools. But the Sunstone? Should Lion really give it to Xiao in exchange? Lion supports the magic party. If vampires can also walk in daylight, how many humans will suffer when they become part of the party? Although these humans are not our kind, do we really want to watch them fall into hell? Over time, who can guarantee that a powerful magic party won't reach eastward, into China? But if we don't give it, Xiao will surely die. Just look at Lion's attitude toward President House. He will keep his promise, but if the other side breaks the agreement, he will act without hesitation. He's a ruthless character. What should I do? Brother, what should I do? I feel I can't make my own choice anymore. Today's update is as early as it can be. After midnight, it's officially posted. Because I have to go out early tomorrow, I'm updating now. By the way, 66 updates are usually very stable. They won't suddenly go offline, and even the moderators won't add extra chapters without reason, because I want to ensure quality, not too many filler chapters. So I hope everyone won't waste money on voting for extra chapters. Finally, tomorrow's update will be a single chapter, around 10 a.m. Thank you all for your support. I'm also very happy that the reviews have increased these days. My back doesn't hurt as much, my legs don't cramp, and I feel more energetic when writing. I felt hurt and embarrassed. While I was hesitating and feeling unsure, President House suddenly let out a loud, painful groan. His body curled up like a shrimp, and he fell from the chair to the ground, crawling on his hands and knees. "I am going to die," he shouted in a strained voice. "Please help me." He crawled forward a few steps, trying to grab Lion's foot, but Lion moved away. "Accept the reality of death," Lion said coldly. "Maybe you'll find heaven is nice, but you're not meant for hell. Please, give me eternal life," President House begged, losing his last bit of dignity. He rolled on the ground, pleading, "Even though I lost that stone, if you help me, you'll see I still have use.
Trust me.
I won't let you down for nothing. I don't trade with people who betray trust or lose loyalty," Lion said, standing up and looking down at the elder of the Hunter Association, someone who once held a higher position than him. "Death and life are the same, always unpleasant because you can't choose. Farewell. I hope, in your long life, you can still remember me." "No.
No. Please.
Don't go. Don't leave me alone. Everyone is lonely. You have to get used to it," Lion said as he took a step outside, leaving his last words behind. President House's desperate screams echoed from his mouth. He seemed to want to tear himself apart, scratching his chest and throat desperately. He rolled and curled up, like a snake pinned to the floor by death itself. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. I knew he was in great pain. I wanted to feel sorry for him, no matter what mistakes he had made. The dead deserve respect, and everyone facing death should have companionship and redemption. But I was also afraid of how he looked now. The fear, anger, frustration, and hatred in his screams made me shiver. I wanted to run away far from him.
So I did.
Without removing my invisibility and silence charms, I hurried out of the fireplace, moving like a ghost. I fled quickly until the terrifying screams and the smell of death no longer chased me. Only then did I stop, carefully checking that there were no cameras nearby, and I dispelled my magic. A writer once said, "People are not afraid of death because they haven't seen how terrible it is." Today, I saw it. That terrifying feeling went deep into my bones. At that moment, I suddenly understood why President House had done such terrible things. Although I do not agree with his choice and despise his selfishness, cowardice, and lack of integrity, I seem to understand his mindset. I lean against the quiet, empty corridor, calming my restless thoughts. I know someone I know is dying nearby, which is not a good experience. I also criticize my own math skills. I saw on the electronic medical record that Dr. House had at most 3 months to live, but I thought that was based on my current reading. Actually, it should be calculated from the date he was diagnosed with a terminal illness. So I once thought he had over 2 months left, but in fact, he had already lived beyond that time. He hesitates and struggles between the desire to live and the fear of death. Later, he needs to contact Lion for a deal and secretly plan everything. These tasks took up too much of his remaining life. His strong will to survive kept him alive for more than 3 months. This is one reason he easily believed the hospital's mistake about his health. After all, he had already survived a death sentence. My senior brother and I managed to get the Sunstone, although it was based on a carefully planned strategy. Looking back, it seems there were some lucky accidents involved, which makes me break out in cold sweat. I take a few deep breaths, firming my resolve. I must save Xiao Ding. No matter how much danger the Sunstone falling into vampire hands might cause, even if the world is taken over by vampires, it doesn't matter. For me, family is more important than all humanity. The situation is urgent, and I focus on the present. Xiao Ding must survive. The future will have solutions when the time comes. Calming my mind, I decide to find my senior brother. However, I am completely lost and can only rely on my telepathic connection to slowly find my way back to the hall. My senior brother hasn't appeared yet, but I know he's nearby. That makes me feel safe. Then I sense a sharp gaze watching me. I don't need to guess who it is. I turn halfway and gesture a V sign toward the direction of the chair. The dance floor is extremely crowded, packed with people. With just my eyes, it's hard for Lion and me to see each other through the crowd. Strangely, I feel like our gazes met, maybe even collided. This makes me feel uneasy. I'm not sure if it's fear or some other emotion. Anyway, I feel very uncomfortable. Miss Ma, His Royal Highness the Prince requests your presence in the small study, a young, handsome man says as he approaches me after a while. Sweat dripped down my face. I thought he was coming to flirt with me again, and he struck a cold, icy, and charming ice cream pose, which felt like a waste of my feelings. But the young handsome guy was quite cute, showing his tiger tooth when he smiled. A new vampire, huh? His teeth can't even retract properly. I'm Aaron, servant to His Royal Highness. Please follow me, he said when I didn't respond. Lead the way, I said casually, raising my hand. My senior brother would follow this gesture, without needing telepathy. Aaron led me along the edge of the hall. I saw many mixed looks of curiosity, jealousy, and hatred, all from the beautiful women, which I found strange. Why are they staring at me? I asked. Aaron smiled. The ladies think you are invited by His Highness to dance with him. They're all jealous. I was stunned, almost stumbling. Dance? It felt more like a private meeting. Do they really think he's a Dark Knight King? That's disgusting. But from another perspective, for some lonely women craving passion, having a moonlit lover with such benefits might be not so bad. No wonder this place is so busy. Rumor has it that vampires are extremely powerful in some ways. Sadly, this handsome Aaron is just a seller for someone, ruining my beautiful imagination. I muttered to myself as we twisted and turned into a room. When the heavy, carved, soundproof door closed, the noise and crowd outside seemed cut off as if by an invisible sword, like another world. Miss Ma, please wait here. His Highness will be here soon, Aaron politely said, bowing perfectly. Then he turned and left through a small side door, much more professional than the last guide, who had been sarcastic and strange. I sensed my senior brother had come in too, so I relaxed and observed the surroundings. What if they suddenly started fighting? Planning an escape route in advance has always been my first rule when on a mission. But looking around, I couldn't help but curse inwardly. What kind of tiny study is this? The big study must be a basketball court. What's the point of showing off? Big places are impressive. But even if it's big, it used to be a prison. Evil places. I snorted. This place is about 200 square meters. The floor is covered with large black and white tiles, looking like a big chessboard. There are very few pieces of furniture inside, and everything is spotless, simple, and elegant, but it feels a bit cold and empty. Only the row of high-backed sofas near the fireplace, with warm colors, look cozy, especially with a blazing fire. In early summer, the fireplace is burning but doesn't make the room warm, showing how cold it really is. I was thinking about where to hide or defend in the room, walking around without realizing it. When I reached the row of sofas, I screamed in shock and instinctively took a few steps back, ready to defend myself. Lion was sitting there. Because his chair had a tall back, I couldn't see him from behind. He was quietly watching me, with a look that was both teasing and playful. "Did I scare you?" His voice was still so nice that it gave me goosebumps, but it made me very cautious. "Are you doing this on purpose?" I asked, a little annoyed. It was so embarrassing. I lost in the first round. I didn't expect him to sit there silently and act so badly. "Teasing you is fun," he said, staring at the fire with a lazy, relaxed look that was a bit lovely. "This isn't teasing, it's a trap." "My reaction is normal," I said, trying to stay calm, but I still didn't want to get too close. "Better to stay safe, especially from this vampire." He laughed loudly. Before I could understand what was funny, he suddenly appeared in front of me so fast that I couldn't even see his movement clearly. "I miss you," he whispered, holding me in his arms. I shivered all over, or maybe I was just feeling hot. I couldn't tell which, or whether my reaction was because of his actions or his words, which seemed full of emotion. I instinctively pushed him away with force. "Let me go. We're not that friendly." He leaned down, his nose brushing my neck, and then he mischievously licked it. "Why should we be friendly? Just be my AI here." He pointed to a big red wool blanket in front of the fireplace. The French poet Baudelaire once said, "When you think of AI as something bad, you can enjoy the greatest pleasure." Now let me end your innocence, so you won't keep tempting me. "Don't worry, you'll enjoy it." As he spoke, his hand was already moving toward my back. I was so angry I kicked wildly, but I didn't hit anything because Lion suddenly flew out of nowhere. At the same time, my senior brother's figure appeared instantly. The two men exchanged a few moves quickly, and when they separated, both had minor injuries. "Not bad," Lion said, touching his lips. The scar on his cheek healed surprisingly fast. I think he glanced at me. Although it was just a subtle gesture, I felt he was hinting about our kiss that day. Embarrassed and angry, I sarcastically said, "Oh no, the prince is hurt." "How embarrassing. Maybe you should just crash into a wall and die." He raised an eyebrow and smiled, then bowed deeply in a noble way. "Dear young lady, I mean no offense. But if you don't do this, your companion won't come out. So, how can we talk?" So, he was trying to lure my senior brother out by teasing me. How annoying. That hurt my pride. I reposted this part because I wasn't sure if my last update went through properly, as the system was acting up. Also, I wish everyone a Merry Christmas again. I had already wished everyone in the previous update. By the way, in this chapter, Aaron is played by the actor from the 14th floor, Jinghu Medical Immortal. Thank you. 32. The meeting place, Ma Xiaojia, is here. "Please return my junior brother immediately," my senior brother said coldly. He had never fought seriously with anyone before. Because of various martial arts competitions among different sects, he could win easily without trying his hardest. Now he was fully focused on Lion. I suddenly noticed a cold, lofty aura around him, like snow that never melts on the highest peak. "Where is the gemstone?" Lion asked directly. "Where is my junior brother?" My senior brother reached for his waist and grabbed a black cloth bag, which looked just like the sunstone. Lion's brow furrowed slightly. He was usually very calm, but despite his desire for the item, his expression didn't change. I was impressed. He snapped his fingers, and the small door Lion had just come out of opened. A seemingly innocent, pure-looking young handsome man pushed a crystal coffin inside. Little Ding, my little Ding, was lying inside like a puppet. "Little Ding," I rushed forward. My senior brother was a second too late and didn't stop me. Fortunately, Lion did not set an ambush here, allowing me to smoothly and confidently push away Aaron and get close to Xiao. He looked like he had been very sick, in a state of coma. His skin was as transparent as glass, with long eyelashes casting heavy shadows under his eyes, which were a pale blue, showing a fragile, sickly appearance. His colorful hair was now lying flat against his forehead, highlighting his delicate face and giving him a pure, earnest look. My little Ding was actually a handsome young man. I always thought of him as a little kid, but many girls liked him. He was young and full of life, and he shouldn't just fade away. He must keep living, experience love, or else his life would be wasted. As his senior, I feel it's my duty to guide him through life, right? Xiao, your senior sister will definitely save you. No matter what, I promise I won't give up on you. I trembled as I reached out, pushed aside his messy hair from his forehead, and gently touched his face. For some reason, my eyes, which usually couldn't shed tears over my own pain, suddenly filled with hot tears that dripped onto his face. Fortunately, even though he wasn't breathing, his skin was soft and not cold like death. The old bite marks on his body had healed, with no new wounds. Clearly, Lion had kept his promise, at least for now. It seemed he had shown some kindness. Xiao, my senior brother called me softly. I wiped away my tears and carefully checked Xiao again, confirming he was in a fake death state. Only then did I nod at my senior brother. Don't underestimate Westerners. Their magic also contains mysterious and powerful forces. For example, the vampire zombie-like spell can make someone appear dead but not truly dead, or maybe that's just what zombies are. If everything goes smoothly next, it will depend on how my senior brother brings Xiao back to life. I've kept my promise. Now it's your turn to show sincerity, Lion said, his expression strange, as if he couldn't believe someone like me, carefree, irresponsible, joking around, could care so much about my junior brother and even cry for him. But I didn't need him to understand. I just wanted him to be honest after he gets the sunstone. Exchange at dawn, where the water meets the sky, my senior brother said calmly, without even looking at Xiao. I knew he wasn't emotionless. He was just afraid of losing focus. After all, we were in the ghost's nest, facing a vampire prince known for his coldness and cruelty. Lion thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers in agreement. The place my senior brother mentioned, where water meets sky, is the huge cave on that island. Secret visitors are always carried by ferry into this cave, then taken through underground tunnels to the Moonlight Lover. Last time, I entered from there. When the sun rises, the cave entrance is bright and blue, but the deeper inside, it gets darker. That's the best place for trading. Hades Island is Lion's home base, and we are only 2 people, plus our unaware junior brother, Xiao. We are at a clear disadvantage in strength. But if the trading spot is open and the time is at sunrise, we can run out into the sunlight quickly. With our mental connection and the idea that evil cannot defeat good, we can control the situation because we have the advantage of timing, location, and teamwork. However, I've only seen Xiao after so many days. I don't want him to fall into the hands of the Blood Clan again. And if they take him back, what if Lion causes trouble at a critical moment? So, when Aaron tried to push away the crystal coffin, I stopped him.
Misma, little E.
Lion and my senior brother called out to me almost at the same time. The former seemed to warn me, while the latter looked at me with disapproval, confused by my actions. I hugged the crystal coffin with my arms. There are only a few hours left. Let me stay with Xiao for a while. We can go to the surface together for the trade later, okay? You don't trust me? Lion looked at me deeply. Of course, I don't trust him.
How could I?
I would never trust him. I wanted to shout inside, but I didn't dare say it aloud, afraid of angering him. He could lose the Sunstone, which would ruin his dream of racial superiority, but I can't lose Xiao. He's my family, my brother. I wouldn't trade all the gems in the world for him. So I said, no. I believe you are a true noble who keeps promises, but I want to take care of him. I looked at Xiao, showing genuine care and affection. Wouldn't that be harmless to His Highness the Prince? If my senior brother doesn't meet your expectations, then you'll have 2 hostages in hand. Lion looked at me, his eyes flickering as if weighing something. Maybe I was too bad before, and he's wary of me, afraid I might trick him again. Our first encounter was a failure, and I was forced into slavery, but he also suffered a setback. Taking this opportunity, I quickly contacted my senior brother to tell him the benefits of our plan. In case Lion changes his mind, I can coordinate with him from both inside and outside to prevent the failure of saving Little Ding. See how easy practicing magic is? Even if we bring out satellite communication now, it wouldn't help. People still need to rely on their own strength. My senior brother looked worried. I could tell, but he knew this was a good choice and understood I couldn't give up on Little Ding. So he said nothing. In the end, Lion agreed too, because his pride and the superiority of his bloodline forced him to show no doubt. "I'll wait for you outside," my senior brother said before leaving. As he left, he demonstrated a quick movement spell, moving just as fast as Lion, making Aaron's young face turn even paler. His display of power was clear. Don't bully my sister, or the Blood Clan will face a tough enemy. After he left, I immediately massaged Little Ding's arms and legs, working until I was covered in sweat. Lion didn't leave either. He just stood there, looking very noticeable. He stared at me for a long time before speaking. "I hope what you're doing makes sense. Can't I just do meaningless things?" I shot back at him. Little Ding hadn't moved for a long time, and his muscles had started to weaken slightly. Even though he was young and had strong recovery ability, and even if my senior brother could bring him back to life, his body would still be very weak. Seeing him like this made me hate that hateful prince even more. If it weren't for him, Little Ding wouldn't be in this state. I mean, you think he can really regain his life without becoming a vampire? Lion said arrogantly. "You should understand. I promised to turn him myself. Not everyone is lucky enough to face that." "Oh, Your Highness is so kind," I said with a smile, sarcastically grinding my teeth. We Chinese believe in gradual progress. Being too lucky isn't always good. How can one use up all their luck at once? Anyway, thanks. He always touched on sensitive topics. The other worry weighing on me was the fear that my senior brother's spell might fail. What should I do then? After working so hard, it felt like I was back at the start, facing the same choice: let Little Ding become a vampire or let him die. And all of this was his fault. He was my enemy, and I decided I would hate him forever and ever. There are secret arts among Western blood clans, and even more so in our Eastern Taoist practices. I added my thoughts, and it still seems very friendly. When the Chinese started seeking immortality, your Westerners still hadn't shed your fur, squatting in wild cornfields, picking ears. When greeting each other, you only make single sounds like ling and di, almost like computer programs. I also have a big country chauvinism. Ever since I heard his racist, bloodline supremacy talk, I wanted to fight him. Equality among all beings is a Buddhist idea, and our Taoist beliefs agree too. I'm usually clever, teasing and pranking others, but I don't easily offend people. Yet, I can't help but provoke Lion. Maybe it's bad luck or star signs clashing. But he's not an easy person to anger. When I talk like that, he just listens with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. I can't tell if he's smiling, mocking, or calculating. He's very used to silence, but I start to feel uncomfortable because I sense he's been watching me, maybe on purpose. His gaze is always full of desire, as if he's examining every inch of me. Every inch. And in inches. The meaning is clear to anyone. I feel like my clothes are melting away, piece by piece. Darn, vampires are all just a bunch of perverts. They should all be sold into humanitarian trafficking for such work. Now I need to find something to say, to distract him and also to show I'm not too nervous or angry. Where's Louis? I haven't seen him, I ask. I thought you wouldn't ask. Lion turns to sit on the sofa armrest, one hand resting on the back of the sofa, propping his head. His posture is casual, but I can't see his eyes. I only hear his cold snort. Not surprising that fool fought back against me for you. Let me update you on the progress. Originally, I planned to post twice every other day, but with the year-end busy season, both my family and work are hectic. Recently, my boss assigned a new task that must be finished before January 20th. The workload has caused my chest pain to flare up again, and walking faster hurts. Sorry everyone, I've changed to posting once a day, with over 3,000 words each time. If everything goes well, I'll try to add a few more chapters during the Spring Festival as a way to make up for it and apologize.
Thank you.
32 Escape from Death, Miss Ma. Are you worrying too much? He is one of my blood relatives and also my child. Life and death are not your concern. Suddenly, his tone turned cold. His gaze shifted from the glowing hot branding iron to a cold blue like ice. You said that if I save your junior brother, you will return to China and never appear here again in your lifetime. I nodded. Although I am a woman, I can do what I say. So, let's say our goodbyes early, to avoid chaos later. We can fight, but without even a farewell, then leave. He stood up. If I wasn't mistaken, his lips seemed to move slightly, and his throat moved too. But after a few seconds of silence, he said nothing. When he passed by me, he left a parting remark. You will disappear from everyone's memory, as if you never existed. Human life is short, and that is your sad and pitiful part. Who says that's sad? I thought of President House. Eternal life, if tired, is truly sad. His steps paused, but in the end, he disappeared outside the door. I shrugged. I didn't feel much sympathy for such a person. My heart was fully with Xiao Ding. Since this so-called small study was undisturbed, I focused on massaging Xiao Ding. On the surface, I seemed calm and relaxed, but inside I was in pain and anxious, like being roasted over a fire. Others might see it as a slow day, but for me, every second felt like an eternity. Junior brother, senior sister will save you. I kept promising myself and the half-conscious Xiao Ding. Finally, after enduring until dawn, Kai Caesar and Aaron came to take me and Xiao Ding through a secret passage for the exchange. I moved through the winding, maze-like underground tunnel, feeling the damp, cold air. It was truly a creepy, dark place, like traveling through time back to the medieval days of religious persecution. This made me wonder, why did Lion buy such a place? The complex network of tunnels didn't look newly built. Could it be that this building, made of rough stone and standing strong against hundreds of years of fierce sea winds, was designed with these secret passages from the start? Such strange behavior. Miss Ma, please get on the boat, Yi said, trying to suppress his nervousness as he shifted Kai Caesar to clear the way. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and slowly stepped out of the tunnel entrance. Suddenly, a splash of water hit me. That was the feeling of life, fresh and full of energy, very different from the suppressed, warm, yet luxurious darkness I experienced in Moonlight Lover. It was truly invigorating. I looked at my senior brother, not sure where he got a speedboat, but he had driven it into the private waters of Hudson Island and was now moored at the end of the stone pier. I wanted to take a few quick steps forward and immediately bring Xiao Ding onto the boat, but Aaron stopped me. Clearly, he was waiting for instructions from his dear prince. I followed his gaze and saw Lion standing alone on another speedboat at the control panel, without any attendants. By this point, I actually admired him a little because he kept his promises and was loyal, proud of himself, and confident. Although he was my enemy and a racist jerk, I had to admit that he commanded the scene with presence. Bring me the gem, he said, reaching out his hand from afar. First, return my junior brother. We will naturally give him back before we leave, my senior brother replied, raising the gem in his hand. His expression was calm, but the reserved elegance typical of the Eastern man made him stand tall and confident in this tense showdown. He carefully removed the black cloth covering the gem so the other side could see clearly, showing our sincere intention. In the dim light, a faint glow appeared around the sunstone. That night, it looked like a luminous pearl, but now it resembled a crystal. It was invisible to the naked eye in sunlight, yet it was extremely valuable and significant. If vampires gained control of it, they could appear in daylight freely. This would be a milestone for the world, but what kind of disaster might it bring to human society? I never thought that one day I, Ma Xiaoi, could influence the fate of humanity. I forced myself to be selfish, determined to save Xiao. But the guilt and worry could not be erased. Meanwhile, Lion's gaze was deep and intense, shining with reflected light from the water, revealing a deep longing despite his composure. "You can take your junior brother," Lion said, waving his hand. "Your sister stays until you hand over the gem." My senior brother hesitated for a moment, and I quickly nodded at him, indicating I could accept this condition. Although I am somewhat naive, I do have some skills and prefer schemes and tricks. Even if Lion feels embarrassed, he can't easily control or defeat me in just a few moves. My blood isn't something he can drink, so being a hostage is better than shouting being one. My senior brother's gaze shows deep concern, but he just glances lightly, making my heart tremble. I turn away and see Lion's mocking and contemptuous expression. I immediately fall from a gentle state into a sea of swords and knives. Firm, determined, and strong, I say, "I am willing to stay." Lion waves his hand. Captain Caesar lifts Xiao out of the crystal coffin and jumps onto a small speedboat. I worry so much that I keep shouting nearby, "Be gentle. Hey, don't move him like that. Fold your head and neck. Won't your bones break?" Captain Caesar and Aaron both roll their eyes at me. I realize that even if you're handsome, rolling your eyes is still hard to hide. But amid the tension and unease, I anxiously watch Xiao being taken onto my senior brother's boat, feeling a warm sense of relief in my heart. I finally rescued him from the claws of the Blood Clan. My senior brother will do everything to help him be reborn. Soon I will see him bouncing around alive. Maybe he'll make many mistakes and cause me trouble, but as long as he's alive, that's enough. As my senior brother's boat reaches the bright water surface, Lion's boat follows closely behind, maintaining the same distance. The morning sun hasn't shined on him, but the reflection on the water makes him very uncomfortable. "Don't be nervous. My senior brother won't joke about my life," I advise him, unsure why I say this. Maybe because I see him biting his teeth, resisting the sun's rays. How can you be sure? The human heart is the most complicated. You can never predict where it will turn. Why should I predict? I just believe. I look directly into his eyes. I trust my senior brother. So what? Sometimes being straightforward is very happy. I think someone like you, who has lived too long, wouldn't understand. He looks back at me with complicated emotions in his eyes, but then he lifts his head and reaches out to my senior brother, who is standing in the sunlight. His meaning is clear. He's not interested in talking to someone like me, a low-IQ little blood bank. He wants to take back his things and, before he changes his mind, kick me out. Exactly what I wanted. Who would want to stay with such a cruel, ruthless, and racist person? Prepare for water escape. My senior brother's words come to mind. I focus my mind, quietly think of the dragon god, and gently move my fingers to draw the appropriate spell. A faint white parabola streaks from my senior brother to Lion. As Lion fully embraces the light, I suddenly use a teleportation technique and instantly reach the speedboat. However, I miscalculated and missed by a meter.
Splash.
I fall into the water. Fortunately, Lion and his two assistants didn't chase after me or mock my clumsy magic. They were completely absorbed in their excitement over obtaining the sunstone. I was quickly pulled onto the boat by my senior brother. He holds me, gently brushes the wet hair from my forehead, his fingers tender. The sunlight hits my face, making it hard to see. I squint and notice a look of sadness and sharp pain in his eyes. Xiao, he softly calls me. If I heard correctly, his voice is full of longing and affection. But he only calls my name and makes no further move. After a long moment, as if remembering something, he puts me down. "Let's go," he says, returning to his distant, calm manner. The boat starts moving. I crawl over and see Xiao covered with a thick black cloth. I know I shouldn't lift it because he's under a vampire curse, and sunlight shouldn't shine directly on him until it's lifted. "Senior brother, will you save him?" I ask. My senior brother has never used that secret technique capable of shocking spirits and bringing the dead back to life, so I feel a bit worried. "If he keeps causing trouble like this, I won't bother with him anymore," he replies vaguely, but I feel reassured. In silence, Only the sound of water splashing and the wind blowing fills the air. Everything is peaceful and calm. As we approach the harbor, suddenly I hear a loud explosion, and the water surface seems to shake. Instinctively, I look back at Hades Island. Its interior is luxurious and opulent, but the outside is desolate and eerie. A cloud of black smoke rises from the buildings. "What's happening?" I gasp. "None of our business," my senior brother says indifferently. "Promise me after I save Xiao, take him back to China immediately." I have a feeling that a big trouble is coming. I nod, understanding what my senior brother means. The Sunstone fell into Lion's hands, who is influenced by the vampire faction. I don't know what kind of upheaval might happen there. At most, when I return to China, I will immediately inform Director Tagore that the vampire race will regain their ability to walk in sunlight. Then the church and the association will find ways to handle it, so I won't have to worry about it as an outsider. But is Louis still on the island? No matter what struggles or changes happen within the vampire community, I really hope he stays safe. When I brought Xiao back home, I thought I had no other worries besides my senior brother. But suddenly, Louis appeared in my mind, and I realized I can't let go of him. That feeling of guilt and gratitude has been lingering in my heart. Although I hide it, it is always there. I forgot to mention, this book is updated once a day, with more than 3,000 words each time. The update usually happens around 11 o'clock. Since the public version doesn't have a fixed update schedule and my other work sometimes causes delays, I can't give an exact time.
Sorry about that.
But I will definitely update between 10 and 12 in the morning every day.
Thank you.
Please remember to bookmark and recommend. 33 Spring Breeze. My senior brother practices an ancient secret art called Spring Breeze. I wonder if it has any connection to the famous poem, "Wildfire cannot burn it out, spring breeze blows again." This technique is said to have been lost for a long time, but my senior brother discovered it in an ancient book and even mastered it. However, he has never tested it on humans. So I was very nervous when he performed the spell, and I believe he was too. But he has much stronger mental resilience, so he didn't show it outwardly. The location for the spell was very hidden and remote. I don't know how my senior brother found it, but it was in a wooden cabin deep in the forest, filled with wood, water, and earth energies. He lit a fireplace, set up an iron array, and even had some gold and fire energies. The most fortunate thing was that it was rarely visited by people. Still, my senior brother carefully cast a concealment spell so that outsiders could not see this place. The energy involved is from the 5 elements, but the 4 corners of the array are water, fire, earth, and wind, similar to Western magical theories. For people, my senior brother, me, Xiao Kong, and Xiao Bing held the specially made magic tools to activate and guard the array. The 4 of us are my senior brother, myself, Xiao Kong, and Xiao Bing. Of course, my senior brother bears the responsibility. I may be useless, but I believe that with enough effort, I can contribute a lot to the magic. Although Xiao Kong is from Japan, she still belongs to the East, and her culture is mainly inherited from Chinese civilization, so I can accept her. Xiao Bing is from the same school as us, making her a suitable choice. She seems to have feelings for our senior brother and is also a bit afraid, so she definitely won't cause trouble now. So, the 4 of us ended up together. Xiao Kong and Xiao Bing have faint injuries on their exposed skin. It looks like they fought hard when we rescued Xiao Ding, and the fight ended without a clear winner. Now, for some reason, they are united against me, and their gaze is not friendly. I don't care. Truly, I don't care. Since the last time Xiaobing betrayed me and almost caused something terrible because I am a woman, this is the first time I have met her again. Strangely, she shows no guilt, and my emotional burden has eased because of her indifference. Looking at her, I no longer feel guilty. I can't completely forget her as a stranger, but I feel much calmer. Xiao Kong is in the entertainment industry, so she is very good at hiding her true feelings. If I weren't so sensitive, I might not even notice her dislike for me. She still maintains the gentle and obedient image of a Japanese woman, which makes Xiaobing look really naive. Xiaobing is beautiful and smart, but not very clever. She doesn't understand that even if our senior brother doesn't love me, and even if only she and Xiao Kong are left in the world, he wouldn't choose her. She is too spoiled. Although our senior brother looks gentle and calm, he is a strong man who doesn't fall for her tricks. But
what does that have to do with me?
I have stayed at the Vampire Hunter Association for 3 years, not because I want to, but subconsciously because I am waiting for our senior brother. I have been passively waiting, as if waiting for a miracle that will never happen. I haven't even left the association or the small town of Thorntown. But in the end, I witnessed a miracle. I saw our senior brother, even if not in the way I wanted.
But heaven has been kind to me.
I shouldn't force things anymore, or cling to our senior brother. He chose to leave years ago, and he has never clearly shown any feelings for me. Even though I love him deeply and am very attached to him, I understand one thing. He doesn't want me in his life. Whatever the reason, he simply doesn't want me around. Then I will disappear. Once Xiao Ding recovers, I will truly return to China. Even if my exchange student status isn't revoked, I might face punishment from Liu Sandao, the leader of the Eastern sect, and may not be able to return openly to my school.
That's okay with me.
The world is so big. Surely there is a place for me and Xiao Ding to stay. Besides, my master will eventually come out of seclusion and he will support me. Xiao Yi, focus your mind. My senior brother calls me. I quickly hold my breath and calm myself. We have been staying in the forest cabin for 3 days and nights. Everyone is very tired, but my senior brother doesn't speak, and neither Xiao Bing nor Xiao Kong dares to show weakness first. They all hold on stubbornly. As for me, since I plan to risk my life, I definitely won't mind the hardship. But my mind can't fully relax. Despair and fear keep rushing into my thoughts. It wasn't until this morning that Xiao Ding's skin started to feel warm, his complexion turned rosy, and his heartbeat became faintly noticeable. We all joyfully realized that the spring breeze spell had succeeded. I don't want to describe how complicated this spell was to activate, how complex the incantations were, or how difficult the thoughts to hold were. I also won't mention the dangers we faced or how much magic and skill my senior brother used. The important thing is Xiao Ding is alive again. He is slowly waking up. After 2 more days, my senior brother collapsed like he was breaking down, and everyone else, including me, couldn't hold on anymore. We all fell to the ground. 5 days, no food, no water, 5 nights and days. If it weren't for the magic protecting us, an ordinary person would have been severely dehydrated and long gone to meet the Lord. Is it successful? Even with signs, I still need to be sure before I can feel at ease. My senior brother's face is pale, with blue veins and blood vessels bulging, looking a bit frightening, as if he might burst at any moment. For a moment, I regret and feel a deep pain in my heart. If saving Xiao Ding meant sacrificing my senior brother, would I still do it? I used to think sacrificing oneself was just a trick in movies, but now I realize that risking your life for someone you love is an easy choice. This must be the ultimate form of love, right? Whether it's family love or romantic love. Being willing to give up your life for someone else. That's true love. Of course it worked. Xiao Kong rushes over and hugs the exhausted senior brother. Stop pushing yourself so hard. Didn't you see that Ma Sang is risking his life to save your brother? If you keep going like this, he will die. Tears shine in her eyes. So beautiful. I cried very badly. When I was a child, my master said to me, Xiao Yi was quite ordinary looking, but when she smiled, she looked like a different person, bright and beautiful. Because of that, I developed the habit of always smiling. Even when I was very sad, I would smile, so it became hard for me to cry anymore. At this moment, I flinched when I heard Xiao Kong's criticism. Xiao Ding is also my junior brother. My senior brother gently avoided Xiao Kong's embrace and support, maintaining his usual cold dignity. Xiao Bing snorted to show he was present. Senior, you should rest. I will take care of Xiao Ding, I said, feeling guilty.
My senior shook his head softly.
This time, I used a lot of my energy. I need to rest and recover. As for Xiao Ding, he should be taken to the city hospital for proper treatment to restore his strength and organ functions. He also needs a lot of blood transfusions. All right, I will take him there now. Senior, you should go back to the hotel. I agreed completely. Xiao Bing sneered disdainfully. Can everyone leave this mountain now? Or should we meditate and rest first to regain our basic strength before moving on? I brought some food, Xiao Kong also said. I'm sorry, I got worried and acted impulsively. I apologized, realizing I hadn't thought carefully. Are you saying we don't care about Xiao Ding? Xiao Bing shot back. Since we were kids, only you pretend to be a good person. No matter what others do, they can't compare to your smooth talk. Yes, that's just who I am. You can't be mad at me. Let's rest and eat something instead. Why waste words and energy arguing with me? I retorted. Xiao Bing was furious. Usually, she was very good at arguing, but now she was speechless. I smiled maliciously. Xiao Bing, I am also sharp-tongued. I used to tolerate you because I saw you as a sister. But ever since you sent people to insult me, I won't hold back anymore. My senior smiled slightly, sitting cross-legged with his eyes half-closed. He was showing his approval of my attitude. Actually, I wanted to show him I could be assertive. Whatever he planned to do, I didn't want him to be distracted because of me. Everyone adjusted their breathing, then ate and recovered their strength. Finally, we left the mountain together. As my senior brother instructed, Xiao Ding was taken to the hospital. On the surface, he seemed indifferent and unaffected, but in fact, he was very careful. He even pre-made a medical record, claiming he was in a coma and waking up to help the hospital give him full treatment. I don't mind regaining my lost strength quickly, so I spend every day rushing between the hospital and some special places. At the hospital, I help Xiao Ding by massaging him, wiping his face and body, combing his hair, and praying for his recovery. The hospital staff even started calling me Saint Sister. Finally, on the second day after he was admitted, and 2 days after the doctor confirmed his vital signs were normal, he opened his eyes. I smiled, but tears fell like rain. Is this a dream? All my efforts paid off today. The feeling of regaining what was lost is so happy that my heart feels heavy, and I couldn't speak for a long time. Xiao Ding, from now on you must listen. No more causing trouble.
It's my fault you got involved this time.
I promise to make it up to you. Just don't take things into your own hands again or cause big problems. It's just you and me now. I'm worried I can't protect you well. Let's run away back to our country secretly. I've been busy these days making fake IDs and everything. As soon as you can move, we'll buy 2 plane tickets. Crying and laughing like a little kitten. I didn't expect Xiao Ding's first words after waking up to be this. You're a sick cat, I said, pinching his ankle. He cried out in pain. That's good. Knowing pain means he's alive. Then he suddenly shouted, Sister, why are you taking off my clothes? Oh no, you've seen everything. How will I get married in the future? You said you'd marry me when you grow up, right? It's okay to see a little now. Besides, your little is still here, I said, pinching his arm again, and he winced. Very good. But why am I in the hospital? After a while, he blinked innocently at me, looking confused, so much so that it reminded me of Louis, which made my heart ache unexpectedly. Has he forgotten everything? Well, please support with votes, add to your favorites, and vote in the PK.
Thank you.
Another ad. Want to delete your account?
I'm willing.
Looking for someone? I'm pretending to be dead. 1, 2, 3. Are you done yet? Immortal being, please come online. Clean up the trouble you've caused. Immortal being, please come online. Book ID 1767695 is a new book by the online game expert Xiao. Click the blue text below to access it directly. Book it equals 1767695. Book name equals Immortal Being. Please come online. Welcome, readers. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all here. 34. Making a decision for you, I hesitated whether to tell him the truth, while he was deep in thought. In the end, he only remembered being caught at the vampire's lair, bitten, and me going to rescue him. His last memory was Lion rushing over and breaking his neck. It hurts so much, but now it's okay, he said. Actually, it's better if he remembers nothing, but he's not foolish. When he saw that many days had passed since his last memory, He firmly asked me to tell him what happened. So I told him everything in detail. Xiao showed an angry look. I knew that would be his reaction, so I immediately placed my hand on his forehead. I won't allow you to seek revenge. If you dare go, my senior sister will immediately fall in love with a vampire. You know, if pushed too far, I can say and do anything. Senior sister, can you really endure this? Xiao looked upset. I can endure it, but if you do wrong, you have to pay the price, I said seriously. No matter how much I am wronged. In the end, the senior brother and third senior sister got involved. Everything is cause and effect, I suppose.
But.
No buts. I looked into Xiao eyes, making him understand how firm my decision was. If you want senior sister to be happy, let go of these grudges and come back to China with me. You know, senior sister doesn't like fighting and arguing. A peaceful life suits me. What about the senior brother? Xiao eyes turned red. Senior sister, if you leave the senior brother, will you be happy? I smiled, feeling a pain as if my heart was turned inside out. Silly Xiao, I told you long ago, the senior brother has already made his choice. Forcing it won't help. Any animal with feelings gets hurt. Why can't senior sister do the same? After being hurt, healing happens and next time, there's immunity. Don't worry about senior sister. Actually, I didn't come here to find the senior brother, but because of you, this guy who makes me uneasy, I lied. But if I could persuade Xiao to come back, I wouldn't mind lying. I am a person with a flexible conscience. I am not very honest. Xiao looked at me with some doubt, which made me feel warm inside. This boy only wants to protect me, truly free of any other thoughts. Come on, get out of bed and walk a few steps, I said, changing the subject. I wonder if you fool, have forgotten how to walk. Xiao made a dismissive sound, but unfortunately, his body was weak after dying once and lying still for many days. Now, his movements are very uncoordinated and weak. He walks like a broken puppet, funny and pitiful, with a head full of bumps. But this sparked his fighting spirit. He focused on rehabilitation, no longer thinking about other things. I kept teasing him, making him swear to be young, strong, and handsome again, charming girls of all races. Ah, silly kid, he's only 18 but still falls for my tough love tricks. A week later, Xiao fully recovered and no longer caused trouble by staying. I bought a plane ticket and packed my luggage. I also went to the hotel where my senior brother stayed to say goodbye. Since rescuing Xiao, he has not appeared again. I thought he was resting, as his cultivation and strength were severely drained. He needed daily meditation to recover. I hoped I wouldn't disturb him. What I did might not be appropriate, but I just wanted to see him one more time. Maybe it would be the last. Truly cutting all ties is very hard when those beautiful memories feel like a dream. But when flowers fall, there's nothing we can do. Since we can't stop it, we can only accept it. However, my senior brother didn't even give me that chance. When I arrived at the hotel, he had already left long ago, leaving no words. Only a check for 7 figures in US dollars at the front desk and a button for me. That button was made of acrylic, shaped like a little bear's head. Inside, some unknown material was mixed in, and when light shone on it, it sparkled brightly. I remember that year. A button fell off my senior brother's clothes, and no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find it. So I took this one and sewed it onto his clothes. It wasn't the same as the original buttons. My senior brother disliked it because it was ugly and my sewing was poor and the button was different. But I liked how shiny and dazzling it was. My senior brother never wore that shirt again. I thought he threw it away, but I didn't expect him to keep it so carefully. Was he trying to tell me something? Did he like me in his heart? Could he not forget the old times? Or was he telling me to stay far away and never interfere in his life again? Because it was never the same. I staggered out of the hotel, smiling through tears, clutching that button tightly as if it were my senior brother's heart. Now I understand, he was worried I would be hurt, so he made the decision for me. Just as I was feeling sad, I suddenly heard a light laugh nearby. I looked up and saw Xiao. Why are you here? I asked in surprise. I'm waiting for you, Xiao said with a mischievous smile. I've been waiting here just to see your expression. It's really interesting, knowing that senior brother slipped away again. Your reactions are so varied. I stood straight. Really? If I didn't meet your expectations, I'll try to practice some new expressions. Enough, enough.
Don't force yourself.
Your tears haven't even dried yet. Isn't it pitiful? He still didn't choose you, Xiao Bing sneered. That's right, he's still not as good as me, and he doesn't even want to talk to me. But I only feel happy when I see you unlucky. Do you know why? You're a bit crazy. I shook my head and turned to leave, really not interested in talking more with her. But she caught up with me. Go back to China and never come back. That way, we'll all be free. I stopped and looked at her confidently. I'm going back to China not to hide, but because I'm tired of everything here. Xiao Bing, I don't understand why you hate me so much, or why you blame me for all your bad luck. But in fact, I don't owe you anything. Still, as friends, I advise you, no matter what shameful things you've done for the association, or if someone threatens or blackmails you, you should fix it quickly. The longer you delay, the more you'll owe later. That's all I have to say. I'm leaving now. After speaking, I flagged down a passing taxi, left confidently, and left Xiao Bing standing there furious. My senior brother left, and I no longer feel attached to this place. So I'll just go. I returned to the place where Xiao Ding and I lived. Clenching my teeth and shaking my head, I was full of hope to leave the past behind and start a new life, though I couldn't hide my pain. As soon as I entered, I loudly said, Xiao Ding, pack your bags. I don't like red-eye flights, so I booked a flight for early tomorrow. Later, our senior sister will take you out for a nice meal, and then we'll go home. While talking, I rummaged through the closet to find the fake passport I made for Xiao Ding. He still had some legal issues. If he skipped bail and went into hiding, his real identity would be exposed. Darn, this fake passport from this family is so well made that even Interpol would have trouble telling it apart from the real one. But it's really expensive. Luckily, I don't have to pay back the money I borrowed from Xiao Bing. Even if my senior brother left me a lot of money, I don't plan to pay her back. Stupid kid, why aren't you replying to me? I found the passport, but Xiao Ding didn't respond. At that moment, a gust of night wind blew past, making me suddenly alert. I quickly turned around and saw the curtains in the living room billowing high, and I let out a breath of relief. I scolded myself. Xiao Ding, why didn't you close the window when you sleep? Your body is still recovering, and it's easy to catch a cold. Xiao Ding? Xiao Ding. I called out to him while walking uncertainly toward his room. As I stepped inside, the scene before me made me scream in shock, and I dropped the passport on the ground. Sitting on the single sofa in front of the bed was a figure. In the dark shadows, he looked so tall and strong, like death hiding in the corner. Only his blonde hair shimmered with a cold, cruel light in the darkness. Prince Leon. He looked perfect sitting in that chair, even though it was low, as if he could look down on everyone. It seemed like the light could never reach his inner heart. His powerful presence was a threat to anyone. Miss Ma, didn't you say goodbye and leave? He smiled softly, speaking gently. His eyebrows raised, with a hint of evil and malice. Very charming. I remember we said our final farewell. I said with a cold exterior to hide my inner panic. For some reason, whenever he appeared, I felt something bad was going to happen. He was like a plague god, making me want to hide from him. But he leaned forward, crossing his fingers, resting his elbows on his knees. I can't bear to part with you. A strange feeling flickered in my heart, making me feel uneasy. But I didn't believe his words. Behind his bright blue eyes, it seemed like a cruel red flickered. He was going to hurt me. I suddenly realized. Then, because of his movement, my gaze dropped downward and saw a scene that shattered my heart into pieces. Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding was lying at his feet, his face deathly pale, his neck twisted at a strange angle. My whole body went cold with fear. I desperately wanted to rush forward, scream, and cry out loud. I wished I could turn that tall, evil god into ashes. I wished time could go backwards, and all this would happen to me alone. I wished this was just a nightmare. However, I only knelt beside Xiao Ding, reached out my hands, but dared not touch any part of his body. I kept saying, No, 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 don't. Tears streaming down my face. We finally saved him, and now he wants to embrace death again. My senior brother is gone. Who can save him now? And with his condition, he can't withstand another spring breeze ordeal.
Why?
I glared angrily at Lion. If Xiao hadn't already been in my arms, I knew I wouldn't hesitate to fight him, even using my teeth or nails, to kill him. Why does he have to hurt the person I love most? He was still sitting on the sofa, smiling at me as if my pain was his greatest entertainment. Traitorous scoundrel. My hatred flowed like tears. You got the Sunstone, so why do this? That day, I let you go without breaking my promise, he said lazily from the sofa. Sunstone? It seems you know a lot. So, you know about the explosion on Hades Island. What did you say? I was shocked. This is the first round of revenge. He pointed at Xiao. But I like you, dear girl, so I made the decision for you, to save you from pain and trouble. I looked at him in horror, unsure what even more terrifying thing might be waiting for me. Basic knowledge. Does everyone understand what the magic party and secret party are? And what is a red-eyed flight? Maybe you know, but I'll give a simple explanation. It might not be very accurate, just a rough idea. Magic party believes humans are inferior creatures, just food, and that vampires should rule the world. Secret party believes vampires should hide their identities, live among humans, and not harm them. Red-eyed flight refers to night flights, planes that take off at night. 35 Becoming a vampire. A soft moan came from the ground, followed by the cracking sound of bones twisting, deep and seemingly from hell. Xiao Ding moved. In the thick, dark atmosphere, he moved. He rolled on the ground a few times, seeming to turn his neck painfully, adjusting his position, then stretched lazily before opening his eyes. He looked as if he had just awakened from a long, deathly sleep. I watched in horror as his face subtly changed. His pale complexion, once dull, now showed life, but it was not the healthy redness of a human. Instead, it was the ghostly pallor typical of vampires, almost transparent. His hair, which I had forcibly dyed back to its original color, now reached his shoulders, dark with a bluish tint, with slightly curled ends. His facial features also seemed sharper, his chin more pointed, his eyelashes longer and thicker. My master once said that Xiao Ding's sharp chin was a sign of bad luck. But now, although he still bore some of his old features, I couldn't be sure if he was still my junior brother, the one who always wanted to protect me. What have you done? I took several steps back, almost unable to stand if I wasn't leaning against the wall. I made a choice for you, Lion said calmly, lying deep in the sofa, indifferent to my pain. Before you returned, I killed him and fed him my blood. Simply put, I chose for him to become a vampire instead of dying. Do you like it? I personally embraced him. What you see now is his transformation. Isn't it beautiful? The birth of a new vampire. For a moment, I was completely stunned. It felt like a huge mountain crushing me. I could only watch helplessly as the only family I had sat up blankly, looking at me with unfamiliar eyes, dividing our world into two disconnected parts, crushing our shared life into dust. Such a beautiful boy, with innocence and fragility that could bring tears, yet my heart shattered into pieces. His eyes sparkled with a mix of cruelty and holiness, appearing pure yet extremely cold and bloody, beyond words to describe. Like an angel who accidentally fell into hell, evoking tenderness one moment and fear the next. Who are you? Xiao Ding stood up, looking at Lion with natural admiration and trust, like a bird just out of its shell. From a certain point of view, I am your father, your creator, Lion said softly, but his eyes held a mocking look directed at me. From another perspective, I am your prince, your ruler. Father, your highness, Xiao Ding easily trusted Lion, perhaps because of their blood connection. No, he is the one who hurt you, the one who destroyed you. I couldn't help shouting. Xiao Ding was stunned, as if he just realized there was someone else in the room. He tilted his head and looked at me. Your Highness, who is this woman? Again, I was struck like lightning. Xiao didn't recognize me anymore. Why was that happening? I made a mistake. Or maybe I've lived too long and overlooked some things. Lion continued to stare at me, as if he didn't want to miss any tiny sign of pain on my face. Ma Xiao has died twice, so his memory is badly damaged. Actually, that's good. He is a true newborn, with no past, only a future. Xiao? Is my name Ma Xiao? Xiao asked curiously. Unfortunately, he was asking Lion. No, you are no longer Ma Xiao. From now on, your name is William. Remember? Your name is William. Lion's every word, every sentence, felt like a powerful arrow shot directly into my chest, piercing through countless invisible holes. The pain was so deep that I shouted, "You are Ma Xiao. No matter what you become, alive or dead, you will always be Ma Xiao. Stay away from that executioner and go with sister. No matter what, sister will find a way to save you." I rushed forward to pull Xiao away, but suddenly, a shadow flickered before my eyes. He appeared behind me like the wind, wrapping his arms around me and resting his chin on my shoulder. My heart softened instantly. When he was a child, he liked to cling to me like this and often teased me, saying, "Sister, don't look back. If we are in the forest, never look back. Because if I am the wolf and you turn around, I will bite your neck." Has his habit not changed? That shows he still remembers, just buried deep and temporarily unreachable. Hope rose in my heart, but in the next moment, it turned into despair. He sniffed me, then suddenly revealed sharp teeth and bit down on my neck artery. How can I describe that feeling? It's like being hurt by someone you love the most. I don't know. I was so grief-stricken that I didn't want to resist. I felt this world had nothing worth staying for, and I wished I could die immediately, wished everything would be destroyed. But I wasn't bitten. In the flickering shadows, Lion held me in his arms. "You can treat anyone as food, except her."
Why?
"I am starving, and she smells so good." Xiao looked at me angrily and swallowed hard.
Lion looked lewdly.
"She is so fragrant. If the first sip of human blood you drink comes from her, you'll never be able to eat anything else again. I don't care."
Icare. Lion paused.
"Because she is poisonous." Xiao looked very disappointed, and his face fell, like a child who didn't get a toy. I said, "I ordered food for you, customer service." Lion continued, "You're such a powerful newborn. I will protect you. Just listen to me and stay away from this woman." Xiao nodded obediently. I struggled and kicked, trying hard to break free from Lion's hold. Just then there was a knock on the door. I suddenly remembered what he said about ordering food, and my fear grew. I rushed out to stop it, but it was too late. No matter what I did, I seemed to be too late. I was once again restrained by him. "Do you want to starve him?" His voice was cold and harsh. "He can drink from the blood bank. I'll help him get some." I desperately argued. Nothing is fresher and more delicious than blood from a living person's artery. "Don't you want him to eat rotten food?" "I don't want him to kill anyone," I shouted anxiously.
But
there was nothing I could do. For the first time in my life, I felt the pain of helplessness so deeply. I watched helplessly as the waiter pushed a small cart into the room, saw him lose his last and most basic dignity and freedom as a human, and become food for the Blood Clan. I couldn't even shout to stop shouting. I saw my beloved younger brother bite through that young man's neck like a beast, killing his first human and stepping further into the depths of hell. Slow down, slow down. You shouldn't let him die first," Lion patiently instructed. Xiao mouth never left the food, but his eyes looked at Lion, blinking to show he understood. His gaze was so innocent, yet cruelly innocent. My sadness and pain turned into rage. Everything in front of me was blood red. I only wanted to kill that smiling demon. No other thought mattered. Only his death could calm the boiling anger in my heart. 5 elements blade, weak water. I knocked over the food cart and used the water from a large overturned cup to form a short sword. I turned and stabbed it at Lion.
he didn't dodge.
Strangely, he didn't move at all. My short sword pierced his stomach. The water blade turned into vapor upon contact, rising into steam. Today, the steam was red, mixed with Lion's flowing blood. "I believe you're furious. Otherwise, You would know this can't hurt me, he said with a crooked smile. His expression, combined with the blood pouring from his stomach, looked very evil. But it still hurts, he said, pulling open his shirt so I could see the wound healing slowly. And I am a vengeful person. The healing seems slow. He's an over 800-year-old vampire king. His strength shouldn't be so limited, right? Or was I just overreacting in my anger? Then remember me even more deeply. I charged at him recklessly, without any strategy or concern for my safety, just attacking fiercely. I knew I had lost my mind at this point, but I was willing, I liked, I loved. I was going crazy, slipping further into evil, unable to see the sunlight again. My life had changed completely. If I still had any reason, I wouldn't be his loving sister anymore. I knew it was useless, but it felt so good. I wanted to hurt this prince just as he had hurt me. One person fighting desperately, 100 others can't stop him. Also, Lion's movements seemed strangely slow, so I kept hitting him mercilessly. This time, I used the 5 elements blade, Songmu, which is more effective against vampires. I pierced his legs, chest, shoulders, and side with the blade. I've never been so ruthless before, but I hated him. If I didn't release this anger, I might explode. Lion, covered in blood, slapped me away with one palm. But for some reason it didn't hurt much. When I fell, I landed softly on the bed. Ma Xiao, stop testing my patience, he snapped, gritting his teeth, pulling out 3 wooden stakes from his body with a muffled groan. What should I do? I just like doing this, I said, rolling up and looking for Xiao Ding. I saw Xiao Ding had drained the last drop of blood from the waiter, looking very satisfied, crouching nearby to watch me and Lion fight. Blood was on his chin, making his angelic face, untouched by smoke or fire, look devilish and strange. I felt defeated because every time I looked at him, I felt more hopeless. But I also understand in my heart that I cannot let go of him, even in death. Actually, I prefer it this way, Lion said as he pulled out the last wooden spike from his side and lunged forward. Because I was distracted by Xiao Ding, I reacted a moment too late, and he pressed me down on the bed. His blood and breath instantly covered every pore of my body. The starting point is holding a year-end celebration. There is a Best Work Award and a Most Popular Author Award. When this book first started, I didn't aim for the best work, even though some friends already voted for me. Actually, I didn't want to ask for votes because it costs $1. But I thought I'd just do it for fun. Everyone could decide freely whether to vote or not. If you do vote, please focus on the most popular author so the votes aren't spread out and it's more worthwhile. The voting link for the celebration is on the left side of the female section homepage in a festive red banner. And one more thing, please feel free and don't worry too much about it. Another advertisement. Reborn into the Jinghua marquis household, but I am only a weak girl with a younger brother, living under others' roof. Crown and Glory in Jinghua. Book ID 178-2902. The story of the main character returning as a ruler, starting from the female section. Please click the blue text below to go directly. Bookid equals 178-2902. Book name equals Crown and Glory in Jinghua. 36. Chess piece. I struggled a few times, realizing I was firmly trapped beneath him. So I simply relaxed my whole body. Stop provoking me, he said coldly, his blue eyes full of danger. Otherwise, William's first lesson will be learning how to deal with disobedient women in bed for me. You make it sound like you're so good at it, I said, hugging his neck, turning slightly, then suddenly kneeing him. He was prepared and grabbed my thigh. Through my pants, I could feel his cold, strong fingers. Do you like this? He whispered in my ear. Darn it, aren't vampires supposed not to breathe or exhale hot air? Why is he blowing air into my ear, making me nervous and trembling all over, forcing me to hold the bed sheets tightly so I wouldn't shiver? Fine. I surrender. I quickly admitted defeat. Anyway, I'm a woman, so it's not shameful to give in. But if he relaxes his guard, I wouldn't blame him. Because I quickly formed a symbol called the Thunderbolt seal behind his neck with my hands, I endured the electric shock and also pushed the man on me away. Feeling good. I sneered. I made you shiver and enjoy yourself to the fullest, so you understand not to use your advantage over men to violate me. This girl is not only poisonous but also full of sneaky tricks. As I spoke, I glanced at Xiao Ding again. After all, I still see him as a younger brother and would never treat him as someone unimportant. So, I didn't want to show my evil side in front of him. But unexpectedly, he fell asleep, curled up on the ground like a baby. He had gone through death twice and just turned into a vampire. He must be exhausted. I felt a pang of sympathy and, at the same time, my hatred for the culprit deepened. Why did you hurt him? Suddenly, I felt weak out of intense anger. I told you, this is just the first round of revenge, Leon said grimly, standing up from the ground. Usually when one side does something wrong, the other side will retaliate. I try to keep calm, even though I was eager to kill the person in front of me. I wanted to understand, what did I do to you? Ma Xiaoi, you're really pitiful, Leon snorted. All right, how am I pitiful? Could the prince please clarify? He looked at me suspiciously, as if he could see into the depths of my soul. It seems you really don't know. No, what should I know? That day, after you exchanged the sunstone for Ma shouting, "No, William," there was an explosion inside the Moonlight Lover. His face darkened.
Huh.
I was startled, then remembered that there was indeed a tremor near Haters Island that day, and black smoke was rising above the island. But I didn't think much of it at the time, assuming it was a gas explosion or fireworks. But what does that have to do with me? Do you think I planted a bomb on Haters Island when I entered secretly? I asked in shock, guessing this possibility. But where does this come from? He looked at me with disdain. If someone tampered with the Moonlight Lover, wouldn't I know? I nodded. Yes, with such lax security, that gambling den couldn't have remained unscathed until today.
So,
The explosion was caused by the sunstone, he said word by word. How is that possible? I jumped out of bed because I was so shocked. I didn't expect him to be so prepared, so I directly asked, what exactly is going on? That day, after our deal, I returned to the place where President House was found dead. He hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to tell me. My butler, Anton Caesar, discovered that the fireplace there had been tampered with. You should know, my butler has a strange obsession with order. Even every piece of firewood inside the fireplace is neatly arranged, so if someone moves anything, he can tell immediately. I examined it carefully and found an Eastern talisman inside. Maybe he needs to see a psychologist. This looks like obsessive-compulsive behavior, I said sarcastically, hiding my embarrassment at being caught. That day, I did kick a piece of firewood, and in my panic while hiding, I might have dropped other charms as well. In short, I was nervous at the time. This proves that you overheard what President House and I were saying, Lion continued. Don't deny it. You slipped up and mentioned the sunstone. If you weren't eavesdropping, you wouldn't know about it, but that doesn't prove I caused the sunstone explosion, I argued. The sunstone was enchanted with a spell that could cause an explosion, and I believe you didn't have the ability to bypass that, Lion mocked. But what about your senior brother? No way. How could my senior brother do such a thing? He's just in it for the money. Why would he go to such lengths? Besides, this could hurt me and Xiao Ding. He wouldn't do that, I stammered, feeling uneasy deep inside. Do I really understand my senior brother? On the surface, he quickly fell into bad habits after going abroad, becoming a reckless gambler. But I always felt there was a huge secret behind him. Moreover, if he really was so irresponsible, why would President House ask him to do work? And how did he find him? From the little things he and Xiao Kong said, it seemed they belonged to some organization, or at least were involved in a certain industry. The sunstone was stolen from President House and has been in my senior brother's hands ever since. If he had tampered with it, he had plenty of time, opportunity, and the ability to do so. Anyone would agree that no human wants vampires to have the power to walk in sunlight. Being unable to see daylight is a weakness of the blood race. Once that weakness is overcome, humans will be at a severe disadvantage. In this world, any imbalance always comes with danger. Thinking again about how senior brother urged me to return to my country quickly and warned me that difficult times were coming, it seems he secretly did something that caused the explosion of the sunstone. But does senior brother really put me and shouting in danger? Lion is a person who keeps promises and absolutely does not tolerate betrayal. In this situation, how could senior brother disappear on his own? It's not senior brother who did it. Then who could it be? President House has no such ability. Obviously, you're not confident either. Lion quickly moved beside me and pinched my chin. Someone died, I asked weakly, really hoping he would deny it. But I was disappointed. 21, he said emotionlessly, but I could see his anger at being insulted. Fortunately, Captain Caesar discovered someone eavesdropping on my conversation with President House. I judged it was you, so I handed the sunstone over to my men for safekeeping and chased after you. Otherwise, we might never have met again, dear lady. Thanks to your senior brother, my desire for the vampire race to bathe in light was shattered. 21 vampires turned into blood water. If President House hadn't been killed in a remote place, even the guests might have been affected, and the loss of the Moonlight Lover would have been even greater. Tell me, should I settle this score with you and your senior siblings? I must settle it. If I were him, I would also settle it, especially with someone as proud as Lion who cannot tolerate betrayal. I hate him for turning Xiao into a vampire, but I finally understand why he did it. But my innocent Xiao, why does he have to pay such a price? I cannot forgive this. It wasn't me. I could only weakly defend myself. I didn't want to find you, but unfortunately, your senior brother disappeared without a trace. Then why did you turn me into a vampire? Why hurt Xiao? He has nothing to do with this. I despise you because you kill innocents. If I became a vampire, I would go out into the sun myself and turn to ashes before I could hate myself more. Because I wanted to make you suffer, he slowly answered. Your junior brother is your only weakness. You can kill me, I said painfully, unable to find the words to argue back. His dream was shattered, his loss was great, and he wanted someone to take responsibility. The only one he could target was me. He was probably seriously injured at the time, which explains why he took so long to seek revenge, and why his actions just now were slow. The injuries caused by the magic explosion, even for a vampire over 800 years old, are not easy to heal. Who was really responsible for all this? Just unlucky little Ding, made the innocent scapegoat. I hate it, but strangely, my mind became fuzzy because I didn't know who to blame. And what about Lion? As I said, he could kill me. If he wanted me to suffer endlessly, that reason seems weak. Little Ding is in his hands, and I dare not reveal his secret or oppose the Blood Clan. He could even use me. That's why he said this was the first round of revenge. He won't let me go because of Ding. I've become a pawn in his game. Is that the reason? I'm sorry about the Sunstone matter, but whether you believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. I think it's also not related to my senior brother, I said, glaring at him. And you've already turned Ding into a vampire. That can't be undone. You hate me? How could I not? So what will you do? Give Ding back to me. At least let him come with me.
All right.
Really? He agreed so easily? No, I don't believe Lion is that easy to talk to. Does he have another plan? If you want, you can take William, Lion said, lifting his chin. His tall figure looked even more imposing. But I want to warn you, newborn vampires are very dangerous, especially. For some reason, he's the strongest newborn I've ever seen. I understood now. So this is why he agreed so easily. Ding has already become Vampire William. No matter how much I hate or regret it, the facts are irreversible. Judging from his sneak attack and blood-drinking ability just now, I can't control him. Only his creator, Lion, can guide and restrain him. In other words, if I don't want Ding to keep killing innocent people and eventually attract the attention of the Hunter Association, who might send top vampire hunters to kill him, I must hand him over to Lion. At least Lion still follows the secret society's rules. To avoid provoking conflict for now, he won't let Ding commit more murders. It turns out he planned every step long ago, leaving me with no choice but to accept. I now hold this chess piece tightly in my hand. Promise me, don't let him kill anyone. Tears suddenly fell from my eyes. Go back to the association, Lion said coldly. I'll handle things here. It's the last day of 2010. Happy New Year to everyone. Wishing you happiness and success in the new year. By the way, this book will be published on January 5th. From January 1st to 7th, pink tickets will count double for votes. So, friends who want to vote with pink tickets, please hold on to your pink tickets tightly. After the book is published on the 5th, until the double reward period ends on the 7th, please vote for me. Thank you. 37. Sincere requests only when I left the hotel. I felt deep sadness and also understood how people in the world are often helpless and unable to control their fate. I just wanted to live a simple life, waiting passively for things to happen. Even love was just waiting without effort. I found everything troublesome, lacked ambition, and was indifferent to the world. Are there people more indifferent than me? Yet, all these annoying problems kept happening to me, even taking away my last family members. That was something I couldn't bear. Although I was an orphan since childhood and raised by my master, I valued family very much. If someone hurt my family, it felt like they were hurting me too. Is it true that in the world of martial arts, everyone gets hurt? Is it true that if you go out into the world, you will eventually pay the price? Even if I was just a simple monk living day by day. I felt very angry, first sad, then furious. My anger led me to wander the streets at night, deliberately seeking dark, dangerous places. I didn't care if they were thugs, drug dealers, or traffickers. Seeing them, I would pick fights and beat them up, using my Eastern martial arts skills to the fullest. Soon, stories of the Eastern Spider Woman spread on the streets, who says violence has no benefits. After beating up the bullies, I felt much calmer. Finally, I could sit by the fountain in the city square and think about what I should do next. What had happened was done. No matter how unwilling, how painful, or how angry I was, I couldn't change anything. So, I could only accept it and focus on the future. A chess piece isn't anything special. On the surface, it seems controlled by others and quite helpless, but Westerners don't understand Chinese chess, nor do they realize that a pawn crossing the river becomes invincible. However, being a small pawn is not so easy. At least, I need to change my attitude and become a bit more normal. I want to do what ordinary women and hunters do. Participating in everything might help me find opportunities, right? The things I truly desire are kept deep in my heart. Whether it's Xiao or my senior brother, their situations are now very complicated. They are not easy to understand or escape from. So I must not rush. Whether it's living shamelessly or having a bold attitude, I will keep going carefree. I don't want to live a weak life. I want to smile and achieve my goals. I want to be a small pawn who causes trouble for everyone. Once I understand this, I feel lighter. Since Lion wants me to be his pawn, hiding inside the Hunter Association as a secret agent, I might as well go back. The place has good food and comfortable living conditions. I also heard that they have canceled the bounty on me. If the association has spy-like demands, like undercover missions, that could be quite exciting. Living with a game-like attitude is easier. As for my inner feelings, everyone is unfamiliar with them, so there's no need for others to know. I bury the deep pain caused by Xiao and my senior brother in my heart. I walk casually toward the association base. When I cross a pedestrian bridge, it's almost dawn and suddenly, a light rain begins to fall. At this moment I see Louis. Since we parted last time, this is our reunion. He looks exactly the same as when I first saw him, but his confused and hopeless eyes are colder than the rain. Little E, I'm sorry. His voice sounds distant, as if through the rain, from another world. I can't stop him. He's probably talking about Lion, right? So, even though we haven't met, he's been trying to help me. But how can Lion be influenced by others? He values strength and hierarchy. Only those stronger than him can override his decisions. But Louis, why are you so kind to me? I owe you so many favors. How can I repay you? If I hadn't made a decision about my future, I would surely cry right now. But instead, I just shrug and smile, asking, so, how do you plan to make it up to me? Whatever you want, my dear lady. He bows deeply. I have to admit that these men who have lived for a long time, men from distant times and places, are much more elegant and gentlemanly than modern men. Women are easily captivated not just because of their looks, but also because of their abilities, manners, and attitude, which make women feel noble too. "Will you marry me?" I asked with a smile. He looked at me steadily, as if judging whether my words were true. I looked at him playfully and teasingly. He moved his lips but didn't speak. Instead, he came over, cupped my face, and gently kissed my cheek and eyes in the light rain. "Little E, I don't understand you," he said softly. "I want to keep you guessing." I stepped back to avoid his hands. I heard men like mysterious women, ones they can get but not control. Am I doing well? Is there anything I should improve? Lewis smiled. "I thought you would cry," he said. "After all, Ma's shouting." He didn't finish, and I didn't continue the topic. Cry? In the future, I might break my arm in a cast, swallow my broken teeth, and shine with a golden-laid smile under the sun. "So, are you willing to be my boyfriend?" I asked directly. He was a bit surprised, probably not expecting me to be serious. Actually, I was pretending. Because for shouting, I need to be able to go to Hades Island anytime, to see and be close to the Moonlight Lover. Even if shouting becomes a vampire, he's still my shouting. I won't abandon him to Lion. I've sworn to myself and to him that I will never give up on him. That's why I need to see him often and know his whereabouts. As a pawn, I can only act when summoned. But as a small piece, I only become powerful after crossing the river. For me, it's like crossing the sea. And I'm luckier than a pawn. On the chessboard, pawns can only move forward, not backward. But I believe I can move freely, and in critical moments, even jump into the sea to seek life or death. So I need Lewis. Just by being his girlfriend, given Lion's strict yet indulgent attitude towards him, I can appear around shouting freely. In Chinese terms, Lewis is like a prince or a noble son, and being his wife would give me special privileges. But I don't want to deceive him, so I said directly, "You should think carefully. I'm using you, not truly in love." "Okay, I agree." He didn't think much and nodded happily. "You want to stay close to your junior brother." "I understand, Lion will understand too. But he can't stop you, just like I can't stop him." "Your answer makes us sound like two kids fighting against strict parents," I shrugged. "But I really like you." His tone suddenly became gentle, and even the light rain seemed to pause. Just before dawn, a handsome man ranked third among the most irresistible vampires in the world said this in the dark, cool air. Women would probably be moved by this scene, and this person. Who could resist such a moment? My heart fluttered, and I honestly said, "I don't know if I will love you in the future." "I don't now, but I feel a little hint of it." "You're very direct," he smiled. When he smiled, his confused look turned into shy modesty, which was very charming. "I only feel this way about you," I said honestly. "And I need to say one more thing. Please go home soon. If it weren't for the rainy weather, it would already be daylight. I wouldn't be in love with a bunch of ashes, even if it's pretend." He looked up at the sky happily. "Can we meet here tonight?" "So, does that mean we're already lovers?" I added. "I'm seriously looking for friends, no fake ones. I really like you." Since you won't let me say the word love, he quickly kissed my lips lightly and disappeared like a shadow. Of course, I couldn't say the word love. For someone as conservative as me, that word is serious. If I can't wholeheartedly be willing to give my life for someone, I don't deserve to say it. I stood in the rain, watching the blurry, faint silver-white flicker in the dark gray sky. I knew the sun had already risen but was hidden behind the clouds, just like my true feelings. After a long time, until I was soaked through, I returned to the association base. Sigh, there's really no way. The guards here are still so bad. I easily avoided patrols and electronic surveillance. Instead of going back to my dorm, I headed straight to the secret room where all the association's records are stored. I'm curious about what Xiao Bing did to make President House and Dean Tage so determined to catch her. Although I feel I have little connection with her now, she is indirectly related to Xiao Ding's final outcome. Many mysteries, I need to solve one by one. It wasn't that I lacked the ability before, but I simply didn't pay attention. Now, things are different. However, when I opened the file box belonging to Little Bing, I found it was completely empty. It seems someone got there first. Ma Xiao, do you know that sneaking into a secret room is a serious violation of the rules? A voice said behind me. I was startled, but I kept my composure. I didn't panic and immediately recognized the voice as Dean Tagore's. Since I had hidden myself with invisibility and silence charms, it means Little Bing betrayed me again. The Dean was waiting here, specifically for me. This means he has something to tell me, and it's a secret, possibly a secret deal. If that's the case, I shouldn't be afraid. If there's something to discuss, it won't be a big problem. So, I didn't turn around. I simply removed the charms and said with a smile, "Give me a chance, Dean." Slowly, I turned around and saw that it was indeed the loyal and just Dean, who looked harmless and a bit useless. He was standing alone at the door of the secret room, not surprised by my appearance. I admired myself again, because I guessed everything correctly. But what kind of deal does he want to make with me? I never expected that I would be useful to vampires and also valuable to the Hunter Association. This is the first update of 66 in 2011. I wish everyone a smooth year and success in everything. Whatever you think of, come true. That's my sincere and free blessing. Take it well.
Haha.
Also, starting from the 1st, the double vote activity begins. Unfortunately, 60 SIXS book will only be available on the 5th. So, if you want to support 66, please keep the small pink token and vote for me on the 5th. Remember. And a quick advertisement. She was drawn into a mysterious and beautiful world called Biro while searching for her true origins, a world where humans and demons coexist. This is a work by Hua Luo Chong Lai. Click the blue text below to go directly. Bookit equals 1656124. Book name equals Xian Tian by Luo. 38 Little by Fully. I know you usually don't follow the rules, but since President House has heroically sacrificed himself, you, as his assistant, have been promoted to a top-level vampire hunter. So, can you please pay a little more attention to your words and actions? Dean Tagore said slowly.
Wow.
What does that mean? I considered many possibilities, but I didn't expect it to be this. Have I been too stressed lately? Hearing voices in my ears. Gold medal vampire hunter. Am I joking? I haven't even completed the simplest task once. I'm losing my composure. Who is the mastermind behind this? An expert. Knowing that intimidation won't scare someone lazy like me, they resorted to tricks, tempting me with promises and fame. Also, regarding the death of President House, who clearly used power for personal gain, was corrupt, and even sold his soul and the association's interest to survive. Why was the phrase, heroic sacrifice, used? What's going on? The power shift among the upper levels is too sudden, almost like black and white are being reversed, making right and wrong unclear. Director, the weather has been unpredictable lately. Is your body temperature normal? I hesitated to ask. I don't have a fever, Director Tagore replied calmly. It's your concern about the climate. I think we need to talk. Fine, let's talk. I'm least afraid of conversations. As long as there's talk, nothing serious will happen. So, Director Tagore and I sat on the floor in a secret room, having a seemingly friendly and sincere, but actually cautious and indirect, discussion. Then I understood everything. Where there are people, there is the world of politics. Compared to real political animals, I am too inexperienced. In my world, things are black and white, with maybe a few gray areas. But in the upper society, black and white can switch places. As a simple homebody girl, I, a white homebody, can find out what President House did in his final days. Does the powerful Hunter Association Elders Council not know? But if the truth were announced publicly, what would happen to the association's reputation? President House's treacherous betrayal was a shameful act that dealt a blow to all hunters and even the church, causing ordinary people to doubt both. No one can bear that consequence. So, President House had to be whitewashed, heroized, and turned from a villain into a hero. Under the propaganda of the higher-ups, President House is portrayed as someone who dedicated his life to the association, always wanting to overthrow Lion, who leaned toward the demon party, but never succeeded. 3 months ago, when he learned he was about to return to God's embrace, he pretended to join the evil vampire king and finally carried out an assassination. Unfortunately, the old man died before achieving his mission, but he severely injured Prince Lion and destroyed the legendary Sunstone. Basically, he was like a human bomb, sacrificing himself with about 20 vampires backing him up, but he couldn't defeat the leader. However, President House did not die in vain. He used his dirty life to create a positive and shining image for the association, which helped deceive unaware vampire hunters and the public. Later, he risked his life for the association's benefit, and the secret sponsors kept giving more money. The dead are truly the most useful assets. As a result, Dean Tagore and I are seen as humble helpers, earning respect. Dean Tagore is very clever and seems peaceful on the surface, but this outcome today is likely the result of his careful planning and resourcefulness. In the past, he had no power or influence in the Elders' Council and had little say. Now, he has become a major figure alongside Madam Fisher and Father Gray, competing strongly to be the next leader. Why was I promoted? If it was just to silence me, they could have used other methods, like killing me. So, why did they choose the simplest way, flattering me? There are 3 reasons. First, I am very important. Second, I still have value. Third, they dare not harm me. If it's the first 2, I can't see why yet. If it's the third, then who is secretly protecting me? But if everyone knew about President House's brave sacrifice, the association and I would become enemies of the vampires. We took away their right to walk in sunlight, and that hatred is like a never-ending river. In this situation, it's very dangerous for me to stay among the vampires. However, my current position is very complicated. I have a vampire brother, which is an unchangeable fact. I must often be with him and cannot let any hunters hurt him. I am a pawn of the prince of the near-magic faction, and he might ask me to do things that harm the association. Now, I am also a top vampire hunter, a national idol, and the public relations face of the association. Finally, Dean Tagore said, if you can find a way to prevent the vampires from killing you, you can visit your brother often. He added, if other hunters see you, I guarantee the association will think you're on a secret mission. I gasped in shock. He is really cunning and sly. Since he said that, going to find Xiao Ding felt like I was acting on an order, almost like I was a spy. The association might start expecting me to do this regularly. Considering that Lion also once told me the same, I realize I am truly caught in an undercover game. I felt like I was sinking into quicksand. Every step I took could swallow me, leaving me in endless trouble. But since I can't escape, I can only face it. The association and the Blood Clan both want to use me. Can I use them in return? I am not a soft target. On the surface, I act indifferent, but secretly I am making my own gains. But how did Director Tagore find out that Xiao Ding had become a vampire? Xiao Bing. She had been following me all along and saw everything, yet she chose to stand by and do nothing. She betrayed me, which allowed Director Tagore to find out and wait for me here. She betrayed Xiao Ding, which gave her the chance to erase all her secrets. Ma Xiaobing has withdrawn all her activity records, hasn't she? I sneered. She knows what she wants, Director Tagore said. Your problem is you don't know what you want. Now I do, I said with a calm smile. There is a Chinese saying, better late than never. Good. I actually admire Xiaobing a little. If you betray, do it thoroughly for the greatest benefit, rather than dragging things out like I do. I've learned my lesson. I despise myself a little and vow to study harder. I also must find out exactly what Xiaobing has done. After parting ways with Director Tagore, I went straight back to my dorm. On the way, I noticed my colleagues looked at me differently. I realized that being respected is not a bad thing, especially since my mentor, Victor, was promoted because of me. He was so happy he wanted to treat me to dinner. I declined because I was worried about Xiao Ding. I had slept all day and then met Louis at the bridge at night. I thought, even if it's a fake relationship, I want it to feel real. So I dressed carefully, Embroidered vest, riding pants, crystal high heels, bracelets and anklets woven with thick thread and silver carvings, full of ethnic style. The fabric was close-fitting silk, which highlighted my curves without being overly lovely, giving a subtle, alluring look. I also applied delicate makeup. When Louis saw me, his eyes showed surprise and admiration. In fact, many men on the street were amazed by me. At a street corner, a military vehicle passed by, and a group of soldiers whistled loudly at me. Phew, I finally managed to become truly beautiful, like this stunning Asian girl. Xiao, you are so beautiful, Louis said, holding my hand and giving me a gentle kiss. You're very handsome too, I said, feeling a bit proud. Louis's aura is like that of a nobleman, and being with him makes me feel like a lady from high society. Together, we, the handsome man and beautiful woman, boarded the Hudson Island. We used the special entrance reserved for important people, and it was still Caesar who came to greet us. I could tell that the head butler hated me, wishing he could drain all my blood. But Lion must have given some order, so he dared not act against me and had to stay polite and graceful.
Poor guy.
How many people know my blood is poisonous? I asked Louis softly, enjoying the admiring looks from the men around us. He protected me, making me feel very safe. Not more than 5 now, he said with a sad look. Because most of the people who knew were blown into a mess of blood and flesh that day. Xiao, don't worry, Lion doesn't want this to get out. Why? I asked out of curiosity. I don't know, he shook his head. But it's a good thing. Of course, I knew it was a good thing. I just didn't understand why Lion did it. It was so strange. Thinking of Lion, my eyes automatically searched for him. It wasn't hard because he always sat in the darkest, quietest corner. He was low-key and quiet, but no one could ignore him. When I saw him, it seemed like he was also looking at me. I say seemed because his gaze was vague, like he was gazing into the distance, but somehow he kept me rooted in place. I moved a little, not wanting to be controlled by him, and pulled Louis to the chair where Lion was sitting. Your Highness, may I ask you a question? I said. He raised his hand slightly, signaling I could ask. Can you change your seat? It looks uncomfortable. My seat has never been comfortable, he said with a double meaning. Miss Xiao, what are you here for? You should know this place doesn't welcome you. Really? Then why doesn't Caesar dare to do anything to me? Didn't you give the order? Why pretend otherwise? I snorted. I am Louis's girlfriend. He brought me here, I said, using that as an excuse. The shield was very cooperative, even a bit provocative, as it stepped forward and wrapped me in its arms. Lion smiled, and I realized this behavior was quite naive. But I had learned my lesson. Since I was naive, I would be completely naive. In life, you shouldn't hesitate in anything. Your Highness, who is this young lady? Suddenly someone asked from behind Lion. Well, sorry for today. Tomorrow's update will be after midnight. Thank you. 39, daughter of a wealthy family. Wow, she's a beautiful Asian girl. From the way she spoke, it seemed she was very familiar with Lion, very familiar in a way everyone understands. I selfishly wondered if Lion's taste had changed because of me. Last time I came, I saw a blonde, blue-eyed woman performing a very daring pole dance just for him. Someone unimportant, Lion said about me, but I didn't care at all. In this glamorous place, I only cared about Xiao and Louis. So I shrugged casually, about to ask how Xiao was doing, when Lion suddenly pulled the Asian girl aside and said, "This is Kim So-eun, the only daughter of Korea's top wealthy family." Who asked you? I nodded, pretending to greet her, but really just nodding to myself. Great. First a Japanese star, now a wealthy Korean girl. Are Asian girls becoming more popular lately?
Xiao.
Can I see him? I asked, pretending not to be so nervous. Lion's lips twitched, like he was smiling or sneering. His expression was ambiguous and hard to read, but he answered very straightforwardly. No. Why? I raised my voice, unable to stand his deliberate teasing. He's my person, so I decide what to do. Just like, he looked at me and Louis, your matters you decide. I cursed immediately. If you're going to challenge me directly, just wait. I won't let you get away with it.
Ah.
Someone gasped. I looked up and saw Kim So-eun's surprised face, as if my curse was a huge insult to her pure, gentle ears. In this day and age, which young lady from a wealthy family lives in an ivory tower? Stop pretending. However, what was even more frightening came next. Kim So-eun, with her silly eyes wide open and her mouth in a perfect circle, looked surprised from every angle. She was beautiful, but her expression was so fake it was obvious. This Korean girl was not on the same level as the Japanese girl. Her acting was really poor. Maybe she was too rich, constantly breathing in gold dust, which blocked her brain's blood flow. She looked at others as if they were fools and couldn't see through her tricks. Your Highness, my English is not very good. What does FK mean? She blinked her eyes, acting as if she was innocent, but her skill was so low it was shocking. She was just scared a moment ago, and now she was asking what fear was? It was ridiculous. But I wanted to see how the prince would answer. How childish, how shocking, and how difficult a question it was. At that moment, I felt like both the joyful and embarrassed gods had taken over Kim So-eun. Unexpectedly, the prince was very clever, using others' words to his advantage. He still had a deep smile on his face and pointed at me, saying, So-eun, why don't you ask Miss Ma directly what she means? I thought your family's old master would just use body language to explain this word that everyone talks about every day. Ugh, So-eun, that's disgusting. So disgusting. FK is an ancient Hebrew word, I said with a gentle smile, harmless and kind. It means, God bless you. Suddenly, I heard someone spit nearby. I didn't have time to see who it was because I was still busy teasing. FK means asking God to bless you. I continued seriously. If you sincerely pray to the sky 10 times a day, God will really bless you. After I finished, I saw Kim So-eun's face turn green, but she couldn't argue back. She probably thought everyone was less than 25 IQ. Turns out, the daughter of the top tycoon was like this. Her father must be a nouveau riche. A real noble lady wouldn't behave like this. Lion smiled silently, pressing his hand to his forehead, clearly happy because my teasing made him very pleased. Louis managed to keep his elegant demeanor. Excuse me, he said, pulling me away. When we reached the bar, he finally laughed. Little E, you're so naughty, he said, smiling so cutely. His face was usually so serious that his smile made him look especially charming. Am I naughty? I shrugged. I don't know if there's anyone better than me in the world. I like bad girls. He suddenly leaned down, his eyes just inches from mine. So, after we first met, I kept wanting to find you. I'm causing you a lot of trouble, I said, my throat dry. I wanted to keep some distance, but I was afraid it might hurt his pride. No matter what, I didn't want to make him feel embarrassed or sad. He seemed to want to kiss me. If so, I was okay with it. I've kissed before. But during the last time with Lion, he moved closer and closer until my eyes lost focus, until I felt his gaze like fire scanning my back, until our breath touched, and our lips were only a tiny distance apart. Suddenly, the music stopped. Everything went quiet. The people in the dance hall looked confused. This sudden change from loud noise to complete silence made Louis stop his move. I quickly took the chance to step back. That was close. Honestly, I was a bit grateful for the sudden pause in the music. I like Louis, but if he was just joking around or being playful, it was okay. But if he really had feelings, I thought it was too soon. Ah, sorry, said the DJ. It seems I suddenly went silent. He smiled and waved his hand, and the music started again. I want to see Xiao, I said, trying to distract Louis before he got more emotional. Maybe dressing up so beautifully wasn't a good idea. But I remembered the first time I came to Moonlight Lover, Lion, who was so particular, made me change into a formal dress. If I wasn't dressed nicely, maybe he wouldn't even let me in. Don't worry, he's fine, Louis reassured me. You probably don't know, but our kind, the vampire's newborns, are very dangerous to ordinary people. To prevent them from hunting too much, their creators make them fall into sleep after they drink blood. This helps them gradually lose their natural instincts until they can control themselves, so that's how it is. but not being able to see Xiao made me feel uneasy. Also, Lewis used the word hunt, which made me very uncomfortable. I never thought I would become Xiao food someday. How long will he sleep like this? I asked. Lewis shook his head. I don't know. It depends on the person. Besides, he won't sleep forever. He'll wake up sometimes, eat, then go back to sleep. Your Highness, what will you feed him? I felt nervous, afraid of hearing a terrible answer. Fortunately, Lewis said there is a legal blood bank on Hades Island. Only 1 in a million is a vampire. Modern blood clans prefer to live together, but their blood sources come from all over the world. So there is enough to eat. But isn't Your Highness a member of the demon party? His thoughts are one thing, but the truth is another. The fact is, the main island is ruled by the secret party. Lewis sighed, seeming to feel lucky. Vampires are more loyal to the system than humans think. And you? I asked again. I know you are kind, but how long did you sleep before you could control yourself? A long time. Lewis turned his face away, as if recalling painful memories. Another fact is, I can never fully control myself. I just force myself to do so. He spoke so sadly and helplessly that I suddenly felt sorry for him. I couldn't help but reach out and hug him. Little Ding is the second Lewis. From Lewis's attitude, it's clear he never wanted to be a vampire. But like Little Ding, he had no choice when facing Lion. In short, my pain, along with Little Ding's, Lewis's, and even others I don't know, all come from Lion. I hate him. This feeling will never go away. Alright, why are you upset? Lewis patted my back. We'll see Little Ding in a few days. But since we're here today, don't worry too much. Just have fun. Okay. Are you thirsty? Want something to drink? Whatever you have, I'll drink it, I said with a smile. But not too strong. I don't handle alcohol well and might get drunk. I look forward to seeing you get really drunk, Lewis said, kissing my forehead before turning to get drinks. As he left, I suddenly felt lonely. Whether intentionally or not, I looked toward Lion. He sat quietly, alone, seeming to overlook everything, and no one seemed able to get close to him. That beautiful girl, Xiao, had already disappeared somewhere. What exactly is he thinking? I suddenly became very curious. Miss, may I have the honor of buying you a drink? Someone said behind me, breaking my daze. I turned around and saw a man with brown hair talking to me. This man was quite handsome and polite. However, after meeting the second most irresistible vampire to women worldwide, Mr. P, the third, Lewis the seventh, Prince Lion, and the 10th, William the 16th, I became immune to ordinary handsome guys. It was like having eaten a big piece of meat and losing interest in the scraps. Thank you. Someone already invited me to drink, I replied politely. Usually, when I am in a normal mood, I am a well-mannered girl from the eastern land of etiquette. But if someone annoys me, I become like a wild tribe from the east, the vanguard of the yellow peril. Do you come here often? The brown-haired man didn't seem to want to leave after I declined. I frowned silently, but still said politely, not often. This is only the second time. As I spoke, I looked for Lewis's figure. I saw him carrying 2 cocktails and walking over. I quickly nodded to the brown-haired man, then went to meet Lewis, interrupting his attempt to start a conversation. After that, I forgot about this small incident and didn't pay attention to where the brown-haired man went. Over the next month, I visited Moonlight Lover from time to time, but never saw Xiao. Lewis told me Xiao was a very powerful newborn vampire and was very difficult to deal with. This made me worried but also a little relieved. At least, he hadn't come out to kill anyone again. By the way, a quick note. This book will be available on the 5th. For regular readers, please consider upgrading to VIP. Friends who are already VIP, enjoy the book, and if you're willing to vote for me and happen to have a little fan support, please keep it until the 5th 40. Extremely introverted and mysterious, my relationship with Lewis was progressing smoothly. We acted like normal lovers, watching movies, eating, shopping. We almost saw each other every day, though only at night, and half of that time was spent at Moonlight Lover. Then, I started to think I might be falling for him for real. Because being with Lewis was so relaxed and happy, feeling loved and cherished. His often confusing, pain-mixed expressions made me hesitate and waver. Since childhood, no one had ever centered their attention on me like this, as if every day waking up was just for me. Being loved tenderly by such a handsome and kind man and treated so sincerely makes it impossible for me not to feel something. If I didn't, I would be like a stone. Unfortunately, I carry a deep wound in my heart, making it hard to open up quickly. Basically, I am quite old-fashioned, but I am trying to let go, and Lewis seems to be the one saving me. The Hunter Association's attitude toward me is almost like letting me do as I please. After I was honored as a brave heroine who endured hardships, it seems that for ordinary hunters, everything I do has a deeper meaning. Naturally, no one questions me. As for the higher-ups, we understand each other without words, ignoring each other but also keeping a cautious distance. This makes me even more confused. The association neither kills me nor expels me. Why do they keep me around like a ticking time bomb? Are they using me? Do they have someone protecting me so they dare not act?
Who is protecting me?
I can't figure it out, so I decide not to think about it. Whatever happens, happens. I will focus on my love and find a way to save my brother. There are two strange things I didn't expect. Actually, two things. First, the church has not yet decided who will replace President House. The Elder Council is in fierce faction fights. Elder Fisher, Father Gray, and the Rising Star, Dean Tiger, are the three main contenders. Besides me, the ordinary hunters below are also forced to choose sides. Second, the Vampire Elders Council is very efficient. They have already appointed a new lord for this region. Surprisingly, it is not Vice Lord Leon who takes the position, but a newcomer. He is said to be a descendant of one of the ancient noble families, with a lifespan of over 1,500 years. When I heard this, I was both shocked and happy. Shocked because the new lord is incredibly powerful, almost twice as strong as Leon. I worry that Xiao might get into trouble under his command, which would mean facing a very strong enemy. Happy because Leon was defeated. He tried to kill William the 16th, took a big risk, and lost a lot, but ultimately failed.
That was truly satisfying.
I dislike him, so I am happy whenever something bad happens to him. Thanks to Xiao, the internal affairs of the vampires are also affected. So, I did some research and found out that the new vampire lord for this region is named Lister. His name is long, with many ancient family names and titles, totaling 17 characters. Actually, Lion's real name is very long, 22 characters, and I'm too lazy to remember it all. I just remember his name. Because I usually act carefree and don't try to improve myself, I don't know much about the Blood Clan or the members of the association unless I see the person in person and they are wearing that all-purpose glasses. So, I sneaked over to a bar near the association that mainly hosts hunters to chat and found several familiar hunters there. I quickly went over and started chatting, and in the end, I focused on this Lister. Then I was surprised to see that among the 6 hunters, 4 men and 2 women, their reactions were completely opposite. The male hunters were angry and gritted their teeth. The 2 female hunters had stars in their eyes, like fans obsessed with a popular idol. This Lister, although he's a member of the secret society, acts like a member of the magic faction. I really don't understand how the elders of the Blood Clan tolerate him.
Hunter Lyle said.
He's been active in Europe.
Why was he sent to America this time?
Hunter Rembrandt asked. I heard he's unpredictable and temperamental, often angry or happy. Having such a crazy person come to our state, I'm afraid we won't have peaceful days. Hunter Cipher sighed. It's said he's also a pervert. Honestly, I'd prefer Prince Lion to take over as Lord. A straightforward, brutal guy is better than a charming hypocrite. Hunter Leone started defending Lion. Straightforward, brutal, those words. Are they compliments? I wondered, thinking they probably are. I looked at the 2 female hunters. The top 10 most irresistible female vampires in the world are mostly concentrated in our state. Now that Lister is here, maybe these top 10 handsome guys will gather here someday, Hunter Francis said proudly and happily, lowering her voice and speaking mysteriously. What a coincidence. I also became interested because gossiping and admiring handsome guys are women's nature, instinct, and essence.
Really? Who are they?
I couldn't help but ask. I saw a secret file. Frances lowered her voice but couldn't hide her excitement. Number 2, Mr. P. Number 3, Lewis. Number 4, Mr. D. Number 7, Prince Lion. Number 10, William the 16th. And that mysterious fifth one, whose true identity no one knows, is also in our state. Now that Lester has arrived, if William the 16th had not died, 8 of the top 10 would be here with us. Unfortunately, now only 7 remain. What kind of secret file is this? It's common knowledge, isn't it? I thought to myself, just didn't expect the mysterious fifth to possibly be in our state. Where does Lester rank? I asked out of curiosity. Frances held up one finger. I gasped. First? Is he at the top or the bottom? After asking, I realized I was wrong. The last one, William the 16th, who was 10th, was already killed by Little Bing.
Of course, I took the blame.
Maybe I didn't get along well with the female hunters in the association, and killing William the 16th might have upset many of his fans. So, Lester must be definitely number 1. Of course he's number 1. Frances looked at me reproachfully, as if my doubt was disrespectful to her idol. I looked up to the sky. God, do you see this?
Do you see?
Sometimes enemies fall in love, but most of the time, it's based on mutual respect.
But now?
It's just unconscious infatuation, all because the other person is too handsome. Truly, this is an era of male beauty obsession. By the way, what kind of female hunters are these? I suspect that when they are ordered to catch the top 10, they might first ask for autographs, take photos, and then carry out their mission. If they can't beat the top 10, maybe they'll try to strip them for fun. Surely that would be very effective. On this point, I think I'm doing well. I have enough self-control. I only admire the top 10's beauty. I wouldn't touch Lewis, but if the other 9 conflict with my interests, I would act without hesitation. Of course, whether I can win or not is another matter. Right, God? Whether I can win depends on my ability, but whether I act or not depends on my attitude. And attitude decides everything. So, I am a good hunter. Please, God, protect me. I had the chance to meet Lester when I was on a mission in Europe, said female hunter number 2, Ivana, who had been silent until now. How is he? What is he like? Frances asked excitedly. Ivana wiped her mouth. Very good. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words. No need for extra talk to describe how charming little Lester is. But Frances was still eager to hear more and insisted that Ivana tell more. I also listened carefully, but the 4 male hunters had already left in anger. I understand their feelings. They see this as a matter between enemies and allies. They can't stand the women's infatuated expressions. But I can't help it. After all, she is one of the top 10 women killers worldwide, with a talent for making people fall for her. That time, we were sent to Europe to help catch a murderer who was a member of the 1,000-year demon clan. We were close to success when Lester suddenly appeared and took that demon member away, Ivana said. All of us hunters were injured. Facing a vampire who's lived for 1,500 years, we had no choice but to wait for death. But when I saw Lester smile, I suddenly felt that even death wasn't so scary. He didn't kill us because I was the only woman among us. He was very gentlemanly and helped me to the side. And then, what happened next? Frances asked eagerly. Then he left, Ivana sighed, sounding a bit wistful, as if she was reminiscing about something she missed. That's a pity, Frances said with a longing look. If Lester comes to our state, I'll definitely try to get involved in any missions related to him. Me too, Ivana agreed. Then they both looked at me at the same time. I waved my hand. Forget it. I'm too timid and weak. I'd avoid a vampire who's lived 500 years, let alone one who's been around for 1,500. Compared to handsome guys, my life is more important. Ivana and Frances smiled. They were very graceful, but I could tell they looked down on my cautiousness a little, and they seemed to breathe a sigh of relief afterward. Beautiful Asian girls, it's better not to compete for the attention of that top-ranked handsome guy. Actually, I like handsome guys too, but human energy is limited. Right now, I seem calm, but inside I'm worried about many things. When I'm well-fed and safe, I can think about beauty. For me, it's more about how strong Lester is and whether he might hurt shouting. Now that I understand the situation, I took Lewis to the Moonlight Lover to find out Lion's attitude. I need to make sure that even if Lester comes, shouting will be under his control and protection. Lion makes me feel more secure about the unknown Lester. Although he's hostile, after I became his pawn, I found I could be useful to him. He'd better not give up on me too soon. As long as I am useful, shouting will be safe. Lion still sat in that chair, staring silently at the crowd. Over the past month, Xiao became his favorite, but whenever I saw him, he was always sitting there, while Xiao could only stand far away. We had met more than 10 times, and each time, sparks flew between us, through words and actions, but we never faced each other directly in a big conflict. Because of this, I feel I understand him a little. He is very intelligent, determined, thoughtful, and calm, but if you pay attention to his eyes, you can see that inside, he is burning with passion. He is a mix of ice and fire. We Chinese call this moan and show. He is extremely moan and show. Since the book is going online tomorrow, I will add an extra chapter tonight at 8 o'clock. Thank you all for your support over the past days. However, the reviews are not very helpful, sigh. Cast of characters. Frances, the #1 female hunter of gossip, played by Jia from the 17th floor. Rembrandt, the #2 male hunter, played by Xiao, Sky from the 20th floor. Ivana, the #2 female hunter, played by Do Fu from the 22nd floor. Cipher, the #3 male hunter, played by book friend 0808080. Lyle, the #1 male hunter, played by Lin Shi from the 26th floor. Leonie, the #4 male hunter, played by Yuxian Shuiyi from the 28th floor. 41. Do not talk to strangers. Your Highness, may I see shouting today? I asked politely. Even if I hated him, I controlled myself to avoid angering him, so I could see shouting. If that is your wish, dear Miss Ma, he said seriously but with a teasing smile in his eyes. I felt a bit passive because he had rejected me more than 10 times over the past month. The happiness was too sudden. I opened my eyes wide and didn't reply for a moment, which made his smile deepen, probably because he knew his control over me was too effective. Where is shouting? I asked, trying not to sound too eager.
You'll have to wait, he said.
Darn, I have to wait. I knew he wouldn't be so quick. Every time we talk, he makes me so angry that I feel like boiling inside. But I can only hold it in, afraid that if I lose my temper, he will make things difficult for me again.
I really want to see shouting.
Usually, a few months apart is okay, but now his situation is special. I can't help but look at him. I just can't relax. So I swallow my anger and ask again. Where did he go? Hunting. I get anxious when I hear that. We agreed before that shouting was with him, and he wouldn't let shouting go kill people. I waited over a month without losing my temper. But now he actually let shouting go hunting. I believe in reincarnation and spirits. Even if their kind doesn't have souls, I believe shouting does. I can't let him do something wrong. Once he does, he might never come back. I step forward, wanting to pull him out of his chair, even if it means fighting him. I want to fight to the death, if necessary. Lewis quickly holds me back. Xiao, don't be impulsive. Letting your junior brother go hunting doesn't necessarily mean killing. He's a very powerful newborn. After drinking cold-blooded stored blood for a while, he needs to go out and drink fresh blood. Only then can he control himself. Lord Lion, am I right? Tell Xiao, yeah, if I don't say anything, will this girl kill me? Lion still smiles gently, not moving at all, even the look in his eyes on me. I feel discouraged. Xiao Ding is in his hands, and he has me completely trapped. Stay calm, Xiao. Don't act rashly. Only then can I find a way to use him. Just tell him already. Why bother teasing her? Lewis urges. Lion said he went to the grass farm. Lion replies. I am stunned. I know that place. It's a farm on the outskirts of Thorntown, famous for raising cattle and sheep. It seems that Lion owns that land. How much land does he have? How much money? Did you hear that? Your junior brother went to drink animal blood. Lewis comforts me. Aren't animals living beings? I argue stubbornly. I eat meat too, but whenever it involves lion, I feel it's related to cruel killing. Is it prejudice? Maybe, but that's how I see him. I raise and care for them. Their lives belong to me, just like humans' lives belong to God. Can you disobey God's orders? If God told you to die, would you feel proud? Lion sarcastically said. Trust me, he thinks he's a god, and he's become so arrogant. I am Chinese and do not believe in God. Otherwise, could you give some definition to our Tao ancestor, Buddha, and Heavenly Emperor? I said, avoiding the main point. Who is following Ma shouting? Lewis looked around. Could it be Caesar? I was startled. That person dislikes me. What if he pretends to make a mistake, and shouting goes to kill someone? On the farm, there are not only animals but also humans working for the Blood Clan. People in this world know about vampires, but few interact with them. That doesn't mean only vampire hunters deal with vampires. So, I immediately started to leave. With water escape, I could probably reach the grass leaf farm quickly, but Lion's words stopped me. In his eyes, you're also food. Lion leaned forward, a malicious smile on his face. He won't recognize you, and you'll poison him. I'm not going to hurt him, and he will remember me sooner or later. I stepped forward. Do you know what's wrong with you? Your lifespan is too long, but your life is too short. That's why you forget what family love is. It's not about blood ties, but about feelings. It's engraved in your bones. No matter how strong you are, you can't erase it. He didn't speak, only moved his throat as if I hit a nerve, unable to argue back, swallowing all his emotions. Lifespan too long, life too short. What a perfect summary. I was so proud of myself for hitting his heart. This is the pain of all Blood Clan members, unless they are heartless. They are beautiful, smart, powerful, and can get everything from sunlight, but is that really life? Wow. Lewis interrupted our confrontation. I'll keep an eye on Caesar and help control your junior brother, so he doesn't cross the line. I looked at Lewis gratefully, but inside I felt a little sad.
Cross the line. He used that word.
To humans it means slaughter, but to him, it's just a mistake. It's not that Lewis isn't kind, but after being a vampire for so long, there's a deep gap between them and humans, sometimes an unbridgeable one. That's the most tangled part of human vampire love. I'll help you speed things up with Eastern techniques. I grabbed Lewis's hand. Although vampires are very fast, I was very anxious, worried that Little Ding might cause more trouble, so I needed him to move even faster. He quickly pecked my lips and then pulled me away. I didn't expect such a close gesture from him. It didn't feel pleasant. Actually, because he moved so fast, I didn't feel much. But it seemed like a sign of protest, either to Lion or a declaration of possession. When we reached the hall door, I turned my head unexpectedly, but Lion was gone. Lewis and I went to the seaside. I told him to close his eyes and wait until his feet touched the ground before opening them. He felt pressured, so I joked that my magic was very good, which made him curious about Eastern magic. I didn't tell him I lacked power, so I might accidentally throw him into the sea, probably not in the middle, but about 180 meters from the shore was very possible. Suddenly, a white light appeared, and Lewis disappeared. I turned back to go home. Lewis promised me that he would bring Little Ding back and see me first, so I had to return to the hall. But I first went to the bathroom, and I didn't expect Xiao to follow right after me. Since you have Lewis, don't try to compete with me for Prince Wang. Even if you can't beat me, it's annoying to see you buzzing around like a fly, she said directly. Maybe wealthy people are used to looking down on others? But this kind of arrogant attitude varies. Lion, although I dislike him, is very noble when he acts that way. Xiao, on the other hand, always seems to pretend to be noble but comes off as vulgar and pretentious, like a nouveau riche. Is the earth going to turn today? I asked. What do you mean? She looked confused, not understanding. I thought this matter wasn't up to you. I pretended to be surprised. I thought whether the earth turns or not, I still had to listen to you. Stop talking nonsense, she said, raising her chin impatiently. The gentle and sweet side she shows in front of Lion was gone. This woman really has two faces, one in front of people, another behind their backs. Very fake, just right for Lion. You're not too bad looking. I hope you stay smart, I said. Actually, looks and intelligence don't have much to do with each other. You're quite pretty too. I leaned closer. Is it true? I heard it's popular in your country to do this. She slapped me in anger, but I dodged it. I was alert and lightly touched her hand with my finger. She immediately saw a large cockroach jump onto her arm, which scared her into a loud scream. Her two tough-looking bodyguards rushed in right away. I stood coldly to the side, waiting for Xiao to realize she was seeing things. Actually, it was just a small trick to fool her. Get out. Who told you to come in? She angrily waved her hand and scolded. The bodyguards left. What an idiot. If I just copy her actions a few times, next time she screams, the bodyguards won't come in. When the real danger arrives, she won't even know how she died. I know you just used magic. I've looked into your background, she said, not very stupid, quickly realizing the truth. But you need to understand, His Highness the Prince won't be interested in you. Strange. Lion has nothing to do with me. Why is Xiao so nervous? I've had a secret crush, been hurt once, and experienced heartbreak. Now I'm trying to fall in love again. Do men have no feelings or awareness of me? I'm more beautiful and elegant than you, and he needs my father's money. Besides, she started to take off her clothes. A clever move, because that really scared me. Men taking off their clothes in front of women is considered lovely, but women doing it in front of women is even scarier. Women shouldn't be shy about this, she sneered. Did you see the bite marks on me? Vampires get very excited and bite when they're in the mood. These wounds show how much he loves me. One day, he'll turn me into one of his kind. Only I will stay with him forever. Put away your trophies. I'm not interested. Fine, she's undressing, so I can leave. What a crazy person. I thought she didn't know Lion was a vampire. Because in Moonlight Lover, all vampires hide their true nature well, without revealing their bloodline. The women who sleep with vampires usually forget everything afterward, including the scars and memories. Otherwise, the Hunter Association wouldn't be unaware of this place. Now, Xiao's situation is a bit strange. Either Lion really likes her, or she won't survive much longer. But that has nothing to do with me. I shook my head, pushed aside all distractions, and went back to the bar to have a drink. But as soon as I sat down, that handsome brown-haired guy started bothering me again. So annoying. He's harassed me 4 or 5 times this month. Doesn't he understand my clear signals of rejection? I'll buy you a drink. He usually starts with this opening line. Come on. Do I look like I can't afford a drink?
He always says this.
I don't talk to strangers. I coldly refuse, planning to ignore politeness and make him give up. Are you afraid I might drug your drink? His smile makes me very uncomfortable because it looks very suggestive. As far as I know, you like to sleep with us vampires. Girl, you're a descendant of Eastern magic, so don't pretend you haven't noticed I'm a blood relative. I was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. What does he mean? I like to sleep with vampires? I'm still a pure one, okay? While I was lost in thought, he suddenly reached out to pull me into his arms. I pushed his hand away, but I felt a sharp pain in my palm. When I raised my hand, I wasn't bleeding, but the pain was intense. I looked at him in shock. He waved his hand, and I saw he was holding a tiny syringe. Oh my God, what did he inject into me? Hepatitis virus? HIV? I was shocked and finally understood. Because soon I felt my whole body heat up, and my blood rushed quickly to my lower abdomen. Darn, he gave me aphrodisiacs. In short, drugs. And very strong ones. I wanted to get to know you properly, but you've been ignoring me. I couldn't wait anymore. He reached out to hold me. I, still conscious, struggled hard and looked toward the dark corner where a chair was. Lion wasn't there and I was too weak. The brown-haired man half-dragged and half-carried me out of the hall, through the elevator to the luxurious suite on the top floor. Then I realized I was not only drugged with aphrodisiacs but also sedatives because my consciousness was starting to fade and I felt weak all over. The room was decorated with dark furniture and ornaments. The silk sheets on the bed glowed in the firelight. I was wearing a white short dress, and from the large mirror above the bed, the stark contrast of black and white looked very seductive, tempting, and sinister. The brown-haired man hurriedly took off his clothes. It was difficult for him to remove his pants from his tent-like excitement. I was very scared because, under the influence of the drugs, I desperately wanted to strip off too, to be held by the man, to release all the heat inside my body through certain actions. Looking at this lecherous man, the fear from being manipulated by Xiao that day came back. But I vaguely saw the man transform into my senior brother, then into Louis, and I longed even more for him to hold me. I even let out moans I couldn't bear to hear myself make. "I'm coming, little baby." His voice trembled, shattering my illusion. He is not Louis, nor is he my senior. I don't oppose or believe I will die from losing my innocence, but it must be someone I love taking it. Because I have secretly loved my senior all along, I have kept this feeling until now. Do I really want to ruin everything without explanation? I bite my tongue hard, forcing myself to feel pain so I won't lose control immediately. But when the man, who has taken off his clothes, climbs onto the bed, I still feel a strong mix of self-hatred and desire. Suddenly, my little dress is torn apart with a ripping sound. I feel a coolness on my chest, knowing 2 points have been lost and are now exposed to the air. I moan seductively, but tears of pain and shame cover my face. Humiliation and embarrassment make me close my eyes tightly. Why can't I resist the power of desire? Why can't I recite the calming spell? There are strange sounds clattering and thudding. I instinctively open my eyes and see the man in front of me turn into lion. He leans down and kisses the parts one have surrendered, making me tremble intensely. Do I hate him that much? Even when I am being this way, I automatically blame him. Where is he kissing now? Oh no, this is terrible. Because I was late, I added over 1,200 words. The product will be released tomorrow. Friends who haven't subscribed to VIP, please recharge quickly. Please support the official version. I beg you. Since I don't know what time VIP will open, I can't say when the update will be. Please pay attention to the announcement posted in the morning.
Thank you.
01 Unfulfilled desire won't kill you. I want to push him away. But instead, I reach out and touch his face. He freezes. For a moment, he stands completely still, staring at me blankly. Then he slightly turns his face and gently kisses my palm, his movements unusually tender, without the previous urgency or disgust. I open my eyes in surprise, realizing that my feelings of self-hatred have completely disappeared. Yet, the illusion before me hasn't vanished. The person lying on me is still lion. I bite myself hard again, feeling numb and trembling from the strong drug effect. My bite is too forceful, even drawing blood, filling my mouth with a metallic taste.
He is still here.
It's lion. This shock is so intense that I almost sit up, supporting myself with my hands behind me. I looked to the side and saw that the brown-haired man was real, but at this moment, a strange silver spine was piercing through his chest. His skin had turned dark gray and black. He was completely dead, no life, no soul. Oh no, Lion has killed someone from his own kind again. Everyone knows that vampires are strictly forbidden to kill their own kind. It's a terrible crime. Lion took great risks to kill William the 16th, even lowering himself to cooperate with President House. But today, he did the same thing again. Killing William the 16th was to gain the lordship and fulfill his dreams. Why did he kill this brown-haired man? Was it for me? I can't believe it. Maybe he just didn't want to lose me as a pawn. But the brown-haired man wasn't trying to kill me. He was after something else. Vampires are quite casual about relationships, so he probably didn't care about that. Or maybe it was for Louis. Their relationship isn't good, after all. They're father and son. How could he watch his child's woman be mistreated by another man? Yes, that seems likely. But could this be another hallucination caused by the drugs? A few seconds later, my pain dulled again, so I bit myself again. There was no other way. But as soon as I opened my mouth, Lion grabbed my jaw, forcing my teeth to stay apart. "Do you want to die?" His gaze was sharp as a knife, with strange, flickering lights.
So captivating.
I mumbled vaguely. He released his grip. "Do you want to die?" I asked the same question, glancing at the brown-haired man. The meaning was clear. "If I kill you, no one will know my secret." Since I was semi-reclined and very close to him, his chest rising and falling even touched my bare chest, sending waves of pleasant numbness. But I couldn't hide it. Any movement would make my support disappear, and I wouldn't be able to hold myself up anymore. "If you don't kill him, then there's no secret. I don't like this kind of dirty thing happening on my territory," he said, suddenly tightening his grip on my jaw again, making me involuntarily part my lips. Then he began to wickedly lick the wound and blood on my tongue. He seemed very intoxicated, while I only felt softness, dampness, a cool yet strange warmth, and electric currents rushing from my lips through my whole body. I couldn't help but feel weak all over, my arms giving out, and I fell backward. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." After saying that, he surprisingly left. Just like that. He abandoned me, who was burning with pain. Not only did he not put out the fire, but he added more fuel, and then he just walked away. It's so unfair and irresponsible. He could easily find another woman or vent his feelings elsewhere. But me? He chained me up, and I couldn't even think about solving it myself. People say that can drive someone to death. In martial arts stories, some are poisoned or burst blood vessels and die. Right now, I feel like my blood vessels are about to explode. He clearly reacted strongly, then suddenly stopped. His meaning was clear. He loves me so much, but only in his mind and in his unfulfilled desires. He made me endure like a prisoner, tortured. I moaned loudly, struggled hard, sweat pouring down, but I couldn't break free. I could only let a wave of consume me, like countless ants biting my heart. That feeling, I swear I won't try again. It's worse than death. I hated him. I never thought I could endure such punishment. It was even more cruel than the 10 great tortures of ancient times. And there was a corpse lying under the bed. In extreme pain, I cursed Leon countless times. I don't know when I finally fell into a daze and slept. When I woke up, it was already bright outside. I felt completely exhausted, cold to the bone, probably because of the sweat drying. When the faded, my mind cleared. I started to hate Leon, but also felt grateful to him because he left me no choice. Otherwise, I would have regretted it. My mind was so heated then that, no matter his reasons, I finally owed him a favor in this matter. I lay there blankly, finally having the energy to think. I wondered how Xiao was doing and what Louis would do when he couldn't find me. Would Leon tell Louis and Xiao the truth about me? I really had no face to see anyone now. Though it wasn't entirely my fault, it was still an awkward situation. Just as I was lost in thought, the door opened. I sat up and looked over. Leon came in. He looked very tired, but his eyes shone strangely. He stared at me for a long time before slowly walking toward me. The room was bright with sunlight. He carefully stayed in the shadows, but still looked very uncomfortable. Seeing how the sunlight hurt him, I finally realized that destroying the Sunstone was an extremely cruel act for him and the entire blood race. Sometimes, preemptive strikes are very sneaky. What could be more shameful than smashing someone's dreams? I spoke softly. As for why I was apologizing, I hesitated and didn't say. He didn't ask either. He just hummed and said, "It's an honor." Then he walked to my bed, opened the bedside table, and his hand was touched by the sunlight, which immediately caused a burning smell. He didn't cry out in pain, only frowned, took a remote from the drawer, and pressed a button. All the windows immediately pulled down thick black curtains. Inside, it was plunged into endless darkness, as if even the strongest sunlight couldn't penetrate. I widened my eyes, unable to see anything, but I felt him staring at me. This made me tremble with confusion. So I didn't dare move, waiting until he slowly turned on the light, then unlocked my handcuffs and the cloth tied around my feet. I was free, but I still sat on the bed because under the thin sheets, I was completely exposed and couldn't get up suddenly. He didn't move either, just stood by the bed. We stared at each other, feeling like two strangers who had shared a night together, with an awkward, ambiguous tension. Then he was the first to move, but he didn't leave. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed and took my hands. I stiffened completely. "Don't be nervous, relax," he said with a mocking smile. "Last night, you weren't like this. When I leave, you're still angry. Don't humiliate me like this." "You know I was drugged," I said, glancing toward the bed. Fortunately, the corpse of the brown-haired man was illuminated by the sunlight, turning into a dark, human-shaped shadow, with only the silver stake still there, making the scene look strangely eerie. Looking at Lion's hand, the burn marks on the back of his hand had healed quickly, but his palms still bore deep, burn-like wounds. That caused it. Lion understood my meaning and glanced at the silver stake. "It's not an ordinary object," I said. First, because the shape of the silver stake was unusual. Second, normal silver couldn't harm a vampire of Lion's level. Even if it did, it wouldn't take all night to recover. "This is specially used by our vampire clan to execute traitors," he said mockingly, looking at his palm. "It requires special gloves to use, but you caused such a big mess that I didn't have time. Was it not enough time to save me?" "But why save me?" I wondered, but I didn't want to ask. I only said, "You're very good at twisting the truth. I'm the victim, okay? Temptation is also a sin," he said, not looking at me, but lowering his head and pressing his lips to my wrist artery. 66 has something to say. The first chapter is now available. Welcome everyone to subscribe to the official version. Please also support with some votes. There are only 2 days left for the double monthly ticket event. If you have small pink votes for 66, please help out quickly. Thank you all. 02, a shared secret. 02, a shared secret. I shivered as I felt his tongue gently brush over the wound on my wrist. It was from last night, when I accidentally hurt myself while struggling and was handcuffed. My skin was torn, and the blood had already dried and scabbed. It seemed he had bitten his own tongue, so when he kissed around my wrist, I no longer felt any pain. What should we do about this person? I glanced at the ground again.
Who are you talking about?
Leon sneered. Remember, he never really existed. I stayed silent. He took the risk for me, but why does it feel like the Moonlight Lover is like a dark shop? Maybe many people have died here before, but they all disappeared without a trace. Thinking this way, I suddenly felt chills, like stories about ghostly women and mysterious buns. "I am a vampire, not a murderer," he said softly. I looked at him, seriously doubting whether he could read minds. Otherwise, how would he know what I was thinking? I should ask Lewis, because this is too frightening. Human thoughts are the most sensitive things, and if they can be deciphered, there would be no safety at all. Are Lewis and Xiao doing okay? I remembered my awkward situation and asked, feeling very nervous. Leon looked at me steadily, then suddenly reached out and lifted me into his arms. He threw me onto the ground. Luckily, I held tightly to the bed sheet, so my body wasn't fully exposed. Seeing my frightened expression, he seemed to find it amusing. "Your thighs are very beautiful," he said, examining me from head to toe. "Your chest is even better. Feels good to touch and taste." I felt angry, embarrassed, and annoyed, but I kept a calm appearance. I knew the best thing to do now was to ignore him, so he wouldn't feel superior. Acting like I didn't care or wasn't interested, he would lose interest in teasing me. So I quietly reached out my hand. "Your Highness, could you please give me a piece of clothing?" "There are plenty of clothes," he stood up. "But you look beautiful even without them." I clenched my teeth and smiled. "Your Highness, you are very funny. You flatter me, miss," he said with a slight bow, looking proud as he walked away. The situation was beyond my control, so I had to suppress my anger and followed him closely. I almost fell a few times because the bed sheets tripped me. Since I was constantly chasing him, I didn't pay attention to where I was going. Only when I realized something was wrong did I see that I had been taken into the ballroom. Many people were still enjoying themselves, and I felt as if I had been loved all night, as everyone's eyes swept over me. A woman, with a hint of restraint. I could read their gazes, but I didn't care. They were all just ordinary people, but Lewis was also there. "Little E, what's wrong?" Lewis came over and gently protected me as I followed Lion through the hall into a quiet corridor. I immediately felt safe. It's obvious. Lion shrugged with a half-smile. I have to say, he looked both evil and attractive, but it made me angry. There are plenty of women.
Don't fight over me, he added.
I felt Lewis stiffen as he held my arm, then quickly explained, "It's not what you think. I just had a small accident. Is it necessary to explain to him?" Lion cut in before Lewis could speak. Hearing this, I was furious, but Lewis relaxed instantly. "No need to explain. The scent of your innocence can't be faked. That's a boring topic," Lion said, turning to leave. He looked relaxed and happy, but I wondered if he had forgotten that he had killed a fellow just a few hours ago. If others found out, he would be in big trouble. What exactly happened? Lion's figure disappeared, and Lewis asked me with concern. We had already reached the place where I changed my clothes last time. I grabbed a random outfit and went into the side room to change, speaking to Lewis through the door. I hoped he wouldn't see me directly, because I couldn't face him. A scoundrel with too much courage tried to assault me. Of course, I beat him up badly. I was so angry. Sorry for swearing, but I was so upset that I triggered an old injury from my training. At that moment, the prince was there. He arranged for me to rest in a suite on the top floor for the night. Sorry, I was in a hurry and couldn't inform you at the time. I told half the truth and half a lie, so it would be harder to catch me. Western people don't understand Eastern magic, so this way I can easily deceive them. Phew, double insurance. Even if Lewis suspects something, he won't find any fault. The key is, Lion didn't tell Lewis anything. Lewis has been very kind to me, more than anyone else. I feel guilty lying to him, but some things I must keep deep inside my heart, or Lewis will be upset, and I can't explain it clearly. Should I say I was drugged yesterday and ask Lion for affection? But he wouldn't want that. The main thing is, I can't tell him about Lion killing others. I didn't mention William XVI's death, and I definitely can't talk about the brown-haired man, not even to Lewis. It makes me feel like I'm betraying him, like I have a secret with that bad guy, hiding it from the man who loves me. I need to be nicer to Lewis, even better, so I can fill the emptiness inside me. Is your old illness very serious? Lewis asked after a moment of silence. I could tell he didn't believe my words, but he was kind and understanding of my awkwardness and secret worries, so he carefully changed the subject. This made me feel a mix of sourness and warmth, and suddenly, I wanted to truly be his lover. With a boyfriend like him, what more could I ask for? I seriously doubt anyone could be better. So I rushed out, hugged him from behind, and my voice thickened with emotion. My old illness. Very serious, very serious. But it will get better. Don't worry, it will definitely get better. Brother, you left me, and now I think I can turn away too. Then I can rest assured, he said, patting my hand. It's hard to imagine Lion would let someone mess around on his turf. He's a true, old noble, values honor, loyalty, and nobility. He can't stand dirty things happening. He would feel his dignity was insulted. He found out, though a bit late. So he provided a place to rest, maybe because of your face, I said, following Lewis's words and making the lie sound more convincing. But why does Lion trust me? He didn't threaten or warn me to keep those deadly secrets. Is it just because Xiao is in his hands? Does he think I wouldn't dare to act rashly? See? He's not completely evil, is he? Lewis suddenly smiled bitterly as he defended Lion. Actually, he's not cold-hearted. He's just angry. He can't hold on to what he cares about, so he destroys others, thinking it will make him feel better. But I still hate him because he hurt Xiao, I said. I hate him. Yes, I hate him. I will always hate him. That's right, I will never waver. I hate him too. Lewis turned around and hugged me. But I can't get rid of him. I hope you won't be like me. His last words sounded meaningful, or maybe they didn't. Just my own guilt. Anyway, I buried my head in his chest, didn't lift it, and changed the subject to Xiao. Lewis sighed worriedly. He's the strongest newborn I've ever seen. Every time I see him, my feelings grow stronger. Lion must watch him closely, or I fear no one will be able to control him in the future. I was suddenly shocked, as if all my blood had turned cold. Does Louis mean Xiao might become a danger? What should I do? I absolutely can't let that happen because I can't let any righteous person hurt him. I'm a selfish person. I don't care about chaos in the world. I just want to protect my family. Now, Xiao is my only family. You don't need to worry too much. Louis sensed my unease. I'm just too nervous about your nerves, so I think things are worse than they are. After all, Lion is Xiao creator. I warned him, and he will pay attention. Hearing Louis say this, I felt a little relieved. After all, Lion is a tough guy. His strong will can make him control everything he cares about. But for some reason, a seed of unease still took root deep in my heart. How is Xiao now? I asked, ignoring that feeling of unease. His grazing is over, Louis said lightly. The little lamb is back in captivity. After 3 or 4 times like this, he can start to control himself. That means you can rest assured to see him, and then slowly help him recover his memories. That would be wonderful, I said vaguely. It's so good. He can call his senior sister behind his back again. I used to think he was annoying, but now I realize those times were precious. I want to find them desperately, to get them back. Feeling inspired by this bright future, my heart warmed. I could tolerate not seeing Xiao for 3 or 4 months, maybe half a year. But then I thought, what if he can control himself? He is still a vampire, a creature that cannot see sunlight. Unless I find a way to break his curse. Western magic won't work, but Eastern Taoist techniques are profound and extensive. If I work hard, I might find a way to save him. If my master comes out of seclusion, he wouldn't ignore this news. As long as Xiao doesn't fall into despair, there is still hope. Thinking this way, I feel more confident. Since Louis can't go out now, I decide to stay on Hades Island for a day. The two of us find a room and fall asleep holding each other. Louis is very tired. Although he didn't say so, I can imagine how hard it is to deal with Xiao, especially since Carter Caesar might cause trouble. I also seem to have slept all night, but most of the time I was tossing and turning. The medicine I took made me feel weak, so I am actually very tired. We almost immediately fall asleep, feeling safe with each other's presence. Who says that men and women sharing a bed will definitely happen anything? Sometimes, warmth in the dark can comfort lonely hearts more than anything else. 66 has something to say. Xiao, everyone really gave a lot of support. If this month's new book ranking can reach the top 3, next month 66 will post 5 chapters in one day, so everyone can enjoy during the spring festival. Today is the 6th and the double vote event is about to end. If you have votes, please cast them quickly. Finally, everyone gave a lot of tips yesterday. Although this isn't a farming story and the subscription rate isn't high, many prefer fantasy, I am very grateful for everyone's support. Honestly, I feel a bit guilty. That money is real gold and silver. In short, yesterday's 66 felt uplifted by everyone's support. 66 is very emotional and easily discouraged, but now I feel motivated and will write well. Thank you. 03 The charm of fingers. A few days later, on a hot evening, I once again arrived on Hades Island. Carter Caesar mostly ignores me now, so I can find the hall directly without his guidance. Of course, I am still unfamiliar with other places here. This used to be a secret prison, with many hidden passages and secret doors. The corridors are complex like a maze, and I never know where danger might be lurking. You are truly beautiful. Louis kissed my hand. Today, I wore a white qipao with blue floral patterns. It looked like a long-legged porcelain vase walking around, but much more beautiful. I dislike seeing Westerners or Black people wearing Chinese-style qipaos because they ruin the look. The charm of a qipao isn't in tightness or revealing skin, but in its subtlety and elegance. The cut should fit well without being too tight, hinting at allure. Last time, I saw a Black woman with a big, curvy figure wearing a qipao. Although she looked great, she had unzipped the side slit all the way, exposing a large thigh, which was quite shocking. I dress up for your happiness, I said sweetly. We held hands like lovers in love, walking into the main hall under the moonlight. It always feels crowded here, full of a glamorous, intoxicating atmosphere. It's a paradise of pleasure, but also a chaotic, wild place, exciting and a little scary, making it hard to leave. I looked up instinctively and was surprised to see that Prince Leon wasn't sitting in his usual chair. My heart suddenly felt empty. I was used to him sitting silently, like a rock in the storm. This is his territory. Without the host, everything feels chaotic and uncertain. Louis also noticed Leon was missing. Yes, even though so many people are here in the 55 community, no one could miss him. Louis took me to the top floor of this place, which was once a large prison, now turned into a glamorous club. From there, the moon over the sea, the waves stretching for miles, and the horizon blending water and sky create a scene of solemn beauty, even with rough gray rocks and faint starlight. It's a wonderful place, beautiful, peaceful, with a cool, sweet sea breeze. Leon stood there, facing the sea, his back to us. The moonlight made his figure look slim and blurry, and even his loneliness seemed graceful. But why, with such strength and resolve, was he standing there so lonely and calm? My heart suddenly tightened inexplicably. "You shouldn't have brought her here," said the vampire, with an extraordinary sense of awareness. Without turning, Leon knew who was approaching. "What's wrong?" Louis asked directly. "Even if she's your loved one or girlfriend, you shouldn't bring her here casually." "What exactly happened?" "I allow you to fall in love with this Chinese girl. She is very cute, and anyway, you won't waste much time. Life is actually so short it's funny. And our lives are long enough to be boring." Lion turned around, his eyes clearly not looking at me, but I felt his gaze sweep past me, pause for a moment, then leave. "Has he come?" "Yes, but he hasn't officially paid his respects yet." Lion showed a mocking smile. "The members of the Top Bai Shi family have a ritual purity test, which must be done at midnight." I overheard the two, father and son, talking, each saying different things, making me feel confused.
But
Who is the ant colony first chapter? Wait, Top Bai Shi? Isn't that the surname of the new local lord? So, does that mean Lister, the top-ranked vampire who women worldwide can't resist, has arrived?
I'm curious.
What kind of person is he that he can even win over a female hunter's heart? Thinking of this, I felt a little excited. My breathing quickened just a bit, and Lion noticed. He tilted his head to look at me. "It seems the Hunter Association is well informed. Lister hasn't arrived yet, but they already know. My dear lady, do you want to meet someone who threatens you but also can't do anything about it? Someone you want to destroy but have signed a peace treaty with?" "Yes," I answered honestly. Lion smiled, but Louis looked very nervous. He gently pulled me aside and said, "Little Ethan, you don't need to meet him. Even if he becomes the local lord, Hades Island is still the prince's territory. He won't come often, but Little Ding is already a member of the Blood Clan and under his command. I need to know what kind of person he is," I said softly, knowing Lion would hear me, but I still spoke quietly to show how close Louis and I are. Louis thought for a moment, then finally nodded with difficulty. "Vampires have their own rules. Although I am human, as long as Louis admits I am his official girlfriend, other vampires can't hurt me." "Where is he now?" Louis asked Lion, but he looked at me as if I would be unsafe if I left his sight. "Probably in the basement?" Waiting for his subjects to summon him, Lion said casually, shrugging. I lower my head, suddenly feeling a bit sorry for Lion. All his scheming was just to control the local Blood Clan. At the first moment of the Ant Clan chapter, he came to accompany the lady and lost again. This time, he lost very badly. However, he was very graceful, calm, and composed, even in frustration and deep disappointment, which I never saw in him before. But why should I feel sorry for him? Isn't it true that he turned my dearest loved one into a vampire? Yes, I hate her. I will always hate him, unless Xiao Ding can break this curse. Until then, with each step Xiao Ding takes toward the abyss, I will hate him a little more. Louis held my hand and led me away. I understood his meaning. He wanted to fulfill my wish, but didn't want me to see the new lord, Lister Topasi, during the official meeting. He walked very quickly, and I struggled to keep up, hearing Leon's steady footsteps behind me. Why does he have to follow us? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy the moonlight on the rooftop? The interior of the Moonlight Lover is very luxurious, but the path to the basement still looks like a prison, dark and eerie. Cold water drops slowly and endlessly fall onto the mossy, black-stained ground. Below is a place strictly forbidden to ordinary guests, an exclusive territory for the vampire clan members. They sleep here. This is truly their home for rest and recovery. Holding my hand, I moved through the maze-like underground corridors. Suddenly, I heard a beautiful, gentle piano melody. Louis paused for a moment and followed the sound, quickly entering a large room. Like the decor upstairs, this room is also lavish and luxurious, but it carries an old noble family's aura of pride and superiority, grand, heavy, historic, and calm. In the center of the room, there was a magnificent piano, and a man sat casually on the bench, playing. The clear, flowing music sounded like water, filling the space. His attire matched the environment perfectly, exquisite and elegant. Ordinary men dressed like him would seem pretentious, or like actors, or like the top young master in a fancy club. But his clothes fit him perfectly, without a hint of showiness or pretension. His long blonde hair was loosely tied at the back, shining like gold and dazzling. I had never seen anyone with hair as beautiful as his. His hands, though slightly slender for a man, fit the black and white keys perfectly. Beneath his pale, almost transparent skin, faint blue veins could be seen. His fingers slowly pressed and lifted, graceful and beautiful, relaxed and freehand. Just this pair of hands made him feel very proud. Lady has arrived, a warm welcome. He continued playing gentle music, then turned to greet me. He smiled at me, with delicate features and lips like blood. His bright green eyes looked like spring mountains, full of life. When he slightly pursed his lips, two small, shiny white fangs appeared, cute and a bit tiger-like. Prince Lester Tosify, because my girlfriend is human, I specially came to see you. I am Louis Valentine. Louis bowed politely, elegant and charming. Oh, from the Valentine family, the son of Prince Lion. Lester continued playing, still looking at me with interest. Valentine? Lion also seems to have that surname. I usually just call him by his name, but I can't remember clearly. If so, Lion and Louis are from the same family. From their ages, Louis is probably a descendant of Lion's family. No wonder their relationship is both close and distant, not just like creator and creation. Yes, Your Highness Lester, Louis replied politely. Or maybe he didn't want to offend this legendary vampire who has lived over 1,500 years. Though he looks only 27 or 8, younger than Lion, and about the same age as Louis. I heard of your family when I was in Europe. They say you're the least vampire-like vampire, just a little more human-loving than Mr. D, he said, gesturing with one hand. And the woman you love is truly human. I lowered my eyes. Actually, I'm not good at hiding. Whenever I feel I might reveal my secrets, I use this clumsy method.
But,
sir? I only know, sir, and I don't really love humans. Could it be a mistake by Lester or Littly? Louis didn't speak. Lester asked again, his voice gentle but with a harsh tone. So, how long do you plan to love her before you eat her? I won't eat her. I never drink fresh blood, Louis said, holding my hand. I pinched his hand to show I trust him. That's a pity. This girl smells so sweet. I've never seen such a scent in all my long life. Lister's tone sounded as if he was talking about a piece of steak, not a living person. And she's so cute. Can you bear to see her grow old? That's too cruel. It's better to eat her early and forget her. That's what a responsible vampire should do. I secretly frowned, but Louis hadn't responded yet. Suddenly, Lion stepped forward and asked with a frown, "Who is hunting here?" 04 vampire rules behind the piano. Someone slowly stood up. A streak of fresh blood still lingered at the corner of his mouth. He had an angelic face, a demon-like aura, a cruel yet innocent expression, and clear, beautiful eyes that made my heart feel empty in an instant. He was a one-of-a-kind, handsome young man.
He was Little Ding.
My little Ding. The Ding I haven't seen in so many days, the one who should be under Lion's control. He was holding his food, in one hand, one of Jean Xiao's bodyguards. The burly man looked like a torn cloth bag, only breathing but not moving, clearly beyond saving. He had killed a second person. Bad boy. Lister stopped playing the piano and quickly walked over to Little Ding, gently patting his arm. Didn't I tell you?
Don't kill people.
At least leave a life for this lowly human. This is the territory of the secret society. Killing is like provoking the Hunter Association. Little Ding looked confused. Hunter Association? What's that?
Do they go hunting?
I like that. Look at you, dirtying the carpet. Your father will be angry. Lister ignored Little Ding's question, looked down and said, You're covered in blood. Such waste. Sigh, my shoes. These are my favorite pair. His way of speaking, his surprise, his reproach. All were incredibly elegant, yet tinged with a noble's frivolity and cruelty. It was as if an elder was teaching a younger not to drop rice at the dinner table, but he was clearly talking about a living, breathing life. His condescending attitude showed he truly regarded human lives as nothing, yet it didn't diminish his handsome appearance. No wonder he's ranked number 1. He had a special skill. When he spoke, people might think he truly valued or even cherished you. But when it was time to kill, he was completely unhesitating, classic, smiling as he sends someone to the afterlife. In short, he was a mix of cruelty and cunning. No matter how charming he is, my image of him has been completely ruined because he hurt Xiao Ding. He took another big step into the depths of hell. I am a family-loving person. I can tolerate many things, even not caring much, but if someone harms my family or hurts my loved ones, no matter how attractive or charming they are, I won't be swayed. Originally, Lion and Lewis had been helping me keep Xiao Ding away from the gates of hell. It looked like they were about to succeed, but everything was ruined. It's all because of Lester, which makes me hate Lion even more. If Lion hadn't been there, Xiao Ding wouldn't be standing at the door of hell now, drifting further away, beyond my reach. Lord, Lion spoke in a very gloomy voice, clearly angry. This territory belongs to you, but Hades Island belongs to me. In my domain, open killing is not allowed.
See?
I told you your father would be angry. It's because you eat without wiping your mouth and leave trash everywhere, Lester mocked, shouting again. Then he turned his head, his expression changing quickly, with a slightly provocative look at Lion.
Oh.
Does the moonlight lover not experience death? Then why hasn't my child come back after going to the island? My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately thought of the brown-haired man's shadow. Could it be that the brown-haired man is Lester's child? Vampires are usually very beautiful, and although the brown-haired man is handsome, he doesn't quite meet the standard of a vampire's attractiveness. Why would a top-ranked vampire want to start a relationship with someone just average-looking? If the brown-haired man really is Lester's child, then the Lord's appointment order should have already been issued, but Lester has not arrived yet. Did he send his child to test the waters? Was the brown-haired man's attempt to assault me intentional or unintentional? Would Lion's killing of the brown-haired man be exposed? If Lester found out about the killing of his kin, he would definitely be executed. Yes, I hate Lion so much. But I can't let him die saving me. No, wait. Lester, who doesn't care about killing, wouldn't come to test the truth if he knew. He must not know anything, he only suspects seriously.
So,
stay calm, stay calm. I must pretend to be very confused, but not overdo it. Fortunately, I was shocked by Xiao Ding's actions, and my face was already looking bad. My inner emotions wouldn't be visible now. Looking at Lion, it's clear that over 800 years have not been wasted. He reacts very calmly. He furrows his brow and says somewhat angrily, "What exactly is going on, Lord? Who is your child? Why did your people come to Hades Island without informing me in advance?" According to the Vampire Treaty, vampires coming from outside must notify the current manager. Before you arrived, I was in charge of the affairs here. What a clever way to turn the tables. When Lister came to demand an explanation, Lion simply asked why the other person's people sneaked into his territory while hiding their identities. He casually exposed Lister's bad intentions. In the end, who was the one provoking and breaking the rules?
However,
Lion's frown carried a hint of teasing and arrogance. Truly, very charming. Oh, the children these days are quite something, aren't they? They simply can't be controlled, Lister shrugged, showing no concern or sadness about the missing brown-haired man. After speaking, he also glanced at Little Ding. Lion's expression darkened. William, he called Little Ding by his new name. A look of fear flashed across Little Ding's face. It seemed the creator still had strong control and intimidation over the child, but Little Ding quickly relaxed, showing a fallen angel's smile, casually tossing the dead person onto the ground. "Your Highness the Prince," he saluted. I can guarantee he never learned European noble manners, but he seemed to have a natural grace, his posture so elegant and proper that I was quite surprised. "You should be sleeping," Lion said in a deep voice, sounding very much like a father.
I'm hungry.
"The Lord woke me up and gave me something to eat." Little Ding blinked innocently. Even though he had just killed someone, I couldn't help forgiving him because his motives were so simple and direct. He is frightening, but not hateful. "I left some food for you, but I want fresh blood, the kind that flows from a beating heart," Little Ding said. "Good taste," Lister interrupted. "Believe me, the blood from a living person's artery is always the most delicious." Little Ding nodded, agreeing very much with Lister.
Then he pointed at me.
"I'm still hungry. I want to eat her." I was startled. Because it was so shocking, I didn't feel sad at all. "Oh, that's not going to happen," Lister interrupted again, saying, "Our vampire rules state that if a human is the beloved of someone in our family, other vampires are not allowed to touch him or her. Unless what?" Xiao Ding asked eagerly. "Unless you legally take him or her for yourself, making him or her yours. Then you can do whatever you want," Lister said with a mischievous smile, as if we were his toys, happy as long as he's pleased, and nothing else matters. "Also, this beautiful young woman from the East is your brother's woman, and you definitely can't touch her," he added. Xiao Ding looked at me steadily, and I suddenly felt sad because his gaze was like when he was a child, just brought up the mountain by his master, full of curiosity, hostility, and eagerness to please. Now, there was also a stubborn possessiveness in his eyes. "I want her," Xiao Ding pointed at me. "Then just take her," Lister continued teasing. I was furious and finally realized that Lister was even harder to deal with than Lion. First, he was stronger than Lion. Second, he had no personal desires like Lion. He just wanted to see others unhappy, and that made him happy. Since he played with life as a game, he didn't feel joy or pain. This was the most frightening part. "I don't allow it," Lion said again when I was at a loss. "In the name of your creator, I forbid you from bothering Ma Xiaoi." Xiao Ding's face immediately fell, and he looked pitifully at Lion, then at me and Louis, seeming to act a little spoiled. "What if I want to take William in?" Lister raised his chin, his green eyes full of amusement. "Why do you want him?" Lion stepped forward, looking a bit aggressive. Lister seemed unaffected by the threat, shrugging. "My child is dead." "Missing," Lion corrected him. "He's probably not old. Maybe he's somewhere enjoying himself." "No, he's dead." "I know that," Lister shrugged.
I'm naturally lonely.
"No matter how many children I have at first, I end up alone. Even if I find a normal-looking partner, they still disappear. But dying of few people doesn't matter to me. You see, life is too long and it gets lonely. I need another partner." He pointed at Xiao Ding. "I like this kid. He's a newborn, but he's so powerful it doesn't make sense. I believe he is a rare treasure hidden within the stone. I will polish him until he shines with his most beautiful light." "No way," Lion, Louis, and I all spoke out against it at the same time. Lister's eyes lit up, but I felt a chill because I knew he had uncovered our three weaknesses. No matter the reason, we all didn't want to lose Little Ding, the child who had always been ignored except by me, but suddenly became very important. "You created him," Lister said to Lion after a moment. "But he can choose his own partner. As your lord," he turned to Little Ding. I declare that forceful taking is temporarily legal. As long as you take that girl from now on, you will be my partner, and you can act recklessly. Do you understand? Little Ding showed he understood by acting quickly. He suddenly lunged straight at me. Louis hurriedly stepped in to stop him. They fought very fast. I only saw shadows moving around. When I could see clearly, I saw Louis fly backward, covered in blood, crashing into the door, then sliding down sadly. "Louis!" I shouted anxiously and ran over to check on him. But at that moment, Little Ding was happily laughing, jumping high like a small eagle soaring in the night sky and reaching straight for me. I didn't have time to react, or maybe it was too sudden. I didn't know how to respond to him, so I just froze in fear. However, Little Ding was caught in midair by Lion, who suddenly appeared and grabbed his neck, lifting him up with one hand. "Today, I will teach you what the rules of our kind are," Lion said angrily. His eyes burned with fierce blue flames, looking a bit scary, with a commanding presence that left no room for resistance. Just like his name, Lion, the lion, calm but with a strong, majestic aura. "I am your creator. You cannot go against my wishes," he said. "There are more words to say. But as for Little Pink, as long as this book continues, she will need to appear every day. So, to the person in the book review section, please don't be upset. Every vote counts. If you like this book, think it's interesting to survive in the midst of farming and challenges, please vote for me. Thank you." 05 The young boy needs guidance. Little Ding was held high in the air, looking a bit pitiful. But in the next moment, a shadow flickered again. Lister made his move against Lion. Two vampires, each over 1,000 years old, fought fiercely. Human eyes couldn't see clearly. Only the strong flow of air around them was noticeable. When still, I saw Lester and Leon grabbing each other's necks, neither willing to back down even half a step. However, Lester looked more relaxed. He rested one hand on Leon's neck and used his other hand to tidy his messy blonde hair. Leon seemed to have given his all, his muscles tense, face determined. Although he was at a disadvantage, Lester couldn't win easily either. "Blood clan rules," Lester sneered. "Yes, newborns can't disobey their creators. But the Blood clan also has another rule. Everyone must obey their lord. If the lord is rude, subordinates have the right to refuse." Leon's pride remained intact despite the threat. The two continued to face off, but no matter what, Little Ding managed to free himself. He, being alone, slowly approached. A charming, bloodthirsty smile appeared on his handsome face, creating a captivating aura. If there had been 100 girls of different races here, they would all have fallen at his feet, unable to resist. Unfortunately, I am his sister. His seductive charm had no effect on me. I looked at him with pain in my heart, anger at his stubbornness, disappointment, and a feeling of wanting to slap him awake. When people are angry, they tend to lose their reason. If I had been clear-headed, I wouldn't have acted rashly because my abilities are only enough to deal with someone like Louis, and Little Ding is clearly stronger than Louis. But I was so furious at 55 of community that I couldn't hold back. So I made my move. When Little Ding came toward me, intending to grab me, Louis, injured, struggled desperately but couldn't get up immediately. Leon and Lester were frozen in place, unable to help me. But it turned out that acting impulsively sometimes has its benefits, because sometimes luck is on your side. Luckily, I was wearing a short cheongsam, which prevented me from using my divine movement technique. I dodged Little Ding's attack at lightning speed, faster than a vampire. Then, with a flash of the 5 elements blade, I circled behind Little Ding like a ghost. I grabbed his strong, young shoulder with my left hand, causing him to lean back slightly in surprise. At the same time, my right hand held a silver dagger against his neck. Shining metal does not refer to gold, but to all metals. Silver, which is enchanted, is a deadly weapon for bloodline people. As vampires, they are naturally afraid of it. "Kneel." I kicked his knee, and with my left hand, I slapped his back of the neck several times. "I told you to accept the thief as your father, to lose your true nature, and now you want to attack me. Little brat, are you rebelling? You hit me, If I don't hit you, you won't learn. Life is precious. Is it something you can take and give at will? I didn't loosen my dagger in my right hand, while my left held onto Xiao Ding's ear, just like before he became a vampire. If you glare at me again, I'll gouge out your eyes. I'd rather break your legs and serve you every day than let you continue doing evil. You've been spoiled so much that you're out of control. Phew, spoiled children often grow up badly. Good older sister, bad younger brother. Sometimes you can't be soft. Young boys need discipline. I don't know you, the little one shouted angrily. This kid. Just this kid. Don't you know that those words are like a knife stabbing into my heart? I felt pain like being torn apart, biting my lip to hold back tears. What I hate is that you don't recognize me, but you will, sooner or later. It's necessary. Eventually you belong to me too, he said stubbornly. Because he was disobedient and moved around, the silver dagger cut his neck, and blood flowed freely. I was so shocked I instinctively pulled back my hand. He took the chance to run far away, watching me cautiously. I will get revenge. Come at me if you dare. I'm just afraid you won't seek revenge. I looked at him cautiously too. Once, we were the closest siblings, closer than the eldest brother. We weren't related by blood, but it felt like family. Now we are at odds, and those happy, joyful memories are like sharp knives cutting me deeply. But I can't be weak. I must face it with a smile. Because, no matter how much blood and tears I shed, even if it's the end of the world, I will bring Xiao Ding back. Maybe my determined look scared Xiao Ding. He flinched and suddenly ran behind Lion. That little brat still calls the thief his father? I scolded him. The thief is Lion. It's so frustrating. But at least he didn't choose the more dangerous Lister. And he seems confused. If he starts questioning his past, then today's scene is the beginning of him regaining his memory. All my efforts weren't in vain. Lord, please let go of your hand. Lion sneered. William made a choice, Lister said calmly, acting as if nothing was wrong. Sometimes, doing the right thing isn't because of good judgment or actions, but because the ant colony didn't have a choice, Lion continued with a cold smile. Compared to having a choice, not choosing is easier. Lister shrugged and sat comfortably on a nearby sofa, never taking his eyes off me, filled with curiosity and a hint of danger. Unexpected, he said with a smile, coughing twice, then took out a silk handkerchief and gently covered his mouth. This beautiful woman from the East has such impressive skills. She actually scared such a powerful newborn. Perhaps there's some connection between you two. Darn. Lister's way of covering his mouth while coughing was incredibly elegant, graceful, lazy, and confident, like a well-fed leopard basking in the sun on the grass. It made people want to get close and touch him, yet also made them afraid to step forward. He is my younger brother. I straightforwardly removed the Master title since I see Xiao Ding as my real brother. I hope the Lord won't tempt him to kill and drink blood. And what if I like that? Then you will be enemies with the entire Eastern sect, I said firmly, showing no hesitation in my threat. I wonder how Lu Sandao, the head of the Eastern sect, would react to this. But I didn't have enough influence to pull out the big backing and power behind me. They might not let me rely on them, but I could still use their reputation. I'm a person with a conscience, and when pushed to the limit, I use whatever I have. Although Lister is a rare and powerful vampire over 1,500 years old, he still wouldn't dare offend the Eastern sect. So, what if we become enemies? Lister stopped coughing, tilted his head, and smiled at me. I felt a chill run down my back, aware of the anger behind that smile. Suddenly, I relaxed my grip on the ant colony's first chapter, shrugged, and said, "There's no need to go that far. I just want to protect my brother. We Chinese value family very much. Threats need to be measured. For unstable emotions, a little stimulation is good, but being too aggressive isn't wise." Sure enough, Lister's killing intent lessened sharply. He wouldn't dare offend the Eastern sect, and he also wanted to maintain his dignity in front of his followers. If I appeared weaker, he would naturally retreat behind his warning line. Although I suspected he wouldn't let this go easily, I had to loosen the tense atmosphere for now. "Since you want to protect your brother, why did Prince Lion get involved with him?" Lister suddenly changed the subject. I wasn't sure why I was lying, but I chose to hide some facts and said, my brother died, and I wanted to come back to life. Even if he becomes a vampire, does it matter? He seemed very curious. Vampires are all turned from humans. To me, all beings are equal. I couldn't help but make a pointed remark to some people present. Some blood clans think humans are inferior, but they forget where they came from. In the end, vampires might just be infected with a virus. Sadly, they get sick and still think they're noble. So why should I believe William isn't still my brother just because he became a vampire? I also used my new vampire name, Xiao, to make sure these self-proclaimed smart guys understood what I meant. Oh, Lion stretched out his tone, sounding insincere. That's a new way to look at it. I didn't reply because I didn't want to tell him the truth. If becoming a vampire was caused by a poison, I would definitely find an antidote. Lord, please don't interfere. The audience will start soon. The first chapter of the ant colony interrupted bluntly, sounding very disrespectful. Good. There will be internal fights among the blood clans. I wonder what the elders think about this. But it doesn't matter to me. I just want to protect Xiao and Louis. Looking back, Louis was barely recovering, so I quickly went over and put his arm around my shoulder. Are you okay? Sorry, I said softly, trying to be gentle. I'm fine. He kissed my forehead. Lion looked back at us, and Lister smiled happily, as if genuinely pleased. Your Highness, we've known each other for many years, right? He said cheerfully, as if truly happy. Have you ever had compassion, turning someone into a vampire just to save them? Do you like the woman who is like my son's wife? That would be interesting. None of your business, Lord, I replied. I was surprised to see these two men, over 20 years old, exchanging sharp words. Lion, although a vice lord, still held his noble title, so he was still called Prince. Lister was the real lord, so he was called Lord. It's strange how blood clan rules work. But why didn't Lion deny that he liked me? What other plans does he have? And about him killing his own kind, can he really hide it? There's a Chinese saying that you can't hide fire with paper. Hearing this, I couldn't help but shiver. Louis sensed it and said to me, let's go. I glanced at Little Ding, who was hiding behind Lion and secretly watching me. I clenched my teeth and finally supported Louis as we left the tunnel and ran to the wide top platform to enjoy the sea breeze. 06 The Sun's Woman, I also need to apologize to you. Under the moonlight, we stood side by side, gazing at the sea. Because I understand you're afraid I might hurt Little Ding, so you didn't go all out.
But
he doesn't understand. How can you blame him? Louis sighed. Don't you think the most pitiful and innocent one among us is him? Losing oneself is the most painful. Believe me, I understand because I have been through it. I looked up at him in surprise, but he seemed to want to stop talking and only said, actually, I haven't done my best either. William, Little Ding is very powerful, far beyond my imagination. I look down on you vampires the most. Your magic skills are so basic. I deliberately made the tone lighter. No matter how skilled or practiced someone is, without a proper school, just a broken family and magic power depends on time. The longer you live, the stronger you get. It's really boring, he smiled. But Little Ding is different. So he was already so strong as a newborn. How is he different? I felt a shiver. Before he became a vampire, he wasn't an ordinary person. Louis put his arm around my shoulder and said softly. I immediately understood what he meant and felt a strong unease. Yes, Little Ding's magic skills are the worst among us four brothers, but it's not because he's stupid. It's because he doesn't work hard. Also, because he's lively and restless, he couldn't settle down. Our master kept asking him to practice basic skills. So, in a way, his foundation in magic is the strongest among us. He has a foundation in Eastern magic, a special talented body, and after being resurrected, he absorbed powerful energy borrowed from our senior brother. Plus, after becoming a vampire, his physical potential was amplified many times. So, he became a freak, like a volcano about to erupt. If not controlled well, he could unleash destructive power. Maybe, he could destroy the entire world of hunters and vampires. So, if his untrained mind is exploited, his strength could cause disaster. At that point, not only human society and the Hunter Association, but even the Blood Clan would be unable to accept him. He would become a target, and everyone would want to eliminate him quickly. Oh no, I can't let shouting go that far. I absolutely can't. What should we do? I suddenly had no idea and was so worried I almost cried. Don't be afraid. It's not too late yet. As long as we keep an eye on him and prevent others from using him, we can still stop him. Lewis comforted me. His strength might turn him into a villain, but it could also lead him in a good direction. This is a fight for control, and I won't let you lose. Leon is using him. Can you stop that? I suddenly got angry at myself. If I had more power, I could take shouting away right now. But I can't control him, so I can't get close. Plus, my senior brother is gone, and he's cut off from my spiritual connection. I have to handle everything alone. Leon is actually after you, Lewis said with a troubled look, closing his eyes. Shouting is just a pawn to him. Although he's cruel and ruthless, he's not mean-spirited. When Shouting became a vampire, you cared for him so much that you probably searched desperately for something like a sunlight stone, so vampires could see the sun. Leon's plan is to make that happen. Being able to walk in sunlight has been his dream for over 800 years. I stared at Lewis in shock, speechless. I never expected the root of all this was right here. Leon isn't like Lister. He doesn't take pleasure in others' pain, and revenge is just an excuse. He simply believes I must take responsibility. From this perspective, he even understands me better than anyone else in the world, knowing how important family and loved ones are to me, more than my own life. That's why he knows I would do anything for Shouting. But the explosion of the sunlight stone wasn't really my fault, I weakly argued. Is it my senior brother? I don't know. If it was him, what's the difference from what I did? Karma comes quickly. Destroying someone's dreams, even if they're a vampire, costs me dearly. But who exactly exploited us, the Eastern sect and our group of 4 brothers? Lewis forced a smile. But with his strong and stubborn nature, when his dreams are shattered, he won't rush to blame others. Instead, he'll focus on building a new one. And in this new dream, the most important person is you. I understood. Lion didn't care about the Hunter Association at all. He turned me into his pawn, not to fight against the Blood Clan's enemies, but to use me as a tool to fulfill his long-held wish. However, Lewis also said he was ruthless and cold-hearted. That means if I can't serve as a pawn, or if I become a threat to his plans, like if Shouting loses value or causes danger, he would not hesitate to destroy us. In his eyes, only interests matter. There are no feelings. He keeps weighing everything and will always abandon the weaker side. Gradually, my heart grew calm. Lewis, please help me keep Shouting safe, I said sincerely. I swear, even if Shouting is brought back to me, I will do everything I can to find a way for vampires to walk in the sunlight. Because, even if not for Shouting, I do it for you. I want to sit with you by the sea and watch the sunrise, have breakfast together, and visit flea markets. There are many things we need to do during the day. Lewis looked at me, his eyes shining with beauty, trust, emotion, and deep love. He reached out and hugged me. He didn't reply, but I knew he had agreed. Is it really necessary to work for vampires? Is it really okay to let them appear during the day? This time, I didn't hesitate. Humans have survived countless natural disasters and natural selection, becoming the rulers of all living things. Our vitality isn't the strongest or the smartest, but the most persistent. So, if vampires suddenly become stronger and threaten humans, humans will find ways to deal with them. I firmly believe this. Lewis and I embraced, standing on the highest point of Hadith Island, overlooking the shimmering sea under the moonlight, silent. He was cold, and the sea breeze was even colder, so he became warm. But I didn't know that just beneath our feet, 2 men, both close to death, were engaged in another fierce confrontation. The meeting ended. Lion and Lister sat on the sofa, drinking blood-infused wine. The bright red liquid matched their pale faces. Their stunning appearances didn't seem frightening or sinister at all. only alluring and lovely. William the 16th death, the elders believe, cannot be simply ignored. Lister is slouched on the sofa, half-closed eyes, smiling as if discussing something trivial. Leon stands up and walks to the window. Of course, we can't just let it go. Otherwise, what will be left of the vampire's reputation? What do you plan to do? The association must pay a price. Oh, use force? But I'm curious, who is the real killer? Lister chuckles softly. President House died, and the Hunter Association blames everything on him, yet they treat him like a hero. But I think someone else was responsible for killing William the 16th. Don't forget, the former Lord died under Easter magic. Leon raises his glass but stops when he hears this, gazing into the dark jungle and water outside. After a moment, he says, "If you mean someone specific, she isn't capable of it." Really? I disagree. Just now, she disciplined your new recruit very efficiently. Not her. Why are you so sure? Do you know who the real culprit is?
Or
Is it you? Leon slowly turns his head. Lord, he says coldly, please watch your words. I have the right to appeal to the elders. I'm just speaking casually. Lister shrugs. This is a serious accusation. All right, I apologize, Lister says indifferently. William XVI's death must have someone responsible. My child didn't die for nothing. I don't like him, but if no one did it, I might end up committing a crime myself someday. But his eyes suddenly narrow sharply, bright and piercing. The person who did it must tell me. I will help you find out, Leon says calmly, with no change in his expression. I won't tolerate such things happening on my territory, but I think you know who the killer is. Lister stares at Leon without blinking, trying to detect even a hint of abnormality. But he is disappointed, so he continues. I understand you, Your Highness. On your land, my people appeared. You can't be completely unaware.
yes.
I know your people arrived first, Leon sneers. But I pretend not to know, so that the Lord can handle things better, right? So I told my subordinates to ignore him completely, and not to follow him. Now that he is missing, you come asking me for someone. What can I do? I can only investigate slowly. In the end, Lord, you shouldn't be playing tricks. Lester shrugged. My child is a vampire with over 200 years of life. Ordinary people can't kill him. Only someone from his own kind, or a hunter, could do it. He has been on Hades Island all this time. So, the person who killed him is either from his own kind or that lovely young woman from the East. Are you sure he's dead? Maybe he wants to escape from you and took the chance to run away. If Lewis is dead, would you not know? Lester said with a sinister smile. Leon suddenly turned around and quickly stood in front of Lester. He grabbed Lester's shirt and pulled him up from the sofa, his face fierce. You are not allowed to touch Lewis. Lester didn't resist or move. Instead, he took a sip of wine and laughed breathlessly, as if the scene was very amusing. Leon, you can't beat me. I've lived so long, I can't even remember my age. I know you come from an old, noble family, but is this the attitude you should have toward your lord? Leon released his grip. I don't think there are other hunters here. I think that girl looks very much like the culprit, Lester said as he sank back onto the sofa. It's not her. Those 3 words again. Why don't you suspect anything?
Could it be
That you've fallen in love with her. Does that concern you? No.
but
Haha, interesting. A woman who falls in love with her own son. Are you going to take her away? Your new son seems very attached to her too. 3 men fighting over 1 woman. What a scandal. A big scandal. Your Highness, I must thank you. If this is true, finally there's some fun in this boring life. Lord, Leon also smiled, but his smile was contemptuous and provocative. You've lived too long. It seems your intelligence has declined, and you enjoy making up stories so much. But Xiao is an important pawn of mine. Anyone who tries to take her will face whatever it takes to bring her back under my control. I am the lord of this state. This is my territory. 66 has something to say. The legendary perspective of God, the 4th-person point of view, appears now. Looking for tickets. Various kinds of tickets. I always need tickets. I feel a bit awkward about it, so I hide and run away. Because Little Ding killed someone again, my plan to let him pass through the newborn stage while sleeping failed. Lion had to assign Hector Caesar as his guardian, watching him every day and strictly instructing the guardian to be fully responsible. But I still felt uneasy, so I asked Lewis to join the protection team. Now, wherever Little Ding goes, two mature vampires follow him. He has no chance to act mischievously, constantly rebelling and being suppressed. I'm glad that even though he always seems a bit hostile, defiant, and keeps trying to attack me, it's better than him completely forgetting about me. I used to be very anxious, but now I am slowly accepting reality. To save Little Ding and help him break free from this Western-style curse, it won't happen overnight. I need to live well first and patiently look for opportunities. There's a saying, either create your own miracles or accept that there are no miracles. However, because of this, Lewis can't stay with me. When I have free time, I go alone to Hades Island, but I keep my actions secret. Although Dean Tagore clearly doesn't care about me, as a human and a vampire hunter, I know my actions won't be approved or supported by either side. I am aware of this and won't foolishly think everything I do is justified. More than 2 months have passed. The weather has shifted from summer to mid-autumn. Little Ding's condition is temporarily stable and less dangerous. But I haven't taken on any tasks every day, and my frequent mysterious disappearances at night have eventually been noticed. At first, hunters thought I had secret missions, but when they realized something was wrong, they started to criticize me quietly. In the end, I became someone everyone looked at with suspicion, often being talked about behind my back. On the surface, I seem to ignore these discordant voices and appear indifferent. But I understand inside that my relaxed, idle state might come to an end. I don't want to change during this chaotic time, but sometimes I have to make choices. As time goes on, I think about what to do next, and I increasingly feel that the reason the association tolerates me isn't because I have some special value, but because someone is secretly watching over me. Who could it be? My senior brother? I don't know. There are too many deep mysteries around me. I no longer care about these things, since I have more important matters to attend to. If those mysteries are related to me, they will find me whether I look for them or not. So, why should I waste my effort? Today, I opened my email, which I only check once every 100 days, to see if there was any message from the Eastern sect. Chairman Liu Sandow always contacts me this way, claiming it's more discreet. I know he's just worried about the long-distance charges. Our Eastern sect isn't like Western groups, which have many mysterious, wealthy sponsors. We are a simple organization with tight budgets every year. I think their publicity isn't good enough, and their secretive style makes them less relatable to ordinary people. Mostly, I find these small matters annoying, so I only check my email every 3 months or so. Liu Sandow often scolds me for this. I ignore him, since my master hasn't scolded me yet. Who does he think he is? Being high-ranking doesn't make him special. I've never seen him raise a hand. Maybe his skills are terrible. But today, when I opened my email, I was surprised to see that besides Liu Sandow's daily motivational messages, which almost filled my inbox, there was a strange email titled, The Secret of Xiao Bing. My heart tightened. I've always wanted to know what Xiao Bing has done that's so shameful, enough for the Hunter Association, President House, and Director Tagore to keep her under tight control. I don't expect her to come back or rekindle our old friendship, but she was once my junior sister. I want to understand why she was forced into this, so I can be prepared for her in the future. I downloaded the file and carefully scanned it for viruses, wary of hackers stealing my information. Besides some adult anime, there was nothing confidential on my computer. The email was huge, and it took a long time to download.
Then,
I opened the file. My heart felt like a kitten scratching me, hot and nervous. After unzipping, there were 4 files. The first was an image, the second a video. I hesitated, choosing to open the image first, worried that the secret might be too shocking for me to handle.
darn.
It proved I was right to be cautious because just the image was enough to shock me. It was all Xiao Bing's, and not with just one man. Although she didn't have multiple partners at once, she kept changing partners, which was disturbing enough. What's worse, the details of her organs were clearly visible. The most frightening thing is that those men are extremely handsome. Looking at Xiao Bing's expression of pure bliss, It shows that those men are very skilled in that area. Combining these clues, only one thought comes to mind: vampires. She is a hunter, a top vampire hunter, yet she keeps sleeping with vampires everywhere. What kind of situation is this? Clenching my teeth, I open the video file. Since I didn't turn off the speaker, I immediately heard a woman's loud screams and moans of pleasure. I quickly turned off the sound, but in my panic, I made a mistake and unplugged the power cord. Facing the dark screen, I had to use the pure energy techniques I learned since childhood to calm myself for a long time, then do some mental preparation before daring to look at the video again. The video was in small clips, but it clearly showed the problem. Ignoring Xiaobing's perfect figure and her wild, even provocative behavior, I carefully examined the different men in the clips. After careful comparison, I was sure they matched the men in the photos. From what I saw, Xiaobing was sleeping with these vampires, and during the wildest moments, someone clearly took photos and videos.
Who was it?
Who did this? Even if Xiaobing was very reckless, it was her private matter. Why would someone record such things? Feeling embarrassed and angry, I was also a bit furious. Even if she was no longer my junior sister, as a colleague of the same gender, I deeply despise the act of secretly recording others. But who was it? Who sent me this email? I usually don't interact much with locals, and in the association, I only have a slightly better relationship with my mentor, Vic, and the person next door, Chi-Chi. It seemed no one knew my email address. Why would Xiaobing do such a thing? Why would she send me these secretly recorded videos? Even if I had completely cut ties with her, could I control her?
Or
was the person who sent me the email up to something else? I sat in front of the computer, feeling lost and overwhelmed. After a long while, I decided to just accept it and open the third and fourth files. Finally, I understood what Xiaobing's weakness was. The third file was a scanned document, a list of missions. It clearly showed photos of the vampires to be eliminated, their ages, special skills, addresses, usual places of activity, deadlines, levels, and completion status. All the task levels are B or C, and those vampires are the lovers shown in the previous photos and videos who were involved with Xiaobing. The blank spaces below the completion status are all stamped with a red mark. Excellent completion. Originally, Xiaobing would sleep with her target before carrying out each mission. Then she would kill them in bed. But she is very skilled in her magic and doesn't need to do this. The fourth file, presented as a video, confirms my guess. Naked Xiaobing, satisfied after her act, stabbed silver stakes into those unsuspecting vampires. Seeing their terrified and hopeless faces, watching Xiaobing's almost perverse smile, and witnessing other life forms turn into blood and flesh or ash, I feel deeply sad. Yes, vampires and vampire hunters are enemies. All the wanted vampires are demons and beasts stained with the blood of innocent humans, except for me. But this isn't about whether they should die. It's about why Xiaobing did this. Why did she choose such a method? This is probably why she's been so thoroughly consumed. The videos and photos are no longer shocking in this society, especially because of the main characters involved. For the association, Xiaobing's actions insult their beliefs and justice, and they cannot forgive her. For the Blood Clan, they know that hunters sometimes kill their own kind, but those wanted criminals are considered traitors by the secret Blood Society, and killing them isn't seen as a betrayal of the Blood Clan. However, killing in this way is definitely unacceptable to the Blood Clan. For the Eastern sect, this is even more humiliating. So, if these photos and videos are made public, Xiaobing will face a worse fate than mine. She will be hunted by all sides, and her life could be completely ruined, with no guarantee of safety. Why did she do such dirty and disgusting things without thinking of the consequences? Did she not expect others to find out and record it? But even if no one knew, could she still do such harmful things? I've thought about not considering her as my junior sister anymore, but I can't really do that. It's like your own sister. Even if she becomes the worst of the worst, still remains your family, and it hurts to see her like this. In the past, she was just arrogant and stubborn, unable to accept failure and setbacks.
But now,
she has completely changed.
Why?
What is the person who sent me the email trying to achieve? She is so powerful and capable, able to get photos and videos. What kind of person is she? I immediately deleted all the files, then thought it was quite funny. If they could send me a copy, wouldn't they keep a copy themselves? I was overthinking. Also, besides sending me, did she send it to anyone else? Didn't Director Tagore say all the task records were destroyed? Why would they appear now? Sitting alone in the dark, lost in thought, my phone rang. The number on the screen made my heart skip a beat. It was Xiao. The first time she called me since we had a falling out. Was it because of those and videos? If so, how did she know I received the email? I thought quietly and chose not to answer. It wasn't until I realized something and the phone rang a third time, sounding frantic, that I calmly pressed the answer button. 66 has something to say. Sorry for today. I'll be on time tomorrow. By the way, Xiao Fun and the recommendations haven't been many these days. Have they already given up? Thanks. 08 sister. Please bear with it. 08 sister. Please bear with it. I didn't speak. Xiao also didn't say anything. She simply gave me an address and told me to go there immediately. I slowly packed my things. Since she asked me to rush over, I moved slowly. The route from the association base to her place was flat, so it would take some extra time. She called me after lunch. I only arrived at the place an hour away by car at dusk. When you begged me, I wasn't this slow, she said coldly and arrogantly, but she looked tense. Honestly, she was holding back, and my being late made her very angry. But, sister, please bear with it. From now on, you can't demand things from me anymore. What a loss that would be. Be careful with your words. I didn't beg you, except for shouting, I said from a good position. Since you dislike me so much, just say what you want quickly, so neither of us feels uncomfortable. You know, right? She hesitated and asked reluctantly. I didn't answer. She tilted her head and stared at me. I stood confidently, refusing to respond to her. Who exactly did something wrong? Who invited whom? I don't see the need or desire to discuss anything. Why is she so proud? Sure enough, she finally couldn't hold back and asked sharply. Quick, answer me. Don't think that staying silent means it's over. I smiled. Strange, if you already know why ask. Is it something honorable, you? I'm just trying to forget, I said calmly, but with caution in my heart. Please don't bring it up. And if you hadn't looked for me, I would have almost forgotten. My words were clear, and anyone with a bit of sense would understand. But she didn't get it, or her anger had made her lose her mind. I want to know who did it, she asked me harshly. With your abilities, you should be able to find out yourself. Why ask me? Out of respect for our sisterhood, I added, be careful of being manipulated. She sneered at me. Afraid of being tricked, yet you still come here. Many things are better to clear up openly. Playing dirty or cruel won't solve the problem, I said, stepping back slightly to give a final warning, sensing the danger from Xiao. In the minute before I answered the phone, I had already figured it out. The person sent me that email and then leaked it to Xiao. They knew Xiao was selfish and ruthless, always making excuses for herself. Someone wants to kill me quickly, but because they are protected in secret, they can't do it directly. Instead, they plan to use Xiao as a tool. When I die, the blame will fall on her. Who is most likely to have those photos and videos? Who knows how to manipulate Xiao into saying nothing? The answer is obvious. The association or someone inside it. It could be an old fox I know, or someone even more hidden. I believe they've been patient for a long time, protecting me in secret, but now they can't stand it anymore and have come up with this sneaky plan. Xiao isn't stupid enough not to understand this, but for her own sake, she keeps being used as a pawn. Besides, she has long wanted me dead. This is just another excuse for her. My affairs don't concern you. Xiao narrowed her eyes, shining with cold light. You better take care of your own life first. Without warning, a gleaming sword suddenly stabbed toward my chest. Lil Bing, do you think I would be unprepared after being tricked and hurt several times? Even if you erase all the past, I can't be as cold-hearted as you, but I won't let you get away with it anymore. I sneered silently, but my movements were quick. A flash of cold light in my hand blocked her attack. The 5 elements blade, weak water. When our master taught us, did he ever imagine that Little Bing and I would turn against each other? Do you know I want to silence you? Little Bing was surprised, but she still looked down on me. It's easy to guess. Fine then. Let's see who dies knowing why. She attacked again. Strange. How does she know I will definitely lose? Maybe my magic isn't as good as hers, or perhaps I am more vicious than her. But in this world, there are 2 things: thorough preparation and clever tricks. She, who rarely faces failure, might not understand this. Amid flashes of lightning, we exchanged several moves quickly, using all 5 variations of the 5 elements blade. I was naturally losing ground, only able to defend myself with no chance to fight back. When it comes to magic, I can't compare to Little Bing, but the real gap between us isn't as big as it seems. I just became too lazy and useless after joining the association, which made her think I was weaker than I really am. So she kept attacking without retreating, her face twisted with rage, as if I would soon become her victim.
Sigh.
When a person's mind is clouded by greed or ignorance, they often can't tell fact from illusion.
Ah.
I let out a scream, falling to the ground. To make it look real, I used the 4th type of the 5 elements escape technique, but Little Bing was prepared for me, so I couldn't escape. In my panic, I quickly threw out a talisman net. Her lips moved slightly, and with a spell, the talisman net caught fire. The flames grew quickly, as expected, because Little Bing was too anxious and her hands too heavy. Ma Xiao, you and your fellow disciples are learning magic together. I don't know all your tricks. Besides, you're always worse than me, Little Bing sneered. Yes, I lost everything, except for my senior brother. I provoked her. Does he really like me? Little Bing was furious. I saw the veins on her forehead bulge in the firelight. This was exactly the moment I had been waiting for. I immediately cast a fire escape technique. I'm a generally easygoing person, a bit mischievous and naughty. I don't like fighting with others, and tend to go with the flow. So, my magical skills are not very good at attacking, but I am very skilled at using clever tricks to win over strength, to escape quickly, and to avoid danger. When I was a child, I almost set the kitchen on fire and developed a fear of fire. Because of this, in my 5-element escape techniques, I am not very good at fire escape. Xiaobing knows this, so she blocked all my escape routes but didn't guard against fire escape. I also knew myself well and didn't even spark a flame. I knew this technique was weak, but I still tried to use it. That was really foolish. However, my fire symbol technique is poor, but I can borrow others' fire symbols, especially from my fellow disciples. So, when Xiaobing's fire symbol fell to the ground, I immediately slipped away and disappeared in front of her. She was surprised and became very angry. She was so focused on finding where I ran that she didn't think I might not run at all. So, when I suddenly appeared behind her and subdued her, she didn't react at all. I know all your tricks, I said, and with my left hand, I quickly stabbed the life and death talisman I had prepared into her forehead acupoint. At the same time, I tapped her head with a silenced pistol. Why don't you use a gun? It's so convenient, I smiled. You're just not quick enough in your thinking. Who says fighting magic has to use spells? You're shameless. Who's the shameless one?
There's no need to argue about that.
Coming together today already shows a lot. I pushed her, and she fell to the ground. When I was a child, my master made a special talisman to prevent us from cheating during basic training, physical exercises, or punishments. It was a water-based spell that froze into ice and could make us lose our magic for a while. He learned it from the Tianshan Tonglao and called it the Life and Death Talisman. Actually, this was mainly for me and Xiao Ding. My senior brother and Xiaobing are very hardworking geniuses and wouldn't cheat. I am very familiar with how this talisman works and studied it carefully. Now, it's perfect for dealing with Xiaobing. She has no magic left, and I have a gun pointed at her head. She can't hide, fight, or escape. What can she do? I won't kill you. I looked down at Xiaobing. But I want you to understand one thing. I won't tolerate you anymore. So, it's best if you don't come to provoke me. If you get really angry, I can't promise I won't do something harsh, especially considering how many times you've hurt me. I won't fall for your tricks again next time. We'll see. If you don't change your ways, we'll see what happens. I snorted coldly. Xiao Bing. Listen carefully. I, Ma Xiao Yi, do not owe you anything. Really? She gritted her teeth. You better kill me now, or you'll regret it later. That line sounds so familiar, I said, digging in my ear. People who can't fight back in movies always say that. They talk big and try to scare others. But I'm not afraid. If you dare to bother me again, I will deal with you. As for your... I told you I wouldn't share that secret, and I won't say a word. Whether you believe it or not, that's the truth. Xiao Bing's face turned bright red, whether from anger or shame. I couldn't tell. Only death can keep a secret, she said gloomily after a long pause. I was really amazed. Even now, she still threatened me. I played with my gun, pointing it at her head, pretending to pull the trigger. She was so scared her lips turned pale and finally stopped being so arrogant. That line still sounds so familiar, I said with a careless smile. Xiao Bing, you watch too much TV and learn all sorts of nonsense. It's better to read more books. They say reading is good for you, and maybe eat some walnuts to boost your brain. You've heard the saying, if you want no one to know, don't do it. Do you think killing me will erase your past shame? Today, I have those photos and videos. Won't others have them too? Isn't anyone else aware? Do you want to be caught and used for the rest of your life? Ma Xiaobing, if you dare to do something, you should be ready to face the consequences. It's just your private matter, nothing serious. At most, you could go back to China and live in seclusion. Why are you so afraid to let go? I used to admire your talent in magic, but now I look down on your character. Feel free to look down on me. Xiaobing gritted her teeth and forced a bitter smile. I believe if she could move, she would pounce on me and bite me. The reason I'm in this state today is all your fault. She pushed the blame onto me again. Does that mean I'm your destined angel, responsible for everything, including your shame? That's too much. I was furious but laughed instead. Do you like sleeping with different vampires? Was that also my idea? Exactly because of you. She widened her eyes, showing she was willing to risk everything. I'd like to ask, I said, feeling both annoyed and amused. By the way, don't think you can delay. To break the life and death charm, I've used a lot of effort. You won't be back to normal until tomorrow at this time. Small drama scene 66. Ma Xiaoi. Confused Louis, what are you doing? Louis. I'm eating food made from melamine-laced milk, flour with white chalk, fried dough sticks cooked in recycled oil, salted duck eggs soaked in red dye, eels fed with contraceptive pills, chickens injected with hormones, and meat injected with water. Soon I'll wash with shower gel containing harmful chemicals and use fake vaccines. Ma Xiaoi. Surprised, are you trying to poison yourself? Louis. No, I'm building up my resistance. That way, next time I bite you, I won't be affected by any poison. Ma Xiaoi. Why are you biting me? Louis. Shyly, I want to be close to you. It's been so long, and besides kissing and hugging, there's been no real progress. When we vampires get really excited, we tend to bite. Ma Xiaoi. All right, I'll go ask the girls for some antidote tickets. Your lips are turning purple. Slave to desire, I agreed to be an exchange student. It's to find my senior brother. I believe you're doing the same. No, you're just waiting. You've never really tried. Xiao Bing sat on the ground, struggling to lift his head and glare at me. But I've done so much for him, and you do nothing. Why does he still like you? My whole body suddenly felt cold, like all my blood rushed to my heart. Is that really true? I always felt that my senior brother liked me a little, but I was afraid to believe it, worried I was imagining things. Could it really be as Xiaobing said? I didn't know at first. I looked for my senior brother for a long time, but had no news of him. Then that secret mission came up, and unexpectedly he got involved too. Xiaobing continued, but then he left. I couldn't accept it. Even though there was that Japanese woman around him, I still couldn't accept it. Although Kong claimed she was his woman, I felt she wasn't. So I followed every clue I could find and discovered that my senior brother had been watching you all along. He never left. My heart clenched tighter and tighter. I forgot how to breathe. If Xiaobing said something else, I might not care, but she was talking about my senior brother, the one I've loved for so many years. He's like a thorn in my heart, hidden beneath flesh and blood, but never truly pulled out. Now I realize that the thorn is so gentle. How can my heart not melt? You want to distract me with this, but that's a bit childish. I force myself to stay calm. Really? Why do I think your heart is already troubled? Xiaobing sneers. It's a pity. I wish I was lying, but it's the truth. Think about it. Why do you do nothing but waste time every day with no tasks completed, yet the punishments are so light? Does the association really allow you to keep going like this? They've never been strict with exchange students, I argue desperately. We're outsiders after all. People are polite to outsiders but can't let them get close to the core. That's just your illusion. Xiaobing snorts. Even though we're not under the same jurisdiction, exchange students are treated equally. Do you know how I live? I hate senior brother. Why does he look after you, but ignore me? I used to think it was just your good luck. That old fool Tagore is so dull. Only then could you live comfortably. But it turns out someone is behind all this. No, I don't believe you. How could senior brother control the higher-ups of the association? Do you really think senior brother has become a reckless gambler? Xiaobing sneers. Shouting suddenly became so rebellious. Maybe he knows something. He's always been obedient to you. Maybe he just didn't want to tell you. I fall silent, unsure how to respond. Honestly, I never believed senior brother could change so much. We've lived together for over 10 years. I know his personality well. Calm as water. Seemingly easygoing but actually firm as a rock. Never easily shaken. As for Xiaoding, he's gone now, unable to tell me anything, because he has forgotten everything. But although I understand senior brother's personality, I don't know much about his background. He seems to hide secrets. Since the day he left me, he seemed to have decided to keep me away from his world. But if Xiaobing is telling the truth, why would he care about me silently? I've decided to cut all ties with him, but now Xiaobing's words bring back his shadow, his past presence, his gaze that seemed to lead me into dreams. Just say what you know, I sigh. I don't know. Senior brother keeps secrets I can't find out, but I know he has a very powerful background, or you wouldn't be alive today. Xiaobing's expression was very cruel. I don't know the details about William XVI's death. I was just threatened and forced to become a killer. But I think you know the truth. The association not only didn't eliminate you, but also supports you as a top hunter. Do you think this is a coincidence, or is it the result of internal fighting within the organization? Let me tell you, Ma Xiao-yi, you don't have that much value to them yet. They're afraid of the senior brother, the one they use, and they dare not offend him. I don't know the exact details of their dealings, but I am sure it's all the senior brother's doing. I quietly looked at Xiaobing, pretending to accept all this information smoothly, but inside I was storming with shock. I had suspected before because, besides the senior brother, I couldn't think of anyone else who cared about me. But I couldn't believe he was so cold to me, asking me to let go. Why was it that I couldn't let go of him? What exactly is he carrying? Why does he refuse to tell me anything and keep his distance? Who is he really? Seeing that I didn't speak, Xiaobing suddenly laughed loudly, startling me. You still have the nerve to ask me? Her eyes burned with anger, and her once beautiful face, which had enchanted many Taoist disciples, twisted in fury. You took the senior brother away, so I can't have him either. Isn't that right? Do other men mean nothing to me? Oh, so you blame me for your despair and downfall. Thousands of broken-hearted people act like you, who made you so self-centered, thinking everyone must revolve around you, or else they owe you. I felt a bit sorry for Xiaobing. And the timing doesn't quite add up, does it? You found out the senior brother was taking care of me only a few days ago, but your record of sleeping with the vampire goes back to when we first came here as exchange students. Did you travel through time? When I said this, Xiaobing suddenly shouted and tried to jump up. Without magic, women still have many weapons. Fists, teeth, nails, and others. But I kept my gun pointed at her head, and she understood I might shoot at any moment. She jumped and fell in different places. We stared at each other, as if we could hear sparks flying in the dark. I felt sad. Even though the man we loved was worth it, was it necessary to turn against each other because of love? Can't she let a man belong to her, instead of trying to belong to the whole world? Have you ever tasted a man's love? She suddenly changed her approach and smiled slyly at me. We loved our senior brother before, and even though we are adults now, we haven't been with a man. Now things are different. He doesn't want me anymore, so why should I be upset? When I first went on a mission, a vampire tempted me. I resisted at first, but then I started to enjoy it. Do you know? He made me very happy in bed. I really don't want to kill him, but I'm afraid people will find out a hunter and a vampire are together, so I have to betray him. I shivered and felt like vomiting. How can a woman talk about her first time like that? Xiao Bing always does this. Before doing something bad, she makes many excuses, saying she didn't want to do it. She was forced. She had no choice. But what's the use? When someone conflicts with her interests, she doesn't hesitate to sacrifice others. Time reveals people's true nature. I don't believe that. You need to go through things to really know someone. If we were still in China, and if we hadn't both fallen in love with the same man, who knows what kind of demon she might be hiding inside? Maybe she would have run wild and caused chaos. If not for all these what-ifs, she might still be my beautiful, lovely junior sister, just a bit stubborn. Some people seem harmless, but when something happens, they can be more ruthless than anyone. Let me tell you, the legend is true. Vampires are very powerful in that area. They have endless strength and skills you can't imagine. They can make women feel like they are in heaven or hell. Once you've been with them, ordinary men can't satisfy you anymore. Xiao Bing continued, I've tried many times, even with 3 men at once, but it's nothing compared to a vampire. Besides, they are so beautiful. So every time I go on a mission, I want to spend a little time with the target. Love? Huh. What is that? In front of love, once thought to be an unbreakable word, actually turns out to be very fragile and easily shattered. Isn't that a good way? To sleep together and then hurt each other. I found happiness, and they found redemption. I was stunned. I couldn't understand how little Bing could become so shameless and shameless. Or maybe she was giving up completely, since I knew her dirty secrets. She was going to be dirty in front of me. But did she think I would be happy about that? I'm not a saint, but she was too mean. You enjoy different kinds of, that's your private matter. Just admit it openly. No need to act like you're being persecuted. I couldn't help but advise her again. Don't give in to any more, and don't use this way to do your tasks. Little Bing smiled, a very scary smile. And doing tasks this way is very charming. Don't you know the thrill of danger? You should try sleeping with your vampire lover, or else you have no right to criticize me. I will sleep with him, as long as we love each other enough. I stepped back, ready to leave. I didn't want to say much about you, because you chose your own path. A battle of wits? I didn't seem to use much effort. I was well prepared, had the right strategy, and played some sneaky tricks, so I finished quickly. But talking to Little Bing made me very tired, and everything she said also drained me. I didn't want to curse her harshly, even though she deserved it. I wanted to help her, but now I was powerless and could only leave with a heavy heart. God, if you're really watching, the one who needs salvation is sitting right there. Are you just going to leave like that? She shouted behind me. Take care of yourself, I replied briefly. I hoped she would turn back, but at this moment I couldn't. Wait until I recover and I will kill you, she yelled hoarsely, seeming very angry because she couldn't hurt me or pollute me. I didn't answer her again, but I told myself I wouldn't give her another chance to hurt me. I needed to think carefully about senior brother's matter and then find a way to leave the association, preferably through normal channels. If they could just drive me out willingly, that would be best. But what should I do? 66 small scene. Ma Xiaoi was busy in front of his computer. Ma shouting, senior sister. Ma Xiaoi shivered, tears streaming down his face. Ma shouting, senior sister, do you really feel happy when I call you that? Louis was right, just calling you senior sister makes you emotional, even though I can't remember anything. Ma Xiaoi. Ma shouting, You don't have to be so moved.
Can I bite you?
Ma Xiao yi. Ma shouting. Never mind, just a little emotional is enough. Why do you keep going on? Ma Xiao yi. I knew you hadn't remembered anything. Your eyes gave you away. Ma shouting. Then why are you crying? Ma Xiao yi. I was just shopping online for a big diamond, but it was too expensive. I was hesitating, and when you called me, I trembled and clicked confirm. What should I do? Ma shouting. Senior sister, don't cry. If the readers send a few fan votes, we can buy the diamond. Here's a little scene for fun. Please don't mind, just ignore me. Remember, if you have votes, please vote. If not, no need to help me. Thank you. 10. The happy troublemaker. When I just entered the association base, suddenly loud alarms blared around me, startling me badly. I was lost in my thoughts and almost fainted from the shock. It seems the association security system has improved, but I'm not a vampire. My aim is terrible. To avoid questions, I quickly transformed into a yellow fish and walked along the building's edge, hiding in the shadows. But when I reached the dormitory area, I was surprised to see many hunters and priests rushing out of their rooms, all holding weapons and looking alert. This doesn't look like a drill. The situation was unclear, and I got nervous. I saw Vic running with a small silver bow in hand, so I hurried over and grabbed him. Vic, what's going on? A vampire attack. Really? Absolutely true. Vic was about to run again, but turned back halfway. As your mentor, I order you to join the fight immediately. I'm a top hunter now, I don't need a mentor anymore. Then, as a top hunter, you should be at the front line. Exactly, I said, and in a flash, I disappeared, leaving Vic staring in surprise. Just kidding. Who would rush in recklessly? But I must hide in the shadows and observe carefully. What if lions, ordinary people, go crazy? What if Xiao Ding is among them? I don't care about others, but anyone who dares to hurt my Xiao Ding will be doomed. Relying on my knowledge of the terrain, I sneak through the shadows. I realize that even if the alarm system is fine, it's probably not a large group of vampires coming. The people running around are all members of the association. What kind of situation is this? I stop in confusion, but suddenly a dark figure rushes out from the shadows. I react quickly, drawing my pistol. The first version was published on 55 of Community Shooting. The figure is a vampire. Ordinary bullets don't work, but they can slow them down. I still have a backup plan. However, the vampire just groans softly and doesn't attack more fiercely. I immediately feel a familiar sense of danger. This shock is not light. I step forward and hold him. Louis, is that you? I had to see you, he says with a cold sweat on his forehead. Vampires are immortal and have strong healing abilities, but they still feel pain. Come with me, I decide quickly. I cast a spell to seal his bloody shoulder and cover the bloodstains on the ground with magic. Remember, vampire blood is different from human blood, and it contains more powerful energy. The association has special equipment to identify it. If I don't act fast, hunters will soon track Louis by the bloodstains. Today, the association and the blood clans seem peaceful on the surface, but secretly tensions are high. Louis's intrusion could bring him serious trouble. Sorry, I didn't know it was you. Are you badly hurt? I ask, rushing back to my room. I dare not turn on the light. Luckily, tonight the moonlight is bright, and through the thin curtains I can still see Louis clearly. It's okay. He shakes his head and bites his lip, pulling out the bullet from his shoulder himself. I feel helpless, not knowing how to help him, until I see his wound magically heal. Only then do I feel a bit relieved. I plan to go to the island tomorrow. Is there something urgent that requires risking an invasion? I ask. Come with me. Without hesitation, he pulls me up. Let's take Xiao Bing and leave this place.
Huh?
Run away together? I feel a bit confused. Although we are in a human-ghost love relationship and I personally typed the chapters by hand, society is quite tolerant now. If other girls found out about my situation, they might even envy me. There's no need to make things so extreme, right? Leon and a large group of vampires will attack the Hunter Association tomorrow, he said urgently when he saw I hesitated. We must leave Thorntown before dawn. If we wait until tomorrow, it will be too late. I was surprised. What are they planning to do? To avenge William the 16th, he said with a serious frown. You know, today the Vampire Alliance is controlled by secret factions, but the wild magic factions are not giving up. William the 16th death has upset all the vampires and given the magic factions a reason to act. However, under the Elders' control, everyone is holding back to keep peace and waiting for the Hunter Association to give an explanation. But didn't the Hunter Association deny it? I asked. Even when I was suspected a few days ago, I was cleared later. This incident was caused by Leon's mistake, but the association's response was also shameful. William the 16th died from Eastern magic, but there was no proof that anyone in the association was responsible, so they distanced themselves completely. Since I, the scapegoat, was found innocent, who else should take responsibility? William the 16th death remains an unresolved case. While I was busy reviving Little Ding, vampires also killed several hunters. There was almost a large conflict between the two sides. Later, with President House's involvement, both the association and the vampires knew they couldn't hide the truth. One side claimed responsibility, and the other praised President Munz as a hero. On the surface, the vampires took a loss, but the association didn't pursue the hunters who had been killed. For the high-level leaders of both sides, when they can't completely destroy each other, they are cautious to avoid chaos. We lower-level people don't know what secret agreements might exist among the leaders. Strangely, Leon's attitude in this matter was different. He pushed me away, wanting to stay safe, but he also gave up. Because of this, I can act freely on Hattis Island, especially with the connections I have. The vampires don't trust the association's explanation. Even without solid proof, everyone is angry inside. Some people are very angry, and others who fear chaos keep stirring trouble. But in our state, the call for blood debt repayment from the association is already very strong. Your Chinese is good, and you use idioms very well. I pat my hand and deliberately change the subject to help him relax. Sure enough, he shows a scheming look and softly says, "Just yesterday, a high-ranking vampire came to our state for business, and he was killed in a special hotel." What? I am startled. Such coincidence? The magic faction needs an excuse, and the vampires are restless. Yet a major figure is killed? Who among Lion and these two people did it? No, they wouldn't be so obvious. Murdering a fellow vampire is a serious crime, especially a high-ranking one. Could there be a third party involved in the struggle between the vampires and the association? Brother, is there a connection to the third party? My imagination runs wild, and I get scared myself. I quickly shift my thoughts and ask, is there evidence pointing to the association? Has this been covered up and not announced yet? He nods. I understand. The special hotel is a place specifically for hosting vampires, built by the top financiers of the vampire community, and was the first to be constructed by the Ant Hand Group. Vampires, except during the day, act much like humans, with their own business systems and services. As for who killed the high-ranking vampire, for Lion and the others with magic faction ideas, it's a perfect excuse for attack. They are currently keeping this secret, planning to strike first to prevent the vampire elders from discovering and stopping them. Whether peace is maintained or broken is not their concern. In fact, they might even want war. Those darn warmongers. This must be a top-secret message among ordinary vampires, probably not announced until tomorrow night. How did you find out? I ask. I overheard it by accident. Lewis's eyes flicker, clearly not telling the truth. I stare at him steadily. Soon, he can't hold it anymore. Yes, I overheard it, but I think. Lion deliberately let me hear it, to make you avoid this trouble. My heart feels hot, but it quickly cools down, so fast I don't notice. He cares about me, after all. If I get hurt, it would be a huge loss for him. His plans would be wasted. He doesn't want you to get hurt, Lewis murmurs softly, adding in a very low voice. I couldn't hear anything, so I wandered around the room a few times. At this moment, the noise outside grew louder, so I decisively said, I'll send you away from the association first. I have my own plans for tomorrow. Won't you come with me? Lewis looked surprised. No, I can't. If we leave, you'll be considered a traitor by the Blood Clan, and I will be a traitor to the association. I don't mind the reputation, but what if some people use that against us and try to hunt us down? I'm not afraid of fighting with my Aunt Han team, Lewis said, grabbing my hand. For you, I am not afraid. I'm not afraid either. But what about Xiao? We'll take him with us. I can even go back to China with you. No, I said with a bitter smile. He needs control. You can control him, and I will help. Lewis tried to persuade me. Xiao is the strongest newborn I've ever seen, but from how you handled him last time, I understand that his strength is based on Eastern principles. You can completely suppress him. I'm not confident, and I can't take that risk. Besides, do you know what Xiao will face if he returns to China? I sneered. Those selfless, loud leaders who claim to prioritize the big picture are actually unwilling to take risks. They would kill Xiao immediately, using him as a bargaining chip in negotiations with Western factions, and to reduce the danger he poses to the East. They might even conduct cruel scientific experiments on him. I know those bureaucrats too well. Even though Lewis is a good person, he can't oppose most of the higher-ups. It's better to rely on ourselves. Xiao would be safer in the haunted nest. So, what should we do? Tomorrow will be very dangerous. What if you get hurt? Lewis said worriedly. Don't worry. Just do what you need to do tomorrow, and keep an eye on Xiao. As for me, I have my own ways to take care of myself, I said with a sly smile. Please don't try to protect me too much, or it will interfere with my plans. What plans? The secrets of heaven are not to be revealed, I said with a mysterious, profound smile typical of Chinese Taoist monks. Heaven has been kind to me. When I want ice, hail comes down. I hope to be expelled from the association, and I never thought I'd get the chance tomorrow. Being a black sheep is such a happy thing. The next day was very chaotic. In another way, it could be described as magnificent. Hunters and vampires are fighting fiercely. Shadows and weapon flashes fly through the air and across the ground. It looks like two huge gangs are battling, like scenes from Star Wars. I spent a whole day resting, so I could handle the situation at night. I don't have many belongings, just a few magic tools and charms I got from my master, and a bank card with less than 4 digits in savings. I keep these items tucked in my waist. Of course, I have a detailed plan, but the danger is still very high. I must be careful, smart, and quick to handle everything. I don't want too many casualties on either side. Although I can't control everything, I will try to reduce the damage. I can't make enemies of the Blood Clan, and I don't want my former colleagues to suffer too much, even though many of them don't like me. People like Vic and Chi-Chi, who are close to me, are under my special protection. Beforehand, I couldn't tell the association about this, as it would put Lewis in trouble. But I made some tricks on the alarm system. So when the vampires attacked, the hunters responded quickly and weren't caught off guard. When the fight turned chaotic, I secretly used some tricks to prevent too many deaths and create lasting grudges. It doesn't matter if others believe me or understand. I did my best in the fight, and I can face myself honestly. When the time was right, I moved around carefully and accidentally ended up near the chairman of the association's disciplinary committee, the Baron, who hates me very much. Somehow, I managed to create a situation where he had to team up with me to deal with Lion. The Baron's face turned pale because Lion, covered in blood and guts, seemed to walk calmly among the crowd. He was unhurried but coldly and ruthlessly killed several hunters, including a top hunter. This guy is so brutal that he doesn't hold back. Blood splattered on his blonde hair and tough face. His blue eyes held a smile as he stood in the blood of his enemies, looking very frightening. No wonder the Baron reacted like that. But I knew he wouldn't kill me, so I wasn't afraid. I am just a pawn for him. As long as I am useful, he won't destroy me easily. During the fight, I also noticed Lewis. He looked worried about me and almost got hurt a few times because he was distracted. That made me very nervous. But when he saw me standing across from Lion, even he relaxed a little. Lion frowned slightly, probably unable to guess why I was doing this. I ignored him and deliberately bumped into the Baron several times, causing the desperate chairman of the disciplinary committee to fail in his attempts to escape. It seemed as if he was about to die with Lion. This scared the Baron a lot, while I shouted loudly, pretending to be very frightened, attracting everyone's attention. Then I did the most shameful thing. I ran away in the middle of the battle. I ran faster than a rabbit, making everyone present, whether vampire or hunter, see my panicked look, my fear of death, and my cowardly behavior. I completely embarrassed the association. So, do you still think you can keep me? Such cowardly and despicable actions are like putting the association on a shameful pedestal. Not removing me would be a disservice to God, to the audience, and to all hunters. From now on, I will be despised by all hunters and have nothing to do with them. Meanwhile, vampires will look down on my cowardice, dismiss my abilities, and even my own kind will ignore me. Bingo. Humiliating and tarnishing myself just to avoid being the center of conflict, to escape the pressure from both sides, and to do what I want freely. That's so good. People don't pay attention to or guard against those they look down on. This is called showing weakness, cunning, or treachery. But I don't care. Compared to the association and the Blood Clan, I am so weak. My senior brother is not here, and the sect cannot be my backup. I can only survive like this, and I want to survive well. I happily ran away. When I jumped over the wall, I inexplicably looked back. Even at such a fast speed and in such an urgent situation, I still saw Victor's unbelievably sad expression, Director Tagore's anger at being helpless but letting my plan succeed, and Lion's eyes full of laughter and mockery. He was half-turned, his figure under the moonlight looking mysterious and unreal, yet his presence was so strong I couldn't ignore it. This made my heart shiver, but I quickly gathered my courage, like a pig not afraid of boiling water. So, what if you know my tricks? I deny everything. What can you do?
Phew.
Luckily, Lister and Little Ding didn't come. Otherwise, Lister might cause trouble, making others feel pain and discomfort seems like his favorite entertainment. Regarding Little Ding, I still want to keep a good image in front of him. As an elder sister, I should act honestly and kindly. However, after jumping out of the wall, I didn't leave immediately. Instead, I hid in the shadows nearby and took out my master's soul-capturing bell. The name sounds impressive, but it's mostly exaggerated and just a trick. Human souls are not so easy to capture. Even if it were possible, with my magic power, this treasure would be useless. Simply put, this bell is a sound weapon that can produce very loud and harsh noises, like nails on a chalkboard or metal scraping metal. It has a lot of power because it's made with magic, and even if you cover your ears, it won't help. But the caster can be completely unaffected. I quickly made a spell with my hands, recited the incantation, and shook the bell. I didn't need to look. I could imagine what was happening on the other side of the wall. Everyone would stop fighting. They would all put down their weapons, hold their heads, and crouch on the ground. Unfortunately, the soul-capturing bell only has 3 spells, so I can only use it 3 times. That's why I usually don't take it out. This time, I was being selfless, trying to save lives on both sides. Sure enough, within a minute, the Blood Clan members all ran out. This isn't their territory, especially with such strange sound weapons appearing. Running away quickly was their only choice. Plus, in this fight, they were definitely at a disadvantage. I hid even deeper to avoid being seen by Leon. After jumping out of the wall, he told his people to leave quickly, but he stayed behind, scanning all the shadows around him. His eyes were sharp, but how could they see through my invisibility and concealment magic? Ha, foreign fool. Even if you've lived for over 800 years, how can you understand the depth of Chinese magic and Taoism? I quietly stayed in the darkness, like being in a movie theater, waiting for the show on stage, both sides in black and white, to end. Only then did I run straight to Lewis's house. As soon as I entered, he pulled me into a big hug. That was too risky, he said, seeming to understand my intention. Yes, it was very risky. Although I said it simply, I faced threats from sharp claws, teeth, and blades several times. I could have been injured or even died far from home. I only felt relief when facing Leon, but it was worth it. Totally worth it. From now on, I will be an ordinary person. No longer a hunter, and there will be no conflict with the Blood Clan, at least on the surface. I sighed and shifted into a more comfortable position in Lewis's embrace. It's nice to have someone to lean on, but unfortunately, most of the time I can't. What are you going to do? He asked. I'm going to stay on Hades Island, I said. There are many normal human workers there, right? I want to live on the island, find a job, and support myself. Why? Even if you're just an ordinary human, and even if Lion keeps his followers from revealing their identities, it's still dangerous. Lewis released me, looking confused and worried. The Blood Clan on the island also drinks human blood. The guests and servants only drink a little. They heal the bites and erase the victim's memories so no one finds out. But you, my dear. He hugged me again, breathing softly, burying his face in my neck. You are irresistible. The longer I am with you, the stronger this feeling becomes. I have a poison, remember? Whoever bites me is asking for trouble. I chuckled, turning away from his lips that touched my neck. I realized that might be a sensitive spot for me, which made his actions quite. Be careful. If people find out your blood is poisonous, it could be dangerous. Lewis suddenly stiffened. Otherwise, members of the Blood Clan might try to kill you as a threat, and the association might try to use you. Imagine if they drained your blood to make weapons to destroy the Blood Clan. That would be very convenient for them. His words made me feel very down. I realized I could never fully escape the complicated relationship between the Hunter Association and the Blood Clan. I was always involved, as if some unseen hand kept pushing me toward the center of conflict. Is this fate? I couldn't be sure, but I knew I definitely wouldn't become a tool for the association or a target for the Blood Clan's hunters. For now, I would take it one day at a time, with urgent matters pressing on me. Just focus on the present. Most of the people who knew your blood was poisonous died in that explosion, Lewis continued. The rest. Lion worked hard to calm the rumors. But I'm worried you'll stay on the island too long, and eventually, I'll be careful. I interrupted him. After tonight, the association despises me. They might even want to kill me, this 100-year shame. I spoke more seriously than I felt. Am I really the kind of person who just waits for things to happen? Lion removed the threat for me so he could use me better. Is that right? On Hades Island, you can avoid the association's persecution. Lewis understood, but what he didn't understand was that I needed to get close to the vampire to find a way to save Little Ding. At least, I need to find something like a sunstone. I can't let Little Ding never see sunlight. Then I will move to the island too, he said after we agreed. You protect Little Ding, and I will protect you. 66 has something to say. Is my little pink membrane swollen? Do people really not vote for me? Everyone take a look at the bookstore. If you see something, please vote for me. Also, to answer a reader's question, the brown-haired man didn't smell the scent of Little Yi's innocence, but he didn't see her as Little Bing either. He just thought she was similar to Little Bing, like saying, you Eastern women really love to do this or that. That kind of feeling. Thank you. 12. Overthinking Lewis means I don't need to work. He can make sure I live well. The Valentine family used to be the richest in a European country, and over hundreds of years, they accumulated wealth beyond imagination. From this, Lion is very good at making money. Even the luxurious Hades Island isn't a big deal to him. Although Lewis is calm, his life of wealth is also quite comfortable. But I have to work because I don't want a man to support me. That would make a woman lose her pride. The important thing is, there's a library on the island. I heard it has an incredible collection, including many histories of vampire families and vampire incidents. I've been secretly longing for it. To save Little Ding, I need to understand this special race first. Maybe I can find some ancient secret techniques. So, never underestimate the power of knowledge. Many solutions are hidden in the corners of certain books. Working for vampires is a good choice. When Lion heard my request, he immediately agreed. He seemed to understand what I wanted to do, and just let me go. Sometimes I wonder, what makes him trust me so much? Does mutual trust among enemies surpass that among friends and family? Anyway, I finally officially became a part of Hudson Island and took on the role of a proud librarian. But when I first stepped into that huge, heavy-feeling library, I regretted it. so much that I felt sick. I was so upset I almost turned green. I had outsmarted myself, and it almost cost me my life. Is this place where human treasures of the mind are stored? It looks more like a trash processing site. Did you do it on purpose? I asked angrily because Leon personally brought me here. Darn that old man from his family. I thought I had tricked him, but it turned out I was played by this big fool. He obviously knew what was going on here but didn't warn me at all, just making me work hard and get exhausted. You asked for it. What do you want me to do? Leon shrugged, a sneaky smile on his face. I want a raise and more staff. I angrily fought for my rights and then turned to leave. I didn't want to quit because searching for information here was my job, but the environment was too harsh. I couldn't help but act spoiled, and I didn't notice the messy books on the ground. When I turned around, I fell forward. I let out a short scream, but Leon was quick. He caught me from behind. Instead of letting go like a gentleman, he let me lean into him, my back pressed against his strong chest. You live on the island, and I haven't even asked you for protection money, he whispered, his lips brushing my earlobe. Don't think I don't know that the harsh sound that day was made by you.
What's so strange about that?
Anyone would realize it was some Eastern magic. I tilted my head, avoiding his teasing, but he bit my neck lightly, making me shiver all over. If he hadn't been holding me, I might have fallen to the ground. Let me go. I struggled, but he held me tighter, his chin resting on my head. You've ruined my plans, he said softly. I couldn't see his face, so I didn't know if he was angry or regretful. Fine, you've already gained the upper hand. At least I can breathe now. I tried to push him away with my elbow, but it didn't work. Darn it, who said women's elbows are the strongest and can fight men's several times their size. If I hadn't stopped the Hunters Association and the Blood Clan, would they even be able to coexist peacefully? I said unhappily. A few days ago, the two factions fought fiercely, and it was entirely a Blood Clan conflict. They didn't inform their superiors and acted on their own, showing impulsiveness. In fact, Lester and Lion had planned this for a long time. The casualties were mostly on the association side, but with William XVI involved, the association was in the wrong. Plus, the Blood Clan blamed the death of their important member on the association, making it hard for the association to defend itself. These situations are similar to gang movies, where many innocent people die and everyone is tense and ready to fight, but they are held back by secret agreements from the higher-ups. There's a saying, bravery alone isn't enough. Understanding when to compromise is the real key to success. I don't know what secret deal the leaders made, but both sides ordered their subordinates to stop fighting. So, on the surface, peace returned, but it was fragile and could break at any moment. Also, among the subordinates, deep and lasting hatred might remain, especially since friends died in that fight. However, I am proud of what I did. If I had acted a little later, the casualties would have been worse and the hatred deeper, making peace impossible. Do you think I wouldn't seize the right moment? He tightened his grip on my hand, warning me with his body language. I quickly pretended to struggle to breathe, then slipped away slightly and quickly cast a small electric spell, shocking him sharply. It seems I can't give you even a chance to fight back, he snorted and smiled. I took that as a compliment, thank you, I said. How about the library? He stepped forward. I hurriedly moved away, looking at my feet, then darted to the door. If you don't do it, the Moonlight Lover won't have any other work for you. So, you can't stay here, he continued, standing amidst the ruins with an air of nobility, as if the dust couldn't even stain him. Are you threatening me? I asked angrily. Smart girl, your guess is spot on, he paused before adding, otherwise you could choose to go dancing. I glared at him. He was talking about those kinds of dances, pole dancing, and even more obscene ones I can't say out loud. Fine, I won't suggest it. So what about here? I'll do it. No raise and only you. I pretended to be righteous, but then suddenly collapsed, saying, at least, give me Xiao. He raised an eyebrow, looking like he already knew I would make such a request. I quickly explained, of course, I want to see my junior brother more, but it's also good for you. Oh? I didn't realize William might cause me any trouble. Lister. I selectively teased him, and I saw his brow furrow slightly. I continued. He's always holding back, waiting to stab you in the back. Having Xiao Ding, who's unstable, around you makes it easier for him to cause trouble. Why not? You give Xiao Ding to me. I won't let him do anything reckless, you know that. And I won't take him away, because he's already a blood relative, which you also know. I'll do my best to save him, and you know that too. Am I not being clear enough? Sounds like you're really thinking of me, he said with a sarcastic smile. With such kindness, how can I refuse? I held back my excitement and didn't jump up to cheer immediately. Shouting, you're finally back with me. I plan to train him so he doesn't get too energetic and go looking for trouble. He was already a troublemaker when he was human, and now that he's a vampire, he's forgotten everything from before. He's very smart but acts like a child. His strength is dangerous, like a ticking bomb, unpredictable when it might explode. Others see him as a threat, which worries me, even if he's safe for now. Since he's got some self-control now, I decided to take care of him myself. Just as I was feeling happy and carefree, Lion suddenly came over, took off the ring on his left ring finger, and then pulled my left hand to slide it onto my thumb. I was stunned, not sure what he meant. Was he proposing? That was so out of the blue. Who wears a ring on their thumb? And I definitely wouldn't agree. I hate him, really hate him. Can he feel that? If you can't control William, press here, Lion said. I sighed in relief, then chuckled a little. I was overthinking. Turns out he was worried I couldn't control Xiao Ding and might cause trouble, so he gave me a little magic item. Looking closely, the ring looked a bit big on me, with a rough style. It was a skull with 2 sharp teeth sticking out in front. The spot he told me to press was right on those sharp teeth. I reached out to try, but he grabbed my hand. Be careful when pressing. Don't cut your finger. It's better to tilt at an angle, he said, lowering his head and giving me a mischievous look. You know how tempting your blood is to the ant colony, so don't try to provoke it. Got it, I replied, pulling my hand back. A vampire's body isn't supposed to be cold, right? But I always feel a slight warmth in his palm. What happens if I press the tip of this ring? I thought silently. Western countries also have acoustic weapons, not just the East, he said, standing straight with a bit of pride. They emit sound waves that humans can't feel, but they can temporarily make our bloodline lose consciousness. Such a precious thing. You're willing to give it to me? It's a loan. You're so generous. I gently touched the ring on my finger. Are the gems on it real? I have plenty of gems, he replied. Haha, he's showing off his wealth.
But
does it just make vampires lose consciousness? I looked at him skeptically, because I can't hurt Xiao Ding myself. If you don't believe it, you don't have to use it, he said, casually slipping his hands into his pockets and walking past me, leaving a comment behind. Remember, the skull's top should face the person you want to control. Oh, I see. That's pretty advanced. But experience is the best teacher. You have to try everything to know if it works. So I grinned slyly and confidently pressed the tip of my thong against Lion. Lion stiffened, turned halfway to look at me, and looked very angry. I shrugged. Just testing to prove you're an honest noble. If you dare try again on anyone other than William, I'll make you regret it, he said firmly, then suddenly collapsed like a mountain falling. Haha, that made me laugh. This man is so strong-willed. Even when he's about to faint, he can still control himself enough to stay alert at the moment of the ant colony's first chapter, threatening me. But even such a clever man did something so foolish, handing me a weapon against vampires? I guess I should stop pushing my luck. Otherwise, unless I kill Lion, this brief fainting spell could lead to his strong revenge later. And I can't kill him, because I need him to protect me. I believe he understands this, which is why he lent me the ring. But how can I clean such a messy and dirty place? I feel like crying but have no tears. Point 66 has something to say. Is our little E pitiful? He will have to do hard work in the future. But some interesting things will happen, so everyone stay tuned. Thank you.